Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Finally. My hell door is about to open. The tall and burly young man with bright red eyes and dressed in a noble robe raised his arms and shouted. The magnetic and magical voice is extraordinarily excited at the moment. The young man's name is Zhou Lan. On a thunderstorm night, I accidentally traveled to the world of The Adventures of Jackie Chan. The Adventures of Jackie Chan, as a classic animation work in childhood, Zhou Lan still remembers the various settings. The point is that he never dreamed that he would become the villain in the play. The demon of the moon imprisoned in hell. Curse Blue. This is the elder among the ancient demons, a veritable big brother. Once lived on the moon and ruled the entire outer space. Be able to manipulate gravity, survive in a vacuum environment, control the orbit of the planet, and cast terrifying dark magic. Live the same life as the sky and live forever. But even so, Zhou Lan still can't get rid of the seal of the God Warrior. Because the Panko treasure box can only be opened by the outside world. Fortunately, according to the original plot of The Adventures of Jackie Chan, every ancient demon has a chance to regain freedom. Therefore, Zhou Lan has been patiently and waiting for the moment when Risa deciphers Panko's treasure box. Now the opportunity finally came. It's just the time and space I'm in, not only the anime characters of Jackie Chan's adventures, but also the superhero of the Marvel Universe. We must be more vigilant. Zhou Lan looked solemn. From the descriptions of the demon compatriots, the true face of the time and space is gradually pieced together. It's like the chaotic world of Jackie Chan's adventures and the integration of the Marvel Universe. The superhero of Avengers has repeatedly assisted the Dragon team to conquer the fleeing ancient demons. Undoubtedly, Zhou Lan, who is about to escape from prison, faces the same grand treatment. And once he fails, in the true sense, it will be impossible to be reborn forever. Trapped in demonic hell till the end of time. Fortunately, I have a system by my side. Zhou Lan said happily. Check-in system. This is the gold finger bound at the beginning of Zhou Lan's journey. A well-known scene from The Adventures of Jackie Chan and the Marvel Universe. For example, Kamartaj, the occult magician who lives in seclusion. The Xavier Academy for Young Talents founded by Professor X. The Underwater Kingdom of Atlantis. Holy City Jerusalem. Colosseum. The Great Wall, the Forbidden City, etc. The places of interest and historic sites around the world are all system-judged attractions. As long as you go to the corresponding attractions to check in, you can get unexpected surprise rewards. The quality of scenic spots also has high and low points. The hell where the ancient demons were imprisoned, the isolated space of another dimension, seems to be a rare quality attraction. Zhou Lan checks in for the first time, and the rewards are quite rich. Not only got the extremely evil fruit and dark fruit produced by One Piece, but also gained the ultimate pupil technique from the Naruto world, which is said to control the Eye of Life and Death. Reincarnation Eye. 2 Xeon abilities with absolutely no flaws. The long prison time in hell has given Zhou Lan enough time to familiarize himself with and practice. Thoroughly figured out how to use the 2 abilities. Enough to reproduce the same tricks and spells. Brother! Be sure to kill the old man, and vent your anger for us. The burly demon, who looked like an ancient auspicious beast, suddenly gritted his teeth and said. The devil of the earth chief. King of the African continent. Because of the magician father, he was deported back to hell again. The Lord must be punished. The promise to liberate us has not been kept at all. The mountain demon, who is huge and wears a Japanese-style bun behind his head, also vented his dissatisfaction to his heart's content. And Thor, son of Odin. Young people don't talk about martial arts. They even sneaked up on me. The lightning demon with light blue skin and wearing a golden armor summoned lightning and thunder snakes, and said murderously. The mutant namer has taken over Atlantis. Brother, you have to be the master of the slave family. Bizarre, the water demon, said with pity. Remember to beware of Xiao. Xiao Feng and Zimu said in unison. Rest assured. Brothers and sisters. Zhou Lan promised, I will use the history books to turn things around, change everything, and release everyone again. The Dragon Team and the superhero of Avengers are not to be feared at all. Years of history. This is the supreme artifact of the adventures of Jackie Chan. It not only records all the history of the Earth from ancient times to the present. No matter what words are written on it, it will become a reality immediately. However, the history book has the ability to correct mistakes. If there is a slight negligence, I am afraid that all previous efforts will be wasted. Compared with the history books, Zhou Lan is undoubtedly more optimistic about the infinite gems of the Marvel Universe. Even without infinite gems, I believe that the rewards produced by the check-in system will never let me down. Zhou Lan smiled, and suddenly felt a huge wave of energy. In the direction of the end of the line of sight, an ancient and vicissitudes of life square portal was formed. In the center of the portal, a gorgeous wormhole hovers slowly. Zhou Lan immediately smelled freedom. Congratulations, big brother. Brother, have a good trip. All the demon compatriots at the scene said in unison. Immediately, under the attention of his brothers and sisters, Zhou Lan decisively crossed the gate of hell. Come to the magnificent outer space. Chapter 2. At the same time. Extraterrestrial atmosphere. The Quinjet flight vehicle launched by Stark Industries travels at extreme speed. I saw the anime characters from the adventures of Jackie Chan and the superhero from the Marvel Universe side by side in the cabin, looking into the distance. The two worlds with completely different painting styles are highly overlapped, and there is no sense of disobedience. On the contrary, they complement each other. Compared with the Dragon Team who are ready to fight, the superhero from Avengers has a relaxed and undisciplined expression. The legendary ancient demon, but that's all. Iron Man Tony Stark said with a sarcastic expression on his face, use the God's token to subdue the mantra as soon as possible, and we'll call it a day. Heard a good chicken fajita. Daddy, can you bite? The Moon Demon is about to be liberated, and Tony Stark still maintains his dandyish character, calm in the face of danger, and said rather languidly. Oops. Don't disturb Dad to configure the magic potion. A duck-like voice sounded, and the skinny old man dressed in a woolen sweater was holding a lotus bud, muttering something in his mouth. Magic must beat magic. So, at first, Uncle was extremely disgusted with the tech-loving Iron Man Tony Stark. With the release of the ancient demons one after another, the technological power has had little effect. Iron Man has successfully recognized the reality and began to humbly ask Dad about magic. With the brightest mind in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark drained Dad's knowledge base in no time. The student surpasses the master. Even the anxiety caused by the Battle of New York was alleviated and healed because of the comprehension of magic. At this moment, the armor Iron Man is equipped with is neither Mark III nor Mark VI. It's a brand new series of magic weapons. The design idea of the battle armor refers to the god armament of the 8 immortals Lan Ke, uses mysterious characteristic materials, and discards some guns and missile accessories in exchange for the ultimate output in the magic field. Even Dad marveled at Tony Stark's talent. Sooner or later, he will surpass the samurai of the gods. This is Iron Man's confidence in despising demons. Look! The gates of hell. A clear and pleasant child's voice came. The girl with short hair and shawl pointed to outer space, said with big eyes, wow! It's so spectacular! Xiao. The archaeologist was taken aback. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? How dangerous is outer space? Relax. Jackie Chan. I will protect Xiao. The burly son of Odin, gripping the warmer Mjolnir, said in a deep magnetic voice, what a mere moon demon. There will be no trouble. Thor. Thor in Norse mythology. Future masters of Asgard. Definitely, today's Thor, without the real power of awakening, is hard to match the state of Infinity War. Even so, it is enough to make the ancient demon fear and awe. What's more, Asgardian Heimdall of Bifrost has always been paying attention to Thor's situation. Always report to the King of God. Xiao rubbed the back of her head, looked up at Iron Man's magic weapon and said, Mr. Stark, don't forget the chicken taco. Definitely not. Tony Stark laughed. For Jackie Chan's eccentric niece, she is obviously very fond of it. With that said, the gate of hell finally condensed into shape. In the ancient and vicissitudes of the mysterious portal, you can vaguely see the desolate and lonely hell. A tall and thin figure crossed the gate of hell at the right time, and appeared in the vast outer space. Like an Oriental Taoist priest, the elegant young man wore a bun behind his head, wearing a purple and red robe of the Han dynasty, and his brows were filled with the smell of immortality. There is no impression of a demon at all, and he looks like a banished immortal. This guy? Is it the Moon Demon Mantra? Seeing this, Tony Stark was quite surprised and jealous. Why did the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, choose to appear in a human form, and even so handsome that he almost surpassed me? Cough cough. The sumo wrestler Toru covered his mouth for fear of laughing out loud. However, it must be admitted that the moon demon man Zhou Lan in front of him is completely different from everyone's imagination. Brother Curse Lan. Welcome back from hell. In order to go to outer space, liberate the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan. The Mafia leased a manned spaceship. The words of the Life Foundation are painted on the surface of the spaceship. Control room. W.A. Long with bright red eyes said flatteringly, Brother, I have fulfilled my promise, and it's time to clear up the spell cast on me. Prevent the treacherous and cunning Holy Master from breaking his promise again. The ancient demon cast a spell and fixed the soul of the Holy Lord in the host body. Only by successfully liberating all fellow demons will the spell be cleared. Holy Lord! It's not your turn to teach me how to do things. Zhou Lan sneered, being obedient is your only choice. Immediately, the 5 fingers stretched slightly, releasing a majestic dark energy. Overshadow the Mafia 5. Chapter 3. Walun. Risu. Afen. Afu and Zhou. This is an important supporting role throughout Jackie Chan's adventures. He successively served as the Dark Killer, Ghost General, and Devil's minions. Although he doesn't have high-strength military force and a brilliant mind, he is more loyal than others. Zhou Lan needs help to fight against the outnumbered Avengers. And the Mafia 5 just happens to be worth taking advantage of. Is this transformation magic? Varan with bright red eyes let out a cry. Immediately, surging dark energy poured into Valen's body. Transform it. In a blink of an eye, the arms of arthropods grew, with light grey skin, and long hair dancing wildly, like another version of the Curse Blue. The Lord's Son, the Demon Dragon, bestows fire on the target, as well as the strength and speed of a dragon. As Xiaolong's uncle, how could Zhou Lan not have the same ability? In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Mafia, Zhou Lan used transformation magic to enhance the physique of the members of the Mafia, and rewarded the group of 5 with the ability to survive in a vacuum and cast dark magic. We became 4-handed monsters. Lei Su had a silly expression. Afen, Afu, and Zhou also looked at their current image in surprise. I clearly felt the continuous upsurge of unprecedented strength. Enough to beat Jackie Chan to death. Holy Lord! Follow me to conquer the moon. A calm smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, and then his eyes changed suddenly, showing circles and vortex-spreading lines. Pocket hook jade arrays are dotted on it. The mysterious and evil eyes are like magic pupils. Apparently Zhou Lan decided to fulfill the unrealized ambition of Zhou Lan. Capture the moon. Reshape the Earth's environment. Brother! Your eyes! The Holy Master possessed by Valen was full of doubts. I have never seen Curse Lan cast a similar ability. This is the eye of reincarnation. Also known as the eye that controls life and death, it not only has extraordinary power, but also has a variety of chakra attributes, which can create and destroy the world. Zhou Lan said in an intriguing tone, the long years of serving in hell have made me realize new magic. It's just that there has never been a chance to show its power. Reincarnation Eye? What a high-end and classy name. Big Brother really deserves to be Big Brother. The Holy Lord was full of envy and jealousy when he heard the words. Etc. Capture the moon. Ah-Fen realized later, Master Demon, are you all right? Moon. A natural satellite orbiting the Earth. There are various craters on the surface, and the environment is extremely harsh. Since ancient times, there have been no traces of living creatures. What's the use of occupying the moon? How to solve the problem of daily eating and drinking? Not only Ah-Fen, but Lei Su and Zhou are absolutely unwilling. Shut up! The tall and mighty burly man kicked Ah-Fen and Zhou over, and said with a firm attitude, follow the instructions of Master Zhou Lan. Ah Fu, alias Black Tiger. A martial artist from Hong Kong, the strongest fighter in the mafia. In his first appearance, he defeated Jackie Chan overwhelmingly. Every villain leader pays special attention to Ah Fu. Strong strength, enough to stand alone. Pretty good idea. Ah-Fen reiterated his position, I agree with both hands. Let's hurry up and occupy the moon. Zhou laughed awkwardly. Those who know current affairs are Junja. There is no doubt that all members of the mafia are brilliant. Otherwise, how could they survive to the finale? At the same time, the Quinjet flight vehicle piloted by Tony Stark is close at hand. Through the glass, you can clearly see the superhero of the Marvel Universe and the animation characters of Jackie Chan's adventures. A wonderful feeling that cannot be described in words suddenly arises spontaneously. Slightly. The eccentric Xiao grimaced. It seems that he doesn't pay much attention to the Moon Demon mantra. After all, before the 6 ancient demons had no time to show their fists, they were expelled by the old man. Today will be no exception. Believe that Dad will seal the curse blue with ease. No one can stop me from clocking in. Zhou Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately said in a loud voice, the earth explodes the sky. I saw the eyes of reincarnation suddenly ejaculating. The nearby artificial satellite orbiting the Earth and the Moon suddenly showed signs of imbalance. Moreover, all the substances within a radius of 100 meters continued to gather and pile up, and turned into a huge amounts of chondrite in a blink of an eye. The meteorite is suspended in space and rotates slowly like a miniature moon. The spectacular scene full of visual impact directly shocked the Dragon Team and the Avengers. This is the skill of the Moon Demon. The archaeologist said with an unbelievable expression on his face, could the meteorite be aimed at us? An ominous premonition hit my heart. The moment the voice fell, the meteorite suddenly moved, like a galloping comet, and shot towards the flight vehicle on which the archaeologist was riding. Bad luck! Bad luck! Bad luck! The crow's mouth has come true. Chapter 4 J.A.R.V.I.S. Iron Man gasped when he saw this, and hurriedly woke up the artificial intelligence butler. Activate the weapon system. The shell at the bottom of the Kun-style flight device was unfolded, and the pitch-black metal barrel immediately came into view. Whoosh! One after another Jericho missiles with astonishing destructive power came out with brilliant tail flames. In the blink of an eye, it split into countless small bombs, forming a spread area of a certain scale, and suddenly hit the huge meteorite that was close at hand. Click! Bright fireballs exploded one after another. A wave of air that seemed to be real spread out in all directions. The entire outer space was shaken violently by the explosion of the Jericho missile. The surging light waves spread to an extremely distant place in an instant. It even almost affected the artificial satellites launched by the governments of various countries. The International Space Station, which cost a huge amount of money to build, happened to be on the verge of an explosion, and was impacted by sputtered meteorite fragments, directly causing the collapse of important components. Obviously Tony Stark needs to pay an astronomical amount of damages. Oops! The black aura of the moon demon far surpasses other demons. The old man reminded with a male voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy." "Don't worry, Dad." Jackie Chan's face is extraordinarily resolute and courageous. Putting on blue and forged God's weapons in public, and Thor crossed the hatch and appeared in outer space. As if planning to destroy the oncoming meteorite fragments with his own hands. In order to fight against the ancient demons, Jackie Chan did not return the armor of God sealed up in the mysterious temple. Instead, he chose to continue to borrow the armor. Until all demons roll back to hell. The God armor forged by Lan Kai is made of the same material as Panku's treasure box, imprinted with the spell of occult magic, which can give the host a physique comparable to that of a demon. Survival in a vacuum environment is naturally easier. No wonder the demon of the moon is coming to the finale. Thor stood on the top of the Kun-style flight gun, holding his beloved Warhammer Mjolnir tightly, and said in a rather excited tone. As a god in Norse mythology, he not only symbolizes thunder and storm, but also represents war and power. For the strong, Thor never refuses anyone. Crackle! I saw blazing lightning, surrounding the war hammer. The majestic Viking god then released an extremely gorgeous silver snake, rushing towards the manned spaceship at the end of the line of sight. Where Thor passed by, even the wreckage of the meteorite was hard to stop, it was directly pierced and shattered, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Zhou Lan's upright face appeared in Zhou Lan's iris, making the latter fully aware of the amazing fighting power of the superhero. As expected of a living god. The corner of Zhou Lan's mouth raised, and he once again urged Samsara I to perform the unique move of Tao style, coercion. An invisible gravitational force erupted. The transparent blade-shaped shockwave, like a high-pressure air knife, cut through countless chondrites. Carrying the sharpness of destructive force, continue to shoot at the imminent son of Odin. Well done! Thor's fighting spirit was surging. Lightning collided with the air blade transformed from gravity. A turbulent and violent energy wave erupted from the contact point, and disappeared after a while. This shows how tough the Viking gods are. Soul lost to Thor in Thunder Demon, definitely not because of a sneak attack. Looks like I underestimated the Avengers. Zhou Lan smiled. Not discouraged, but high-spirited. As if the blood is boiling. Brother. This is Thor, son of Odin, who symbolizes the thunder and holds power and authority. Especially the weapon Mjolnir forged by the dying fixed star. Not even Daxia and the Soviet Union can lift Thor's hammer. The Holy Lord explained at the right time and imparted all the information he knew. It seems that I need to show my real skills. Zhou Lan raised his arms and shouted. Gravity suddenly went berserk. Drag the artificial satellites and meteorite fragments in the orbit around the Earth and the Moon. Then, I saw a cosmic storm on a scale that covered the sky and the sun, raging crazily. Even the Quinn-type flight controller driven by Iron Man is out of control. Artificial satellites are obviously unable to resist the oppression of cosmic storms. In a blink of an eye, it was shattered. At the same time, in the control centers of many space powers on the surface, the sound of sirens pierced the sky. The programmer was shocked to find that the artificial satellite signals launched into the sky gradually went out one by one. Especially the United States, it is a heavy loss. Almost half of the more than 600 satellites launched into space since the last century have been wiped out. A navigation and positioning system built on artificial satellites. Communication media relay equipment. Ozone, an atmospheric concentration observatory. Satellite maps that are updated every minute and every second. All in a state of paralysis. What's going on? Why do so many artificial satellites lose their signal? Check. Investigate immediately. The United States California Space Agency office. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes yelled angrily, and almost the entire space agency could hear his roar. Nearly 100 artificial satellites. Even if the uses are different, the specific cost varies, and the cost is a terrifying astronomical figure. What's more, according to the feedback from the astronauts on the International Space Station, the station body has also experienced weightlessness and air leakage. All of a sudden, there were endless calls from the NASA office. Without exception, they are asking about the specific situation. The key space agency is also confused. Chapter 5. A bunch of trash. Can anyone tell me what's happening in space? The same roar sounded in the control centers of various space powers. Not only the United States, the powerful powers basically suffered heavy losses. After all, the emergence of cosmic storms has no warning at all, and it is completely impossible to deal with them in advance. In the face of natural disasters, all technologies, advanced and developed space-based weapons are all reduced to decorations. Leaving aside the paralysis of satellite navigation, the space armaments that have been in operation for many years are directly destroyed. The space agencies of various countries can only knock out their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. It seems that the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, can control the gravitational force as he likes, and his strangely shaped eyes also contain unfathomable energy. The sturdy one-eyed director stroked his chin and said in thought, "Director, Mr. President is calling." Commander Maria Hill said solemnly. The space storm incident seems to have been heard in the sky, and it is listed as a top disaster incident by the United Nations Organization, and its urgency is far higher than that of the Battle of New York. After all, the scope of the disaster in the Battle of New York was limited to one city. And the artificial satellites orbiting the Earth and the Moon have been wiped out one after another, which undoubtedly belongs to the crisis of the entire Earth. Armed helicopters rushed to Washington, D.C. from distant places. Roosevelt Island. The majestic buildings with strong sci-fi colors stand on the shore, facing the Lincoln Memorial across the water. Like the headquarters where S.H.I.E.L.D agents are stationed. 3 curved wings building. On the projection screen, the image of the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, was clearly shown. The Oriental classic-style toga with large sleeves, elegant and handsome face, unusually exaggerated body shape and height, has no impression of ancient demons. There is only a pair of eyes, which seem to spread in circles and vortexes. Arrays of pocket-hook jade are dotted on it, which is extremely breathtaking. This is a super clear picture captured by a spy satellite. Numerous scientific research experts at the scene were flipping through the classics, trying to analyze the method of restraining the moon demon curse blew through research. It is said that Sergeant Black is very familiar with the details of ancient demons. Phil Coulson came to his senses and said, "It is recommended that the chief call Sergeant Blake for details." So S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't know anything. The old man with grey temples led the quick response force to appear in the tricurved wing building. Immediately, with a dignified face, he said unquestionably, "I will take over all affairs from now on." Pierce. Director Cyclops protested instantly, "The Avengers are already in place, I believe the moon demon will be dealt with soon. Representatives of the United Nations can't wait." Pierce waved. Soon, there was a deafening roar from the dome of the building. Immediately, 9 Quinjets rose from the ground, their turbo engines soaring. It sailed to an altitude of 10,000 meters almost instantly. This is an aerospace weapon based on Chitauri legacy technology. Although the Battle of New York caused unprecedented damage and destruction, it also brought alien technology one dimension ahead of the Earth. By reversing Chitauri's advanced equipment, the S.H.I.E.L.D research department produced a series of weapon designs. Quinjet is a remarkable example. Its speed is up to Mach 30, supports spaceflight and long-term combat, and is equipped with a laser cannon with amazing destructive power, gold titanium alloy armor. Once it came out, it attracted unprecedented attention from the United States military. The Avengers and Dragon Team are definitely in a very critical situation, and they need to provide immediate support. Remember to destroy the Moon Demon at all costs. The current Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce, spoke loudly. Clear. Brock Rumlow and his crew maneuvered the Quinjet extremely skillfully. On the way, the monitoring equipment was turned on separately, and the recording screen was rebroadcasted to the projection screen in real time. Looking at the projected screen, Pierce felt as if he was there. This is Quinjet's first collective outing. Scientific research experts can't help but look at each other. Can Earth technology really destroy ancient demons? I hope the Devil of the Moon is willing to talk. Pierce's eyes were deep, and he prayed secretly. Because he doesn't really support the Avengers. What's more, it's actually to contact the Demon of the Moon, Zhou Lan, to buy and win over. For the ambitious HYDRA organization, it is extremely necessary to recruit ancient demons. This is an integral and critical part of insight planning. The problem is that the previous 6 ancient demons, Pierce tried many times to communicate, but there was no result at all. The long prison time in hell seems to have caused problems in the spirit and heart of the demons, making it impossible for them to communicate normally. However, the Moon Demon mantra, which maintains the image of a human being, is different. There is no doubt that it has brought a hard-won ray of light to Alexander Pierce. Chapter 6. My God! No wonder the satellite lost signal. What a terrible disaster broke out in space. As the camera moved, the clear and stable spectacular images were broadcast to the tricurved wing building. I saw a huge amount of vacuum in the vast universe, the artificial satellites orbiting the Earth and the Moon. There are countless defective parts and meteorite fragments scattered around. There was simply no way to catch a trace of the Avengers and Dragon Team. He was buried in the space storm along with the Kun-style flight vehicle he was driving. Could it be that the world-famous Iron Man has fallen? An ominous premonition hit my heart. The 3-curved wing building was almost silent. No one dared to reveal their conjectures. It seems that the danger index of the Moon Demon mantra is far beyond the pre-speculation. The one-eyed director whispered. Hidden in the palm of his trouser pocket, he kept fiddling with an old antique pager. This is a gift from Captain Marvel in the 90s. Using an antique pager, a hyperfrequency signal will be sent to reach Captain Marvel at the end of the universe. In the Battle of New York, Nick Fury chose not to use pagers. But now the Demon of the Moon, Zhou Lan, a supervillain who can control the operation of gravity, has aroused the fear of the one-eyed director. After all, the activities of the previous 6 ancient demons were limited to the continental plates of the Earth. And Zhou Lan is not afraid of the vacuum environment, and the universe allows it to roam. So far, S.H.I.E.L.D still does not have the strength to form a space force. If Zhou Lan succeeds in occupying the Moon, I am afraid that all the space programs of the United States and the launch and deployment of space-based weapons will be completely stagnant. Etc. Pointing to a corner, Phil Coulson exclaimed, "Look! The Quinn flight is intact." Crash! The stacked satellite parts suddenly collapsed. A heavily armored Quinn-type flight vehicle came into view immediately. Through the glass window, the members of the Avengers and Dragon Team could be clearly seen, staggering to their feet. Oops! The Lotus Bud is gone. The old man said frantically, "This is the token of the gods to subdue the Moon Demon Curse Blue, we must find it quickly." Ah! Xiao's face was full of dementia upon hearing this. The gods' token was lost? Without a token of the gods, it means that the Demon of the Moon cannot be sealed. If the Moon Demon is allowed to continue releasing his magic energy, I am afraid that all artificial satellites on the entire Earth will be wiped out. At that time, the collective decline of human civilization will inevitably cause an immeasurable chain reaction. The token of the gods is here. True, a sumo wrestler with a big waist and round waist, said with extreme embarrassment, I crushed it, old man. I saw lotus bud juice sticking to True's buttocks. The scene was once very embarrassing. Oops. The old man went crazy again. There is no way for the old man to subdue the demon of the moon. Back up. Tony Stark felt bad. As expected. I saw True and Xiao spreading their hands. An embarrassing smile appeared at the same time. Hiss. Tony Stark held his forehead and had a headache. Why is the combat power of the moon demon curse blue so exaggerated? Really? The abilities and means displayed by the moon demon mantra are far from those recorded in the magic books. The mysterious and bewitching eyes are extremely bright. It seems to be the source of the curse blue's power. The key problem is that True crushed the god's token. In the desolate and lonely outer space, how to find another fresh lotus bud? Jarvis. Stark told the smart butler, tell Thor and Jackie Chan to hold back the moon demon mantra, and I'll go back as soon as I go. As he said that, a brilliant wave of light burst out from the reaction furnace of Arc-Zion Cow. He stepped across the hatch decisively, as if planning to return to the surface, and prepare the god token again. Whoosh! The soles of the feet shoot out fiery tail flames. Iron Man turned into a rainbow light in the blink of an eye, and swooped down to the surface at an incredible speed, passing through the Stark industrial satellite, rapidly searching for the lotus buds to be released. The satellite map flashes one after another. Finally, I found a pool of lotus flowers that are about to bloom in Chinatown, New York. At the same time, the manned spacecraft of the Mafia slowly landed on the moon. The group of 5, who were endowed with the blue magic energy, came directly to the surface of the moon without being equipped with bulky spacesuits. As far as the eye can see, there is no limit to the barren and ugly land. In the distance lay low hills and mountains. Who said there is life on the moon? What a fraud! Is the nightlife full of lights and feasts gone forever? Leisu, Afen, and Zhou burst into tears, extremely resistant to emigrating to the moon. Beeb. Discover the sights, moon. Is the host checking in? A line of bright golden bold font filled the field of vision. Immediately, a pleasant notification sounded in the ear. Check in. Zhou Lan really chose OK. Then, the magnificent ball of light suddenly burst open. 3 kinds of prop rewards came into view. Chapter 7. There is no doubt that the moon, which has been impacted and shaped for a long time, is an extremely rare attraction. Not only can it distinguish between day and night, but it can also reflect sunlight at night and continue to nourish the vast soil of the earth. If there is no moon, the Earth's environment will definitely undergo earth-shaking and bad changes. Infinite darkness enveloped everything. The exaggerated temperature difference between day and night is enough to exterminate most green plants. Therefore, the moon, which bears the heavy burden of the Earth's ecological balance, provided Zhou Lan with an unusually rich surprise reward. Congratulations to the host for getting the heretic golem. Purify holy water. Rough vibranium stone. After many years, Zhou Lan successfully checked in again. Finally, he succeeded in confirming his guess. The quality of scenic spots is good or bad. It is closely related to the history and popularity of the corresponding attractions. The 3 rewards are all priceless treasures. For example, heretic golems from the world of Naruto. The 10-tailed shell that was sealed off the moon. The shape is like a cross-legged treant with shackles and scrolls binding the hands, feet and mouth, and the 9 eyes on the top of the head are closed forever. Only the holder of the reincarnation eye can psychic heretic golems to assist in combat. Even though the heretic golem lacks tailed beast chakra and is not perfect, it still has extremely incredible combat power. Remind the host. The time and space where the host is located, there are many forms of special energy that are enough to feed the golems of the outside world. Make it evolve into an omnipotent ultimate creature. God Tree. According to the difference in the nature of the feeding energy, the final form of the golem of the outer way will also undergo a qualitative change. Many forms of energy. Phoenix Force? Or Origin Magic Power? Seeing this, Zhou Lan couldn't help but look thoughtful, realizing the sinister intentions of the check-in system. It seems that he is encouraging himself to wreak havoc on the earth. After all, Zhou Lan originally didn't have the ability to feed the heretic golem. Must rely on Earth's superhero. Another prop reward is to purify holy water. According to the introduction of the check-in system, the effect is to eliminate all negative states, including but not limited to, lowering the head, poison, disease, curse, and fetters. As long as Zhou Lan drinks a small amount of purified holy water, the weakness of the god token is directly cured. Unless the gods and warriors come in person, or the Sorcerer Supreme makes a move. Otherwise, Zhou Lan will always be invincible. Finally solved the hidden crisis. Zhou Lan smiled all over his face. Produced by the system, it must be a boutique. There is no need to doubt the efficacy of the medicine. Because all item rewards have actually been strengthened by the check-in system. Crash. Manipulate the force of gravity to extract a small amount of purified holy water from the glass bottle. I saw the colorful solution like a galaxy pouring into the esophagus along the lips and teeth. The clearly visible brilliant light immediately overflowed through hundreds of millions of pores. It's like removing the shackles that have been carried for a long time. The demonic energy that had been suppressed by the god's token erupted suddenly. Brother! You actually broke free from the fetters arranged by the gods. The Holy Master couldn't believe it. That's right. Zhou Lan said with a smile, the long prison time in hell has allowed me to comprehend new magic, which is enough to purify the bondage of the god's token and regain my freedom. Hiss! The Holy Lord couldn't help taking a breath when he heard the words. What a familiar line! How much inspiration did the long prison time in hell give to the elder brother? There are endless new magic tricks. Simply unheard of, unseen. Could it be that it was a mistake to escape from hell by oneself? The Holy Lord was full of annoyance and remorse. The last reward is the rough vibranium stone. Zhou Lan is very familiar with and covets vibranium. After all, this is one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe. The value is extremely expensive. 1 gram of vibranium is clearly priced at $10,000. What's more, the material of vibranium originally is special enough, it is a substance not found in the periodic table of elements, it can absorb various forms of energy, store or release it. Conventional weapons, there is simply no way to leave marks on vibranium. African primitive tribe Wakanda. It is precisely because of a small amount of vibranium foreign exchange trade that it has become a superpower on the earth. Its level of medical technology can easily cure even cancer. As for the military strength, it is almost a dimension ahead of the earth. Infinity War begins. As the main force, the Wakanda tribe wiped out countless vanguards. Just having vibranium is enough to create a nation beyond Wakanda on the moon. Definitely, provided the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One chooses to stand by. Odin, the old God King, is not to be feared. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One in its heyday was the exact opposite. Inhumans! Get ready to meet your Emperor! Zhou Lan put on a smile and put his hands together. Psychic! Heretic Golem! A sudden earthquake erupted. I saw the fission of the depressions on the surface of the moon, and from the huge amounts of the abyss, a huge monster with sharp edges and corners suddenly jumped out. Like a drytreant, the image is extremely terrifying and ferocious, standing on the surface of the moon, with a majestic and stalwart physique, continuing to exude vigorous vitality. Wow! There are not many tree people uglier than me. Lei Su said with a naive look. Hush! Don't tell the truth. Ah Fen and Zhou hurriedly reminded their partners for fear of offending the new demon boss. Chapter 8. Report to the Secretary General. Strange creatures appear on the moon. The belated Quinn-style fighter group readjusted the surveillance cameras. Then focus on the heretic golem that appeared out of thin air. Surface. Tricurve Wing Building. Many agents on the scene boot at the same time. The heretic golem, which is nearly 100 meters long, looks like an ancient war tree in a fairy tale, but its image is more withered and its appearance is more ferocious. Like an underworld creature stepping out of hell. This monster came from the demon's call of the moon. Who is his target? Pause the attack. Wait and see. Gaze at the heretic golem presented by the projection screen. Alexander Pierce decisively ordered the Avengers to stop all attack plans. Not only him, even the one-eyed chief felt curious. It seems that a shocking secret is about to be slowly revealed in front of your eyes. At the same time, the lunar city of Zhou Lan. I saw buildings full of strong sci-fi colors standing row upon row. It's like a fantasy city. Beautiful. However, all the buildings in Zhou Lan were shaking violently at this moment. It was as if an earthquake of unprecedented scale had erupted. Cracks like spider webs gradually grew on the ground, and citizens fell everywhere in a panic. The impact of the underground slums is even stronger. The mines that were dug day and night suffered from collapses and subsidences one after another. Trapped countless low-caste slave laborers in the ruins. Inhumans. A mutated creature created by biochemical experiments of the Kree Empire, which has the same ancestors as humans on Earth. By absorbing the mist created by Turigen crystals, Inhumans will awakening all sorts of strange super abilities. In stark contrast to mutant. This active awakening is expensive. It will cause the loss of control of the gene chain and genetic material. Deformed chromosomes passed down from generation to generation are enough to destroy the entire ethnic group. Therefore, in order to save themselves, the Inhumans started long-term eugenics and birth control management. Therefore, a backward and rigid caste system was gradually formed. Social identity and class status, once designated, can never be surpassed or changed. Although the system is rigid and feudal, the level of science and technology of the Inhumans is unexpectedly developed. The space mobile city named Zhou Lan migrated several times from the North Atlantic Ocean to the Himalayas and then to the Moon. It is undoubtedly the best proof. The S.H.I.E.L.D is being attacked by monsters. The dignified lady with fiery red hair said in a cold and confused voice, "Has the location of Zhou Lan been discovered by the invaders?" "This is Black Bolt's wife. Queen Medusa. As an alien, she has great stamina. Moreover, the density and length of hair can be controlled as desired, as a means of attack and defense. Even with her hair cut off, Medusa can still temporarily maintain control. Definitely, in most cases, she is not a fighter, but a translator. Responsible for conveying orders from her husband. My king intends to go out and repel the enemy himself." Queen Medusa listened to her partner's thoughts and relayed, "The royal guards are going to the mine as soon as possible to rescue the alien compatriots who have fallen into the ruins. It's not too late. Hurry up and act." With that said, one team after another of the royal guards rushed out of the palace. And Queen Medusa, alongside Black Bolt King Black Cuthbert, just arrived at the city's borders. Click! Click click click! The deafening roar continued to explode. Through the protective cover, you can clearly see the majestic golem, punching wildly. Even the technological fortress once built by the Kree Empire cannot withstand the continuous bombardment of heretic golems for a long time. I saw the protective shield flickering constantly one after another. It seems that it will collapse and be paralyzed at any time. The device that isolates the atmosphere and ultraviolet rays and maintains Zhou Lan's suitable ecological balance, once it collapses. I am afraid that all aliens will be exposed in the vacuum environment. Instant death. Therefore, the monsters attacking Zhou Lan must be dealt with as soon as possible. Tetanus. Teleport my king. The handsome, slender, and tall girl Crystal patted the huge bulldog beside her and said softly. Wong. The big dog called Tetanus instantly turned into blurred silk. Together with Black Bolt King, they crossed the shield and appeared on the surface of the moon. The bulldog got the ability of teleportation by absorbing the Turigen mist, and it is easy to go back and forth between the Earth and the Moon in an instant. As for survival in a vacuum environment, it is even more pediatric. Black Bolt. Zhou Lan has a keen insight into the unexpected dog that suddenly appeared. Then the attention shifted to the big guy brought in by the bulldog. With a height of nearly 2 meters and a burly and strong physique, he far exceeds Thor, the son of Odin. This is one of the few existences who can single-handedly defeat the normal Thanos. Something even the Hulk couldn't do. This shows how terrifying the alien leader Black Bolt is. Brother is so reckless. Continue to pull hatred. Cold sweat secreted from Shenzu's forehead, and his face became more and more ugly. Dragon Group. The Avengers. Inhumans. The three forces joined forces. Could it be that the eldest brother really intends to rely on his own strength to fight against it? Chapter 9. Really? The Lord's worries are not superfluous. Even if Zhou Lan untied the shackles of the god's token and removed the shackles he had carried for a long time, the devilish energy was unprecedentedly strong. Son of Odin in Norse mythology. Iron Man who cultivates both magic and martial arts. An archaeologist in the armor of God. It's also not a decoration. The scene of the 6 demon compatriots being defeated and expelled was still vivid in the Holy Master's mind. The key is that there is life on the moon. With the Holy Master's experience, it is clear enough to distinguish the strength and bravery of the incoming enemy. Brother is in danger. Looks like it's our turn. Afu. Risu. Afen and Zhou said in unison. At this moment, the group of 4 looks like a pocket-sized curse blue, and possesses magic energy, which can release terrifying dark magic. Survive in a vacuum without fear. Even control a certain range of gravity. What's more, at a height of nearly 100 meters, the majestic golem of the heretics stood tall like a giant spirit god, guarding the left and right. Who will win? Not yet known. My king hail! Get rid of the ugly earth monster! A stranger shouted happily. They are well dressed and their clothes are made of rare materials. Without exception, they are all high-caste nobles. In contrast, the low-caste aliens who lived underground lived in a dark and claustrophobic environment, and their faces were numb with indifference. The caste system implemented by HYDRA artificially divided high and low. As a result, the slums and the city center are like 2 worlds. Even the Black Bolt King, who will join the Illuminati in the future, is still powerless to change the rules set by his ancestors. After all, old habits die hard. Since you can't do it, let me do it. Zhou Lan let out a sneer and said, Black Bolt, how about giving up the stupid fight? Swear allegiance to me. I can guarantee that HYDRA's rigid and backward caste system will be crushed. Let the Inhumans become the greatest intelligent life in the galaxy again. Wow! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The alien nobles who watched the real-time broadcast showed an incredible expression. Through these words, it is enough to conclude that the intruder suffers from severe Alzheimer's disease. Because the Inhuman race has already become the greatest intelligent life in the galaxy. As for reforming the caste system? Even more ridiculous. This is a superior system established by the former king of HYDRA to maintain the stability of the alien population for generations. Once overthrown, the deformed gene chain will get out of control sooner or later. The entire group will cease to exist. How can my king agree? Definitely. The object of Zhou Lan's speech was not aimed at alien nobles, but to confuse alien slaves who worked hard day and night. A dark mine. Pairs of grey eyes suddenly lit up. Countless aliens of low caste raised their heads one after another, staring at the live broadcast screen. Eyes locked on Zhou Lan. The savior of suffering who threatens to reform the caste system. Zhou Lan's simple declaration, like a spark falling into the wilderness, completely ignited the alien slave workers who were already full of complaints. And the royals are still in the dark. Leave my city. The Black Bat King with a firm face suddenly issued a warning. Even if he spoke softly, it still caused extremely terrifying and exaggerated movements. I saw a substantial sound wave erupting on the surface of the moon. The violent impact swept the lunar soil, directly setting off a sandstorm of overwhelming scale, blowing the unprepared Mafia to an extremely distant place. Even the manned spacecraft in the basin will not be spared. It was twisted into a mass of broken copper and iron, and scattered. Black Bolt, as an alien royal family, received the mutagenesis of Turigen mist during the fetal period, awakening the super ability to release pseudosonic waves through sound. The maximum power of the onomatopoeia is equivalent to detonating a nuclear bomb. Moreover, it will be accompanied by disasters such as volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and crustal tearing. In order to protect his people from harm, Black Bolt swore to keep his mouth shut for life. Only when Adalan is endangered, will he choose to open his mouth to fight. Hail! My king will win! Seeing the intruders scurrying around in embarrassment, the alien nobles burst into cheers again. There is no doubt about the strength of Black Bolt King at all. Throughout the ages, countless careerists tried to enslave the Inhumans, but they all lost to the mighty Black Bolt King. Among them is Ronan, the military commander of the Carey Empire. Can the intruder rival Ronan? The answer is undoubtedly no. Victory will eventually belong to my king. However, the shocking picture was immediately displayed in front of all the aliens. The 5 fingers and wrists of the intruder in the toga and long sleeves suddenly turned the color of ink, emitting black smoke. Dark water. The Black Bat King, who was far away, rushed towards the intruder uncontrollably in the blink of an eye. Then, the intruder held the neck tightly. No matter how Black Bolt King struggles, it is difficult to get rid of the restraint. The situation turned in an instant. Fast as lightning. In an instant, all the strangers stood up. Why did my king take the initiative to throw himself into the trap? Chapter 10. Dark Water. This is the most evil fruit in the world of One Piece, the fruit move of the dark fruit. The body turns into a black hole, releasing infinite gravity. Suction the target of attack to yourself. No matter how far the distance is, there is no way to escape and get rid of it. And, once it touches the entity of the enemy, it will suppress the opponent's super ability. Zhou Lan got the dark fruit when he checked in for the first time. It's just that there has never been a chance to show its power. Let go! Black Bolt King suddenly let out a roar, instantly raising the frequency of the onomatopoeia to the extreme. The terrifying power is like a nuclear bomb erupting on the spot, and a spectacular mushroom cloud rises from the ground, enough to destroy and crush the invaders. The essential. The imagined picture did not appear at all. Black Bolt seems to have lost his ability to love and hate aliens. It seems that my guess is indeed correct. Zhou Lan is particularly satisfied with the results of the in vivo experiments. The dark fruit is enough to take effect against all genetically mutated targets. Regardless of the species, its ability is temporarily invalidated. Like the Inhumans. Mutant. Strewer. In addition, the dark fruit has an unusually terrifying effect, robbing the dead target's ability. Need to continue testing? Zhou Lan thought for a while and resolutely gave up this plan. Because there are no devil fruits in the Marvel Universe. Whether the laws of the world of One Piece will take effect is still unknown. Hey! Zhou Lan showed surprise, and suddenly felt an unprecedentedly powerful technological force erupting from Black Bolt King. Stab it! I saw a layer of light erupting suddenly on the surface of Black Bat King. The electron energy dissociated nearby suddenly hit Zhou Lan's elegant robe, causing sparks to burst forth. This power does not come from blood. Black Bat King has gained the ability to control electronic energy simply by relying on the alien technology that is ahead of the Earth. Electronic energy continues to give Black Bat King body strengthening. Make it mentally amplified, able to survive in a vacuum, flight. As for releasing the shockingly destructive onomatopoeic waves, it was nothing at all. After all, in most cases, Black Bolt keeps silent. It seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Lan smiled. As everyone knows, the Avengers and the Dragon team have the same idea. He really underestimated the Moon Demon mantra. As the elder of the ancient demon, the veritable big brother. The finale, the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, undoubtedly showed shocking strength. Both mind and appearance are breathtaking. The key moon is absolutely not to be missed. Once it falls, all space programs on Earth and the deployment of space-based weapons will be in vain. Moreover, the future will always be trapped on the Earth, and dare not step out of the atmosphere. So even if they all die together, they still have to expel the Moon Demon mantra. Oops! When exactly will Stark return? The younger brother said frantically with a Drake voice. Without a token from the gods, how could he seal the Moon Demon mantra? Looks like the Dragon team needs the help of T-Girl. The eccentric girl smiled slyly, put on a red cloak suddenly, carried a silver suitcase, and walked towards the hatch of the Quinn-type flight device. Crash! The silver suitcase is open. The Mark V portable armor came into view. This is the T-Girl armor developed by Tony Stark especially for Xiao. The body shape, and various data are completely based on Xiao himself. 12 card slots are hollowed out and engraved on the mouth of the battle armor, which can place the zodiac charms that carry the divine power of the Holy Lord. Click! Click! Xiao put both hands in the suitcase. Immediately, the metal parts spread out along the arm. In the blink of an eye, transform into a pocket Iron Man with Jade's style. Later, the Hungarian card slots are inlaid with 12 charms in turn. A magic prop that symbolizes the divine power of the Holy Lord, with lifelike animal patterns painted on the surface. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. A total of 12 zodiac signs. Each spell has incredible power. It seems to be the sole prop that runs through the adventures of Jackie Chan. The combination of spells can produce even more incredible effects. For example, the combination of chicken and rabbit is equal to sonic flight. The combination of horse and dog symbolizes immortality. The T-Girl is dispatched. The fully armed Xiao stepped through the hatch and came to the vast and boundless outer space. Whoosh! The solace of the feet spray hot flames. I saw the chicken and rabbit charms echoing each other, like a galloping phantom light rushing towards the moon. Xiao! The archaeologist was stunned when he saw this. Stark actually made a T-Girl armor. And, without informing yourself? Simply too much. Ha 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 ha. Hello, T-Girl. The son of Odin laughed. Undoubtedly, I feel gratified and honored by Miss T's support. I didn't hurt Xiao in vain. Soon, superhero landed on the surface of the moon one after another. Jackie Chan wore the armor of God and lined up in the west. The son of Odin grasped the hammer Mjolnir, and lined up east. Xiao was wearing a portable T-Girl battle armor and lined up in the south. Black Bat King gritted his teeth and lined up in the north. And the Moon Demon Curse Blue is located in the center. Such a visually impactful picture was naturally broadcast to the surface in real time. Chapter 11. Washington, D.C. Tricurve Wing Building. Staring at the picture presented by the projection screen, all the agents on the scene gave up expression management. Without exception, they were dumbfounded. Even Alexander Pierce felt an uncanny feeling. Intelligent life. Intelligent life exists on the moon. Survive in a vacuum environment without fear, follow your words, and release amazing destructive onomatopoeia. The essential. Even so, it is still unable to match the Moon Demon Curse Lan. Easily captured by the Curse Blue. Is this the kingdom that Zhou Lan once ruled? When will the Avengers act? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson look good. If you continue to let the demon of the moon curse Lan to do anything wrong, I'm afraid the whole moon will be torn apart. In addition, since the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations has been discovered, as a national strategic defense attack and logistics support force, we must closely track and pay attention. After all, who can guarantee that extraterrestrial civilizations will not imitate Chitauri and attack the Earth? The universe is a dark forest, every civilization is a hunter with a gun, and ghost sneaks into the forest like a ghost. Any hunter who exposes himself will fall into a situation beyond redemption. At the same time, Iron Man is finally gone and back. Pass the container of lotus buds to True. Don't crush it. Stark reminded. Oops. Don't disturb Dad to recast the spell. Dad said in a hurry. Then, configure the potion again and sprinkle it on the lotus buds. I saw a burst of emerald green light erupting from the lotus bud, suddenly full of vitality, possessing incredible magic attributes. At this moment, the lotus bud in front of her eyes seemed to be transformed into a token of the gods. Goblins, goblins, go away! Goblins, goblins, go away! Goblins, goblins, go away! A surge of magical energy separated the lotus buds. The blossoming petals rushed towards the end of their sight in an instant. The undiscovered demon of the moon, Zhou Lan. Whoosh! The lotus bud is like a galloping lightning, quickly approaching Zhou Lan from far to near. Crash! The blossoming petals with righteous magic instantly hit the stalwart moon demon. Great! Daddy hail! Finally able to eat chicken tacos. Girl T jumped up and applauded. However, she soon found that she didn't get a response. Even Uncle Long, who has always been long-winded, fell silent. Puzzled eyes, then turned to a direction not far away. I saw the figure of a refined Taoist priest clearly reflected in the iris. Curse blue. The god's token didn't surrender the curse? Wrong variety of lotus bud. Miss T reasonably guessed. After all, Pop's magic never fails. Other than that, there is no other reason. The bond between the god's token and the mantra was forcibly broken by an unknown force. It is impossible to expel the curse blue with the god's token. Stark's voice is hoarse. Really? Papa originally didn't have the ability to subdue ancient demons. In the final analysis, it is just repeating the spell of the god warrior. And the fetters of the god token disappeared. Undoubtedly, it is as difficult as going to the sky to try to seal the curse blue with one's own strength. It seems that Big Brother has the ability to restore the prosperity of the demon rule. The Holy Master's bright red eyes flickered slightly. After serving a long sentence in hell, the eldest brother has made great strides. There is an endless stream of new magic. Even the well-informed Holy Master felt hopeless. Reincarnation I. Heretic Golem. Dark Water. I'm afraid that even the me in my heyday can't compete with the Big Brother today. The Holy Lord made up his mind at this moment, and loyally followed the moon demon, Zhou Lan. Oops. Father needs to go back and look through the classics to find other ways to expel the moon demon. And one more thing. Dad reminded, Jackie Chan. Remember to stop Curse Lan from controlling the moon. Ah? Listen to the conversation coming from the communicator. Archaeologists can't help being dumbfounded. Dad didn't subdue the demon of the moon? Stop Curse Blue from controlling the moon? My god! Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jackie Chan was very frantic. Click. A series of electric sparks filled the lunar soil. I saw the burly and powerful Viking god pacing out. Earth magic can't subdue Curse Blue. The gods of Asgard may not lose. Thor is fighting high. Holding the beloved warmer Mjolnir tightly, a blazing light spreads from the body surface, as if the flames of a true god are blazing. Really? The ominous omen came true. Captain Marvel has to be notified. Nick Fury looked heavy. Immediately, he took out the antique pager and entered a code, which was sent to the unreachable end of the universe. The screen of the pager flickered, and then transformed into a red and blue starburst symbol. It's the iconic Captain Marvel logo. Undoubtedly, the Earth no longer has the ability to solve the curse, and only Captain Marvel can be dispatched to eliminate the magic himself. Chapter 12. Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. This is the first superhero Nick Fury met. Because of the Tesseract's radiation baptism, he accidentally obtained astonishing cosmic energy, like moving infinite gems, and his normal combat power is comparable to the Heavenly Father. Even Ronan the Accuser had no choice but to run away from Captain Marvel. The key is whether Danforth can arrive in time. The bald chief expressed doubts. According to the agreement, send a distress signal through the pager, no matter how far away, Captain Marvel will quickly support. However, even if Carol Danvers can fly at the speed of light, it is estimated that he will not be able to travel to and from the Milky Way in an instant. The problem is that this is the end of the story. Nick Fury had no choice. At the same time, the other side of the distant starry sky. Moon. I saw the stalwart moon demon waving his sleeves gracefully. A member of the Mafia with a cursed blue face and 2 pairs of arthropod arms immediately appeared and landed in front of the superhero. Walloon. Risu. Afen. Afu and Zhou. In order to fight against the Avengers and the Dragon team, Zhou Lan endowed the Mafia with the ability to curse blue magic, survive in a vacuum environment without fear, and release dark magic. Now it finally comes in handy. Go. My faithful servant. Zhou Lan made a loud voice and said, kill all superheroes. The fingertips seemed to be hanging down invisible threads. Meteorite fragments and satellite debris floating within a radius of 100 meters swept along. Apparently, the group of 5 has fully mastered the method of using the cursed blue magic energy. Can control the operation of gravity at will. As a means of attack and defense. Click. Click. The burly figure surrounded by the blazing lightning suddenly lifted into the air. A Viking deity from Asgard with lightning-like eyes. Curse blue. I have to admit that your strength surpasses all demons, even King Lauf of the giants of Jotunheim. But justice will triumph over evil. Thor gripped his beloved hammer, Mjolnir, and said in a deep voice. The moment the voice fell, an unprecedented violent electric current shook. It seems that there is static electricity all over the space. Immediately, dark clouds gathered and formed. The blazing lightning and the razor frantically fled. A series of super lightning suddenly enveloped the area where the curse blue stands. Completely turned the moon into the country of thunder, the world of Thunderbolt. Completely covered the figure of the moon demon. For the glory of the god of the north. Thor had a must-win smile on seeing this. A terrifying thunderstorm of this scale can definitely hit the curse blue hard. After all, divine power and magic are similar in nature. Can cause substantial damage to demons. Etc. Look! The archaeologist suddenly exclaimed. It seems to have seen a picture that will never be forgotten. The stalwart monster that appeared through psychics opened its mouth wide. He even took the initiative to accept all the thunderstorms and electric glows. Thor's lightning. Can it nourish the heretic golem? Zhou Lan's eyes lit up, and he had a keen insight into the changes in the body of the sacred tree. It seems that the various energies determined by the check-in system do not specifically refer to origin magic power, Phoenix Force. Can the key magic energy fill the golem of the heretics? Make it evolve into the ultimate biological tree? Seems worth the wait. I hope that by punching it Elan, I can harvest magical immunity props. Zhou Lan prayed. Although the thunderstorm summoned by the son of Odin missed him, it caused an unforgettable sting. No wonder demons resist touching the Panka box. Zhou Lan finally realized the danger of magic. Almost natural restraint black aura. Shit. Tony Stark, who arrived late, had an extremely ugly face hidden by a mask. The unsealable demon of the moon, the mafia with soaring fighting power, the suspicious lunar civilization. The development trajectory of the plot is undoubtedly completely out of my control. How will it end next? Chapter 13. Zhou Lan. A space mobile city built by the Inhumans. After a long period of repeated migrations, I finally reached the end of the journey. Moon. However, with the launch of the space arming program of the Earth's powers, artificial satellites have emerged in an endless stream. Various forms of probes have landed on the Moon. This makes Zhou Lan's hiding increasingly difficult. Especially the alien royal family headed by Black Bolt King, with old and rigid thinking, refused to start the Earth-Moon War, and took the initiative to plunder the Earth's material resources. Another member of the royal family, Maximus, has the opposite attitude. He believes that HYDRA is more advanced and should rule the Earth and human beings. However, Black Bat King and Queen Medusa turned a deaf ear to it. Therefore, Maximus has been plotting a coup d'état all along, forcing Black Bolt to abdicate. It's just that due to the terrifying power of the Black Bolt King, he dared not act hastily. Fortunately, the ancestors favored. Black Bolt has left Zhou Lan. With a sly smile on his face, Maximus said thoughtfully, the key strengths of Medusa and Gorgon should not be underestimated. With an army composed of low-caste aliens, there is absolutely no hope of overthrowing the rule of Black Bolt King. The moment the voice fell, the image of the moon demon Zhou Lan immediately came into view. Crazy Maximus can't help but think about it. Exorcism swallow wolf. Sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Soon, the coup will begin. Ugly low-caste soldiers, led by Maximus, raided the city control hub of Zhou Lan. In an instant, dead bodies were everywhere. The air is filled with the pungent smell of blood. After all, a coup d'état is not a dinner party, an elegant ceremony before soldiers. Instead, beat the dog in the water. While you are sick, I will kill you. Close the outer shield. Maximus's voice was low, his pupils burst into a magical light, and he instantly became the adjutant of the hypnotic ability Royal Guard. This is the inhuman ability of Maximus awakening. Through language, or eyes, control the target thinking. Plus, the Turigen mists greatly enhanced Maximus' mind, making him a bona fide super genius. On par with Iron Man Tony Stark, Dr. Bruce Banner, Amnezola, and Stephen Strange in IQ. But there is no stage to display their talents. Blame it all on the stupid inhuman royal family. Crash! I saw the outer protective shield covering Zhou Lan flickering continuously. It seems that it will go out at any time. Completely expose the entire space mobile city to the eyes of the world. Queen Medusa panicked, there is a problem with Zhou Lan's defense system. Investigate immediately. Before the key guards could move in time, the outer protective cover had already begun to slowly shrink. Then disappear. Off. The dark and vast outer space instantly replaced the blue sky and white clouds simulated by technology. Regardless of the high caste nobles or the slave workers in the mine, all of them showed stunned expressions, and there was no sound. The Moon City actually took the initiative to leak. Closed the outer shield. Tony Stark gasped. All kinds of questions came to mind. Can't help but speculate on the real intention of the inhuman race's move. Could it be that the extraterrestrial civilization decided to use space-based weapons to eliminate the Moon Demon mantra? For the strength of Black Bolt King, Stark felt shocking. The ability to release onomatopoeic waves through words is terrifying to the extreme. The power generated by a roar is comparable to the explosion of 100 Jericho missiles. If it weren't for Black Bolt King's frequent roars and release of onomatopoeic waves to interfere with the golem of the heretics, I'm afraid the team of Avengers and Dragons has been defeated. Destroyed by the Moon Demon curse. Oh who? Zhou Lan's eyes were slightly startled. You actually gave up your defense on your own initiative. An alien is so bold. He had a keen insight into the upheaval in Zhou Lan. In any case, it is a great thing. After all, shattering shields with psychic heretic golems is thankless work. If it leads to the collapse of Zhou Lan's urban system and the extinction of abilities extraordinary future citizens, the loss will undoubtedly be more than worth the loss. What's more, HYDRA Lan is also a scenic spot judged by the system. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable physically and mentally. Immediately, he stood up from the ground, turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the moon city HYDRA Lan. The speed is so fast that it seems to break through the sound barrier. Infinitely close to the speed of light. No. Step. My city. A burly and sturdy figure blocked the only way. Suddenly exhaled and made a sound. It was sonorous and forceful, roaring one after another, and finally pieced together a complete sentence. Boom boom boom. Every word Black Bolt uttered seems to have turned into a real note. Submerge the curse blew directly. Detonated the entire outer space. Chapter 14. What a terrifying onomatopoeia. My Veronica, can I resist such an impact? Seeing this, Tony Stark's eyes flickered, and a series of conjectures and calculations could not help but emerge. There is no doubt that the answer is cold and cruel. Cannot. It seems that I have no right to be arrogant at all. In addition, anti-sonic armor must also be put on the agenda. Take precautions. No. Step. My city. Black Bolt repeats his lines again. Thrilling words, cadence. The shocking onomatopoeia waves, like a violent space tsunami, swept across the demon at the end of sight. Curse blew. Interesting. Zhou Lan suddenly stopped moving. Immediately, the magical pupils that seemed to spread in circles and vortexes burst into brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton is formed like ink pouring. Cover it up. Then, the texture of countless meridians, tendons, and bones spread on it, once again presenting the Fuzi-style chakra armor. The brave posture of holding the sword and shield with both hands is full of unprecedented strong visual impact. This is Susanoo. In the world of Naruto, the power of God can only be unlocked by opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Symbol of destruction and destruction. After serving a long sentence in hell, Zhou Lan continued to grope, and finally mastered Susanoo's awakening method. However, the color that Susanoo presents is not any one known in the world of Naruto. Like a black body poured with ink, it resembles an elemental dark fruit. Produced by the system, it must be a boutique. Two completely different forces are obviously slowly integrating. Nani. In the distant atmosphere, the Quinjet flight is returning. The sumo wrestler from Sakura's hometown suddenly widened his eyes and subconsciously shivered. The fears cultivated in childhood, the breeding of uncontrollable madness. The shape of Susanoo in front of me is so familiar. It turned out to be very much like the mummy general who dominated the ancient Fuzang. The sword and shield held by the general's hands. Undoubtedly more familiar. It is like an artifact in the legend of Fuzang. Ten-fist sword and Yada mirror. Why can Zhou Lan summon General Fuzang mummy? Trudeau was puzzled. Later, I saw Susanoo holding up the Yada mirror. The deafening sonic boom exploded. The shockingly destructive onomatopoeic wave instantly hit the incorporeal black spiritual shield transformed from pure energy. A massive energy pulse blowout. Onomatopoeic waves comparable to the power of 100 Jericho missiles. Enough to evaporate a city. But it can't break through the defense of the Yada mirror at all. On the other hand, the moon's crust couldn't bear the impact of the vast energy, it cracked suddenly, and there were traces of terror blooming in an instant. My God! Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky! Jackie Chan said frantically, continue to fight, I'm afraid the moon will explode directly, and we won't be able to enjoy the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Really? Stark is condescending, overlooking Kong Wu's powerful black Susanoo, the expression on his face is extraordinarily complex, revealing disbelief, even admiration, all kinds of emotions. I have to admit that the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, is the strongest demon he has ever encountered. An endless stream of magic, unheard of. I'm afraid Thanos, Emperor of the Universe. Facing the curse blue, there is still no power to fight back, right? Bring it on. Keep feeding my heretic golem. Zhou Lan waved his hand and said. The provocative act of contempt undoubtedly succeeded in angering Thor. Crackling. Surrounded by blazing electric light, the majestic and sturdy Viking god, holding his beloved Warmer Mjolnir tightly, locked his eyes on the huge monster like a withered tree man. Thor still remembers the image of the golem devouring all the thunderstorms. Therefore, even though Thor was extremely angry, he still did not choose to act rashly and summon lightning bombardment again. Caution is the boat. This is a proverb that archaeologists repeat oft. Looks like it's my turn to make a move. Zhou Lan made a mudra with both hands. Moment. The black Susanoo almost posed in the same seal pose. Immediately, I saw an endless stream of dark magic energy expanding wildly in all directions. It seems that a lunar eclipse is about to happen, and it also looks like the ultimate darkness released by the ghost shadow core. The violent dark energy is rapidly enveloping the moon. Pollute the moon. Get it off track. Only when the moon is alienated and completely reduced to a magic weapon controlled by Zhou Lan can his strength be qualitatively changed. Even among the ranks of level Godfather strong. After all, Zhou Lan is in a time and space where not only the anime characters of Jackie Chan's adventures, but also the superhero of the Marvel Universe. Do you think everything will be fine if you remove the fetters of the God token? Simply whimsical. Existences that can subdue Zhou Lan abound. Beeb. Discover the sights, Adelan. Is the host checking in? Chapter 15. Hey? Check in from a distance? Originally, Zhou Lan thought that he had to be in a scenic spot to check in. Turns out it wasn't the case. It seems that you can check in within a certain distance from the scenic spot. Really easy. Beeb. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fairy bean seeds. Blank Godhead. The dazzling light instantly filled the entire field of vision. In the backpack space of the check-in system, there are colorful props and rewards. The first to bear the brunt is a seed. According to the introduction of the check-in system, it's fairy bean seeds. From the world of Dragon Ball. Cultivated by the cat fairy who lives in Kailan-Tat, after eating it can guarantee you will not be hungry for 10 days, repair all injuries on your body, and restore all your mental and physical strength. Definitely, it cannot take effect on viruses that appear in the body. The reason why Adelan implements the caste system. Precisely because of the scarcity of resources, the distribution of substances must be controlled artificially. Grow fairy beans. Problem solved. Seeing this, Zhou Lan couldn't help showing a knowing smile, and said imaginatively, when the celestial bean seeds are mature and mass-produced, the alien legion that will counterattack the earth with arms. Once a soldier is injured, eat it immediately, and instantly restore all injuries and physical strength. Who can defeat such a rambunctious army? It has to be said that the system rewards itself with fairy bean seeds just right. Enough to be regarded as a national treasure level strategic material. As for the other item that rewards blank Godhead. According to the system introduction, the effect is even more unexpected. Godhead. As the name suggests, the personality of God. It is actually the same nature as the fairy class depicted in the Oriental magic world. Why are the 8 immortals who subdued ancient demons called God warriors? It is precisely because of the merits and virtues that the Godhead was forged and successfully attained Taoism and immortality. If you have not condensed the Godhead, even if you have faith, you will be regarded as a false god. Thulhu. The Earth civilization has a long history, and naturally evolved all kinds of strange myths and legends. Like Norse mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Egyptian mythology, Fuzu myth, Oriental mythology, etc. Among the mythological systems with different key points, they have the same authority and function. In addition, due to the rapid advancement of modern technology, the gods of the earth born of nature worship have gradually declined in popularity and basically began to wither. Only a few ancient gods can maintain a strong faith. Like God King Odin, God King Zeus. The blank godhead rewarded by the check-in system will manifest its authority according to its own characteristics. Realize the transformation from demon to god. Definitely, the earth has countless mythological systems, and there must be ancient gods with the same authority. With the rise of new gods, the old gods are bound to decline. The war of gods that broke out in order to snatch belief and authority will also repeat itself. Godhead is generated. God name, Curse Blue. God title, God of the Night and the Dark Moon. Level Sub-God Father. Symbol, Samsara Sharingan. Director, Moon, Darkness, Gravity, Astrology. Divine Power, Reflect the Heavens. Believers, Inhumans. Denomination, None. Accompanied by the manifestation of the blank Godhead, a wonderful feeling that cannot be described in words hits my heart instantly. Zhou Lan couldn't help feeling the unprecedented comfort. In my mind, countless voices of prayer and praise echoed. Without exception, they are calling for the moon god. The key is that I didn't create a sect at all. Could it be that this is the strength of the check-in system? Cannibalizing the authority of other gods? It seems that I need to form a section. In the name of moon worship. Sooner or later it will ring in the Marvel multi-universe. Zhou Lan quickly digested the surprise brought by the blank godhead. The devil of the moon, whose Christian name is worshipping the moon. Simply the most suitable. As for the vows to join the church, the honorable names called by believers in prayer will be designed later. After all, the top priority is to completely control the moon. Take it off track. At that time, the Earth's environment will undergo earth-shaking and adverse changes. Enough to harvest a wave of faith. It seems that Big Brother has changed again. W.A. Long with bright red eyes whispered, obviously feeling the aura of a god warrior. Grand, sacred, vast. There is no doubt. Full of the majesty of the gods. This feeling is more than familiar. It is also manifested in Thor, the son of Odin. Could it be that the eldest brother got the godhead fragment? Dove occupying Magpie's nest? The Holy Lord was imagining for a moment. Shit! Is the moon about to fall? It seems that there are frequent signs of earthquakes all over the world. At the same time. Surface. Washington, D.C. 3 Curved Wings Building. It can be clearly seen that the unprecedented dark magical energy, like ink, is rapidly blackening the moon. From the degree of partial lunar eclipse, it gradually expands, and it is infinitely close to the total eclipse. With the gradual deepening of lunar pollution, the monitoring system keeps sending out piercing and sharp alarms. There are a series of natural disaster phenomena all over the world. Earthquake, typhoon, tsunami, volcano eruption. There are no signs and warning signs. Such disasters that violate the common sense of science and the laws of nature are all caused by the departure of the moon from the established orbit, the collapse of the Earth-Moon celestial system, and the imbalance of gravity. If the moon is completely reduced to Curse Blue's plaything, I'm afraid the real doomsday will finally be staged. Chapter 16. Oops. Curse Lan is going to refine the moon as his magic weapon. The old man yelled in the voice of the Drake, and he had an insight into Zhou Lan's intentions almost instantly. Magic weapon. For example, Dad's puffer fish and gecko dry have perfect conduction and compatibility characteristics, and there will be no loss in casting spells. In addition, the moon, which has been impacted and formed for a long time, originally possesses incredible and majestic energy. If Zhou Lan successfully absorbs the energy of the moon, he will undoubtedly go one step further and become the strongest demon ever. I am afraid that only the resurrection of the fighter Lopi of the Lin dynasty can surrender. Father! Quickly figure out a way. T-Girl said anxiously. Even if the cultural class is bad, Xiao can understand the importance of the moon. Without the moon, the balance of celestial bodies in the solar system would break, and a terrifying butterfly effect would definitely erupt. The violent tidal energy would be enough to annihilate all matter on the surface. The key point is that Dad has nothing to do. God tokens can't subdue Curse Blue. Dad said madly. Really? The failure of the God's token completely exposed the shallowness of the father's skills. True. Miss T asked again. Sorry, Jade. The sumo wrestler said with shame. We must stop Curse Lan. Defend the moon. Iron Man and the archaeologist looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. By coincidence, it turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards Zhou Lan. On the way, green lights appeared from both fists. This is the color of righteous magic. Magic must beat magic. Click. Click. Black Bolt King and Odin's son undoubtedly realized the seriousness of the problem, and from the other two directions, a surge of lightning and onomatopoeic waves suddenly burst out. Try to interrupt the ritual of mantra demonizing the moon. That's too late. Zhou Lan raised his arms and shouted, My magic has come to an end, and I am about to pollute the moon and alienate everything. No one can stop my rise. The moment the words fell, the moon suddenly erupted with shocking vibrations. The turbulent dark magical energy has completely covered the eternal natural satellite. I saw that the whole body of the moon was pitch black, as weird as a total eclipse, and it continued to emit intense black light to the extreme, and the picture was gorgeous and dirty. Moment. The Earth, Moon, and Celestial System collapsed. All star force fields in the solar system, cosmic matter, began to gravitationally collapse uncontrollably. Since then, there will be no Mid-Autumn Festival on Earth. My God! Jackie Chan vomited blood, the moon turned black. Fuck! Tony Stark swore. The demon-slaying operation that was supposed to succeed not only failed, but even led to the fall of the only natural satellite of the Earth. His super brain can almost imagine the doomsday disasters on the Earth. At the same time, many aerospace powers have also observed drastic changes on the moon. Without exception, the heads of NASA were shocked. Pollution of the moon, alienation of the moon. The planet that has illuminated the night for generations has fallen? Why is the great moon god still sleeping and not cleaning the house? A prayer sounded. Greece. Rome. Fuzhou. Norway. Believers from all over the world piously call on the god who is in charge of the power of the moon. W.A. Long's brows were slightly frowned with bright red eyes, and suddenly, on a whim, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. I saw the golden magic halo gradually unfolding. A spiraling portal came into view. As if time stood still. All the superheroes on the scene, the crazy collapsing celestial system. They all freeze. The chic figure dressed in a monk's robe and hood instantly occupies his entire field of vision. Looks like I'm late. The uninvited guest took off his hood and revealed a shiny silver head. Baoxiang's solemn face seemed to radiate divine light all the time. Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One. One of the few level godfathers on earth. Lived for 800 days and nights, taught countless excellent secret arts magicians, maintained 3 holy places, and resisted the invasion of Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, all his life. If it weren't for Ancient One's generous death, I'm afraid Thanos, the king of the universe, would never dare to start an infinite war. What's more, Ancient One owns infinite gems. Looking at the eye of Agamotto suspended in the mouth of Sorcerer Supreme, Zhou Lan's complexion was heavy and he was extremely worried. This is the container for the time gem. At this moment, Zhou Lan's space is completely still. Even the celestial system that continues to collapse and collapse is still frozen. Just like the credit of time gem. As the essence of the singularity born in the Big Bang, time gem has unlimited energy and potential. Reverse life and death, predict the future, create a time loop, without exception are basic operations. If Ancient One reverses time and space and restores the moon to its original state, Zhou Lan's efforts will undoubtedly be in vain. Maybe the weakness of the fetters of the gods will also reappear. Damn it! Zhou Lan cursed secretly. Immediately, an endless stream of glass shard-like matter suddenly enveloped the entire starry sky. This is mirror space. Parallel dimensions separated from real time and space. No matter what kind of frightening battle is fought, it will not affect the real time and space. Chapter 17. So far, only Ancient One can summon at will, and enter and exit the mirror world of infinite space. To escape from the mirror space, one must be proficient in teleportation magic, or possess teleportation ability. Otherwise, it is impossible to leave the mirror space for half a step. Moon Devil, your future is so blurry that you can't peek at it, it's simply unreasonable. Sorcerer Supreme put his hands behind his back and said with a puzzled face. Originally, the demon recovery incident was not worth mentioning. The Dragon Team and the Avengers are enough to settle. But now, the Demon of the Moon, Zhou Lan, who appeared at the finale, has a completely different fate, completely subverting the established trajectory. Especially the act of refining the moon as a magic weapon is simply unheard of and unseen. Ancient One deduced the future with the help of Time Gem, tried repeatedly to calculate the fate of Curse Lan. The result was unexpected. It seems that because of the curse of the Moon Demon, all the established future events are all distorted. In particular, the gods of the earth even divided into multiple camps, conspiring to start a battle of gods. What an incredible warning is this! The source of all evil, the initiator of chaos is right in front of you. As long as you convince it, maybe it will get back on track again in the future. Curse Blue. You have two options: retreat to Camartage for 100 years, and cleanse your sins. As a member of the Secret Magician, resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension for life. Secondly, it is trapped in the mirror space and cannot be reborn forever. Sorcerer Supreme earnestly said, think carefully, I am willing to wait for good news here. Hee. Zhou Lan scoffed at the words. Retreat Camartage for 100 years? Well said. Just serve 100 years in prison. As for being a member of the Secret Magician to resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension for life, Zhou Lan said very meaningfully, Sorcerer Supreme, which absorbs the energy of the Dark Dimension and maintains eternal youth, is so sanctimonious, I really admire it. Moment. Sorcerer Supreme is like a thief showing his true colors. The whole person was tense and his complexion changed drastically. It is impossible to maintain a holy demeanor. The huge secret that was guarded against for the rest of my life was exposed by the devil. It seems you have a choice. Sorcerer Supreme did not scold or reprimand, but said with a regretful expression, I will return to the mirror space from time to time to ask if you change your opinion. The moment the words fell, a brilliant golden halo gradually unfolded. The spirally rolled portal took shape accordingly. However, Ancient One's movements stopped instantly. I saw the unprecedented violent gravitational force gushing out from the fingertips of the Moon Demon mantra, which instantly transformed into invisible swords and shot towards Ancient One. The mirror world is like putting the cart before the horse in real time and space. Although, Sorcerer Supreme isolated the Mafia 5 and the Heretic Golem, indirectly weakening the magic blue combat power. But she can't block the natural rule. Gravity. One of the four basic natural forces of the universe. All living beings have their own positions, all because of the effect of gravity. Without gravity, everything in the world would be out of control and out of order. And the power held by the Moon Demon, mantra, happens to be gravity. I heard a lot of prayers. Ancient One. Zhou Lan calmed down and said, my feat of controlling the moon was discovered by the humble creatures on the earth, and the believers started to pray and praise my God name. Even believers appear to call me Night God. Very strange. Zhou Lan looked puzzled. In fact, he deliberately revealed the message that he has a godhead. Godhead. As the name suggests, the personality of God. Possessing a Godhead is enough to enjoy the offerings and sacrifices of believers. This is another way of cultivation, which is similar to the method of becoming a god with incense and fire recorded in the Oriental magic world. If Zhou Lan chooses to answer the prayers of believers, it is equivalent to directly acknowledging his identity as a believer. There will be a subtle connection between each other, and under the action of specific rituals, more in-depth communication can be carried out. It seems that the mirror world can't trap you anymore. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One waved away the portal. Then, the two pocket magic round shields converged and formed, dancing with their movements, and a fiery electric spark erupted, successfully resisting the attack of the invisible blade. This is the Ring of Ragator. A flat round shield that continuously glows orange-yellow light, with mysterious lines all over the surface. Not only can it be used as a means of defense, but also as a means of attack. It seems the battle of gods presented by Time Gem is very likely to break out. Sorcerer Supreme said uncharacteristically, "Curse Lan, I must completely surrender you, otherwise, the world will be in turmoil, and the world will be in chaos. I am afraid that eternal night will come, and there will be no sunrise in the east." Eternal night is coming? In fact, the night has come. As we all know, there is a distinct morning and evening line in the eastern and western hemispheres. Daylight appears on the hemisphere illuminated by the Sunday. The other hemisphere must be at night. Originally, the moon provided light at night. But now the moon has fallen, completely polluted, like a total eclipse on the curtain. An unprecedented dark night unfolded. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, especially in the eastern region, which is even more uneasy. After all, for the worship of the moon, the east is second to none. Chang'e, Guanggan Palace, Jade Rabbit, Mr. Lunar Star, Wu Gang Cut Laurel. Worship a deity who takes the form of an anthropomorphic form. At this moment, with the pollution of the moon, the divine power began to weaken infinitely, and even withered. And the praises and prayers hovering in Zhou Lan's mind became clearer. Chapter 18. The illusory devout prayer gradually became clearer. It seems that Zhou Lan can use the sound as an anchor point to project his heart and consciousness to the anchor point. This is the ability bestowed by Godhead on Zhou Lan. At this moment, he seems to have broken away from the category of demons, and has become a rising new god. God of the night and the dark moon. Referred to as Night God. Propagating beliefs through godhood, and organizing regular sacrifices and worship, will completely get rid of the devil's physique and turn decay into magic. Zhou Lan deeply realized the benefits of having a godhead. The only fly in the ointment is that he has not had any fanatical believers so far. It is only because the total eclipse caused by controlling the moon has caused the common people's fear of unknown celestial phenomena. If you intend to maintain the sacrifices and offerings of believers, you must create a denomination, fabricate the Bible, and convince people of its existence. It's up to you. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, his eyes flickered, and he stared at the bald magician not far away, as if he regarded him as a pawn to spread teachings and spread the name of God. Curse Blue. Even if you get Godhead by chance, you will definitely not be able to gain faith. Times have changed, time has changed, and modern technology has shattered all feudal ideas. In addition, if you usurp the authority of the moon, you will undoubtedly offend other gods. Ancient One has a solemn expression and a deep voice. At the moment, she finally realized the cause of the drastic change. Battle of Faith. According to her guess, when the mantra polluted the moon, he should have obtained a broken godhead, touching the authority of the moon. After all, there are countless mythological systems throughout the ages, and no matter what the system is, there are unique natural gods. As an important totem, how could the moon be born without a personified god? Roman mythology, Luna. Greek mythology, Artemis. Fuzang mythology, moon reading fate. Eastern mythology, Taiyin Jun. Egyptian mythology, Kongs. Aztec mythology, Misli. Inca mythology, Conti Rea. Ancient Indian mythology, Soma. Norse mythology, Mani. The reason why countless moon gods coexist on the earth is precisely because there have been several battles between gods. In the end, the first generation of Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto used infinite gems, which symbolizes time, to stop all disputes and chaos, and to form the current stable pattern. The key is the birth of a brand new moon god, which is bound to erode the beliefs of other moon gods. The gods whose divine power is fading day by day will never sit back and watch their faith continue to decline. The war of gods will eventually break out. The earth is absolutely devastated. Ancient One said righteously, "So, I must strangle you in the cradle, stop your god name from spreading," and the sect rises. Really? Controversy of faith is no joke. Why did God King Odin throw Mjolnir and order Thor to search for it on Earth? Even Thor's becoming a member of the Avengers has no intention of stopping it. Because of faith. Thor is the face of Viking mythology. The Viking mythology system has benefited from Thor's renewed brilliance and vitality. Prevent. Zhou Lan laughed, "It's too late. All creatures on Earth are praising the name of the Night God." Night God? Ancient One's expression turned slightly chilly upon hearing this. Isn't it Luna? A deity, the number of authorities in charge determines the strength of its divine power. To become a night god, one must be in charge of the relevant authority of darkness. There is also a division of authority between superiors and subordinates. Superior authority subsumes inferior authority. It is bound to erode the belief in gods in more fields. It seems that you are indeed a huge threat. Sorcerer Supreme has sharp eyes, determination, and courage. Immediately, unprecedented violent secret art energy poured out, forming a blazing lightsaber in a blink of an eye, and slamming into the void. This is the sacred sword of Emperor Wei-Shan. The magic of Infinity War almost broke through Thanos' defenses. Obviously Ancient One realized the seriousness of the problem. Rather than letting the battle of gods break out, it is better to destroy the curse blue first. Caecilius. Stephen Strange. Zhou Lan had a sly face, revealing two names in succession. Like the most ancient and mysterious spell, it instantly freezes the action of Sorcerer Supreme. Really? Ancient One has witnessed the future with his own eyes. Falling from a building in Doctor Strange was the way she chose to die. Emperor Wei-Shan. The Great Trinity God. Humble apprentices pray here. With the little finger as a sacrifice. I implore the Eternal You to banish the curse blue. Ancient One suddenly changed its strategy, and Void sketched out complex secret spells, piecing together special symbols that symbolized the Trinity God. Moment. With sincere prayers. A dimension higher than the real time and space has opened a hole. It can be vaguely seen that a huge fuzzy figure like an ancestor which appeared in the sky. The Eternal Vizendi undoubtedly answered the apprentice's prayer. Emperor Wei-Shan. Zhou Lan's expression was pale, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented divine energy sweeping over him. This is a great existence higher than the latitude of reality. The rank is comparable to that of a god. Even the Almighty Judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe knows its name. From this we can see how terrifying Wei-Shan is. A living body that looks like a samurai surpassing the gods. Chapter 19. Hiss. Zhou Lan couldn't help being terrified when he heard this. Never experienced this situation at all. Even the Moon Demon Mantra Blue Sea of Consciousness has never recorded a similar picture. Exile. The Trinity God personally exiled himself, and the danger factor undoubtedly surpassed that of the gods and warriors. Zhou Lan never imagined in his dreams that he escaped from the barren demon hell, turned his head and was brutally imprisoned by Sorcerer Supreme, and descended into an even more desolate mirror space. Even, facing the banishment of Emperor Wei-Shan later. It's just a cup. Beeb. Discover attractions, Mirror World. Is the host checking in? Check in. Zhou Lan is decisive. I hope to win a glimmer of life and harvest the magic items that are exempt from exile. I saw 2 radiant rewards falling from the sky. The key is that there is no chance to browse the specific introduction. An astonishing suction flow was generated suddenly, and a vortex of unprecedented scale traversed the sky. Immediately, the mirror world is turned upside down. The galaxy is upside down. With the little finger as a sacrifice. Exile curse blue. Not enough. The huge figure stretching across the sky is like a trinity, and the overlapping images said in unison. The vision stopped abruptly. Not enough. Sorcerer Supreme's expression changed upon hearing this, and he could hardly believe his ears. My 2 little fingers. Unable to exile the curse blue. As we all know, sacrifice follows the principle of equivalent exchange. According to Ancient One's conjecture, 2 little fingers are comparable to the value of the Moon Demon's curse blue, but the result is unexpected, and the great Wise-Handy bluntly said that it is not enough. Moment. A cryptic message emerged in Ancient One's mind. This is a friendly reminder from Wise-Handy. At what price can the curse blue be exiled? Heart. Sorcerer Supreme has a heavy complexion. For the first time, I experienced the threat and horror of curse blue. He actually needs to sacrifice his heart to exile. The key is that Stephen Strange has not yet become a qualified secret magician. Caecilius has always planned to summon Dormammu to come to reality. The Earth needs itself to live. Could it be that there is no way to stop the rise of Curse Blue? A feeling of despair came over me. Even the Ancient One who survived for 800 days and nights could not help but feel dejected. The principle of equivalent exchange formulated by the multi-universe omnipotent judge. Even we can't disobey. The overlapping figures of Emperor Weishan said in unison again, I suggest you use the exile magic recorded in the Book of Cagliostro and send it to the Dark Dimension. The Book of Cagliostro? Ancient One woke up when he heard the words. Immediately, he chanted the mantra with both hands, and drew a mysterious mantra in the void. I saw complicated secret art texts displayed on it. An unprecedented surge of energy suddenly erupted. Don't think about returning to Earth. Curse Blue. Ancient One's nose was bleeding, and his voice was hoarse and happy. Although she didn't lose her little finger, casting the exile magic described in the Book of Cagliostro caused a huge loss of energy. Compared to losses, it is undoubtedly more worthwhile to terminate the battle of gods that is bound to start in the future ahead of time. Rumble. The violent turbulence of energy started to work again. Suddenly enveloping Zhou Lan, he was forcibly teleported to another vast and boundless starry sky. Looking around, it was dark and filthy. Colorful stars hovered everywhere. Huge and monstrous creatures run rampant. Zhou Lan is like a tiny ant. Not the slightest bit eye-catching at all. This place is definitely not the real world. Like the dark dimension mentioned by Sorcerer Supreme. Beeb. Discover attractions, dark dimension. Is the host checking in? Check in. The system prompt undoubtedly confirmed Zhou Lan's guess. Dark dimension. The terrifying plane that Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One resisted all his life. Zhou Lan couldn't laugh or cry. Could it be that he continued to wait for Doctor Strange to be staged? There are 3 holy places on the Earth. They are located in London, New York, and Hong Kong respectively. The 3 holy places weave a huge magic circle to protect the Earth. Not even Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, can get past it. The 3 holy places must be destroyed before God descends. And the demon of the moon at level sub-god Father curses Blue to exile the Dark Dimension. Basically, it is equivalent to not being able to be reborn forever. Correct. System reward. Zhou Lan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Immediately, he transformed into a rainbow light and hid in a relatively simple grey planet to hide, and began to browse the rewards obtained by continuous check-in. Mirror space. Dark dimension. This is an extremely mysterious place in the Marvel Universe. Even if the tip of the iceberg is revealed at the end of Doctor Strange, it is still full of fog. Congratulations to the host for getting the defective sheepskin scroll. Light ring technology. Pocket universe. Hey? Seeing this, Zhou Lan's pupils contracted violently. Can't help but start to suspect that I'm hallucinating. The so-called pocket universe is like the blessed place where immortals live, and the 3,000 worlds depicted by Mahayana Buddhism. Beyond the actual latitude of the Marvel Universe, there are countless pocket universes. Such as 9 realms. Mount Olympus. The Great Lushan where the 8 immortals ascended. Takamagahara where the Fuzi 7 samurai lived. Etc., etc. Checked in the dark latitude, and got a blank pocket universe? Zhou Lan suddenly felt excited. Chapter 20. Pocket Universe. Zhou Lan never dreamed that he was at the level of level sub-godfather, and he got the pocket universe. Immediately, the elegant figure in the toga and sleeves suddenly disappeared, and the scene in front of him once again changed drastically. A chaotic and foggy world unfolded before his eyes. This is the pocket universe rewarded by the check-in system. The territory is relatively narrow, it seems to be on the scale of 100,000 light-years. There is no rule or order. Even oxygen and gravity were not created. The birth of the universe. Everything has to be made according to Zhou Lan's needs. God name, Curse Blue. God title, God of the Night and the Dark Moon. Level sub-godfather. Symbol, Samsara Sharingan. Director, Moon, Darkness, Gravity, Astrology. Divine Power, Reflect the Heavens. Believers, Inhumans. Sect, Moon Worship Sect. Divine Realm, Hilo Universe. Hilo Universe. It has already been named in advance. Seeing this, Zhou Lan frowned slightly, and couldn't help feeling a feeling of deep thought and fear. Hilo. It's like the abbreviation of Hichu Luoshu. Fuxi, the ancestor of humanities in ancient times, evolved gossip here. And the ancient demons each mastered a hexagram. The moon demon Curse Blue corresponds to Dui. The wind demon Sao Feng corresponds to Sun. Dikui, the devil of the earth, corresponds to Kun. Mountain demon Bogong corresponds to Jin. Water demon Bazaar corresponds to Kan. Thunder demon Zongsu corresponds to Shock. The sky demon Zimu corresponds to Dry. The lord of the demon of fire corresponds to Li. As for the hexagrams, even Zhou Lan doesn't have much memory in his mind, it's like an innate ability. However, the emergence of the Hilo universe now undoubtedly reveals the true origin of the devil. Like a god from another world. Reflect the heavens. At the moment, Zhou Lan noticed the information in the divine power column again. Reflect the heavens? In the process of confronting Sorcerer Supreme, Zhou Lan had tried, but he was still unable to exert the divine power to reflect the heavens, thinking that he lacked faith. But now in the Hilo universe, the idea of reflecting the heavens emerges. A huge and sacred energy light wave erupted accordingly. Zhou Lan learns without a teacher in an instant. Void reflection. A deep and magnetic indifferent voice sounded. On the sky not far away, a natural planet that continuously emits white moonlight was instantly formed. It's the moon. It is completely indistinguishable from the moon in real time and space. Just like punching the moon. Reflected Elan. Zhou Lan raised his arms and shouted again. Immediately, like the hand of God splashing ink, the towering space mobile city was outlined and slowly evolved into shape. Regardless of shape or function, it basically completely refers to reality. A beautiful city of the future. High-rise buildings full of strong science fiction. Mapping succeeded. It turns out that this is the core function of the check-in system. The system rewards are nothing more than extras. Zhou Lan pupil earthquake. If you realize something. The divine power that reflects the heavens is simply unimaginable. Checking in any scenic spot can reflect the pocket universe? Mirror space? Dark dimension? The heart is not as good as the action. Zhou Lan immediately started to try. At the same time, there was a huge wave in the Hilo universe, the misty energy rolled, and a shocking tsunami suddenly broke out. Layers of glass shard-like substance. It suddenly enveloped Hilo universe. In addition, ink-like energy swept in, dividing the reality and the mirrored territory in the blink of an eye, successfully reflecting the dark dimension. Three-dimensional 1. Continue to check in the Marvel Universe, the famous attractions of Jackie Chan's adventures. Mirror Pocket Universe. I'm afraid I will become an existence of Toa level, and create my own Hilo multi-universe. No wonder the Sorcerer Supreme summoned Vizendi to exile me. It seems that Ancient One has witnessed the future with its own eyes. Zhou Lan finally realized it. Infinite gems, which symbolize time, are enough to give Ancient One the ability to predict the future. God War? Cannibalize the belief in gods? I'm afraid it doesn't specifically refer to the gods of the earth. It's the Tenjin group. The creator god of the Marvel Universe. After all, even the almighty judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe may not have the terrifying ability to reflect the heavens and copy the sights of the myriad worlds. There are 2 other item rewards. Zhou Lan shifted his gaze to the defective sheepskin scroll displayed in the system backpack space. It uses runes to record a rather inscrutable magic. Runic script. It symbolizes the mystery of the universe and possesses extraordinary magic power. Obtained by the king of God Odin sacrificing his right eye and hanging the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights. Regardless of any material, as long as the runes are carved correctly, it will have unprecedented power. Defective magic. Simply stingy. As for the lamp ring technology, this is a special device invented by the Asgardians of the DC Universe. The standard configuration of the 7 Colors Legion. Constructing the emotional spectrum of the multi-universe, there are 7 colors of red, orange, red, green, blue, blue and purple. Each emotional energy has incredible power. And the Asgardian universe, which has survived for a long time, discovered and mastered the method of storing emotional spectrum energy. Thus, the 7 Colors Legion came into being. The key is that there is no emotional spectrum energy in the Marvel Universe. How to charge the lamp or activate the original ability of the device. All kinds of doubts came to my mind one after another. Chapter 21. Moonlight. Zhou Lan is blessed to the heart. Suddenly let out a surprise cry and said, "Give the energy to reflect the moon, and act as the energy battery for the lamp ring." The moment the voice fell, the natural planet illuminated by divine power suddenly shone with unprecedented brilliance. A lantern ring made of moonlight came into view. I saw the surface of the lantern ring in the shape of Samsara Sharingan. This is the symbol of the moon demon. After all, where is the night without the moon? As night falls, the bright moon is bound to accompany you like a shadow. Wherever the moonlight goes, the lamp ring can be charged. The lamp ring can protect the holder from living in a vacuum. Sonic flight. Embody anything imaginable. Also, the lantern ring has a communication function. As long as they are at the same latitude, no matter how far away they can communicate in real time. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind. Zhou Lan digested for a while, and couldn't help but be ecstatic. Lantern ring. It is enough to be a sacred object of lunar worship sect, to help oneself spread beliefs, spread teachings, and erode the authority of other gods. Lights off procedure. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered, and he had a keen insight into the unique function of the first light ring. Absorb all the light within a certain range, generate a dark area that isolates energy, and extinguish all the light of the moonlight ring. Even if the holder of the lantern ring betrays himself, he can still use the lights off program to abolish all the power of the traitor. The top priority is to try to produce the first batch of moonlight rings. As for the material used to cast the lamp ring, it must be vibranium. Zhou Lan's tone was extraordinarily excited. Definitely, the defective sheepskin scroll that records the runes is also not to be underestimated. The engraved lamp ring will definitely go a step further and enhance the combat power of the holder. Endow the holder with a mortal body and the ability to rival the gods. At the same time, Earth, San Francisco. The spirally scrolling space vortices suddenly interweave and take shape. The snow-white and sharp dragon claws penetrated the wormhole first, and then a human-shaped lizard with big arms and round waist came into view. Dark green skin, a thick lizard tail on the back, and tough scales all over the body. Looks like déjà vu. The name is ready to come out. Son of the Lord. Dragon. Follow Uncle Zhou Lan's instructions. Spread the teachings of worshipping the moon, organize to spread beliefs. In addition, by the way, collect the 8 demonic chi. The human-shaped lizard had a ferocious face, and whispered. Xiaolong, the son of the Holy Lord. In order to revive his biological father, he returned to modern times from an unreachable future, looking for the magic dragon tooth. In the end, the resurrection plan failed, and was captured alive by Sheriff Xiao and imprisoned in the secret military base, District 13. Later, with the recovery of magic energy, he began to collect magic energy. However, today's devil dragon obviously has another mission, to spread the teachings of worshipping the moon. Rubbing the moonlight ring on the index finger, I saw the reincarnation writing Wheel Eye logo on the surface suddenly bursting out with brilliant light. The son of the Holy Lord rose from the ground like a dazzling shooting star piercing the sky. Instantly, countless leaflets followed. The name of worshipping the moon began to spread quietly. An indescribably great life. The supreme symbol of the night and the dark moon. The God who transcended the origin of the heavens and the world. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. Hearing the prayers of humble believers. Facing the black moon, the demon dragon knelt down and muttered something in his mouth. It seemed to wake up the great sleeping existence. The black moon shines. Not far away unexpectedly appeared a vague stalwart figure. The figure is composed of pure divine power, the appearance of the immortal is quite handsome, and the brows are full of detached taste. Little dragon. Seeing this, Zhou Lan's expression was confused, and he obviously felt a different kind of attraction for the prayer just now. So, choose divine power projection and respond to the praises of believers. In the end, who would have expected that the target of the response would be the son of the Holy Lord? Devil Dragon. According to the plot of Jackie Chan's adventures, the Devil Dragon should return to modern time and space in the not-too-distant future. It seems. I got the Godhead, harvested the Hilo universe, and caused chaos in the future? Uncle. The devil is on the verge of failure. So, I fulfill your last words, come to the present, and spread the teachings of worshipping the moon. Xiaolong said with a holy face. Unprecedented admiration and respect for the uncle in front of him. Undoubtedly belong to the devout believers of moon worship sect. This is the role of the moonlight ring. Wearing a lantern ring will subtly influence the holder, believe in the moon, and believe in the mantra. Last words. Zhou Lan heard that his pupils constricted violently. For the first time, I experienced the feeling of weightlessness like falling into an abyss. That's right. All the demons are killed and defeated by the gods of the earth. Hiluo's mythology system is dead. Xiaolong said unwillingly, I read the collection of books and various documents of the moon worship sect, and finally found the uncle's cryptic instructions to come to modern time and space to preach for the moon. Preach for the moon. Good. Zhou Lan said comfortingly, Xiaolong, my good nephew, uncle trusts your ability, but it is very difficult to preach, and you need help. Rest assured. Uncle. I'm going to contact HYDRA. The Devil Dragon told the truth. Chapter 22. HYDRA. The behemoth of the Marvel Universe's intertwined forces has benefited from the rise of World War II. Later, it disappeared because of the defeat of the Nazis. In fact, relying on the paperclip project to cross the ocean to borrow a new life. Today's S.H.I.E.L.D is no different from Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. The Secretary General of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, is the spy chief of the HYDRA organization. According to fellow demons, Brock Rumlow, led by the Rapid Response Force, repeatedly convinced the demons to play for the United States. Wise choice. Little Dragon. A smile could not help but appear on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth. In order to support his nephew in spreading the teachings, he used his few powers of faith to reflect the 10 freshly baked vibranium lamp rings into the real time and space. The interior of the vibranium light ring is engraved with runic characters that symbolize the mysteries of the universe. The rune word has multiple meanings, and it carries extraordinary ability, which is enough to endow the original unimaginable special effect on the lantern ring. Continue to fight until night falls. The surface of the lamp ring presents the shape of the wheel eye. This is the holy symbol of lunar sect. The legendary Eye of the Moon. Wearing it all the time will strengthen the belief of the holder. Xiao Long should get the lantern ring by accident and wear it for a long time. Therefore, he became a fanatical believer of Zhou Lan. He did not hesitate to give up resurrecting his biological father and return to modern time and space to preach for the moon. The last words. The devil lost to the gods of the earth. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered, he was always thinking about the truth of Xiao Long's words. After all, demons are immortal and souls are immortal. Even gods and warriors can only use the Panko treasure box to seal it. As a result, the future was executed. It seems that the gods of the Marvel Universe should not be underestimated. There are countless mythological systems on the earth, and different mythological systems have their own main gods. God King Odin and God King Zeus should both be at the level of God Father. The other main gods should not be inferior. It is said that there is a council of gods in the Marvel Universe, and the gods often hold meetings to discuss crisis countermeasures. It seems that my act of encroaching on the authority of the moon has offended the gods of the earth. Zhou Lan analyzed the cause and effect, and quickly sighed, Xiao Long, the future of turning demons into gods is on your shoulders, and the missionary plan for the moon must be foolproof. Obey. The little devil's expression was frenzied upon hearing this. For Uncle Zhou career, I felt unprecedented admiration and longing. Demonic god! What a great plan! Once successful, the demon elders will have godheads, absorb the power of faith, and make great strides forward, with a rank comparable to the Heavenly Father. The myth system created by the uncle is called Heluo mythology. It is based on the story of Fuxi, the ancestor of Oriental humanities. The leaflets issued by Devil Xiao Long previously described sections of Heluo myths and legends in black and white. The main Huxia characters are written, and the Huxia in Chinatown are selected as the first batch of experimental subjects. After all, the East is second to none in its belief in the moon. Chang'e flies to the moon. Jade rabbit pounding medicine. Wu Gang cut laurel. Tengu swallows the moon. Monkeys fishing for the moon. Familiar stories add mythological color. It is rapidly fermenting. At the same time, a solemn secret military base. 13 districts. The bald police chief Blake rubbed his chin and looked at the Huxia leaflet in front of him repeatedly. His face was rather ugly. Eye of the Moon. It's like the symbol of Curse Blue. Sergeant Blake carefully compared the leaflets with the photos. I saw the sign of Samsara Sharingan, completely the same. Start preaching? Who is behind the scenes? A series of question marks came to mind. At the moment, the Avengers and the Dragon team are still in outer space and have not yet returned. As a result, demon believers appeared in Chinatown in San Francisco. The Black Moon incident. It has indeed caused countless people to panic and fear of unknown celestial phenomena. In addition, the collapse of the Earth-Moon celestial system caused countless artificial satellites to crash. I'm afraid that civilization will go back 10 years, and it will take time to reshape. Sergeant Black couldn't help feeling a crisis that was coming. We must thoroughly investigate the source of the leaflets. Organize plainclothes visits to collect the leaflets and incinerate them. Soon, police cars drove away from the secret military base. Arrive in San Francisco Chinatown. At the dome at the end of the line of sight, a humanoid lizard with a big shoulder and round waist has sharp eyes, and the lamp ring worn on the index finger is shining brilliantly. Whoosh! The human-shaped lizard suddenly rose from the ground. The speed is as fast as lightning, like a meteor piercing the sky. Sonic flight. This is the ability that the lamp ring bestows on the Son of the Holy Lord. There are also levels for moonlight rings, corresponding to believers of different degrees of faith. First of all, silver light rings, gold light rings, and platinum light rings are the most common three, used to reward shallow believers. Secondly, the light ring made of vibranium corresponds to deep believers. The lamp ring made of ulu kobolko corresponds to devout believers. Adamantium lamp ring corresponds to fanatics. As for the lamp ring illuminated by divine power, only the bishop is eligible to hold it. Found the trace of the suspect. A burly and strong human-shaped lizard. The detective reported the situation immediately. Why was it decided that a humanoid lizard was the culprit? Because the Eye of the Moon logo on the back of the suspect's windbreaker is really eye-catching. Chapter 23. Buzz buzz. Armed helicopters circled. The spotlight immediately aimed at the human-shaped lizard that rose from the ground. Xiaolong, son of the Holy Lord. The name of moon worship sect must be launched. It is convenient to spread teachings and spread faith. The erect-shaped pupils of the devil dragon erupted with a stern light. He shoulders the great plan of transforming the devil into a god, and bears the ambition of the Uncle Moon's demon curse blue. Definitely feeling the pressure. Definitely, he is not fighting alone. The black moon hanging above the night symbolizes the uncle's gaze. Bathing in the moonlight will give you unprecedented super strength. Whoosh! Brilliant rays shot out from the vibranium light ring worn on the index finger, bright and dazzling, cutting through the sky, and suddenly hit an oncoming armed helicopter. Moment! The helicopter crashed into pieces. Blooming like a firework. Damn it! Sure enough, the human-shaped lizard is plotting something wrong. The bald police chief witnessed the whole process of the demon dragon destroying the world through the surveillance camera. Soon, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The human-shaped lizard who preaches for the moon is by no means a devout man or woman. I am afraid. The bloodline of the ancient demon has never been cut off, and it appears in the world again. Notify S.H.I.E.L.D. Sergeant Black said decisively, once moon worship is allowed to spread, the consequences will probably be unimaginable, and the soft-spoken Hyuxia will do something wrong. Really? Translation of Hyuxia characters according to leaflet records. The above emphatically depicts a brand new mythological system. Heluo myth. Fu 11. Gossip. The legend that everything evolves from the moon. May I ask, which country has infinite reverie for the moon? Only Xiaguo. If the Hyuxia in Chinatown accept the Heluo myth, perhaps, there will be an extremely terrifying disaster. At the same time, an international metropolis on the east coast of the United States. New York. A Quinjet flight vehicle slowly descends to the Avengers Tower. The disfigured and exhausted members of the Avengers and Dragon team have returned to Earth from outer space. Moment. A feeling of being brought back to life emerged in my heart. It must be admitted that the continued space battles have greatly weakened the combat power of the sons of Odin and Iron Man. If it is on the surface and can breathe freely, it may have subdued the curse blue. But the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared claimed to exile the devil of the moon and would never return in this life. It can be regarded as barely completing the task, right? Although the artificial satellites orbiting the Earth and the Moon are fragmented, the major aerospace countries have basically suffered heavy losses. In any case, the mission is finally over, and I won't see the devil again in the future. Stark said with pretended ease. But in fact, he was very unwilling. Instead of defeating Zhou Lan with his own hands, he made a joke instead. Destroy the International Space Station. Hope so. Archaeologist Jackie Chan scratched his scalp and said, the key is why do I always feel uneasy? Uncle Long. Be careful that the crow's mouth has come true. Miss T hurriedly reminded. However, it was too late. The phone rang suddenly. The bald police chief Blake said in a video call, Jackie Chan, you are in big trouble. The mysterious symbol symbolizing the curse blue is spreading in Chinatown. There is also a human-shaped lizard, suspected to be of the blood of a demon. Ah! So smart! The archaeologist was stunned. Pretty crazy. Speaking, Iron Man also received a call from Phil Coulson. Cursed blue sign appears in New York's Chinatown. The magic pupils on the Guyu array. The name of the moon worship sect has gradually become famous recently. Especially when the internet is widely spread and young people discuss closely. Huh? Stark and Jackie Chan looked at each other, feeling helpless. Think carefully. Curse Lan has been exiled, but his logo has been handed down, even formed a church, and started to spread? Moon worship? Human lizard? It seems that my plan must be put on the agenda. Stark said with a serious expression, create a super artificial intelligence that monitors the Earth to stop the spread of the lunar cult and the curse blue logo. More than that, Stark has a deep understanding of the shortcomings of the Mark series armor. I am eager to develop more models, more armors, and form a legion. In order to deal with the enemies you may encounter. Demon. Mutant. Stranger. Etc., etc. Oops. Astrology has changed. The old man stared at the sky suddenly, and said in a hoarse voice, Yin and Yang are out of balance, the dark and evil forces no longer exist, and a new demon will appear to fill the vacancy. Devil. Because the curse blue polluted the moon, the earth, moon, and celestial system collapsed, and the stars moved, which led to the early appearance of the magic energy. Chapter 24. Zhou Lan, who lives in the Heluo universe, knows nothing about the actions of the devil dragon. Because he is still in the dark dimension. Although it is possible to use the few powers of faith to project the earth, it does not have the slightest ability, and the check-in system cannot function. So we must find a way to escape from the dark dimension. According to the plot of Doctor Strange, if you want to leave the dark dimension, you must destroy the 3 holy places. Even if Xiao Long has the lantern ring, he might not be able to do anything. Hopefully we can convince HYDRA to destroy holy place in the name of the Security Council. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered. Great expectations for the HYDRA organization. Really? Alexander Pierce did everything for HYDRA. Gain insight into the suspected target of the plan and directly assassinate it. The key problem is that the HYDRA organization is deeply rooted, but its overall combat effectiveness is extremely unsatisfactory. Even with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's mutant ability activated using Mind Gem. Still didn't use it, but continued to be obsessed with Super Soldier Serum. It's just hilarious. However, with the lantern ring I rewarded, HYDRA may change in quality. Zhou Lan is particularly looking forward to the meeting between Devil Dragon and Alexander Pierce. The other is magic energy. The pocket universe of system rewards has nothing. Even if Zhou Lan can reflect the sky, embody the punching spots, elements, rules, laws, life, green plants, animals. Still can't copy. One must obtain the 8 demonic Qis to be able to create the world and evolve all things in nature. Sect, Moon Worship Sect. Emblem, Eye of the Moon. Holy Object, Lantern Ring. Pope, Demon Dragon. Believers, fanatics, pious believers, deep believers, shallow believers. Oath of enrollment, the night is bright, and the light is extinguished. The day is grey, and the king will not be king. The dawn is shining, and the midnight is long. The tricky lamp is always bright, and the moonlight is forever. Good. Seeing this, Zhou Lan exhaled a foul breath, feeling satisfied. Create a sect from scratch, the oath of admission, the emblem, the sacred object. Fabricating helio myths. Simply exhausted. Fortunately, it is now a matter of course, and it can be developed step by step. Hey! Zhou Lan suddenly felt a burst of raving in his ears, as if the believers were reciting the oath to join the religion. Reciting the oath of joining the religion means voluntarily becoming a member of the moon worship sect. Any believer who recites the oath will be passed on to Zhou Lan's sea of consciousness. Create a soul connection with each other. The key point is that Zhou Lan never dreamed that shortly after handing over 10 vibranium lantern rings to Xiaolong, he would successfully recruit partners. Dr. Drake. The moon illuminated by divine power is like a real-time broadcast screen, immediately showing the picture of believers reciting the oath of admission. Indian faces, well-fitting expensive suits. Just like the chairman of the Life Foundation. Dr. Drake. This is the villain who made an appearance in Deadly Asgardian. In the end, he merged with the symbiote Riot and boarded the launch vehicle, but lost to the protagonist Halo of Venom. Died in a sea of flames. It seems that the manned spacecraft driven by the Lord came from the Life Foundation. Zhou Lan had an interesting expression on his face, admiring the scene of Dr. Drake's teaching. The night is bright, and the light is extinguished. The day is grey, and the king will not be king. The dawn is shining, and the midnight is long. The tricky lamp is always bright, and the moonlight is forever. After the cadenced oath was recited, the vibranium lantern ring suddenly burst into unprecedented brilliance. Engraved Dr. Drake's soul code in it. Upload the Helio universe to reflect the interior of the moon. Moment. Unprecedented and powerful bright light came out through the body. The moon endows Dr. Drake with extraordinary physique and abilities. Survive in a vacuum environment. Supersonic flight. Psychokinesis embodies everything imaginable. Etc., etc. The runic characters engraved inside the lamp ring also have infinite energy, continuously strengthening the physical fitness and mental strength of the bearer. Wow! Dr. Drake said in a rather excited tone, it really feels amazing. This is an advanced device beyond imagination. Really? Lantern rings are originally technological products. Magical technology from the ancient Asgardian race of the DC universe. If you join my sect, you should be loyal to my master. Xiaolong said excitedly, I heard that the spacecraft you launched brought back a kind of alien liquid life. Symbiote. Hey! It turns out that Xiaolong also knows the existence of the symbiosis. Zhou Lan was quite surprised when he heard this. Could it be that Xiaolong intends to use the lamp ring to integrate the symbiosis? A feeling of absurdity can't help but hit my heart. It's just mind-blowing. And, it is possible. Lantern rings provide raw emotional life energy that embodies anything imaginable. It just so happens that the symbiont has unique thinking. Really? Dr. Drake said truthfully, Valun borrowed my manned spaceship to search for other symbionts. The key manned spacecraft is in pieces. The Mafia is in jail, too. His expression was extremely regrettable. After all, manned spaceships are expensive. It is undoubtedly more painful to fetch water from a bamboo basket. Fortunately, the Son of the Holy Lord is here. Present a lantern ring to make up for the loss of the Life Foundation. As for the initiation oath, Drake didn't mean it at all. In the internet age, do you actually believe in the existence of gods? Thor? More powerful aliens. Chapter 25. Life Foundation. Laboratory. Several glass showcases are displayed side by side. Numerous surveillance camera lenses are installed in the corridors, specially responsible for recording various data of in vivo experiments. Dr. Drake originally harvested 5 symbiotes, but the symbiotes led the riot and escaped midway. Only 4 left. In order to study the mysteries of the symbiosis, Dr. Drake hired homeless people as volunteers with a high salary. As a result, homeless people often die suddenly. So far, no reason has been studied. And the little devil dragon seemed to be blessed in his heart, and went straight to the host of the venom symbiosis, muttering in his mouth. An indescribably great life. The supreme symbol of night and dark moon. The primordial God who transcends the heavens and the world. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. Xiaolong was extremely pious, and said in a cadenced tone, I implore you to accept the sacrifices captured by the humble believers. Sacrifice. Dr. Drake was dumbfounded when he heard this. Live sacrifice? Is there really a god in the moon worship sect? The moment the voice fell, Dr. Drake instantly felt a hurricane coming. A spectacular picture of the black moon shining in the laboratory appeared out of thin air. A stalwart, majestic, and elegant figure came into view. Looks like déjà vu. Like magic pupils that spread in circles and vortexes. The name is ready to come out. Curse blue. Dr. Drake exclaimed, the god of the moon worship sect is actually a demon. Presumptuous. Kneel down. Ignorant humans. Zhou Lan looked indifferent. Immediately, the voice of Hongzhong de Lu was issued, urging divine power to control the vibranium lantern ring, forcing Dr. Drake to bow his knees. Plop. Dr. Drake dropped to his knees. There was a wave like a mountain, and there was a sense of oppression from a god when you raised your head 3 feet, and it struck your heart in horror. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. Whether gods, or demons, none of them can offend themselves. Beeb. Discover the sites, Life Foundation. Is the host checking in? A line of text prompts suddenly occupies the entire field of vision. Zhou Lan was stunned for a moment. The main body did not come to reality, but a check-in reminder appeared? Could it be because of the sacrifice of the devil dragon? Believers hold sacrificial ceremonies in scenic spots. Can I check in by myself? An unprecedented feeling of surprise overwhelmed him instantly. Zhou Lan almost gave up on emoticon management, and couldn't help shouting out loud. Definitely, in order to maintain the image of a god, always be respectful. Sacrifice must follow the principle of equivalent exchange. What should I reward the little dragon? Zhou Lan was thoughtful. Instantly. A flash of inspiration. Fairy bean seeds. Cultivated by the Kalen Takat fairy, after eating, it can guarantee that you will not be hungry for 10 days, repair all injuries on the surface of the body, and restore all mental and physical strength. Definitely, it is not effective against viruses that appear inside the body. There is no soil in Hilo universe where fairy beans can take root. Life Foundation is totally different. So far, the Life Foundation is still affiliated with a legal company in San Francisco, one of the top 100 companies in the world. The market value is comparable to that of Austin Group and Ham Technology on the east coast of the United States. If there is no venom to mess around, it will really capture a symbiote planet. Transform the Marvel Universe into a symbiote universe. I'm afraid no one can match Dr. Drake's power. Is this a seed? Dr. Drake's eyes narrowed sharply. I was shocked to find that the venom and its host had disappeared, replaced by a seed. Fack. The doctor roared angrily, the important symbiont specimen was lost, but in exchange for a negligible seed. This is the fairy bean seed. After eating, you can guarantee that you will not be hungry for 10 days, repair all injuries on the surface of your body, and restore all your mental and physical strength. Xiaolong said truthfully, compared with symbiosis, the value of fairy bean seeds is undoubtedly more expensive. Fairy beans? Not hungry for 10 days? Repair the injury? Restore mental and physical strength? A series of question marks came to mind. Dr. Drake finally calmed down after hearing this. The essential. Who can guarantee that this is the real effect of Xiandu? Gods don't deceive believers. Sacrifice must be exchanged at equal value. Xiao Long answered questions. Equivalence? Exchange? Dr. Drake seems to have heard about the so-called sacrificial conditions. The back mountain is divided into an area to cultivate fairy beans. Remember to always observe. Ripely picked immediately to test the effect. Dr. Drake said solemnly. Immediately, he stroked the lantern ring worn on his index finger, and became more and more curious about the true origin of moon worship sect. Why did a demon choose to impersonate a god? There must be something hidden behind it. At the same time, the rewards of the Punch Life Foundation appeared in front of Zhou Lan. 3 prop items. Zanpakuto. Skill book. Panko treasure box. Another Panko treasure box. Zhou Lan was full of curiosity. According to the plot setting of the adventures of Jackie Chan, if the Panko treasure box is opened and closed twice in a row, the gate of hell will be closed forever. As a result, the Punch Life Foundation got the Panko treasure box again. Can the Panko treasure box rewarded by the system liberate compatriots? Chapter 26. Panko treasure box. This is the key to open the gates of the devil's hell. According to the setting of the adventures of Jackie Chan, if the gate of hell is opened and closed twice in a row, it will be closed forever. And as the last demon to appear on the stage, the first 6 unlucky compatriots basically lost hope of regaining freedom. In the end, who would have thought that he would get a brand new Panko treasure box? The treasure box is prismatic as a whole. I saw the upper and lower ends, drawing 4 gossip symbols. Just like a Rubik's Cube, switching the correct hexagram can show the specific location of the gate of hell. Seam. Can it really be used? Seeing this, Zhou Lan couldn't help feeling a burst of excitement. Decipher the Panko box and re-free the siblings. The purified holy water rewarded by the system is enough to get rid of the fetters of God tokens. 6 demons attack the 3 holy places, spreading the teachings of worshipping the moon. I'm afraid that the gods of the earth will not be able to restrain the rise of demons. Zhou Lan's heart beat slightly faster, and he immediately felt unprecedented joy and excitement. Immediately, he set his sights on another item reward. Zanpakuto. 1000 cherry blossoms. From Kukaki Byakuya, captain of the 13th team of Gaudii, the 6th squadron of Death God. Initial explanation: the body of the blade turns into countless transparent thin blades, reflecting light and shadow like dancing petals. Swastika solution: Zanpakuto parts are all disassembled, and its power surpasses the initial solution state. To Zhou Lan, it's like a chicken rib, it's a pity to discard it. Let's scatter. 1000 Sakura. The deep and magnetic voice reverberates across the universe. Immediately, the Zanpakuto responded to Zhou Lan's call, and suddenly disintegrated, turning into overwhelming transparent thin blades, dancing in succession. By Zhou Lan gravitational manipulation, it seems to be full of vitality, forming a monstrous tsunami. Hey? It turned out to be good? Gravity control Senbenzakura is just like a tiger with wings. The thin blade can be used as a means of attack, but also as a means of defense. Take it by surprise, catch it by surprise. As for the skill book, Navy 6. Zhou Lan touched the skin of the skill book lightly with his fingertips, and a huge flow of information suddenly appeared in his mind, just like the 6-style training method of the Navy. Navy 6, from the world of One Piece. A combat technique invented by the Navy. There are 6 styles in total. Moon steps, hazy feet, finger guns, iron blocks, paper paintings, shaving. The basic 6 forms can evolve infinite games and mysteries, covering agility, attack, defense, light work, foot skills, and more. Definitely, the current Zhou Lan doesn't need the Navy's 6th style to enhance his combat power. Instead, it can reward believers and spread it as the 6th style of worshipping the moon. At the same time, Life Foundation. Dr. Drake specially built a small altar. Shape the idol in the likeness of the moon demon mantra. Burn incense and worship day and night. Attempt to strengthen their connection with the gods. Suddenly, the black moon shines. A stalwart figure composed of divine power came into view again. Dr. Drake looked reverent. Because of the subtle influence of the built-in program of the vibranium lamp ring, I have changed my attitude and started to believe in mantras. Panku treasure box. Mafia Lasso can decipher. Once successfully decrypted, the location of the Gate of Hell will be revealed. In addition, the skill book of the 6th moon worship style taught to you can be used to enhance the combat power of the Skitarii. Panku treasure box? Rasu? The 6th form of worshipping the moon? Dr. Drake and the Devil Dragon looked at each other. According to the information revealed on the dark web, the Mafia is serving their sentences in Icebox Prison. Icebox Prison specializes in detaining ugly criminals. Because of the negative effects of the cursed blue magic energy, the members of the Mafia look like moon demons, and were arrested by the Sentry Secret Service as mutants. The Panku treasure box given by Uncle should be effective. It seems that other demon elders are about to be liberated again. Xiaolong clenched his fists, wishing he could rush to Icebox Prison to rescue Leisuo immediately. Definitely, Dr. Drake found the task of deciphering Panku's box quite interesting. As a self-made super genius, how can he decipher the Rubik's Cube with his own hands? I'll give it a try. Dr. Drake thought for a while, and immediately turned over the edges of the Panku treasure box. Start deciphering work. Later, a dazzling light bloomed. A topographic map unexpectedly appeared in midair. Successful. Demon Xiaolong was amazed when he saw this. It seems that Uncle chose you as the first batch of bishops to be trained, which really means something. Selected. Dr. Drake's eyes flickered. It feels like Zhou Lan is obviously playing a big game of chess. Buzz buzz. A gunship rose from the ground. Dr. Drake and the Devil Dragon follow the map. Head to the location of the first Hell Gate. Qiangua. Sky Demon Zimu's Hell Gate. Westwood. Ranked according to seniority. This is Zhou Lan's younger brother. It can control the sky, switch between night and day, reverse the changes of the wind and clouds, and release powerful sonic attacks. The gates of hell are located in the world-famous Tower Dome. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Chapter 27. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Located in Piazza dei Miracoli, Tuscany, Rome. A series of Roman-style religious buildings were built in Miracle Square. In the center of the square stands a statue of Apollo, the sun god holding a bow and arrow. Apollo is regarded as the god in charge of literature and art. In charge of light, the sun, medicine, animal husbandry, music. It also has some authority over prophecies, laws and regulations, and disaster relief. This is an extremely handsome and perfect god. God's name spread far and wide. In addition, in the records of Homer's epic, Apollo also has the nicknames of the god of bow and arrow, the god of long-range shooting, and the king of golden swords. It can be seen that Apollo is not an idiot god with superficial appearance. Hey! Am I dazzled? The statue of Apollo actually moved. An exclamation sounded. The statue of the sun god facing the sky suddenly turned its head, staring at the armed helicopter from far to near, as if it had vitality. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. Whoosh! A decorative feathered arrow suddenly flew out. The sky was torn apart, and there were deafening bangs and sonic booms. Blink through helicopter pilot. Nailed it firmly to the seat. My God! Idol resurrection. Nearby tourists and pedestrians fled in panic. Without exception, they all witnessed the whole process of the statue of the sun god drawing a bow, setting an arrow, and shooting an armed helicopter. It's unbelievable. This kind of scene is probably only staged in science fiction movies. Why does it appear in the real world? Rumble. The gunship lost control. Circling and crashing. Reminiscent of a massive gorgeous firework explosion. The blazing flames surged, causing a series of noises again. The two figures, whose bodies were filled with moonlight, stepped out of the wreckage of the helicopter, and their sharp and curious eyes fell on Apollo. I saw the lifelike marble sculpture, in line with the perfect proportion of 9 heads and body. The posture of carrying the quiver and holding the bow and arrow tightly is also very intimidating. It seems that the battle of the gods is about to break out. Seeing this, the little devil whispered, and his erect pupils flickered coldly. He is no stranger to this period of history. Because the uncle cursed to eat away at the authority of the moon. All the mythological systems on the earth, the gods in charge of the authority of the moon, have suffered a serious loss of faith. Even, a council of gods was held to discuss countermeasures for this. As for the sun god Apollo, the twin brother of the Greek moon god Artemis, supporting my sister is true and justified. Battle of the Gods. Dr. Drake looked suspicious when he heard this, and felt that he seemed to be involved in a terrific struggle, and he couldn't stay out of it. What is high? Is it worry? If Uncle wins, we will also become gods. Xiaolong said frankly, if the gods of the earth win, we will never be reincarnated. WTF. Dr. Drake shuddered when he heard that. If I knew this earlier, I would never join the teaching. The key is no regret medicine. Whoosh. The statue of Apollo drew the bow and set the arrow continuously, like a stalwart god surrounded by precious light, and the unprecedented powerful divine power suddenly boiled. The hot search for the resurrection of the idol quickly fermented on the internet. Dominate the headlines. Oops. Panku treasure box. At the same time, New York on the other side of the ocean. Avengers Tower. The old man yelled at the top of his voice, he actually has the Panku treasure box. Ah? Panku treasure box? The Dragon team and the Avengers came after hearing the news. Immediately, I saw the Panku treasure box held tightly by Dr. Drake. The treasure box is in an open state, showing the hexagram image of dry characters. Symbolizes the sky demon Zimu. Impossible. According to historical records, if the Panku treasure box is opened and closed twice in a row, it will fail. Stark was shocked. Could it be that the demon liberation event is about to repeat itself? The statue of Apollo is alive. Xiao said in surprise, the key mouse charm is here. As she spoke, she spread out her palms, and the zodiac charms painted in the shape of mice came into view. Rat spell. Giving motion to still life. Ability to resurrect various still lives. This is the key to breaking away from the sculptural form of the adventures of Jackie Chan. The problem is that there is no rat charm, and the statue of Apollo, the sun god, has also been resurrected, and even shoots bows continuously, aiming at the two unexpected guests. Human-shaped lizard. The culprit who spread the rumors about worshipping the moon. Suspected demon blood. The exhortations of the bald sheriff came to the mind of the archaeologist. As expected, the logo of the Eye of the Moon is branded on the back of the humanoid lizard windbreaker. Leave immediately. The captain of the United States, Steve Rogers, said in a deep voice, it's up to us to fight off the humanoid lizards and investigate the truth. With that said, Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow, Dr. Banner, and Falcon boarded Quinjet one after another. Turbo engine horsepower soared. In the blink of an eye, it sailed to an altitude of 10,000 meters. This is a new type of aerospace weapon developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The sailing speed is up to Mach 30, supports spaceflight and long-term combat, and is equipped with a destructive laser cannon and gold titanium alloy armor. Hope the captain can stop the humanoid lizard from liberating the sky demon again. Right. Xiao. Jackie Chan said with relief, back then, the Sky Demon disguised himself as Sam, and even you, who was so weird, were fooled. Xiao. The archaeologist was suddenly dumbfounded. She went with the captain. Stark shrugged, don't worry, she's wearing a T-girl armor. Chapter 28. Quinjet rises from the ground. Drive away from the Avengers building in a blink of an eye. Soon, like a flashing meteor, it cut through the sky and rushed to the unreachable other side of the ocean. Roman Tuscany. Looking around, I saw that the miracle square in Tuscany was in a mess everywhere, and the flames were everywhere. Blazing fire soared into the sky. There are ruins everywhere you look. It's just a statue. With a sneer, the burly human-shaped lizard snorted coldly, rubbing the vibranium lamp ring with his index finger, and couldn't help showing a wave of contempt. The resurrection of the sun god Apollo statue really shocked the demon dragon and Dr. Drake at first. However, marble sculptures can't resist the dragon's breath at all. The high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees blurred the illusion of the air. Destroyed the statue of Apollo in the blink of an eye. Ashes. Liberate my Uncle Yao as soon as possible. The devil dragon rushed to the Leaning Tower of Pisa not far away. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Because Galileo's free fall experiment is famous all over the world. It has stood still for a long time. The Hell Gate of the Sky Devil is located on the dome of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. This is something everyone knows. Because Valen once liberated the Sky Demons caused great panic. My God! A repeat of the disaster. Without Dragon Team and Avengers support, who will do the exorcism? There were exclamations and screams. The native Romans wailed. The scene of déjà vu repeats itself. Enough to understand the despair of the parties involved. Woo woo woo. A bitter cold wind blows, and the sky suddenly changes color. Day turns into night. The quaint and majestic gate of hell stretches across the void. A giant bat flapped its back wings like lightning and slammed across the gate of hell. The dry and gossip. Sky Demon Westwood. Come back. Brother really fulfilled his promise. A sharp voice sounded. Zimu breathed the fresh air in the world again, with a face full of intoxication, and said with a strange smile. On the eve of the Moon Demon Mantra's escape from prison, he promised in public that he would use the time and history books to turn things around, change everything, and liberate all brothers and sisters. As expected. Brother really did it. Compared with the Holy Master, the eldest brother is undoubtedly more reliable. Uncle Yao. I am the Devil Dragon. Son of the Holy Lord. The burly human-shaped lizard said truthfully, by the order of the Lord of worshipping the moon, come to liberate Uncle Yao. Moon worship? Host? The Sky Demon Zemel was confused when he heard the words. However, there is no doubt about Xiaolong's identity. Because the devil knows the devil. This is the purification of holy water that can clear the fetters of the God's token. Dr. Drake took out an oral solution and reminded. Clear the fetters of the God token. Seeing this, the Sky Demon Zimu suddenly became short of breath. Grunt. He took the oral liquid and drank it up. It feels extra sweet. Moment. It's like removing the shackles that have been carried for a long time. The demonic energy suppressed by the God's token burst out. Zimu's body surface bloomed with light, and his appearance and power changed qualitatively. Full of magic. I'm finally free. The Sky Demon spreads its wings and soars. Fast as lightning. It's almost invisible to the naked eye. Shit. The long overdue Quinjet. The captain of the United States witnessed the liberation of the Sky Demon through the porthole, and couldn't help cursing secretly. It seems that lizards really work for demons. Come one step later. Let me surrender Zimu. Equipped with a metal battle suit, Sam Wilson takes the lead in crossing the cabin to face Westwood. Falcon. In the past, he served in the 58th Division Air Rescue Unit and participated in the Falcon secret project. Met running with the captain of the United States. Join Avengers early because of the Valenfried Demon event. Air racing. Narrowly defeated the Sky Demon. Therefore, now that Westwood has reappeared, Falcon is delighted to see Liegzen. Ready to keep going. I'll help you interfere with the human lizard. Barton nodded. Hawkeye. Studied under swordsman and rapid shot. Not only the arrows are flawless, but also powerful enough to lift a car with one hand. Even, the eyes have been transformed by S.H.I.E.L.D, capable of night vision and adapting to various environments. The power of the high-tech arrows equipped should not be underestimated either. In the Battle of New York, Loki, the initiator, has been recruited. Hope you don't let me do it. Dr. Bruce Banner said with a wry smile. Rest assured. There's my T-girl here. The fully armed Xiao smiled slyly. I want to say hello to Sam. Sam. This is the alias of Sky Demon Zimu. In order to snatch the broken tail, Zimu transforms into Sam to win Xiao's favor and is invited to visit Papa's antique shop. Definitely, finally her true identity was exposed, and she was expelled by her father. Afterwards, Xiao felt dejected. Unexpectedly, Zimu was liberated again. As a short-lived playmate, it is necessary to say hello. Xiao. Natasha Romanoff said with a headache, still taking the stairs. Definitely. We. The T-girl smiled silly. Chapter 29. Whoosh. Falcon crossed the cabin, and the metal wings on the back spread out instantly. Pushed by the miniature anti-gravity device, it rushed straight to the demon in the sky like an arrow from the string. The speed is so fast that it also surpasses the speed of sound. It was not a fraud to beat Zimu in the air race, but real strength. Kunlun slave. The sky demon Zimu said with a strange smile, this is different from the past, you will definitely die. Kunlun slave. A title that was passed down during the Xia Kingdom and the Tang dynasty. Fak oil. Falcon's face was heavy when he heard that. Undoubtedly experienced the racial discrimination from the devil. In order to understand the meaning of Kunlun slave, Falcon even looked for Jackie Chan to solve his doubts. Afterwards, he couldn't help being angry and wanted to beat Zimu. I thought there was no chance. Unexpectedly, the Sky Demon escaped from prison again. God help me. Die. Falcon cursed. Immediately, he manipulated the metal wings to lift into the air, and dense gun barrels emerged. Aim at the Sky Demon Zimu and pour a hail of bullets. Bang bang bang. The hail of bullets covering the sky and the sun accurately hit Zimu. There was a roar of gold and iron colliding, and it exploded in an instant. Unharmed. Hawkeye's pupils constricted violently when he saw this, and he immediately felt an unbelievable emotion. Seem. Sky Demon Zimu's anti-strike ability has been enhanced? Barton. Don't be in a daze. The United States captain said loudly, Sam needs your support. Saying that, Quinjet landed slowly at Miracle Square. The hatch opens. Steve Rogers is the first to charge at the huge humanoid lizard. This World War II veteran has been sleeping on the Arctic glaciers for a long time, and the world has changed drastically when he wakes up, and it is still difficult for him to adapt. Only a bloody battle can paralyze the disordered nerves. His shield material is unique, smelted from vibranium and adamantium, and has an extremely strong molecular structure of matter. It is immune to high temperature, refracts electromagnetic waves, and resists various forms of energy impact. The characteristic star stripe pattern is drawn on the surface of the shield. Symbolizes the indestructible freedom struggle spirit of the United States. Roar! A blazing hot flame was breathed out from the mouth of the demon dragon. An astonishing and terrifying high-temperature hit. Steve Rogers raised his shield to block. I saw the flames falling like dewdrops from lotus leaves, pouring crazily towards the sides of the United States captain. Didn't hurt Steve Rogers at all. Whoosh! The arrows loaded with high-tech warheads are like a bamboo, blazing out in the shape of a character. Jingle! The moment the arrow was about to hit the devil dragon, a shield made of energy appeared out of thin air. The vibranium light ring glows with radiance. Realize according to the imagination of the devil dragon. Hey! Steve Rogers was amazed. The shape of the shield made of energy in front of him is exactly the same as his iconic shield. Seems like the devil dragon stole the shield design. This is Chiguakuo's infringement. The Avengers. That's all. Dr. Drake looked disdainful. Immediately, he stood up from the ground, and the vibranium ring worn on his index finger suddenly shot bright moonlight. A pair of metal armor actually appeared to participate in the battle. The outer shell of the battle armor is silver-white, as if cast by moonlight. The overall shape is undoubtedly plagiarized again, stealing Tony Stark's designs. This ability. Does it come from the ring? Hawkeye felt incredible. At the same time, Falcon let out a horrific howl. The metal wings were torn apart. Due to loss of power, Sam fell uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the dome of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and was pierced by metal parts. I don't have any weaknesses anymore. Kunlun slave. The Sky Demon Zemu said with a strange smile. Eliminating the burden of suppressing the gods' tokens will undoubtedly completely liberate the magic energy of Westwood. Ability has soared dramatically. The speed of movement is sufficient to break through the sound barrier. It's easy to kill Falcon in seconds. Ahem. I saw bright red blood dripping from his wound, instantly polluting the white marble steps. An unprecedented weakness hit my heart. Falcon has never felt so close to death. Sam. You turned bad. The innocent child's voice sounded. Xiao Yu, wearing a T-girl battle armor, makes her debut. The 12 talismans of Xian Cow guard the arc reactor. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. They echo each other and shine brightly. And the horse charm happens to symbolize healing. A divine light enveloped the dying falcon. Xianqian's wound immediately began to heal slowly. Gradually healed. Thank you, T-girl. Sam Wilson said with a heartfelt tribute. Xiaoyu, just like the group favorite of the Avengers and Dragons. Whether Iron Man Tony Stark, or Odin's son Thor, the United States Captain Steve Rogers, almost everyone loves them. All superheroes are also happy to cosplay with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Zemu smiled strangely and said, You are still as pure and kind as ever. Chapter 30. Hula. 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 As the sky demon Zemu flapped his back wings, dark clouds covering the sky and the sun gathered. Turn daylight into Proxima midnight. It's dark everywhere. A hurricane swirls. Sandstorms of unprecedented scale are raging crazily. Even the Avengers can't help being nervous, thinking that the Sky Demon is about to make a big move. Result. The dazzled picture stopped. The huge miracle square in Tuscany is actually empty. Ran. Girl T had an incredible expression on her face. I haven't even shown my skills. It seems that Zemo has a long memory. Falcon said solemnly, the Sky Demon's speed has soared, even though its physique and strength have been greatly enhanced. It seems that the demon liberation incident is happening again. The threat index is even worse. The Avengers at the scene couldn't help being silent when they heard the words, they all felt the pressure of the storm. Sky Demon Westwood. Dikui, the devil of the earth. Mountain Demon Bogong. Thunder Demon Zongsu. Water Demon Bazaar. Wind Demon Sao Feng. Moon Demon Curse Blue. All about to make a comeback. Superheroes still can't forget the scene of the devil descending on the world. Darkness, horror, despair. If it wasn't for the magician daddy, he would use the god's token to expel the demon. I am afraid that the earth has sunk and become a paradise and pasture for demons. The disaster of captive humans will also reappear. Investigate the whereabouts of the devil as soon as possible. Also, strengthen the inspection and monitoring of the area near the gate of hell. Suspicious targets show up, arrest them immediately. The United States captain said methodically. At the same time, a pocket universe higher than the real latitude. Heliospace. Void reflection. The sturdy and stalwart figure raised his arms and shouted, "Life Foundation!" Immediately, the helio-universe suddenly became turbulent, and the sea of fog and tides all over the space surged like a tide, depicting lines and outlines. Show Zhou Lan the powerful enterprise standing at Fisherman's Wharf. It has to be admitted that it is accompanied by continuous display of divine power reflecting the heavens. The originally lifeless pocket universe is getting stronger day by day. Arriving at the Life Foundation, I saw familiar halls and corridors in sight. Modern-style buildings float in Helio universe. Immediately gave Zhou Lan a refreshing feeling of being at home. Sitting on the leather sofa, shaking a goblet full of bright red wine juice, Zhou Lan sipped slowly. Suddenly, the pious prayer sounded again. A human-shaped lizard with a big shoulder and a round waist hid in the ruins of the temple, with a blazing bonfire in front of it, as a simple ritual sacrifice, chanting the honorable name and saying, "An indescribably great life. The supreme symbol of the night and the dark moon. The primordial God who transcended the heavens and worlds. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. I implore you to hear the prayers of the humble believers." The devil dragon has a pious face and a sincere attitude. Undoubtedly prays uncle from the heart. Developed the moon worship sect by himself, planned the great cause of demonizing gods, and robbed the belief of the gods on earth. Even if it fails, it is still a legend. Definitely, he returned to the modern time and space with the knowledge of the future, and personally assisted the uncle to transform into a god, and preached for the moon, and he would definitely not fail again. The black moon shines. A stalwart figure reflected by divine power appeared. "Hey!" The breath of a god warrior. The sharp voice was full of astonishment and said, "Brother! You actually gained faith. Zimu is unbelievable. Who would believe in the devil? Nishimu. Haven't seen you for a long time." Zhou Lan laughed. "It seems that my plan succeeded, and you have regained your freedom. The next goal is to continue to liberate fellow demons. Until all the demons are seen again. Raise the 3 magician holy places that protect the earth." 3 holy places? The sky demon in the form of Sam is confused. Although, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One knew that the demon had turned out, he didn't intend to make a move at all, and left it to the magician father to handle it completely. In the end, who would have expected that the fate of the moon demon would be beyond recognition? The horrible chain reaction made everything out of control. Holy place. Located in London, New York, and Harbour City. Woven a huge amounts of magic circle to protect the earth. And I was exiled by the Sorcerer Supreme, and now I am in the dark dimension. Only by destroying the 3 holy places can there be hope of returning to the world. Zhou Lan told the truth. Dark dimension? Dr. Drake's materialistic worldview crumbles. The unfamiliar and familiar nouns made him feel the absurdity and wonder. Rubbing the vibranium light ring on the index finger, Drake reversed his attitude and prepared to serve the devil wholeheartedly and get more benefits and treatment. Trained as a bishop. These are the original words of the devil dragon. The gods chose him. Beeb. Discover attractions, Sokovia. Is the host checking in? Hey? Sokovia. Zhou Lan couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. The devil dragon came to Scarlet Witch's hometown? Could it be that he intends to confuse witches into teaching? Chapter 31. Scarlet Witch. Real name Wanda Maximov. Because of the Jericho missile produced by Stark Industries, he lost his parents and became a tragic war orphan, hiding in Tibet. Later, in order to change the world, she took the initiative to join the HYDRA organization and voluntarily participated in the live experiment. Shocked by the energy light wave of Mind Gem, he survived a catastrophe, an awakened origin magic power and the mutant ability that modifies the probability. Origin magic power paired with ability to modify probability. Even enough to turn reality around. In WandaVision, the returning witch Saifu is eager to set up a huge barrier in Zijing town. Not only resurrected the dead husband Vision, but also gave birth to twins, Speed, and Witchcraft. Even Agatha Harkness, the witch who controls the Dark Book, is no match for Wanda, who sucks up all the magic power and rewrites all memories. Yes, Uncle. According to the guidance of the Lunar Revelation, I came to Sokovia and decided to recruit a HYDRA unit stationed in Grey Castle. Also, by the way, invite Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to teach. The Devil Little Dragon spoke in eloquence. Revelation? Could it be that it refers to the last words written by future time and space itself? Zhou Lan felt thoughtful when he heard the words. He has no interest in the future. Because from the moment he knew the future has changed beyond recognition. Who falls twice? Remember to build altars and build temples. Statue. Zhou Lan ordered, through this, I can perfectly reflect the reality, and even possess the statue with my soul to display my divine power. Soul possessed? Dr. Drake couldn't help interrupting, Dear Mr. Zhou Lan, when we were heading to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the statue of Apollo in the Miracle Square was resurrected and launched an attack. Is this a sneak attack controlled by the Sun God himself? Idle resurrection? It seems that the gods of the earth can't sit still. Zhou Lan said with a smile, Apollo is the twin brother of Artemis, the Greek goddess of the moon. It is expected that she will support her. When you liberate the demon, remember to be vigilant. Beware of the resurrection of the statues of the gods of the earth. Saying that, the elegant figure of Wei An disappeared. Return to Hilo universe. This is the rule that the gods must obey. Made by the Almighty Judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe. For example, sacrifices must be exchanged for equal value. Gods are not allowed to interfere with mortal affairs at will. To strengthen faith, one must rely on temples, altars, and statues. Only the statue possessed by divine power can exert force. Definitely. The rules made by the Almighty Judge only apply to the Marvel multi-universe. Cannot interfere with Hilo universe. In other words, Zhou Lan in the Hilo universe is comparable to Toa, his rank is higher than the Almighty Judge, he can do whatever he says, and he can do anything. If you get the 8 demonic chi, infinite gems. Expand the boundaries and scope of the Hilo universe. Continue to reflect the attractions of the Marvel universe and Jackie Chan's adventures. It is not impossible for the Hilo universe to engulf the Marvel universe in the future. Temple. Altar. Statue. Sam's face was full of bewilderment. Brother is really going to become a god? Draw a line between us brothers and sisters. Gods and demons cannot be compared. These are two very different species. Uncle Yao. In the Hilo mythology system, you are the god of sky and weather. The future will replace Jupiter and Zeus. The devil dragon answered and explained. God of sky and weather? An unbelievable feeling hit my heart. Zimu couldn't help being dumbfounded. The eldest brother actually intends to push demons into gods? It's just ridiculous. The sky demon said sharply, how can the people of the earth believe in demons? Will do. Dr. Drake laughs, with HYDRA, anything is possible. Grey Castle. Located on the border of Sokovia. Standing in the deep mountains and old forests with luxuriant branches and leaves. The medieval castle in Europe has been covered with ivy for a long time. Heavily armed HYDRA soldiers patrol in shifts. The defense is tight. This is Baron Strucker's secret research base. It is operated exclusively for the purpose of deciphering the mystery of Loki's scepter and creating superpowers who work for the HYDRA organization. However, Mind Gem is so powerful that the success rate of in vivo experiments is less than 1 in 10,000. I heard that demons have reappeared in the world recently. Baron Strucker sighed. Pierce always wanted to win over the demons and serve the HYDRA organization, but he has never been able to achieve it. If you get the assistance of ancient demons, the HYDRA organization will definitely rule the entire world smoothly. Pity. Wipe the monocle and put it back on. The Baron stared at the surveillance screen broadcast in real time. I saw a pair of twin brothers and sisters getting familiar with their respective awakening abilities. Like Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver Pietro. Two mutants with extraordinary abilities. Baron. A flowing string suddenly appeared on the computer screen. The strings interweave to form a fat and twisted face. Later, the mechanical sound of electronic synthesis was delayed. Mr. Pierce decided to launch the Insight project. Chapter 32. Amnezola. The right-hand man of Red Skull, the creator of HYDRA. Relying on the Revolving Needle project, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Strategic Science Corps, was lurking. Thanks to his efforts, the HYDRA organization was revived. However, Dr. Zola's years came to an end, and he was forced to upload his thoughts to the abandoned base in New Jersey. Avatar artificial intelligence to assist Alexander Pierce to subvert the world. In the era of the Internet of Everything, Dr. Zola once again glows with new vitality. Like a network ghost, it quietly invades one firewall after another, and travels to and from Washington, D.C., Sokovia, Fuzhang, Tsarist Russia, East Asia, and other regions to transmit intelligence and information. Even, the alien technology recovered from the Battle of New York further enriched Dr. Zola's database. Endowed Dr. Zola with wisdom and talent ahead of the times. Insight plan. Baron Strucker narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a great plan implemented based on big data algorithms. Use algorithms to select targets that endanger social order and hinder the HYDRA organization, and eliminate them in advance. Nip disaster in its infancy. Definitely, this plan was eventually aborted because of the halo of the protagonist of the United States Captain. The HYDRA organization was uprooted and the database was leaked. Later it was convenient for Baron Zima. Single-handedly directed the outbreak of the Avengers Civil War. It is recommended to put the Insight plan on hold for now. The evil and magical voice immediately interrupted Baron Strucker's speech. In the shadows, a lizard figure with big arms and round waist appeared immediately. A strong and sturdy physique, an insolent black windbreaker, and the logo of the Eye of the Moon appearing on the back. Water? Enemy attack. Why is there no sound from the alarm? Baron Strucker and his henchmen couldn't help but change color, subconsciously backed away, and planned to sound the alarm. Monsieur Baron. I heard that the HYDRA organization has been planning to win over us. The sky demon Zimua flapped his back wings and slowly descended from the sky. Immediately, Sam turned into a handsome boy and introduced himself. I am the god of sky and weather, Sam. Please take care of me. Sam? God of sky and weather. Baron Strucker was stunned when he heard this. Then, infinite joy flooded deep in my heart. Sky Devil. The devil even took the initiative to visit the door. What a rare opportunity is this. Must hold fast. Mr. Syme knows everything. In that case. The Baron laughed. Welcome Sky Demon to the HYDRA family. No. Sam shook his finger and said, HYDRA was merged into Moon Worship sect. Moon Worship? Baron Strucker expressed doubts about this familiar but unfamiliar term. It's a recently spread organization. Originated in Chinatown, San Francisco. Advocating Hilo mythical civilization, 8 ancient gods jointly created the world. Dr. Zola's stringed face fluctuated violently, and he said in a deep voice, the Moon Worship sect has been officially designated as heresy by the World Security Council. I see. Baron Strucker half understood. However, as one of the leaders of the HYDRA organization, how could he surrender to other forces casually? Even if the creator of the power is an ancient demon. The HYDRA organization has been renewed for a long time, and the centipede is dead but not stiff. Not only has the political arena of the United States been elevated, the World Security Council, S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in the Fuzhang area, Sand Crocodile, and Xia Kingdom, there are countless spy agents lurking. As long as Project Insight is implemented smoothly, S.H.I.E.L.D. Chief Nick Fury falls, Steve Rogers dies. The HYDRA organization must win big. Become a real world master. You will not succeed. The demon dragon shook his head and said, only by being incorporated into the moon worship sect can HYDRA survive forever and even occupy a place in Heluo mythology. Absurd. Demons start educating HYDRA. Baron Strucker sneered, the name of worshipping the moon should come from the curse of the moon demon. Although, the curse blue brought an indelible psychological shadow to the Avengers and the Dragon team. Finally defeated. It has disappeared so far. Even if the moon worship sect spreads, demons can't really become gods. Really? In his eyes, the moon worship sect is just a terrorist organization. It has no effect at all. At most, the name sounds better. And the HYDRA organization is in full swing. Not only does it influence the political arena of the United States, the economic lifeline of Wall Street, but also all kinds of black materials of foreign high-ranking officials. In addition, the in vivo experiment conducted by the Loki scepter, even if the success rate is less than 1 in 10,000, is still fruitful. Like twin siblings Wanda Pietro. An absorber Carl Cryer, the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. Not necessarily impossible to fight the Avengers and the Dragon team. Funny. Xiao Long retorted, do you really think Uncle has lost? He just went to another universe to build his own kingdom of God. Do not believe. Wear a lantern ring. The truth is at hand. Saying so, the demon dragon held up a vibranium lamp ring. Passed to Baron Strucker. Chapter 33. The light ring is shaped like a diamond ring. The surface is branded with teaching emblem reincarnation writing sharing eyes. Runic characters are engraved on the inside of the ring. Wearing it for a long time can reverse the will of the holder, believe in the moon, and believe in the curse blue. This is a sacred object of the moon worship sect. Dr. Drake demonstrates, wear the light ring, you can fly at the speed of sound, survive in a vacuum, and embody everything you can imagine. For example, the iconic shield of the United States Captain. Iron Man armor. The moment the voice fell, unprecedented turbulent energy fluctuations swept across. Moment. The energy of the bright moonlight is intertwined to form a shield. Suspended in mid-air. Signature stars and stripes come into view. They look exactly the same. In addition, Dr. Drake put on the metal armor embodied by moonlight, just like Tony Stark's magic weapon. The details are reflected extremely realistically. If it wasn't for the silvery white appearance, I'm afraid Tony Stark himself will be dumbfounded. The combat power of a materialized item depends on the imagination of the holder. In theory, the lantern ring can embody all lifeless inorganic substances. Even mechanical Godzilla. Definitely, the corresponding energy loss skyrocketed accordingly. Light ring. Baron Strucker was dumbfounded. This technological product is so effective. Survive in a vacuum. Sonic flight. Embody everything imaginable. If what this person says is true, why does HYDRA study Chitauri technology? One lantern ring in each hand is enough to flatten the earth. The light ring is made of vibranium. Invaluable. Dr. Drake said, although silver, gold, platinum, and common precious metals can also be used as lamp ring materials. But the effect is clearly not satisfactory. Hiss. Vibranium. Baron Strucker finally discovered the difference in the light ring. Vibranium. Produced by the Wakanda tribe. 1 gram is worth 10,000 USD. Moreover, there is a price but no market. Even the HYDRA organization does not have much material. In the end, the curse blue was used to make the lamp ring. Worshipping the moon to teach sacred objects. Simply luxurious. I hope you mean what you say. Baron Strucker took the light ring and put it on his index finger. The moment the ring was impacted, the sonorous and powerful admission oath sounded. Chant by yourself. The runes also shine brightly. The night is bright, and the light is extinguished. The day is grey, and the king will not be king. The dawn is shining, and the midnight is long. The tricky lamp is always bright, and the moonlight is forever. Moment. Baron Strucker and Zhou Lan form a soul connection. In a daze, he saw the magnificent universe on the other side, the moon emitting bright light, and the mysterious buildings shrouded in grey mist. And the stalwart god with a solemn treasure and a benevolent face. Curse blue. Dr. Zola. Baron Strucker, self-taught, released a bright moonlight energy, reminding, you saw the whole process, remember to pass on Pierce. Suspend Insight Plan. Insight Plan. Born to kill targets that endanger HYDRA ahead of schedule. If HYDRA has the power to solve everything, why rely on the Insight Project? It seems you have made a choice. Devil Xiaolong said happily, welcome HYDRA to join the family of Moon Worship Sect. From today onwards, you will be the Commander-in-Chief of the Skitarii. This skill book records the unique skills of the Moon Worship Sect. 6 types of Moon Worship. Touch and learn. Skill book? The 6th form of worshipping the moon? Baron Strucker looked puzzled. Immediately, according to the prompt of the Devil Dragon, his fingertips touched the skin of the skill book, and an unprecedented flow of information surged in his mind. It is like the practice method of the 6 moon worship styles. Moon steps, hazy feet, finger guns, iron blocks, paper paintings, shaving. The basic 6 forms can evolve into infinite games and mysteries. A brain in the shape of a book. Dr. Zola suddenly exclaimed, you can receive messages by touching your fingertips. What a great invention! God is omnipotent. Ph.D. Drake praised reverently. Obviously. The runic script engraved on the vibranium lamp ring has quietly reversed Dr. Drake's beliefs. At the moment, the only true god in Drake's mind is Curse Lan. Bring the surveillance twin. Zimu said sharply. Twin? Baron Strucker nodded. Soon, Dr. List, the competent officer, and the burly jailer of Grey Castle brought the twin siblings to the base hall. Facing the vicious-looking human-shaped lizard, the twin siblings looked nervous and shrank slightly. Rest assured. You are all the lucky ones favored by God. Wear a lantern ring. Recite the oath of initiation. You will have the power to change the world. Drake spread his palms. I saw 2 vibranium light rings came into view. On the surface, the teaching emblem of the Eye of the Moon. Under the illumination of the fluorescent lamp, it is strange and bright. Change the world. I choose to join. The witch put on the ring of lights first, and recited the oath of joining the church crisply. The runic script came into play. She also saw the stalwart gods in the Hilo universe. Chapter 34. The stalwart figure in the grey fog space. The treasure is solemn and holy. Surrounded by bright moonlight. Just like a true god. Wanda couldn't help feeling a dreamlike feeling. It seems that the wounds and shadows in the depths of my heart have been smoothed and healed by the gods, and I gradually become cheerful and optimistic. In fact, Zhou Lan didn't really mean to heal Wanda. In fact, take this opportunity to prepare to display the divine power and reflect the origin magic power. The divine power that reflects the heavens does not only affect the scenic spots. It can even act on believers. It is said to be a mapping, but it is actually tantamount to copying and pasting. Copy the believer's ability. There are currently 5 believers. Demon Dragon, Dr. Drake, Baron Strucker, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver. Except for Wanda's origin magic power, the abilities of other believers are not worth mentioning at all. Pity. Each believer can only reflect one ability. Zhou Lan sighed. Origin magic power combined with the mutant ability that modifies the probability is worthy of being called multiple. The forms of energy in the Marvel Universe are varied. However, energy levels are distinct. Such as surface level. Energy levels confined to the interior of the planet cannot survive in a vacuum environment, covering a wide range of good and bad people. Go down to the Epsilon class mutant, up to Alpha mutant. All can be regarded as surface level. Second, level Godfather, such as Odin, Ancient One, Apocalypse, Hela. Level Single Universe. Dormammu, Tenjin Group. Multi-universe level. It represents the 5 creation gods, Phoenix Force and Infinity Gauntlet. Super Universe level. Life Court. Almighty Universe level. Toat. Zhou Lan in Hilo Universe is comparable to Toat. Definitely. Once you leave the Hilo Universe, you will immediately reveal your true colors. Although Zhou Lan received various rewards through the check-in system, it must be admitted that it was far from being extraordinary. Dark Fruit and Samsara Sharingan, even if integrated, still have limited potential. And Wanda's origin magic power is quite different. This is true multi-universe level energy. The witch relies on origin magic power to create the Westscape from the future. Even, the ability to dismiss all superheroes on the earth can be seen from this. Etc. The godhead rewarded by the check-in system can reflect the origin magic power, isn't it even more outrageous? It seems that the punch card system. It is definitely an existence that surpasses the omnipotent universe. Super Almighty. Zhou Lan suddenly had an epiphany. Narrow. The dark fruit produced by the ultra all-round system, how can Samsara Sharingan be a small skill? It seems that I blindly imitate the moves of Naruto. Ignored its essence. Thinking of this, Zhou Lan's thoughts suddenly became clear. If the eyes of the moon are reflected in the Marvel Universe, can the infinite moon reading technique be released? Hypnotic ability 5 creation gods? Even life court? Toat? There is a long way to go. Zhou Lan shook his head and smiled wryly. Even if my thinking is correct, given my current position, I still have to keep a low profile. Really? Trapped in a dark dimension. Only in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse can we get rid of it. However, I have successfully mirrored origin magic power, and I am already qualified to challenge Dormammu. If Dormammu can be overwhelmed, and the ruler of the dark dimension can be brought into the teaching, a reward must be given to the demon dragon and Drake. Successful in convincing brothers and sisters Baron Strucker and Maximov to join the church. Zhou Lan made a little hesitation. Immediately, he took out a red fruit of the size of cantaloupe file size with blossoming hot flames. This is the burning fruit. The ability of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates in the world of One Piece. It tastes like poop. Once eaten, it can be elementalized and release various inflammatory attacks. In addition, it does not have the weakness of being afraid of losing strength in the sea, and can even swallow devil fruits repeatedly. Punchin Sokovia not only got the Xiao Xiao fruit, but also got a piece of intercolumnar cells. The burning fruit rewards the little devil dragon to increase its anger. Give the interstitial cells to Baron Strucker and Dr. Drake for cloning. Zhou Lan had a flash of inspiration. Immediately, lower the oracle. Communicate real-time and space through the vibranium light ring. Reflected the burnt fruit and interstitial cells to the Grey Castle. Thank you Lord for your gift. Devil Xiaolong and Dr. Drake praised first. Baron Strucker belatedly said, thank the Lord for the gift. Where is the gift? Saying that, a red fruit gathered by hot flames landed in the palm of the devil dragon. Burn the fruit. The devil dragon instantly understood the function and effect of burning fruit. Later, intercolumnar cells come into view. Massive muscle display tabletop. It seems to be full of unprecedented vigorous vitality, and it is still constantly beating. What a wonderful experimental material! The Baron and Dr. Drake looked at each other, feeling each other's fanatical thoughts. Only super geniuses can communicate with each other. As for Baiju, science and technology from other worlds take time to decipher and decipher. For the super geniuses of the Marvel Universe, though, there's no difficulty. Chapter 35. Dark Dimension. Not literally dark. It's pitch black and you can't see your fingers. In fact, quite the opposite. Everywhere is beautiful and magnificent. Dazzling meteorites and nebula circled and echoed each other. You can vaguely see strange-looking creatures wandering around. All exude a shocking, unobservable sense of oppression. As if staring at it for a moment, you will be blinded. Listen to the sound it conveys, and the eardrums will burst. If you come into contact with its footprints at close range, you will be completely stupid and crazy, and become a vicious demon species that destroys conscience. Dark Dimension. One of the most mysterious spaces in the Marvel Universe. The only worlds that can be compared with it are the Crimson Universe dominated by Cyttorak and the border of Hell where Mephisto is entrenched. The Nightmare Latitude where nightmare reigns. The Old Dimension inhabited by Beholders. Etc. Such Mephistos are also known as Latitude Lords. The latitude of the territory determines the strength of its power. If you leave the territory for a long time, the strength will gradually weaken, just like the relationship of mutual generation and mutual restraint. As for Zhou Lan, who owns the Hilo universe, he has no worries about the consequences at all. Produced by the system, it must be a boutique. How can the ultra all-round check-in system reward defective products? God name, Curse Blue. God title, God of the Night and the Dark Moon. Level Godfather. Symbol, Samsara Sharingan. Director, Moon, Darkness, Gravity, Astrology. Divine Power, Reflect the Heavens, Origin Magic Power. Believers, Inhumans, HYDRA. Sect, Moon Worship Sect. Divine Realm, Hilo Universe. Hey! The rank has actually climbed to level Godfather. Zhou Lan opened the Godhead panel, and the detailed data came into view. Level Sub-Godfather, promoted to level Godfather. Don't look at the difference of one word, it is actually a world of difference. Level Godfather. The ultimate combat power is enough to explode the stars. God King Odin, Zeus, Ancient One, Apocalypse, Hela. They are basically at the level of level Godfather. In addition, there is actually a Council of Heavenly Father on the Earth in the Marvel Universe, and the main gods of each mythology system are members. Without exception, they all have the combat power of level Godfather. Definitely. The King of Gods, whose faith has been severely lost, has lost his combat power. Believe in success, and believe in failure. It's a pity that I can't psychic golems of heretics. Zhou Lan stepped out of the Hilo universe for the first time, and was in the magnificent dark dimension, and he couldn't help feeling emotional. According to the introduction of the system, continuous feeding of the golem of the outside world is enough to make it evolve into an omnipotent ultimate creature. Notice: omnipotent adjectives are rare in the Marvel Universe. Generally used for multi-universe existence. It is used to describe the almighty judge who arbitrates everything. Although the heretic golems are from the Naruto world. But it was generated by the system. If it can continue to feed dark energy, or origin magic power, Phoenix Force. Perhaps the heretical golem will change qualitatively. Become a physical container of multi-universe energy. Zhou Lan was full of imagination. Immediately, he began to wander aimlessly, like an otaku who never goes out, his face full of novelty and longing. The rank of level Godfather is enough to solve most of the troubles. The premise is that Dormammu is blind. At the same time, suddenly, there was a deafening bang in the area at the end of the line of sight. I saw that two races with different appearances began to conquer and fight each other. It looks like a human, but has animal features, such as lion head, scorpion tail. The dark dimension naturally has life. Otherwise, Dormammu rule the air? At the end of Doctor Strange, Caecilius and his henchmen zealots are only transformed into dark creatures. There is no death at all. Whoosh! The sonic boom continued. A streak of lightning collided with the light. Both sides in the battle showed amazing fighting power. The planet that was the battlefield began to collapse. At an extremely critical moment, the law enforcement team from the dark dimension finally arrived. A graceful silver-haired girl landed first. I saw that she was wearing a well-tailored witch's robe, which showed her exaggerated curves to the fullest. Leading the fully armed law enforcement team, they immediately stopped the fighting between the two races. This woman, exactly like Dormammu's niece Carrie, Zhou Lan said firmly. Definitely, the speculation is not unfounded. Because there are only a handful of well-known characters of the opposite S*X in the dark dimension. Besides Carrie, there is only Dormammu's sister, Omar. Omar fell in love with Olanai, the son of the former ruler of the dark dimension, and they gave birth to their only daughter, Kelly. Dormammu is in awe of Omar's magical talents. Then, it is expelled into the gap of dimension. Always in a sealed state. And once Dormammu leaves the dark dimension, the flame of Falden, which symbolizes the identity of the ruler, will appear above Omar's head like a phoenix crown. Make it free. So the girl is definitely not Omar. And Kelly's most notable feature is her long silver hair. Zhou Lan recalled. And, according to the plot of the Marvel Universe, Carrie will become Doctor Strange's wife. Together against Dormammu. Resist the invasion of the dark dimension. But the plot is about to change. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, thinking about it. Chapter 36. Creatures of the Dark Dimension. Very brave. Do everything you can. There is no principle or morality at all. Because of the law of mutual respect in darkness, only the weak and the strong prey on the strong. Therefore, even if Kelly led the law enforcement team to arrive, the two sides still did not choose to give up. Even using secret techniques, the surface of the body shines with light, as if preparing for a suicide attack. Destroy the hostile forces. Escape. Kelly screamed coquettishly, and left the scene first. However, the old, weak, sick and disabled around him looked pitiful, so they turned back again, intending to save the lives of innocent people. And at the moment, the lion-headed monster that attacked by suicide has already burst open. The extremely gorgeous light, along with the flesh and bones, suddenly spread in all directions. The terrifying power instantly annihilated the nearby meteorites. Evaporate all floating material. Even though Kelly tried her best to fly, due to the existence of drag, she still faced the baptism of the aftermath of the explosion. Dark Cave Road. Then a deep and magnetic voice sounded. Not far away, endless dark energy poured out. The unprecedentedly strong gravitational force instantly turned into a dense black hole, absorbing all the aftermath of the explosion, and calming down the catastrophe of genocide in the blink of an eye. Then, the majestic and elegant figure came into view. I saw that the bun was tied behind his head, and the treasure was solemn and holy. Wearing a necromancer long gown with wide sleeves, his gestures exude a sense of immortality, as if an innocent god descended into the world. Ah! The silver-haired girl who had never seen an unfamiliar necromancer was stunned for a moment. In the body of the savior, one can't help but feel a different kind of masculinity. It was a demeanor that Uncle Dormammu could never develop. Later, he finally came back to pay his respects. Thank you for your help. Exadimensional necromancer. The silver-haired girl has a pretty face, and the tight-fitting clothes outline a graceful figure. Her silver hair hangs down her shoulders like a waterfall. Eyes as bright as sapphires, full of electricity. The reserved smile on the corner of the mouth added a kind of classical beauty charm. Peripheral necromancer? Am I like a little boy who sacrificed his hue? Please call me Earth Necromancer. Zhou Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My name is Zhou Lan. Curse Blue? What a poetic name. The girl Kelly asked curiously, Earth Necromancer, why did you come to the dark dimension? I don't know that this place is full of dangers, and the world is afraid to avoid it. Ruler Dormammu is even more terrifying. Even defeated the eternal duplication of the creation god. Scare me? Zhou Lan didn't change his face when he heard the words. It was an accident that I came to the dark dimension, because of the exile of Sorcerer Supreme. Oh, it's you. The silver-haired girl suddenly said, some time ago, I found magic fluctuations, so I rushed to check immediately, but I didn't find anything. Where did you hide? As he spoke, Kelly looked at Zhou Lan anxiously, as if planning to activate the cuteness magic to make him tell the truth. Girlish feelings are always poetry. Tired of seeing strange dark creatures. Now the handsome Zhou Lan debuted, which undoubtedly brought a strong visual impact to the girl Kelly. Secret. Zhou Lan pretended to be mysterious and said. Immediately, he suddenly felt a throbbing from the soul. A powerful prayer rang in my ears. It is the believers who are reciting the honorable name. Try calling yourself. See you soon. Zhou Lan felt something. Soon, he bid farewell to the silver-haired girl, and rushed to a relatively secluded location with few creatures, intending to return to the Hilo universe and descend into real time and space. There's a latitude gap. Prone to energy storms. It is also possible to be teleported to other latitudes. Stop. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly stopped it loudly. Inspire the magic chase. As a result, when I turned around a damaged planet, I was shocked to find that the curse blue was gone. Blame myself. Didn't remind the savior earlier. The girl was quite ashamed. After tossing and turning in place for a long time, she found that Zhou Lan still hadn't shown up. She immediately lost confidence and walked away. Prepare to secretly use Dormammu's magic weapon to detect the whereabouts of the mantra. Definitely. Doomed to no gain. Even the almighty judge who arbitrates everything can't perceive Hilo universe. At the same time, underground of the Grey Castle, the dark prison has been cleaned neatly. Follow the instructions of the demon dragon. Baron Strucker builds a temple featuring the moon. There is an altar in the temple. There is a lifelike mantra statue on the altar. Nearly 4 meters tall, perfectly embodies the golden ratio. An indescribably great life. The supreme symbol of the night and the dark moon. The primordial god who transcended the heavens and worlds. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. The demon dragon, Dr. Drake, got down on one knee, clasped his hands together, and made a fist. Recite reverently pointing to Zhou Lan's honorable name. Wanda Quicksilver, Baron Strucker, whose faith has not yet been strengthened, only pays lip service to the ring of vibranium. This is the difference between devout believers and shallow believers. Definitely, keep wearing the vibranium light ring over time. The runic characters engraved inside the ring of the lamp ring will exert strong hints on the holder. Believe in the moon, believe in the mantra. Chapter 37. There are countless ways to strengthen your faith. And the most effective way is undoubtedly to show miracles in public. Although, Baron Strucker and Wanda Quicksilver have already recited the oath of worship, wear vibranium lamp rings, and become shallow believers of lunaticism. I want to quickly take root and grow my faith. Certain means are still required. Build temples. Altar. Carved figurines. This is a surefire way to strengthen faith and build connections. Believers worship and sacrifice day and night, and will continuously provide the power of faith, which will be used to improve Zhou Lan's rank and eat up more priesthood and authority. Welcome, uncle. The devil's little dragon was full of enthusiasm, and suddenly felt a wave of familiar and unfamiliar energy fluctuations descending on the grey castle from an unreachable space. Gradually, the blurry projection of divine power overlapped with the marble sculpture, as if full of vitality. The marble carvings came alive. Step down the steps. It's like an innocent god descending into the world. Majesty. Sacred. No offense. Meet the great god of the night and the dark moon. Dr. Drake and Baron Strucker were the first to respond. God of night and dark moon. This is the divine title of Zhou Lan. It perfectly embodies the authority of Zhou Lan. Dark moon. Definitely, the authority he possesses is not only that, but also gravity and astrology. If you kill a god with your own hands, you can smelt the godhead. Will completely occupy the authority under its control. It turns out that the moon worship sect really has a god. Quicksilver Pietro was dumbfounded when he saw this. For the resurrection of the marble sculpture, the scene of bringing the dead back to life, I felt the excitement instantly. Simply unheard of, unseen. Definitely. The prestige of Thor, the son of Odin, is almost universally known. The key is compared to the handsome Zhou Lan. The gods from Viking legends are like reckless men with well-developed limbs. In a modern civilized society, it is difficult to win the favor of the people. Times have changed. Gods also need to keep pace with the times. What's the plan for the next step? Zhou Lan's soul possessed the sculpture and adapted slightly. Immediately, he said in a deep voice, the 8 demons anthropomorphic figures, toys. Special photo. Cartoon. Movies. Game. It is necessary to start the Hilo myth as soon as possible and make it known to the world. That's right. This is Zhou Lan's absolute ultimate move to promote demonization of gods. In the digital information age, the pan-entertainment model is popular. Instead of consolidating beliefs through force, it is better to organize demons to make a debut. Anthropomorphic figures, mass production, and sales of toys, enough to conquer all children. Special photography is also a timeless classic. Altman's story is still familiar to all. Moreover, Zhou Lan advocated the production of an adventure comedy animation called The Adventures of Afu, with a total of 5 chapters. Charms. Devil articles. Animals. Mask articles. Magic articles. Copy The Adventures of Jackie Chan. Definitely, the plot needs to be modified, and the protagonist is replaced by Foshan martial artist Afu. Story background: 8 evil immortals in the Oriental magic world, Taiguai Li, Han Zhongli, Zhang Quilao, He Xiangwu, Lan Keihe, Han Xiangzi, Cao Quashu, Lu Dongbin. Cultivation goes mad and decides to destroy the world. In the end, the righteous god Hilo successfully sealed the 8 immortals. Master Zhou Lan, don't worry. The plan is well underway. Dr. Drake reports, I have recruited authors to start publications on the topic. In addition, the HYDRA organization is also drafting the design of the demon anthropomorphic figures. Even Dr. Zola proposed that a chip be embedded in the toy figure. Place the artificial intelligence researched by the HYDRA organization. Artificial intelligence? Ultron? Zhou Lan couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. Good guy. If one day Ultron is born, wouldn't all demon figures be reduced to Ultron duplication? Dr. Zola. Staring at the strings displayed on the computer screen, Zhou Lan had a flash of inspiration. Actually, I want you to be the artificial intelligence. Dr. Zola. HYDRA organization patriarch. Absolutely die-hard fans. Compared with Ultron, a super artificial intelligence with extreme thinking, Dr. Zola is undoubtedly more controllable. Dr. Zola was thoughtful. As for the moon worship sect, Dr. Zhou Lan and the Secretary General of the Security Council on the other side of the ocean still have conflicts. Because Alexander Pierce needs demons to work for HYDRA, instead of HYDRA being incorporated into moon worship. Therefore, after learning that Baron Strucker joined the church, Pierce has unilaterally dismissed his leadership and directly launched the Insight Plan. Just take out S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain Nick Fury. HYDRA will have no rivals. I have to admit that Alexander Pierce made decisive and clean decisions. At the moment, the demon liberation event repeats itself. The moon worship sect is coming menacingly. The Avengers and dragons are on the run. In order to talk to the Inhumans living on the moon and recover the satellite debris destroyed by the gravitational storm, another official force was quietly formed. Numerous agents and agents have been transferred. Didn't even realize HYDRA took the opportunity to launch the Insight project. The right time, the right place, and the right people. How could Pierce trust the devil's orders and give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It looks like HYDRA is in danger. Zhou Lan said calmly. Chapter 38. HYDRA in danger? Listening to the whisper of the gods, Baron Strucker and Dr. Zhou Lan couldn't help but look at each other. How do you see it? Although, neither of the two elders supported Pierce launching the Insight project. But it must be admitted that the success rate of the Insight plan is extremely high. Just kill Nick Fury, the bald chief. The road to the HYDRA Overhead Federation is unimpeded. The stars and stripes will be replaced by swastikas. Dr. Zhou Lan, I suggest you transfer the database as soon as possible and move to Grey Castle. Clear the relevant traces of the Grey Castle. Zhou Lan kindly reminded, Nick Fury's cards are more terrifying than you imagined. Really? Nick Fury? Damn Falkman. Ordinary detective in the early 1990s. Because of getting acquainted with Captain Marvel and Talos, the leader of the counterfeit stars, he won the attention of the Strategic Science Corps. Carries an antique pager that can call Carol Danvers. Often exchange identities with copycat stars. For the resurgence of HYDRA, Skinhead Chief Nick Fury is always on guard. In addition, the aura of the protagonist of the Captain of the United States is not a decoration, and it is almost easy to disrupt the Insight plan by himself. This is the benefit of the collective worship of all living beings. Superhero fans provide idols with an unprecedented power of faith. That's why the Avengers and the Dragon team have been able to turn danger into good fortune again and again. Turn defeat into victory. Worshipping the moon can really change the world. Scarlet Witch, who had a youthful face, took a step forward, and said with a serious expression, I chose to join the religion in order to change the world. Wanda Maximoff. An Omega-class mutant that is rare on Earth. Horror ability with origin magic power and modified probability. He lost his parents when he was young and became a war orphan, and he and Quicksilver depended on each other for life. The dream is to change the world. Sit around the TV with your family and enjoy a sitcom. As a result, a missile destroyed all the warmth. Future. Wanda will also lose her brother, Quicksilver, and her love, Vision. This innocent girl who has been teased by God. In the end, the ending that will be faced is undoubtedly black and crazy. I will teach you to use origin magic power myself. Wanda. Zhou Lan's attitude is kind, like a benevolent father caressing a girl's hair. A warm divine power envelopes Wanda. Soothe it. Purify the wounds deep in his heart again. Origin magic power. A sharp voice suddenly sounded. Hiding in the curtain, the sky demon Zemu, who had been watching coldly, finally couldn't control his emotions and fluttered his wings from the sky. Origin magic power. This is the housekeeping skill of the god of the underworld Sithorn. Space above space, time above time, great shadow dweller. The god of black magic. Source of distortion and filth. Various nicknames. The sky demon Xavier knows everything by heart. For the power of origin magic power, it is even more memorable. This is an almighty force capable of reversing reality and overturning everything. Thousands of prehistoric demon necromancers practiced various systems of magic, spells, forbidden techniques and chi. There are undoubtedly many necromancers who are obsessed with origin magic power and yearn for the Dark God Book. The reason why the 8 demons can carve up the earth and dominate the sea, land, and outer space. In addition to the infinite power of the hexagrams, the original strength is excellent. Another reason is that the origin magic power host is extremely easy to lose control. Bad luck haunts her, punishes relatives and friends, and kills the lone star of the evil spirit. It is almost predictable that the future of the girl named Wanda will be ill-fated. Maybe it will bring disaster to the moon worship sect. Indirectly affect the grand plan and dominance of the Big Brother demonized god. Nishimu. Do not panic. Zhou Lan's fingertips swung, and a cluster of bright red streamers suddenly bloomed. The terrifying magic fluctuations then cleared away. Moment. The Sky Demon exclaimed, Origin magic power. When did Big Brother steal origin magic power? Zemo was dumbfounded. Origin magic power is extremely difficult to cultivate, and the conditions are quite harsh. Secondly, it must be approved by the god of the underworld, Zidhorn, before it can be used for its own use. Prehistoric. The 8 great demons teamed up to kill countless origin magic power hosts. Successfully offended Sithorn, the god of the underworld, and was regarded by Sithorn as a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. How is it possible for Sithorn to share the Big Brother origin magic power? This is me bypassing Sithorn. Origin magic power understood alone. Zhou Lan said with a smile, it's just a trick. Hiss. Zemo took a breath when he heard this. Small tricks? This is unparalleled all-around power. Enough to subvert reality and distort everything in theory. The eldest brother actually regarded it as a small skill? Ah! Wanda bewildered, you will also use this ability. Origin magic power. Wanda learns the true name of her ability for the first time. Bring it on. Zhou Lan pulled up her slender hand. Take the lead in walking towards the skylight of the temple. At this moment, night falls, and the black moon shines on the earth. Vibranium lamp rings start to recharge automatically without exception. Like a shining star. Shining with Zhou Lan's breath. At the same time. The far side of the ocean. Washington, D.C. The old man with grey temples slumped to the ground, facing the black muzzle of the one-eyed chief. He could hardly regret it. Why didn't you listen to the devil's advice? Hastily launched the Insight plan? So you are the spy chief of the HYDRA organization. The one-eyed director suddenly changed his image and turned into an alien with green striped skin. Then, switch the appearance of Alexander Pierce again, and successfully read the Secretary General's recent memory. Chapter 39. Talos. The one-eyed bureau chief in front of him is obviously not the deity. Instead, Talos, the head of the Skrull Empire, plays the role. Talos and Nick Fury often switch identities to complete some ulterior purposes and tasks. The Insight plan was launched, and the bald director was attacked for the first time and was seriously injured. Talos immediately replaced him silently. After some planning, the true face of Alexander Pierce was finally revealed. Like a HYDRA organization spy. Dr. M. Nizala. Sokovia Grey Castle. Baron Strucker. HYDRA merged into Moon Worship Sect. Various messages Pierce has received recently. Like an invisible code, it was transmitted to Talos' mind through nerve cells. This is the racial ability of the Struer. Carry out genetic level camouflage and transformation. It can perfectly reproduce the target DNA, as well as some recent memories. Definitely. The Marvel movie universe infinitely weakens the Skrull's racial ability. According to the comics, the Struers are also known as Shanzai stars. Able to reproduce all abilities of the target. All memory. The premise is that the target must survive, otherwise the replica cannot be maintained. Nick Fury turned out to be an alien. Pierce was dumbfounded. A feeling of absurdity can't help but emerge. So Nick Fury is S.H.I.E.L.D's biggest spy. Cough cough. The one-eyed director who is physically disabled and strong-willed made a sound. Pacing out from the corner, with regret on his face, I have doubted you countless times, and then dispelled my doubts countless times, but in the end I lost to reality. HYDRA spy status for friends. Nick Fury seems to have expected it. As expected of you. Swap identities with aliens. Pierce applauded and said, no wonder you occasionally appear in different places at the same time. I lost. But HYDRA still has a chance. Boom. The moment the words fell, the HYDRA spy shot himself in public. Blood was spilled, staining the tiled floor red. The bald chief, Nick Fury, and the copycat stars looked at each other. Undoubtedly, they all felt the suffocation of the storm and the black clouds overwhelming the city. Trickerwing building. The Dragon team and the Avengers were seated one after another. Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and archaeologist Jackie Chan are three distinct factions. However, alliances are formed because of a common goal. HYDRA. Ancient demon. The superhero at the scene never dreamed that HYDRA chose to merge into the moon worship church founded by the devil. For this Pierce unilaterally removed Baron Strucker from his leadership position. Launch the Insight Plan alone, vowing to eliminate all suspicious targets that endanger the organization. In the end, it failed. Even, the whole truth was accidentally exposed. Attack Grey Castle directly. Expel the devil. Eradicate HYDRA. The son of Odin held his beloved Warhammer, Mjolnir, first to express his opinion, and said frankly, except for the strongest demon, Zhou Lan, other demons are not worth mentioning at all. Really? As the future God King, ruler of Asgard. God of thunder and war. Thor has the air of arrogance. I disagree. Natasha Romanoff raised her hand and said, spies should be arranged to lurk in the Grey Castle to investigate the devil's intention to establish the moon worship cult. As an excellent S.H.I.E.L.D spy, Natasha Romanoff deeply understands the importance of spying on the enemy. In addition, it would be unwise for Strucker to attack HYDRA with a Loki scepter in hand. Hawkeye Barton added. For the evil god Loki's mind control, it is quite unforgettable. Late makes changes. After all, the enemy has the Panka box. Colonel War Machine Rhodes pointedly said, Ghost knows, if we postpone the plan to encircle and suppress Grey Castle, we will face several demons in the future. Panko Treasure Box. The key to open the gates of the devil's hell. This is a well-known secret. Because the demon liberation event once caused social panic and turmoil. Now that the demons are making a comeback, the Avengers naturally understand the seriousness of the problem. Papa and T-Girls will subdue all demons. The eccentric Xiao hummed, punched, and kicked the air. Xiao! Quiet! The archaeologist hurriedly stopped the niece, and said apologetically, everyone, go on, go on. Although I have an ominous premonition. Nanny? The crow's mouth is coming. The sumo wrestler Toru couldn't help but widen his eyes. Please. Jackie Chan. Don't be crow-mouthed. Stark stood up suddenly and said, actually, it might be a good thing to wait and see what happens. When everyone heard the words, they cast puzzled and astonished gazes. How do you see it? Poor information. Dr. Banner puts it succinctly, the demons are unaware of the fact that we have found HYDRA incorporated into the lunatic cult. Should continue to occupy Sokovia. Carry out the plan to liberate the devil in an open and above-board manner. Bingo! Stark snapped his fingers. The enemy is clear and we are dark. It is convenient to observe the actions of HYDRA and Moon Worship Sect. What's more? We also have a mysterious helper. Iron Man laughed, Don't you guys wonder who exiled the moon demon curse Lan? Who? As soon as Tony's words came out, it undoubtedly whetted the appetite of the superhero on the scene. Helper lives in Manhattan. Bleecker Street. Number 177A. Chapter 40. Sokovia. A majestic castle in the European medieval style. The walls are full of nicks and creepers. It is a hereditary inheritance from Baron Strucker. As a secret base occupied by the HYDRA organization. It has been a long time so far. Pierce is down. Partners lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D are scattered. Even federal MPs in important positions have been arrested. Baron Strucker rejoiced, the god of the night and the dark moon must be praised for warning in advance and saving Dr. Zola and HYDRA. Really? Dr. Zola followed suit and transferred the core database to Grey Castle. Throughout the ages, all historical materials of HYDRA, as well as important texts, images, videos, and archives that are kept secret. Almost all are kept by Dr. Zola. This is a super genius comparable to the Stark father and son and Stephen Strange, but born in the wrong era. Definitely, with the arrival of the Internet of Everything era, the Battle of New York broke out. Undoubtedly gave Dr. Zola a new life. Dr. Zola can clone the Iron Man armor at any time. The problem is that there is not enough adamantium for it to realize its ideal. Adamantium. The strongest substance in the Marvel Universe. None of them. Even Ulu Cobalco and Vibranium cannot match the hardness of adamantium. This technology is only mastered by the Sentry Secret Service led by Colonel William Stryker. Dr. Zola has always fantasized about creating an adamantium body. Coincidentally, Zhou Lan laughed, I have adamantium. Real. The string displayed on the computer screen began to fluctuate violently. The fat and honest face was quite a surprise. Adamantium. The raw material for the United States captain's signature shield. Why can Curse Blue have it? Because of the check-in system. The reward for punching in the Grey Castle is the secondary adamantium. A total of about 1,000 caddies of reserves. Having adamantium is enough to create an invincible mechanical army. Dr. Zola excitedly said, thanks to the great god of the night and Proxima Midnight. Not just Zola. Drake, Baron Strucker, Dr. List, without exception all know the value of adamantium. This is a rare material that does far more than vibranium. Since HYDRA has been incorporated into Moon Worship Sect. Active as a Cathar. I will definitely not neglect. Zhou Lan was extraordinarily generous and selfless. After all, in the early days of Moon Worship education, all the Devil Brothers and Feet had not yet been liberated. Many actions and plans need HYDRA to implement and promote. Like Demon Anime. The Adventures of Alfred. Design and sales of demon anthropomorphic figures. A large-scale online game with the mythical background of Hilo. Special photography. Movie. Episodes. Etc. Pan-entertainment field. Even though HYDRA organized a gathering of talents, it was still unavoidable to complain, questioning Baron Strucker's wrong decision-making and going astray. He actually led the organization to transform into a pan-entertainment company. I will suppress all opposing voices. The Baron promised. Soon, the Grey Castle began to cleanse the heresy. Countless ashes were discarded in deep mountains and old forests and buried quietly. Questioning the Baron is like questioning a god. And the gods are not to be offended. Wanda. Close your eyes. Accept the baptism of holy water. Zhou Lan dipped his fingertips into the purified holy water. Immediately, touched the bright girl's forehead. A stream of filthy energy, like an electric shock, spilled out of Scarlet Witch's pore in the blink of an eye. Floating and twisting in the void. This is Sithorn's curse. Curse on all origin magic power hosts. In order to facilitate myself possessing others' body, origin magic power hosts will experience all kinds of outrageous human tragedies. In the end, the heart is dark and completely depraved. That's why Wanda lost her parents at a young age and became a tragic war orphan. Adult kills Quicksilver, loves Vision. Even giving birth to twins, Speed and Witchcraft will be separated. Everything is blamed on Hades. Sithorn. Demon Necromancer. You are the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan. How dare you obstruct my rebirth plan? It's courting death. The filthy energy then turned into a blurred and distorted face, as if peeping would blind you. To hear its words will be deaf. If you dare to get in close contact, you will undoubtedly lose your conscience and become a walking dead beast. Definitely. All negative effects are invalid for Zhou Lan, who takes purified holy water. Thanks to the help of the purified holy water, Sithorn's curse was successfully resolved. Death. I can't write. You can teach me. Zhou Lan retorted, almost forgot, you can't set foot in reality at all. London. New York. Port City. 3 magician holy places were built respectively. The 3 holy places constitute a huge magic circle of unprecedented scale. The magic circle can isolate the invasion of latitude lords. Protect real time and space. So, Dormammu, Cedarak, Beholder, Sithorn. It is impossible to set foot on the earth half a step. Think I'm ignorant? Hearing the words, the distorted filthy face laughed strangely. You were exiled to the dark dimension by Sorcerer Supreme. Sooner or later, I will go to condolences to you. Crash. The moment the words fell, the twisted face of Hades disappeared instantly. And Scarlet Witch Wanda seems to be born again. Put your hands together and make a fist. He knelt down abruptly. Chapter 41. The young girl with an immature face fell to the ground devoutly. Host of origin magic power, victim of Hades' curse. The moment she purified the holy water and cleared the curse, her feelings were undoubtedly more real and intense. It seems that the bad luck that has been carried for a long time has disappeared. The heart-piercing past was turned into ashes. Wrap it tightly with an unprecedented warm feeling. Like a fetus in a sleeping womb. Happiness. Peaceful. Good. Reluctant to wake up for a long time. Stand up. Zhou Lan waved his hand, and then released a gentle gravitational force, lifting the pious and kneeling girl, and stroking her head. Thanks to the great god of the night and the dark moon. Wanda pays tribute again. She undoubtedly saw the distorted and filthy true face of Sithorn, the god of the underworld. This kind of substance actually interferes with him all the time, cursing himself. Scarlet Witch couldn't help showing a feeling of nausea and fear. Fortunately, she chose to join the moon worship sect. Be baptized with holy water from the gods. Otherwise, the punishment of relatives and friends, bad luck, and the fate of the lone star of the evil spirit will definitely lead to more tragedies. God loves the world. I love you especially. Zhou Lan made no secret of his distress and pity for Wanda. This innocent girl who has been teased by God. He lost his parents when he was young and became a miserable war orphan. Grown-up death Quicksilver Pietro, beloved Vision. Even giving birth to twins, Speed and Witchcraft will be separated. And what did Wanda do wrong? Merciful Lord. The selfless Father. I am willing to sacrifice everything to you. Please teach me and give me the courage and confidence to face everything. Scarlet Witch clasped her hands together. Make a fist. Start pious praise. The vibranium lamp ring worn on his index finger began to hum along with the praise. The color of the teaching emblem of the eye of the moon imprinted on the surface is darkened. The final frame is dark red. Moon worship sect so far, the first devout believer was born. Scarlet Witch. Wanda. In charge of future Avengers combat power, the most powerful host in charge of the all-powerful origin magic power. The power of origin magic power is enough to reverse reality and overturn everything. Even the singularity essence formed by the Big Bang, the mind gem with infinite energy, still cannot withstand the magical impact of the witch. WandaVision, a Western illusion created by the witch alone, even surprised the witch who has survived for hundreds of years, Agatha Harkness. Agatha Harkness, a member of the European medieval coven of witches, mainly practice rune magic. Later, by chance, I got the Book of the Dark God written by Sithorn, completely depraved, Blacken. The encounter between her and Scarlet Witch was not accidental. It was the arrangement of the god of the underworld, Zidhorn. For returning to reality, Origin Magic Power and Dark God Book are indispensable. This is a book of filth, also known as the Book of Sins, the Book of the Dead, and the Scrolls of Sithorn. The dark magic recorded above is as numerous as stars. However, it bears the will of the god of the underworld, Sithorn, and continuous reading will eat away at and invade the spirit of readers. Make it fall. It appears that Wanda rune magic must be taught. Otherwise, if you encounter the witch Agatha Harkness in the future, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhou Lan was thoughtful. Immediately, he said kindly, Wanda, continue to the next class, Rune Character Recognition and Writing. Runic Script. It symbolizes the mystery of the universe and possesses extraordinary magic power. Sacrifice the right eye by the king of God Odin, hang the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights to pick it up. No matter where it is carved, it will endow it with a terrifying power beyond imagination. This kind of magical writing, which frequently appears in Norway and Asgard, is used to protect weapons, armor, and buildings. Like Odin's Gun of Eternity, Mjolnir, Thor's Hammer. Without exception, they are all branded with runes. The keyword in the runes has multiple meanings, which is easy to learn but difficult to master. Not even the ancient demon necromancer can teach himself. Fortunately, Zhou Lan got the defective sheepskin scroll rewarded by the check-in system. A parchment scroll, like a dictionary of runes. It not only records an unfathomable rune magic, but also explains and marks the meaning and use of rune characters in detail. The runic characters carved inside the vibranium lamp ring exert a strong hypnotic ability and suggestive effect. Believe in the moon. Faith mantra. Never betray. Recognition and writing of runes. The spells mastered by the Viking gods, the elder brother actually succeeded in stealing them. The sky demon Zemo had an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. Runic script. Famous in prehistory. God King Odin defeated countless powerful giants and monsters with the help of runes. And, combined with the first generation of Iron Fist, the first generation of Sorcerer Supreme, the first generation of Phoenix, and the first generation of Ghost Rider, a prehistoric superhero alliance was formed. Reward the good and punish the evil. Wanda. This is an extremely important magical symbol. Represents God and destiny. Zhou Lan runs the origin magic power and draws with his fingertips. Immediately, a rune symbol was left on the mottled grey castle wall. The moment the symbol materialized, dazzling light waves bloomed accordingly. The city wall instantly possessed magical properties, able to resist the attack and bombing of conventional guns and missiles. Even guard against more common destructive magic. The writing of the runic script. With origin magic power as a stroke. God and destiny. Reverse. Wealth. Scarlet Witch stared at the strange symbols branded by the gods, forcing herself to recite and memorize them. The gods teach. What a rare opportunity. Pity. Zemu and the Devil Dragon, Dr. Drake, and Baron Stella are not even qualified to attend. This is a magic lesson exclusively for Wanda. After all, only Wanda has all powers. Origin Magic Power. Chapter 42. The Majestic and Majestic Castle. The original wall was mottled and dim. There are traces of chopping and chiseling everywhere. Withered creepers all over the place. Accompanied by Zhou Lan's casual explanation and writing. One by one, the runes with extraordinary magic power are engraved on them. Immediately, the whole grey castle seemed to be full of vitality, and was protected by various attributes, strengthening such as resistance to magic, defense against guns and missiles, self-healing function, etc., etc. Even, like a magic prop that has been tried and tested, an elf was born, shaped like Thumbelina, lying in a tea bowl and dozing. Hey! Thumbelina woke up suddenly, humming and ha-ha. Immediately, seeing the stalwart and elegant father god approaching, he couldn't help smiling. The grey castle turned out to be fine. Zhou Lan had quite a headache. Accidentally abused origin magic power to write too many runes. The runes, which symbolize the mysteries of the universe, display the city walls. Due to the special nature of origin magic power distorting reality and subverting everything, the superposition of the two exploded to an amazing effect, which directly brought the grey castle back to life. The Thumbelina in front of her is undoubtedly the new spirit of the castle. Sacrifice. Abbreviation for spirit of sacrifice and support. It can protect the ancient castle, deter lonely ghosts, demons, and monsters. In addition, sacrifice spirits can also become gods, as long as they are worshipped by believers day and night. Compared with demons, it is easier to generate godheads. Godhead. God's person. This is a container of faith and authority. If you want the 9 demons to become gods, you must get 8 godheads. Take good care of Thumbelina. Zhou Lan summoned the Baron, and said, "This is the newborn spirit of the Grey Castle, which is connected with the lifeline of the castle, and it will prosper if it is prosperous, and it will be damaged if it is damaged. Feeding gold, silver, and jewelry can support its growth. Once it grows stronger, the Grey Castle will become a holy city. Like Jerusalem. Worship? Holy city?" Baron Strucker was stunned when he heard the words. It feels like your mind goes blank. Later, there was infinite joy. Thank you for leading HYDRA to join the moon worship sect. Otherwise, I'm afraid it has been reduced to the same fate as Alexander Pierce. How can I witness such an unimaginable miracle with my own eyes? Hey! Thumbelina rubbed her belly, obviously very hungry. At the same time, a silver figure blinked from far to near, pulled out the Baron's ancestral jade and fed it to Thumbelina. Hey! Hey! Thumbelina chewed emerald dryly and hummed nursery rhymes with unfamiliar tunes. Super cute! Wanda and Quicksilver smiled at each other. The perception of runes and origin magic power has also undergone a qualitative change. It really lives up to its reputation. Origin magic power is enough to distort reality and subvert everything. As for the Polysemous runes, they are equally mysterious. Even if the superhero discovers the Grey Castle in the future, it is estimated that there is no way to attack. Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the castle is like an impregnable iron wall. Possess strong magic resistance. It is comparable to the place where the 3 religions respect each other. Jerusalem. And Kamartaj, the hermit of the occult magician. This was Zhou Lan's negligence, but it was also a warning. The fate of the Baron will definitely be staged. Ultron. Zhou Lan was thoughtful. Immediately, striding towards the spotless research room. I saw the glass window at the end of the line of sight, displaying a scepter inlaid with mind gem. And Dr. List, Baron Strucker's powerful think tank, is typing codes rapidly with his fingers flying. The electrocardiogram displayed on the screen began to flicker. Link network. Free the terrifying ghost imprisoned by Loki's scepter. Super artificial intelligence. Ultron. I succeeded. Unprecedented artificial intelligence program. The Baron will definitely reward you generously. Dr. List looks like a lunatic, obviously hinted by Mind Gem, and transmits a piece of program. Not his intention. Because Zhou Lan has stopped the super artificial intelligence project. It seems that the ignorant Ultron has mobilized a small amount of spiritual power. Dr. Hypnotic Ability List brings it to life. In the end, through ports, proxy servers, and jumps, they arrived in New York, the technology capital of the United States. Avengers Tower. Let's go. Organize a group to visit the mysterious helper. Stark took the lead and went to the address shown on the business card. Manhattan. 177A Bleecker Street. The business card has a mysterious origin and was handed over by Pepper Potts. It is said that the mysterious visitor who passed the business card was a tall black youth. The youth called himself Karmodu, Sorcerer Supreme Disciple. The Venerable Ancient One. Archaeologist Jackie Chan belatedly said, "This is Daddy's idol. A man of the same period as the fighter Lopez of the Lin dynasty." Lopez? It feels very familiar. Stark recalled for a while, and finally came to his senses. This is the fighter who sealed the Demon Lord of Fire. It seems that Venerable Ancient One should be very old. The son of Odin joked. Really? The Lin dynasty was more than 800 years ago. If Ancient One is still alive, he must be grey. Chapter 43. Bleecker Street. No 177A. I saw old apartment buildings standing. The door leaf made of hardwood is symmetrically inlaid with 2 copper rings. You can feel the weight of a kind of time precipitation by touching it. When? Tap the copper ring continuously. Steck waited patiently. As a result, several minutes passed and no one answered. It seems that the address of Sorcerer Supreme. Just a joke. Steve Rogers sighed. After all, magicians are old antiques. Who would take the initiative to visit and leave a business card? The weird girl spread her hands and said. Really? Dad is a living example. However, the moment Xiao finished speaking, the door of the apartment opened by itself. A figure dressed in a monk's robe and hood came into view. Take off the hood. Karmodo showed his white teeth and said with a smile, magicians are not all antiques. Everyone, please come in. If you need to connect to the internet. The wireless password is Justice League in lowercase. Nanny? The sumo wrestler True was stunned. Wireless password? It seems that Dad must be persuaded to install a wireless network as soon as possible. This comes standard with the Sorcerer Supreme. Everyone wait a moment. Mr. Ancient One is preparing for the Council of Gods. Business is busy. It's really helpless that I can't entertain all superheroes in time. Karmodo told the truth. With a polite appearance, it is hard to imagine Blacken in the future. Be an enemy of Stephen Strange for life. Council of Gods? Hearing this unfamiliar word, the superhero on the scene couldn't help but look at each other. Immediately, the resurrection of the statue of Apollo, the sun god, appeared in the form of miracles in Rome. I heard it vaguely. Thor explained, this is a loose organization established by the gods of the earth, and the members are all gods. For example, my father Odin, God King Zeus, Eastern Jade Emperor, Fuzang is an Agi. It will only be held if a disaster breaks out that affects the gods of the earth. Hiss. The Dragon Team and the Avengers couldn't help but gasped. The familiar god's name echoed in his ears. Odin. Zeus. Jade Emperor. Without exception, they are all famous god kings. That's right. The belief in the gods of the earth is about to collapse. In order to stop moon worship, spread teachings, and spread beliefs. The Council of the Gods has passed 1,000 years. It will be held again soon. Karmodo spoke loudly. Moon worship. Thousands of years have passed. Faith collapsed. 3 key words. The superhero on the scene was stunned for an instant. The moon worship sect founded by the ancient demons could actually lead to the collapse of the belief in the gods of the earth? It's unbelievable. Impossible. In particular, the son of Odin denied it on the spot. It's nonsense, the belief in the king of gods will never decline. Not to mention the ugly appearance of demons, who would believe in them? A stream of light rose from the ground. Phantom screen. Start playing the latest popular adventure comedy anime, The Adventures of Afu. At present, the content of the first season has been released. Afu, a martial artist from Foshan, allied with the Mafia, a charity organization, to fight against the evil magician father, his nephew Jackie Chan, and his granddaughter Chen Xiaoyu, and the story of snatching the 12 charms. It seems to spread to thousands of households. There are still figures. Card. Mordo twitched his fingertips. I saw the lifelike figure of Afu. The exquisite cards that drew the group photo of the charity organization Mafia were presented in front of the Avengers and the Dragon team one after another. Damn it! The Adventures of Afu. Why is the story so familiar? It's like my own experience. The always elegant archaeologist couldn't help being rude, and said with rounded eyes. 12 spells. Holy Lord! Afu! Dad! The story setting is simply copying reality. It's just that the roles are flipped for good and bad. Foshan martial artist Afu has become a symbol of justice. The Dragon Squad is reduced to evil villains. Will the animation cause the belief of the gods on Earth to collapse? Stark and Dr. Banner understood. Yes. The Adventures of Afu has a total of 5 seasons, and the next season the devil will appear soon. Precisely. It is a prehistoric god born in Heluo universe. Curse Lan, Holy Lord, Bo Gang, Zimu, Xiaofeng, Dikui, Bazaar, Zongsu. Prehistoric gods? The ancient demon suddenly transformed into a prehistoric god? Simply hilarious. The problem is that the broadcast of Afu's adventures has sparked unprecedented heated discussions on the internet. Yearning for the 12 spells. A favorite of prehistoric gods. It is growing day by day. And, with the launch of devil anthropomorphic hand toys, the concept of Heluo universe is getting louder and louder. Even experts are getting into it. Animation production company. Sokovia. Pierce Studio. The Avengers and Dragon team retrieves investors from the adventures of Alfred. At the end, I couldn't help exclaiming in unison, HYDRA. After HYDRA was merged into Moon Worship Sect. To use such an outrageous method to erode the belief of the gods of the earth. It can't be delayed. The Grey Castle must be destroyed as soon as possible. The son of Odin grips the Warmurm Mjolnir tightly, surrounded by blazing electric sparks, wishing to raise Sokovia immediately. He is particularly angry and violent when it comes to disputes of faith. Late. The majestic Sorcerer Supreme. Across the portal, come on stage. Chapter 44. Late. The Dragon team and the Avengers suddenly fell silent. There was no sound. I felt ridiculous for the strange bald head who appeared out of thin air. The remnants of HYDRA occupy the Grey Castle of Sokovia. No migration so far. As long as the helicarrier and Quinjet are dispatched, the army is overwhelming. Enough to raze it to the ground. Why is it so late to say it? It seems that the guts of the Earth's necromancer are nothing more than that. The son of Odin scoffed, call the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One quickly, the Avengers have little time to waste. Under the Ancient One. The bald head introduced himself, the Earth is currently the Sorcerer Supreme. Water. It's like 10 million grass mud horses galloping past. Superhero was dumbfounded. Papa's idol. The Sorcerer Supreme that has lived for more than 800 years. Turned out to be a bald nun. Venerable Ancient One. May I ask why you were late? Steve Rogers was the first to ask the question. As a veteran of the War of Resistance, he is especially aware of the power of the HYDRA organization. Hate the HYDRA organization especially. This is a super criminal group that endangers the world. If you don't get rid of it for a day, you will have trouble sleeping and eating. I think Ancient One is making a fuss out of a molehill. Stark shook his finger and said, the strongest demon mantra is not on the earth, eradicating HYDRA and lunar cult is easy. That's right. The Dragon team shares the same view as Stark. After all, Zhou Lan is not afraid of living in a vacuum environment, and his combat power will be infinitely weakened in a confrontation with him. While other demons are limited to continental plates. Occupy the geographical advantage. Who do you think moon worship sect came for? Ancient One sighed. Immediately, she chanted the mantra, put the container of time gem in her mouth, an eye of Agamotto slowly unfolded. The green infinite gems then released a thick wave of light. It's like being in a space-time tunnel of light and shadow. The dragon team and the Avengers saw the scene of the Grey Castle in an instant. Sky Demon and Baron Strucker negotiate. The Baron recites his initiation oath. Build temples, altars, statues. Humanoid lizards interlocking their fingers. Praise the name of the god of the night and the dark moon. The statue stepped down the steps, like an innocent god descending into the world. All kinds of images, screens. Gradually present in front of you in the form of a slideshow. The identity of Wu Jiao God is about to be revealed. Just like the devil of the moon. Curse Blue. The demon of the moon is hiding in the Grey Castle. This guy. Didn't it disappear? Team Dragon vs. The Avengers is just unbelievable. Suspected that he was hallucinating. However, Infinite Gems rewinds time and repeats everything. Everyone seems to be there, there is no way to question it. Thriller. Timid. Flinch. Superhero was silent for a moment. For the heretic golem summoned by Zhou Lan, the Black Susanoo. It is still heart-wrenching. I exiled it to the dark dimension. Ancient One sighed, unexpectedly, Zhou Lan founded the moon worship sect, and it will stay in the world in the form of divine power projection. Also, seduce Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff into teaching. According to the original established future, Wanda should become an Avenger. Fight side by side with you. Fight Ultron. Huh? Scarlet Witch? Ultron? A series of question marks came to mind. Superhero looked at each other. Collectively confused again. That is to say, rewrite the fate of the future Avengers, and become a follower of the moon demon Curse Lan. Are you going to be our enemy? Dr. Banner mused, is this Scarlet Witch very powerful? Wanda? Unheard of. Probably a small role. Everyone dismissed it. The surface is the strongest. The potential is limitless. Can easily destroy infinite gems. Distorting reality upends everything. Sorcerer Supreme speaks for itself. Water? Scarlet Witch's ability is so terrifying. Distorting reality. Subvert everything. This is a skill that the god King Odin does not have. I'm afraid the legendary celestial group can be compared with it, right? The son of Odin gripped the warmer Mjolnir, and after all did not question the words of the Ancient One. Curse Blue is teaching Scarlet Witch runic character recognition and writing. Thor. You should know the function of the runes. Venerable Ancient One said by name. Yes. This is the magic rune that the Father God sacrificed to his right eye and hung the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights. The gun of eternity, and my Mjolnir are branded with runes. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I absolutely deny that demons are proficient in runic script. Thor looked grave. Runes. With extraordinary mana, it symbolizes the mystery of the universe. The moon demon can actually master it. It's unbelievable. Is there no way to eliminate the curse blue? Xiao hesitated. Have. Sorcerer Supreme laughed. This is the significance of Ancient One's invitation to the Dragon Team and the Avengers. Chapter 45. Dr. Drake twists the Panko box. Turn it around. Finally. The correct hexagram image appeared again. Gorgeous and eye-catching lights form an accurate topographic map. Gen. This is the Hell Gate of the Mountain Demon. Po Gang. The seniority is only inferior to the mantra. Eat all day. There is nothing in the world that cannot be eaten. Fuzhang had a vast territory and rich products in prehistoric times. The reason why it became the chain-shaped islands it is today is the result of Bogang's uncontrollable appetite. Remember to bring holy water. Zhou Lan reminded. He has no interest in liberating the demons. His only hobby is to decipher the runes recorded in the parchment scrolls and teach Scarlet Witch. Wanda. Even if we get along for a short time, we can deeply appreciate the simplicity and kindness of Scarlet Witch. Especially after clearing the curse of Sithorn, the god of the underworld, Wanda is undoubtedly more detached and real. Zhou Lan saw all kinds of changes. I finally succeeded in rewriting the future of Scarlet Witch. Lord of Mercy. I have thoroughly mastered multiple runes. Wanda releases origin magic power, draws a distorted figure in the air, and imprints the silent knight armor. Moment. The knight armor came alive. Surrounded by a fiery energy, he swung his axe and began to chop wood. This is a runic script that symbolizes life force. Once engraved, it will produce the effect of the rat charm. Definitely. The effect lasts for a short time. Not alive forever. The Polysemous rune character symbolizes the mysteries of the universe and possesses extraordinary magical powers. Combined and matched, it can explode unimaginable power. This is a magic rune exclusive to the Marvel Universe. Writing runes with different energies has even more different effects. For example, origin magic power directly gave birth to the Grey Castle to breed the spirit of sacrifice. Thumbelina. Lie in the tea bowl and doze all day long, wake up and hum and ha-ha to exercise, and chew gold, silver, and jewelry when hungry, which arouses Wanda Quicksilver's infinite affection. Only Baron Strucker was in tears. Inherited wealth is gradually being emptied. Teacher. I want to participate in the action of liberating the mountains and the god of food. Practice the learning results of the magic course. Wanda suddenly had a whim. Po-gang. God of mountains and food. This is a brand new setting for the dissemination of the adventures of Afu. In order to facilitate children's beliefs, Bo-gang's anthropomorphic figure is quite graceful and luxurious, just like a classical Fuzhang marrying a noble lady. In charge of mountains and rivers, stoves, banquets, and harvest authority. The Gate of Hell is located at Fujizan Shrine. Originally, the Devil Dragon and Dr. Drake planned to continue to act as a team. Hearing Scarlet Witch's request, he couldn't help showing extra hesitation. Demon Liberation Plan. Dangerous. The Dragon team and the Avengers will definitely do everything possible to obstruct it. Suppose Scarlet Witch is injured, or origin magic power goes out of control. Who will take responsibility? It seems that you have made up your mind. Zhou Lan was thoughtful. Immediately, he came to the front of a hardwood gate of the old Grey Castle, and activated the origin magic power to engrave the runes. The runes are like teeny lowercase letters, branded on the edge of the door frame. Moment. The wooden door has an incredible teleportation function. Like any door of Doraemon. The place you plan to go to comes to mind, open the door, and you will arrive immediately. This is the rune magic recorded in the defective parchment scroll. Shazam's Gate. Good. Renamed after Zhou Lan perfected it. From today, this rune magic is called Shazam's Gate. Shazam's Gate comes with a matching key. The key is embedded in any keyhole, and if you push it open, it will lead to the Grey Castle. It seems that the process of liberating the elders has become easier. Demon Xiaolong and Dr. Drake couldn't help but be amazed. Shazam's Gate. If used properly, it can rival Tesseract. Teleport HYDRA elite troops to any corner of the earth. Go. Wanda. I hope you can hit the ground running. If you encounter a life and death crisis, remember to call my honorable name. Zhou Lan stroked his head gently, and said with a loving expression on his face. Definitely. Wanda, who removed the curse of Hades, has escaped the threat of loss of control. The recognition and writing of runes has undoubtedly enriched Wanda's knowledge reserve. At the moment, Scarlet Witch's level of magic is catching up with Agatha Harkness. Even if Agatha is holding the Dark Book of God, she is by no means a match for Wanda. After all, origin magic power has unlimited potential. In addition, Wanda wears a light ring on her ring finger, enjoying the love and protection of the god of the night and the dark moon. Existence below the level of level Godfather can't hurt it at all. Squeak! Push open the door of Shazam. The vision in front of him suddenly opened up. I saw fish belly white at the end of the sky. The morning glow is all over the sky. A straight morning and evening line divides day and night. The grey castle and the grey castle illuminated by the black moon are like two planes. The timeless Mt. Fuji Shrine. So close. Chapter 46. Mount Fuji. Located between Suruga Bay and Itoigawa. It has Furong Peak, Shenjiu, the best jailing, and so on. This is the symbol of Fuzang. Classic humanistic symbol. The gate of hell is at Hungwa Samatasha. Dr. Drake rose from the ground and rushed to the shrine resident first. Demon Dragon. Scarlet Witch. Quicksilver. Followed by Hungwa Sengantasha Shrine is located on the top of Mount Fuji. Typical Japanese-style building. Cherry blossoms and snow echo each other. The scenery is stunning. The Panku treasure box, which presents the hexagram image of Gen, bursts out with a dazzling light, aiming at the corresponding groove that emerges in the shrine. Fly away! I saw the quaint and majestic gate of hell, and the sky spread across the sky. In the spiraling wormhole, the graceful and luxurious beautiful married woman came to everyone in front of everyone wearing Xiaoguang. This is Bo Gang, the god of mountains and food. Uncle's plan succeeded. Devil Xiaolong couldn't help exclaiming, the anthropomorphic figure has been recognized by believers, directly subverting the true face of the devil. Let my aunt's appearance undergo a qualitative change. The kimono is married to a noble lady. The character image of Bogong's debut in The Adventures of Afu. Rule the mountains and rivers of Fuzu, the stove. In charge of banquets, harvests and other powers. Not only the mountain demon Bogang, but also the character images of other ancient demons have also been beautified by top designers. Auntie. I am the Devil Dragon. Son of the Holy Lord. The sturdy human-shaped lizard handed out an oral liquid and said respectfully, this is holy water for purification. Eat it to clear the fetters of the god's token. Clear the fetters of the god token? Good. Bogang couldn't help smiling when he heard this. For the plan to demonize the gods and the effect of purifying the holy water, they all learned about it through Zimu. So no doubts at all. Grunt. After taking the oral liquid, he pursed his mouth and drank it. It feels extra sweet. Moment. The shackles that have been carried for a long time have been removed, and the demonic energy suppressed by the god's token has blown out again. I saw a light shining on the surface of Bogang's body. The treasure is solemn. Holy. There was no sense of a demon. It's like a bodhisattva in white was born into the world. Welcome to the god of mountains and food. Reset. Dr. Drake and the Devil Dragon. Wanda Quicksilver praised in unison. Stay flat. Bogang smiled. Compared with the obese devil with short limbs, the graceful and luxurious image of a beautiful Fuzang married woman is undoubtedly more in line with the social trend. Times have changed. Gods naturally need to keep pace with the times. Therefore, the devil began to role-play, fully catering to the aesthetics of believers. The plan to liberate Auntie turned out to be so smooth. The Dragon team and the Avengers did not obstruct at all. Is this the sun coming out from the west? The Devil Dragon joked. Immediately, he strode towards the gate of the shrine, inserted the key engraved with runes into the keyhole, and prepared to return to Sokovia immediately. At the same time, countless shadows surged on the ground, and suddenly turned into ninjas in black clothes who were fully armed and wrapped airtightly. The black-clothed ninjas' eyes were bright red, and he held his kunao and shuriken tightly. Encircle the inner and outer third floors of Mount Fuji Hungwu Sengen Taisha Shrine. Ghost Core. This is my father's loyal minions and thugs. Xiao Long was quite surprised when he saw this. Could it be that the mafia and father escaped from the icebox prison? Icebox prison. Mutant prison built by Sentry's Secret Service. Specialized in detaining ugly super criminals and outlaws. It seems that you don't know the true origin of the Ghost Shadow Corps. A cat-faced monster with a bushy beard suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and said in a deep voice, "This is the organization I dominate. Terra. Ghost Demon King. Lord of the Kingdom of Darkness. According to the plot, it should be revived in the distant future. As a result, he woke up early. Ghost Corps. The dark forces that originated from Fuzhou. The leader, Terra, and the 9 ghost generals under his command the 9 major corps, and are always committed to releasing the ultimate darkness to pollute the earth. Definitely. Justice will triumph over evil. The Ghost Shadow Corps was brutally sealed by the 7 samurai. All generals turned into masks. Once you get the mask, you can order the corresponding regiment. Bo Gang said with a disdainful face. Undoubtedly felt offended by the behavior of the Ghost Shadow Corps to disrupt Fuzhang. This is ultra vires. Betray. Looks like Ms. Devil of the Mountain. Still hating us. Terra said with a smile, the chapter of the Key Demon has come to an end, and the Ghost Shadow Corps should take over in the future. As he said that, young men and women wearing ferocious devil masks appeared on the stage. The host carefully selected by Terra. Each wears a ghost mask with gaping fangs. The mask can endow the host with the physique and strength of General Ghost. Fighting skills. Leading ability. As long as the host continues to call out the darkness in the depths of his heart, he will infinitely recruit shadow warriors who are not afraid of death. Unless the Kingdom of Darkness where the Ghost Shadow Corps inhabits can be completely destroyed. Wanda. Quicksilver shrugged, time to show real skill. Magic must beat magic. Scarlet Witch corrected. Chapter 47. Whoosh. One shadow after another rises from the ground, responding to the general's call, transforming into shadow warriors of different shapes. The inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors surround Hungwa Samataisha. With wings on its back, Kong Ying, shaped like a bat, was the first to attack. I saw him raise his hands, and an extremely gorgeous Qigong wave burst out from the palm, focusing on the mountain demon wave gang, pouring out crazily. Rumble. There was a deafening roar. Mount Fuji Shrine with a long history. Blink to pieces. The flames are everywhere. Empty Shadow. Also known as the Night Bat Corps. The only air mobility unit of the 9 Corps. Able to release dazzling Qigong waves with astonishing destructive power. And, use the Qigong wave as a rope to bind the target. The Ghost Corps has 9 distinct forms. Especially good at group combat. In theory, it can be recruited infinitely. Immortal. No wonder the Avengers and Dragons team wasn't there. It turns out that Fuzhang is entrenched in the Ghost Shadow Corps. Dr. Drake strokes the vibranium ring. Immediately, according to the imagination, a giant shield with sharp edges and corners is realized. Try to fend off the chi waves of the Night Bat Corps. Jingle. The sonic boom of metal and iron clashing sounded. The densely packed cracks then bloomed. It was impossible to resist the impact of the empty shadow at all. Instant collapse. Hee hee. Devil believer, that's all. Said the bearded cat-faced monster sarcastically. Originally, Terra didn't intend to show up, and even provoke the mountain demon Bo Gang. After all, even if all the demons are liberated, they can't stop themselves from implementing ultimate darkness. Who expected Scarlet Witch to appear in Fuzhang? Wanda Maximove. This is one of the few Omega-class mutants on Earth. Horror ability with origin magic power and modified probability. Wanda Vision, the constructed Western scene illusion. Even the witch Agatha Harkness, who has survived for hundreds of years, is amazing. If Scarlet Witch could be tricked into wearing a ghostly mask, I'm afraid the superhero of the Marvel Universe will never be able to reverse the ultimate darkness. Descent into the world of Jackie Chan's adventures and the mishmash of the Marvel Universe. The soul wears Terra. There is no plug-in assistance. Don't allow me to be negligent. The bearded cat-faced monster's eyes flickered. His gaze was fixed on Scarlet Witch. A total of 9 general masks. Terra has basically been collected. The release of the ultimate darkness is almost around the corner. Once the ultimate darkness floods the earth and pollutes everything, the huge magic circle that protects reality will be invalid. Mephisto, the outer dimension spying on the earth, the latitude lord, wants to invade the earth, he must please himself. I will undoubtedly be able to plunder infinite benefits. Get rid of the sealed state as soon as possible. It's a complex and messy world. Mountain Demon Bogong is liberated twice. The Devil Dragon is on the scene ahead of time. Quicksilver with Dr. Drake. It's completely derailed from the plot I'm familiar with. Terra rejoiced. Fortunately, the story of Fuzang is still normal. Shinjin. Dakin. Viper. Ichiro Harada. Sunfire. Catch Scarlet Witch alive. The moment the voice fell, the neon mutant codenamed Sunfire suddenly burst into a surging flame. Like a galloping comet piercing through the clouds. Teo's real name is Yoshida Shiro. Because he was born in a city where a nuclear bomb exploded, he was exposed to the hazards and attacks of radiation since he was a child, so he has the ability to control Yang Yan. Absorb heat energy and convert it into ionized substances. Fires a powerful plasma cannon. Flight. Etc., etc. The only fly in the ointment is that the magic resistance is poor, and it needs to be recharged all the time. Empty shadow. I saw that Sunfire was wearing a Bart mask, the mask of the general who commanded the Night Bat Corps. The voice is magical and bewitching, roaring constantly. Howl. Call out to the darkness in the depths of your heart. An endless stream of empty shadows emerged as the times require. Surround Hungwa-sama Shrine again. Game time. Dakin, who was wearing the mask of General Lazo, had 3 bone claws protruding from his fingers and wrists, as vigorous and agile as an ape. He even chose the Devil Dragon as the target of attack. Dakin Chonghong, son of Wolverine Logan, has the same mutant ability as his father. Self-healing. Retractable bone claw. He was placed high hopes by Terra and was responsible for commanding the Shadow Corps. I heard that the Mountain Demon Bogong's skin is indestructible. Can the key withstand adamantium slash? Kongwu's powerful silver samurai armor, controlled by Yoshida Shinjin, strode towards Bogang. This is an expensive armor forged by adamantium. A priceless treasure left by the previous owner. Holding the hilt tightly, the katana made of the same material burst into flames immediately. Sharp enough to cut through all matter. Hello. Looks like you've overlooked some pretty guy. Quicksilver's tone was playful. Immediately, everything in the space began to play at a slow speed. As an alpha mutant, Quicksilver is capable of high-speed movement. Running on the water. Even penetrates matter. Definitely. Today's Quicksilver does not reach the point of penetrating matter. However, due to the continuous wearing of the vibranium lamp ring, the engraved runic script inside the ring takes effect. His ability has been greatly enhanced, and it is already infinitely close to the speed of light. Wherever he went, the sky and the earth seemed to stand still. Let him trick and tease. It is easier to dodge bullets and air shadow Qigong waves. Chapter 48. I saw the vibranium lamp ring bursting with gorgeous light. Quicksilver embodies an exaggerated hammer. Aim at Terra and slam. Hey! Like hitting an illusion, the hammer actually penetrated the cat-faced monster and shattered the Torii gate of the shrine. It seems impossible to attack Terra. Quicksilver stroked his chin. Soon, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned around, intending to trick Yashida Shinjin, who controls the Silver Warrior armor. The Silver Warrior armor is forged by adamantium, carrying various high-tech devices, and is a priceless treasure created by the previous head of the family. Originally the weight is naturally heavy enough. Once you fall off the cliff, you must fall to the bottom. Whoosh! Quicksilver flashed like a flash of light. Instantly moved, came to the side of the Silver Warrior armor. Lift your foot and kick Shinjin over. Sunfire! Thinking to capture Wanda alive. Quicksilver narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a fierce look. Because he once swore to protect his sister. Then, Quicksilver stepped on the moon, and the whole person stood up from the ground, kicking and hitting with Lan's feet continuously. A series of long, narrow, and sharp slashes interweaved the sky and the earth in an instant, sweeping through Taiyanghuo Yashida Shiro. As for Dakin Changhong, Quicksilver turned a blind eye. I believe that the humanoid lizard with big waist and round waist can easily solve it. Slap! Quicksilver snapped his fingers. Unblock bullet time! Bullet time, slow down the flow of time, like a slow-motion lens, freezing time. This is Quicksilver's ability skill. An exclusive feast for those with extreme speed ability. Crash! Crash! As if the disc that God paused, started playing again. Everything in the world starts working again. Regardless of wave just. Or the ghost demon King Terra. No one noticed that bullet time was playing out. Only Scarlet Witch Wanda can vaguely perceive bullet time. Thanks to the special nature of Origin magic power. If Wanda uses Origin magic power proficiently in the future, he can even speak out and erase the existence of bullet time. Definitely. There is a long way to go. The mystery of Origin magic power. Even Zhou Lan, who has all the knowledge of the demon necromancer, cannot comment. What's more, the underage Scarlet Witch. Ah! The Ghost General, who was the first to scream, is like Shida Shinjin. The Silver Warrior armor is out of control. Keep rolling. It even fell down the abyss vent of Mount Fuji in the blink of an eye. Mount Fuji is not a dead mountain, but a dormant active volcano. If an earthquake breaks out, external stimuli will be enough to cause the rage of Mount Fuji, showing the power of the sacred mountain to destroy the world. Fortunately, the snow was exceptionally thick. Mount Fuji is safe and sound for the time being. Idiot! The heart-piercing curse sounded after a delay. Sunfire Yashida Shiro was hit by the storm in Lanjiao, and couldn't help crying in pain. Like a falling meteor, it fell uncontrollably to Mount Fuji. The Sunfire, which maintained its elemental state, melted all the snow on the mountain pass in the blink of an eye, and fell to the mountainside again. Mount Fuji, which had been dormant, woke up instantly. It's as if the gods are angry. The hot lava sealed by the snow tore the clouds straight into the sky. Beep 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 beep. Fuzhou. Disaster Prevention Science Institute. Spitfire Foretelling Liaison Meeting. For the real-time monitoring system of Mount Fuji activities, the alarm is sounded instantly. The sharp and piercing tone echoed throughout the meteorological agency. Oh no! Director Shenjiu. Sheng Yu is angry. The panicked staff broke open the office door and said in a loud voice. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see the unrivaled high mountains at the end of your line of sight, and a column of flames erupts from the top of the mountain. The smoke is everywhere. The surging hot lava destroy all the beauty of the holy mountain in the blink of an eye. The first to bear the brunt of the ashes and smoke is the Hungwa Samatasha standing on the top of the mountain. In this shrine, Seiko Yabi, the chief priest of Muhua, worked hard. Commonly known as a Sama great god. Fuzhou Shinto believes in many gods, known as 8 million gods. Believe that all things have spirits, and there are gods wherever they go. 8 million means infinity. As the god of Asama, the spirit of Mount Fuji, he enjoys offerings and worships from the Tianxin nation for thousands of years. How great is faith! Powerful authority and divine power are even rarer. Therefore, a Sama great god who lives in Takamahara knew about the eruption of the holy mountain almost at the flick of a finger. The fuzzy projection of divine power overlaps with the puppet of the priest of the shrine. Immediately come alive. Stop! A Sama Dashan touched lightly from the air, as if the space began to clean up the ripples. A terrifying divine power spread. Soothe Sheng Yu's emotions. Put it to sleep. Goose feather heavy snow flew to Furong Peak later. The hot lava that continued to erupt immediately cooled down rapidly. Cool down. Calm down. The Fuzhou Meteorological Agency, which had no time to respond, was dumbfounded. It must be God Asama. Sacred mountain spirit prevented the disaster. Members couldn't help praising the name of Fuji mountain spirit loudly. Such a miracle is by no means man-made. The Council of the Gods is coming soon. Bo Gang actually came here to disturb Shenjiu. Asama Dashan has a heroic appearance, with a wooden sword on his waist. Reminiscent of a warrior who has experienced many battles. There is no doubt that the memory of Bo Gong, the demon of the mountain, is still fresh. Hated to the bone. Prehistoric. The hungry mountain demon almost devoured himself. Chapter 49. Fuzhou Yomon period. The Tianxin people worship and believe in their ancestors and the power of all things in nature. It is believed that everything has a spirit, and there are gods everywhere. The saying of 8 million gods has not disappeared from ancient times to the present, but has become more and more loud. Definitely. The so-called gods in Fuzhang do not specifically refer to the god of Fuku. Fierce and evil, everything is included in it. Asama Dashan, born on Mount Fuji, is actually a representative of turning from evil to good. In prehistoric times, the birth of wisdom coincided with the evil necromancer causing harm to the world. Later, the mountain demon Bogong chose Fuzhang as his territory and patrolled the mountains. On the way, his appetite exploded and he almost devoured Asama. Originally, as soon as Bo was liberated for the first time, God Asama planned to take revenge. Unexpectedly, the dragon group expelled Bo Gang. The demons who are coming back must be prevented from eating away at the faith of the gods. If there is no prayer, no praise, the gods will be extinct. Really? This is the survival law of the gods. Formulated by the Almighty Judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe. No one can violate it. Originally, only the gods who held the authority of the moon were devoured by demons. But nowadays, the gods who have the power of mountains and rivers, stoves, banquets, harvests, etc., have all begun to lose their faith without exception. Faith is transferred to a rising new god. The god of mountains and food. Mountain demon Bogong. Fortunately, Bogang didn't condense his godhead. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Great god Asama rejoiced. Godhead. God's person. A container of authority and faith. Only with a godhead can one absorb beliefs and use them for one's own use, generating divine power. This is a godsend opportunity to kill demons. Asama Osama sneered. Immediately, like a flash of phantom light, he came to Ashino Hakai outside Mount Fuji. Standing on the reef, his eyes scanned sharply, and suddenly he let out an exclamation. I saw the graceful and luxurious beautiful married woman came into view. Delicate and elegant appearance, holy and solemn temperament. The faint divine power and demonic energy are intertwined. There is no doubt that this is the mountain demon Pogon. Bogang actually plundered such a powerful faith. Asama Dashan held the wooden knife tightly, feeling horrified. It is unbelievable that Bogong, who is trapped in the devil's hell, can also be respected and worshipped by believers. I'm afraid Amaterasu will also be far behind. After all, gods who are out of track with the times. How can we understand the power of the pan-entertainment model? Cartoon. Around. Special photo. Film and television. Game. Cross-border connection, integration, and symbiosis. It is the signature of Hilo mythical civilization. The setting of Yagami creation. Driven by capital injection from the entangled HYDRA organization. Adventure comedy animation The Adventures of Afu. Image reshaping and beautification by top designers. Live action series. Special photo adaptation. Improve the popularity of the 8 demons in all directions. It is easy to exterminate the beliefs of the gods of the earth. Hey! Asama Mountain Ghost. If Bogang felt something, he took advantage of the situation and cast an unpleasant look. Later, when I saw Asama Dagama dressed up as a samurai with a wooden knife on his waist, his white teeth suddenly appeared, and his appetite was whetted. She is always impressed by the holy mountain spirit. I miss it especially. If it weren't for the emergence of the gods and warriors, they would join hands to seal the ancient demons. I'm afraid she has managed to devour Asama. Refining Mount Fuji. Today I will slay demons for the heavens. Master Asama grasped the wooden knife tightly and launched a divine attack first. The battle between gods and demons has officially broken out. Original Fuzang really has a god. The ghost demon King Terra was amazed when he saw this. There's also a genuine sense of dread for Quicksilver's bullet time. Is this Quicksilver from Age of Ultron who couldn't dodge bullets? At the same time, Dakin Zanghong's forest white bone claws hit the big and round human-shaped lizard. The imagined bloody scene was never staged. The son of Wolverine seemed to be hit by a ball of flames, and his expression was extremely surprised. Jingle! The overwhelming ninja soldiers threw countless kunao and shuriken. Without exception, it can penetrate human-shaped lizards and cannot hit at all. Burn the fruit. Elementalize. The little devil dragon eats the burning fruit rewarded by Zhou Lan, and it seems to be the one who incarnates the natural devil fruit ability. Unleashes a powerful flame attack, and the body becomes elemental, avoiding the blows of conventional firearms. Only armed domineering can touch its entity. Fire punch. The humanoid lizard threatened in a low voice. Immediately, the terrifying flames in the shape of a fist, with overwhelming power, drowned all the ninja soldiers along the way in the blink of an eye. The terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated and gasified it. Even the water level of the barrier lake formed by the volcanic eruption has dropped. There is a huge vacuum in the battlefield. The devil dragon born of fire and the burning fruit of the natural department are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. Like a dragon with wings. Nanny. Fire punch. Why did the devil dragon show the skill of Fire Fist Ace? Seeing this, Terra couldn't help but widen her eyes. Fire punch. This is the famous move of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The key point is that the time and space he lives in is the world of the Marvel Universe and the integrated background of Jackie Chan's adventures. Could it be that the human-shaped lizard in front of him is also a traveler? The Ghost Demon King's heart stopped suddenly. Chapter 50. The Devil Dragon is a time traveler. This idea, as soon as it surfaced, took root and sprouted, and it was irresistible. It's like seeing the human-shaped lizard continuously release the fruit moves of Fire Fist Ace. Musket. Yang Yan. Yan Shang Gang. Environment Flames. The guess of Terra, the Ghost Demon King, is even more confirmed. Damn it! Looks like this guy has a gold finger. Terra couldn't help being jealous. Simply envious and jealous. What is the key gold finger? System? Chat group? Portable space? Etc. How about wearing a ghost mask on the face of the devil dragon? An imaginative plan occupied his mind. Terra suddenly became excited. Although I don't have a cheat, I can control the people who bind the cheat. Devil Dragon. Terra was short of breath, and couldn't help thinking about it. It seems that I have read a fan novel. The protagonist's soul wears the Devil Dragon, binds the hunting system, and can eat devil fruits indefinitely. Fruit abilities superimpose upgrades on each other. In the end, it evolved into the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Fruit. He originally thought that he had traveled to a world integrated with the background of the Marvel Universe and Jackie Chan's adventures. I didn't expect it, but it was the world of fanfiction. Broke in. Who will remember the plot of fanfiction? It seems that we can only put the mask on the protagonist's face first. Terra unleashed a burst of psychokinesis. Invisible's psychokinesis was like a huge wave, sweeping across the humanoid lizard in the blink of an eye. Since the soul wears Terra, he undoubtedly inherited all of Terra's abilities. Psychokinesis. Ability to summon ghostly hordes. Moreover, he was also particularly impressed by the forbidden spells recorded in the spell encyclopedia. It's just that it can't be cast because of the lack of form. In order to regain his freedom, he tried every means. Even tried to contact Black Aura Necromancer Daolong. As a result, Daolong ignored it. Even, intending to turn him into a dark killer at his will. So Terra seriously suspects that Daolong is also a time traveler. Ghost Core. Black Aura Necromancer. Ancient Demons. Each Traverser. Terra seemed to see through the mystery and couldn't help being excited. At the moment, he is undoubtedly in the lead and has seen everything. As long as the Devil Dragon and Scarlet Witch can be transformed into Ghost Generals, dominating the Marvel Universe is as easy as pie. Ancient Demon? Viking Gods? The Avengers? Thanos? All are not opponents. Little Dragon. Be my Ghost General. Terra said in a low and menacing voice. Immediately, an endless stream of psychokinesis suddenly enveloped the humanoid lizard. Bind it. Can't move in place. A blue mask with gaping fangs emerged out of thin air. Slowly printed on the face of the Devil Dragon. His psychokinesis, with added magical properties, is powerful enough to touch those with elemental abilities. This is the key to Terra's surrender to Sunfire Yashida Shiro. General IKA will crush your will. Fully effective ghost. Terra not only showed a wild smile. ICA. This is the Ghost Shadow Core, a general second only to Terra. The only ghost general who spoke. Able to command armed regiments. Helmet Shadow. Terra originally intended to wear it on Scarlet Witch's face. However, the importance of the Devil Dragon is far greater than that of Wanda these days. The power of the system undoubtedly surpasses origin magic power. A true entity of all-powerful power, the system deserves it. Such an ugly mask. You want me to wear it too? The humanoid lizard looked indifferent and disgusted. Immediately, the vibranium light ring on the index finger suddenly burst into a burst of rosy light, and the surging moonlight energy rushed straight into the sky. Smash Invisible's psychokinesis thoroughly. Fall apart. A layer of bright moonlight surrounds the body surface, and the human-shaped lizard is seen floating in the air, once again showing the breathtaking ability. Light ring. Magic technology of the DC Universe. Terra's eyes flushed. I can't wait to cut off his fingers immediately and take them as my own. Compared with the Marvel Universe, the force value of the DC Universe is undoubtedly higher. Especially the 7-color light group that manipulates the energy of the emotional spectrum. Wearing the lantern ring, you can have the combat power of the level single universe. If his Ghost General had a lantern ring, domination of the Marvel Universe is no dream at all. The key is how to confuse the Devil Dragon to wear a mask. Terra couldn't help but start to worry. At the same time, brilliant streamers of light suddenly intertwined into magical symbols with unique shapes. Runic characters that symbolize the mysteries of the universe. Like an enchantment, it suddenly blocked the entire space. Cut off all channels of reality and dimension. Even the Ghost Shadow Core can't come in and out at will. It's better for you to stay here. Scarlet Witch has a pretty face, and her voice is clear and crisp. As she said, the teacher once said that. If Fuzang encounters the Ghost Shadow Core, use this seal. You will have nowhere to escape. Let me destroy it. Nanny. The cat-faced monster subconsciously planned to escape, but found that the world was completely blocked. An ominous premonition suddenly hit my heart. When will Scarlet Witch Wanda have an extra teacher? Could it be that the Traverser is not the Devil Dragon? Light ring. All staff are equipped with lantern rings. The sign on the surface of the lamp ring looks like Eye of the Moon. Tara activated her Hawkeye vision, and her pupils began to constrict violently. Chapter 51. Eye of the Moon. Curse Blue. Tara screamed suddenly. It turns out that Zhou Lan is the real Traverser. Demon Dragon, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, Dr. Drake. Without exception, they are all its believers. Curse Lan actually rewarded the Devil Dragon for burning fruit. Reward all believers with lamp rings. Even teach witches rune magic. This guy. How much benefit did you get through the system? It's just devoid of conscience. Tara hated everything. Why don't you have a plug-in? Appears as a cat-faced monster. I can only hide my head and show my tail, trying every means to confuse the villain into wearing a ghost mask. Heaven is unfair. Tara's pupils seem to be burning. The expression is quite ferocious. So what if the witch blocked the space? The body of the host wearing the ghost mask has been enhanced like never before, and with the ability and ability originally possessed, there may not be no chance of winning. I want to remove the mask. Must have the removal recipe for the corresponding mask. Do you have any? The lackeys of the moon demon Zhou Lan. Tara sees him poorly. Make no effort to hide your attitude and identity. He said grimly, who will have the last laugh is still unknown. Hiss. Like the domineering Yuja, a Victoria's Secret supermodel, wearing a green uniform, the graceful curves are outlined in front and back. I saw him holding a whip and whipping him in the air, showing an aggressive side. It's a viper. Mutant originally played for the Yoshida family. Immune to toxins. Mold and regenerate. Survive countless years. Until being chosen by the Ghost Demon King. Viper wears the mask of General Li Zhu on his face, and behind him stands countless eel-like shadow warriors. Alien core. Soft shadow. Like a symbiosis, infinitely elongating the shape. Extremely flexible. What a pretty little face. Viper swung his whip. Immediately, the topic changed, and he ordered in an angry voice, "Tear me off, Scarlet Witch!" Hiss hiss. The endless soft shadows immediately started to swim. Rush to Scarlet Witch. Ninja soldiers. Attack. Ichiro Harada, who swore allegiance to the Yoshida family to the death, wears a Nika mask on his face. Can summon the most classic ninja soldiers who appear and disappear. Najia looks like an evil spirit, and the mask was once hidden in the Holy Master's bedroom. Organized by the superhero of the Shen Spear Bureau Feng Shen, strictly guarding against death. If it weren't for the ghostly Demon King Tara's superior skills, I'm afraid I can't succeed so far. Whoosh! Countless ninja soldiers soared into the air, throwing kunao shuriken wildly. Roar! The strong and burly human-shaped lizard opened its mouth suddenly, and endless anger gathered in its throat. Immediately, overwhelming terrifying flames swept out. Completely annihilate the oncoming hidden weapons. Leave no trace. The devil dragon who got the burning fruit, the power of the natal fire will undoubtedly soar. Ordinary metals simply cannot withstand the invasion of high temperature. Try the new magic taught by Uncle. The devil dragon grinned. Then, the runic characters engraved on the iris flashed. The eyes suddenly burst out with brilliant light beams, like the thermal vision of a god on earth, piercing through every ninja soldier in the blink of an eye. Electric eyes. Seeing this, Tara couldn't help feeling her scalp tingle. This is the ability of Jackie Chan's ultimate villain, Lord. Xiao Long can also perform it? Definitely. Thermal vision is not electric vision. It's actually called the pupil of rune. Imprint the rune characters carrying extraordinary mana into the iris, and endow the target with the ability of electric light eyes. More than just irises. Even, Zhou Lan is still trying to brand the body surface. It's like a tattoo. Inspired by Dark Queen Jade. Ankle-pasted chapters of Terra tattoo. Slap. Quicksilver snapped his fingers suddenly. Bullet time. This is the realm of the super-fast. The world froze for an instant. Everything is quiet. The picture seems to be played in super slow speed. Let him run and play tricks. Bang. Suddenly Quicksilver stirs garlic at his feet. I saw countless soft shadows rushing out, stretching and binding their tentacles, unexpectedly firmly restraining Quicksilver. To prevent Quicksilver from continuing to activate bullet time, Terra, the Ghost Demon King, has set up an ambush in advance. It finally worked. Hostage threat. Wanda. The cat-faced monster said coldly, wear the ghost mask and become my general, so I will release Quicksilver. Saying that, Soft Shadow forcibly removed Quicksilver's vibranium ring. Make it lose all attached abilities. As for the lantern ring, Terra, the Ghost Demon King, coveted it infinitely. There was almost no hesitation, and it was immediately handed over to the strongest general under his command, Sun Huo. Sun Fire. Yoshida Shiro. Fuzu's only alpha mutant. Able to absorb sunlight and convert it into ionized matter. Flight. Fire a powerful plasma cannon. In order to confuse Tei Yanghuo, Terra racked her brains. Sonic flight. Embody anything imaginable. Survival in a vacuum environment. Where the moonlight goes, the lamp ring can be charged. The moment I put on the vibranium light ring, a huge message popped into my mind. It is convenient for the holder to be familiar with and master the playing method of the lantern ring. The essential runic characters are engraved on the inside of the lamp ring. Wearing it for a long time will exert a strong hypnotic ability and suggestion. Pushes the holder to believe in the moon. Believe in mantra. Chapter 52. A surging wave of energy burst out from the surface of Yoshida Shiro's body. He is like a real Vulcan at this moment, his ability has undoubtedly been improved in all aspects. This is the effect of the runic script inside the vibranium lamp ring. Runic script. It symbolizes the mystery of the universe and carries extraordinary mana. Obtained by God King Odin sacrificing his right eye and hanging the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights. Wanda Vision, the centuries-old witch Agatha Harkness. Majoring in magic is the runes. Definitely, after getting the Dark God book by accident, the witch completely degenerated, and became a servant of the god of the underworld, Zidhorn. The night is bright, and the light is extinguished. The day is grey, and the king will not be king. The dawn is shining, and the midnight is long. The tricky lamp is always bright, and the moonlight is forever. Sun Huo suddenly began to recite the oath of admission. Spirits connect with unattainable deities. On the surface, as the general of the Ghost Demon King Terra. In fact, he has become a believer in the god of the night and the dark moon. Go. Sun Fire. Print the mask on Scarlet Witch's face. The cat-faced monster couldn't stop grinning. In his eyes, the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, is like a boy giving away treasures. It is absolutely possible to snatch the props of Curse Blue believers and use them for their own use. Definitely. Zhou Lan will never know the truth. I am also a traveler who is familiar with the plot. Quicksilver. Live as my general. A green mask looms beside Terra. It has a ferocious appearance, with gaping mouth and fangs. This is the commander of the Troll Corps. Summer. Can summon a burly man like a sumo samurai Toru. The troll's defense is extremely amazing, and it cannot be harmed by conventional means. Moreover, the strength is infinite, and the vision is synchronized. The only fly in the ointment is that the agility and speed are poor. No. Seeing the summer mask approaching Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch couldn't help screaming. Moment. An endless stream of origin magic power, gathering torrents. Under its control, it hit the ugly Samo mask violently. Useless. Except for the extraction formula recorded by Hwaza Solitaire. No one can damage the ghost mask. Tara laughed strangely. Then, the laughter stopped abruptly. There was a slight cracking sound. Cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of General Summer's mask. At first it was insignificant. Quickly spread, expand. It's gone in the blink of an eye. Not a single piece remained. It's like erasing in the true sense. Nanny. Ghost Demon King Tara immediately widened his eyes. Suspected that he was hallucinating. According to the setting, there is no way to destroy the ghost mask. Even if there is a crack, it will only release the sealed ghost general. As a result, who would have expected Scarlet Witch to directly erase its existence? Even the sealed General Summer is gone. A feeling of horror suddenly hit my heart. Tara showed fear for the first time. The power of origin magic power is so terrifying. It turns out that the statement of reversing reality and subverting everything is not groundless. Damn it! Tara tried to travel through the Dark Kingdom and leave this place of right and wrong. However, the runes that branded the void echoed each other and shone brightly. There is absolutely no way to escape. The teacher once said. If Fuzang encounters the Ghost Shadow Core, use this seal. You will have nowhere to escape. Let me destroy. A statement from Scarlet Witch flashed through the mind of the cat-faced monster. It turns out that Zhou Lan has already predicted the future. And, taught Scarlet Witch how to deal with it. Baga Road. Why don't I have a plug-in? Tara laughed angrily. Then, a heart immediately sank to the bottom. Bang bang bang. Dance to Scarlet Witch. The origin magic power, which is comparable to the almighty power, began to flick like a gorgeous art and sports ribbon. I saw the witch dancing beautifully. Step softly. It's like a waltz. Wherever origin magic power goes, no matter what kind of shadow warriors they look like, they disappear in the blink of an eye. Physically erased. Spell? Formula? Magic weapon? Purely redundant. Pairs of ghost masks shattered with a bang. Annihilated in the world. However, the host wearing the ghost mask was not harmed at all. Obviously. Wanda's control over origin magic power has reached a state of perfection and ease. No. 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 Stop. The ghostly demon King Tara's eyes were open, and he barked like a bereaved dog. Frowning continuously unleashes the astonishingly powerful psychokinesis. Key psychokinesis faces origin magic power. It's like an egg hitting the earth. Moment. Tara felt a sense of impending doom, a sense of horror shrouded in death. He is like a scribble on a piece of paper. Erased by the invisible eraser, little by little traces. Mind and consciousness rest in peace. Solved. Wanda snapped her fingers. Immediately, the magic barrier covering Ashino Hawkeye outside Mount Fuji was slowly withdrawn. And countless armed helicopters came into view at the right time. The cabin is painted with the iconic pattern of the Fuzu shogunate. This is the shogunate army who came to investigate the eruption of the Holy Mountain. Put your hands up. You are surrounded. Dense muzzle. Missile. Instantly aimed at Dr. Drake and the Devil Dragon. Chapter 53. Although, Scarlet Witch erases all ghost masks from existence. But it didn't hurt the host wearing the mask. Shinjin. Viper. Harada Ichiro. Sunfire. Daikon Changhong. All alive and kicking. Especially Shinjin, as the current patriarch of the Yoshida family of the Fuzang Yakuza family, undoubtedly has both black and white, and his power is monstrous. Commanding the Fuzu shogunate is as easy as pie. Attack! Immediately execute the intruder who angered Shenjiu. Shinjin pointed at Scarlet Witch and shouted heart-piercingly. Seems to be the enemy of life and death. This woman was able to directly erase the existence of the ghost mask? In order to win the appreciation of the ghost Shadow Demon King, what price did he pay huge amounts of? As a result, all the hard work was in vain. The temporarily formed ghost alliance will also fall apart. Boring. Dakin Zhonghong took back his bone claws, put his hands in his pockets, and walked straight away. Now that he has lost his shadow mask, there is no need for him to stay in Fuzhang, so why not go across the ocean to Brotherhood and join Magneto Eric? I will be back. The viper suddenly shed its skin, and its body disappeared. This mutant with extraordinary ability will inherit Alexander Pierce's behest in the future, and will form the Viper Gang on his own to fight against the United States Captain Steve Rogers. Police. Sunfire Yoshida Shiro suddenly regained his true colors. It fell from the sky. The burly, muscular mutant briefly joined the X-Men and was taught by Charles Xavier. And, because of wearing the vibranium lamp ring, I already believe in the moon and the mantra. As a superhero conferred by the Fuzhou Shogunate, the Sunfire is like the spiritual symbol of Fuzhang. The never-ending banner. In order to promote the prestige of Taiyanghuo, the Shogunate even positioned him as the son of Amaterasu, on a par with Captain London. Just like a superhero at the level of protecting the country. The Scarlet Witch is not the chief culprit who angered Shang Yu. The sun blazed loudly, Yoshida Shinjin is the one who started it. Ah! The chief prosecutor who was ordered to investigate the eruption of the Holy Mountain couldn't help but have question marks all over his head. Yoshida Shinjin? Shiro! Don't spout blood! Shinjin almost suspected that he had auditory hallucinations. I am your best friend Shinjin. Yoshida Shinjin and Yoshida Shiro have known each other since childhood. The bond is deep. It has always been committed to improving the status of Fuzhang as a big country. Take refuge in the Ghost Demon King. Undoubtedly, it is the grand opening of the World Armed Forces and the CO prosperity of East Asia. Unexpectedly, the Crimson Maiden who was valued by the Ghost Demon King shattered everything. Yoshida Shiro's position is even more unbelievable. To slander himself and anger Shang Yu? How can I bear such a heavy obstacle? Apologize by caesarean section. Shinjin. Sun Huo said expressionlessly, don't force me to do it. Yoshida Shinjin widened his eyes upon hearing this. Pupils constrict violently. Yoshida Shiro in front of him is definitely not himself. Stubborn. Sunfire's voice was low. Immediately, he raised his hand and released a dazzling flame, which enveloped Shinjin in the blink of an eye. The blazing high temperature scorched the void, instantly burning it into coke. No proof. The chief prosecutor who leads the Shogunate Mobile Squadron is forced to accept reality. After all, no one can doubt that Taiyanghuo decided the case himself. Even if His Majesty the Emperor came in person, he had to pay 3 points of respect. Welcome Scarlet Maiko to ISE Shrine. Teohime Yoshida Shiro took the lead and arrived at his residence in Isuzugawa, Mie Prefecture. ISE Shrine. This is the main shrine dedicated to Amaterasu. As the son of Amaterasu, Taiyanghuo naturally has the qualifications to live in the shrine. Arrogance. Quicksilver couldn't help giving a thumbs up. The previous hatred has been left behind. After all, Sunfire Yoshida Shiro at the moment, because of the vibranium lantern ring, completely believes in the moon and mantra. Lunar worship is explicitly prohibited, and believers are not allowed to hurt each other. I'm confused. I actually believed the nonsense of the Ghost Shadow Demon King and Shinjin. Be an enemy to your excellency the Scarlet Witch. The Sunfire scatters the waiter with the most salutation. He sincerely apologized. Stay flat. Wanda imitated Fuzhang etiquette, pretending to be majestic and said, everyone is a believer in the god of the night and the dark moon. It should be like a family. This is the core teaching of moon worship sect. Hi! Sunfire bowed again, I will spread the belief in the god of the night and the dark moon, and make Fuzang's 8 million deities unworthy of the name. Etc. The devil dragon suddenly woke up. Auntie! The human-shaped lizard with big arms and round waist exclaimed, Auntie and Asama Mountain Ghost duel. Who knows where? Asama Mountain Ghost. It refers to the chief worship god of Mount Fuji Hungwu Sengan Taisha Shrine. Commonly known as Asama Great God. The sacred mountain spirit born in prehistoric times. He was almost devoured by the mountain demon Bo Gang. For revenge, kill Bo Gong, who is full of faith, early. Asama Dashan held the wooden knife tightly and launched a divine power attack first. The bloody battle is still not over. God cannot leave his domain. Teo Yoshida Shiro said meaningfully. Chapter 54. God cannot leave his domain? Everyone thought about it. The Crimson Witch. Yoshida Shiro smiled and said, I am going to use the resources of the shogunate to recommend you as the number 1 Maiko in Fuzu. The first witch? Wanda has some understanding of Fuzu Maiko culture. This is the son of God who served Amaterasu, the ancestor of the Fuzu royal family. The spokesperson of the gods. Maiko can accept God's possession and convey God's will. In addition, it serves as prayer, sacrifice, exorcism, and so on. Devotion to the gods must be made physically and mentally. Never get involved in love affairs. The key is that I believe in the god of the night and the dark moon. Wanda flatly refused, Mr. Yoshida Shiro, please don't tarnish my faith. Hi! Sunfire bowed and said, sorry, Lord Scarlet Witch, I blame me for not expressing clearly. Actually, I'm going to change the Tsukiyomi puppet. Replace the incarnation of the god of the night and the dark moon. From this, my god can sever the belief in Yue Yiming. Hiss! Drain from the bottom of the pot. Everyone gasped when they heard the words. Taeyang Huo Yoshida Shiro, is so insidious and cunning? Definitely. For the god of the night and the dark moon, it is undoubtedly a great thing. It's all due to me. Quicksilver Pietro smug. Because he donated the vibranium lantern ring himself, Taiyo Shiro Yoshida completely changed his beliefs and threw himself into the arms of the god of night and Proxima Midnight. I believe that my god will reward myself generously afterwards. Ahem. Praise be to my god. Praise the Scarlet Witch. The lizard and Dr. Drake looked at each other. In the end, he acquiesced to the plan of Yoshida Shiro Teo. Drain from the bottom of the pot. Sever the belief in Yue Yiming. My god can definitely use this to make great strides. Completely grasp the authority of Fuzang God. An indescribably great life. The supreme symbol of the night and the dark moon. The primordial god who transcended the heavens and worlds. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. Hear the prayers of the humble believers. Wanda clasped his palms together and made a fist, and took the lead in praising the venerable name of Zhou Lan. Immediately, the black moon shines. Invisible's divine power projection then descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tall and elegant figure. It overlaps with the puppets enshrined in the altar. Hey! Zhou Lan responds to Wanda's call and suddenly finds himself in the Ise Jinggu Shrine, the shrine dedicated to the goddess Amaterasu. Puppets that symbolize themselves, display altars. It seems to have replaced Yue Yiming. Then, Yoshida Shiro, who saw the neon face, said piously, I pay homage to my god, my name is Yoshida Shiro, and I was conferred as the hero of protecting the country by the Fuzu shogunate, Taeyang Huo. Because the Scarlet Witch has repented and decided to believe in the god of the night and the dark moon. Starting today, preach for the moon. I swear that Fuzang will spread my god's faith. Sunfire. Yoshida Shiro? Fuzu's only alpha mutant? He even wore a lantern ring. Stay flat. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, and he said in a rather appreciative tone, "Yashida Shiro, the gods will remember your contribution." Immediately, the fingertips sketched in the void, ready to write a rune character to reward the sun fire. The runes symbolize the mysteries of the universe. With extraordinary mana, the polysemous runic script will endow any object with unimaginable characteristics no matter what material it is engraved on. Thank God! Yashida Shiro's forehead creates a pictographic mark. Like the eyes of the sun. An unprecedented majestic energy surged in the body instantly. As if the blood was purified again, the mutant ability from the gene was significantly enhanced in an instant. He can not only absorb sunlight and heat energy, as long as it involves energy in the field of fire system. Even fire magic can absorb it. Use it for yourself. This is a brand new magic invented by Zhou Lan. Chaos Tattoo. The strokes are more fluent and concise, without fixed form limitations, and the writing becomes more and more back to the basics, infinitely close to the essence of magic. Thanks to the knowledge reserve of the demon necromancer mantra, and the defective sheepskin scroll rewarded by the check-in system. At the moment, Zhou Lan has been able to create his own runes. It's just not necessary for now. You will be rewarded for waiting. Zhou Lan portrayed a chaos tattoo again, and added it to Quicksilver Pietro. It's like the hexagram of Genzi, and it's also like lightning and hurricane. Quicksilver, one of the few extremely fast ability users in the Marvel Universe. Because of the tattoo engraved by Origin Magic Power, the ability has changed again. If the bullet time is released again, ordinary people may not be able to react at all, and let them play tricks and tricks. Thank you, my God! Pietro snapped his fingers. Slap! Bullet time! It's like a slow-motion camera, freezing time. Hi! I saw Yashida Shiro smiling naively, finally able to match the speed of His Excellency Quicksilver. Water! Quicksilver couldn't help but gape. Look carefully at the eye of the sun symbol on the opponent's forehead. Simply puzzled. Why does my god prefer sunfire so much? Do not worry. Pietro. Wanda answered the question and answered, your potential is unlimited and there will be no bottleneck. In addition, the teacher will teach me the chaos text sooner or later, and then you will be invincible. That's right. Old paper is Wanda's real brother. Don't even think about making progress, you sunfire. Little dragon. Drake. It seems that you have encountered Terra, the Ghost King. Zhou Lan changed the subject, where's the mask? Chapter 55. Ghost Mask. A magic item that appeared in the adventures of Jackie Chan. With the help of the mask, you can summon the ghost troop. Even though Zhou Lan has mirrored Origin Magic Power, he has entered the rank of level Godfather. It is inevitable to have thoughts about the Shadow Warrior who is not afraid of death. After all, compared to the HYDRA organization, the Phantom Corps is second to Superman in terms of mobility and loyalty. What's more, I also have runes. Through the rune text, it is enough to reverse the will of the Ghost Shadow Corps and let it be driven. Mask. The humanoid lizard and Dr. Drake looked at each other. He hesitated to speak. In the end, Wanda did things alone, and said shyly, the mask was destroyed by my Origin Magic Power. Even the cat-faced monster with the bushy beard was wiped out. Cough cough cough. Zhou Lan almost broke his defense when he heard this. Fortunately, he controlled his emotions at the critical moment. Ghost Demon Lord Terra. Also eliminated by you using Origin Magic Power. As expected, he is my disciple. The stalwart deity showed admiration on his face, but his heart was bleeding. It seems necessary to continue teaching Wanda to control the power of Origin Magic Power. Otherwise, a little carelessness in abusing such a terrifying almighty power will lead to a huge disaster. If Sithorn, the god of the underworld, takes the opportunity to make a comeback, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Thank you, teacher, for your encouragement. I will continue to practice hard. Wanda clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. Then, with hindsight, he said, "Teacher, Mr. Yashida Shiro decided to use the resources of the shogunate to recommend me as the #1 witch in Fuzu. A witch idol." Zhou Lan couldn't help but had a flash of inspiration when he heard the words. My god actually understood my plan in an instant. It's amazing. Yashida Shiro bowed to worship and said, "It seems that my thoughts all benefit from the light of wisdom sprinkled by my god. It's not what I understand." Well. The Devil Dragon and Dr. Drake swallowed subconsciously. I can't help feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Who would have expected that the superhero Tei Yanghuo conferred by the Fuzu shogunate? Actually a sycophant? My god! Compared to individual idols, it is better to build an idol group. Being a Maiko from scratch. It's like Girls' Generation when Goryeo debuted as a group. Yashida Shiro successfully exposed the attributes of the otaku, and he said enthusiastically, "The shrine maidens who serve the 8 gods of Hilo form a group, and each of them has special skills, such as magic, kung fu, and super ability. Who wouldn't like it? Really? There are countless East Asian otaku. Virtual idols Luo Tianyi and Hatsune Miku are both very popular. Not to mention the live-action Sailor Moon." Sailor Moon. Good name. Yashida Shiro said in surprise, "My admiration for my god is like a torrential river." Vomit. Quicksilver turned his head hastily. It wasn't until the flattering Tei Yanghuo disappeared from sight that he felt the comfort in his abdomen. This guy. It is simply the 6th-day Devil King in the sycophant industry. Debut in a group. A witch idol. Wanda seemed to understand but half understood. Didn't understand Zhou Lan and Yashida Shiro's dialogue at all. After all, she lost her parents at a young age and became a tragic war orphan, living in the open. The only pictures I can remember are the black and white discs I watched when I was a child, and the family-themed sitcoms. For idol groups, it's purely a black eye. But I agree with your proposal. Zhou Lan rubbed his chin. The witches who serve the 8 gods of Hilo made their debut in a group, just like Avengers in East Asia. In the name of Sailor Moon, fight crime. It is definitely possible to further collect the beliefs of the people. Indeed. The duty of the witch is to serve the gods. The Hilo myth claims that 8 gods created the world. God of night and dark moon. God of sky and weather. The god of lightning and evil spirits. The god of storms and solar terms. God of mountains and food. Etc. You didn't succeed in liberating the god of mountains and food. Zhou Lan asked in a confused tone, "Why didn't Bo Gang show up at ISE Jingwu?" "Because my aunt was provoked by the Asama mountain ghost." The devil dragon spit and flew, and told the details of what happened. He also seems to be quite worried about Bo Gang's situation. As he spoke, he saw Shenjiu at the end of his line of sight shaking violently. A brilliant glow erupts from Mount Fuji. The illusion of a graceful and luxurious woman is projected into the void. The melodious and pleasant voice rang out after a delay, "I am the Lord of the High Mountains, the god in charge of the mountains and delicious food. Remember my god name Bo Gang." Crash! The projection of a beautiful married woman fell apart in an instant. Like gorgeous fireworks all over the sky. Anti-1 successfully devoured Asama mountain ghost. Seeing this, the humanoid lizard burst into laughter. Today's Bo Gang, because of the broadcast of the adventures of Afu and the sales of anthropomorphic toys, his faith is extremely prosperous. May I ask how Asama Dashin can contend? The bloody battle between the two sides. In the end, Bo Gang successfully expelled Asama, occupied Mount Fuji, and used it as his symbol. In time, it will automatically condense the godhead. My god! It's a miracle! What a beautiful Asama master! Yashida Shiro prostrated and bowed, with a particularly obsessed and pious expression. The mountain demon Bo Gang, who looks like a beautiful married woman, undoubtedly conforms to the aesthetics of the times, and his appearance is closer to the taste of believers. Classic. Timeless. Not only Yashida Shiro, but all over Fuzhou are singing Asama God. Praise be to his name. Chapter 56. At the same time, a series of sneaky figures sneaked quietly from the upper reaches of the Isuzu River in Mie County. Slowly approach ISE Shrine. If you look carefully, all the sneaky figures are dressed up as ninjas without exception, but the clothes they wear are different colors. The lead ninja in black has fierce eyes, bow and arrows behind his back. Like a samurai loyal to the Yashida family for generations. Ichiro Harada. The Scarlet Maiko bewitched Tei Yanghuo and burned Patriarch Shinjin in public. If you don't avenge this revenge, you will be a warrior in vain. Ichiro's voice was low and angry. In addition, as the leader of the Black Alliance, he undoubtedly has extremely powerful combat power and belongs to the best in the Ninja Alliance. Leading his subordinates to move vigorously, cross the upper reaches of the Isuzu River, and gradually set foot in the periphery of the ISE Shrine. Gong Yulan. The tall and straight juniper trees with luxuriant branches can just cover the footprints of the Black Alliance ninjas. Ichiro Harada. The lower reaches of the Isuzu River. The masked girl with a graceful figure and a ninja appearance blinked her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help feeling tricky. The Black League and the Hand actually planned to clash? The masked girl is codenamed Guanyin. Beta Mutant. Not only proficient in various ninja assassination techniques, but also able to release spiritual energy to manifest cold weapons. Such as Shinik Dagger, Shinik Katana, Avalakai Tesvara. Because of the belief in the demonic beast enshrined by the Hand, he has learned exquisite ninjutsu and shadow magic. This beheading action is the will of the beast himself. At all costs, bring back the body of the Scarlet Witch. The will of the beast. The Hand must follow through. Did you see your childhood friend worried? Petrifaction New, a Hand Association coder in a suit and leather shoes, sneered. The real name of petrochemical cattle is Duomi Yehu. Gamma class mutant. By looking into the eyes of the target, it can be petrified. In addition, because of the belief in the beast, Yedodomi also possesses extraordinary mana, immunity to ordinary physical attacks, rapid regeneration and self-healing, and so on. Attention Shiro Yashida. The well-built samurai Chiriki reminded, the hero who protects the country canonized by the Fuzhou shogunate actually bows down under the skirt of the Crimson Witch Pomegranate. Even invited him to be a guest at ISE Shrine. But it's a godsend. The moment the words fell, the Hand ninjas scattered. Engrave the seal of the curse bestowed by the beast in the palace forest. As if a blockade formed, the dense fog in the bamboo forest gradually rose, and the scale of the fog covered the sky and the sun, enough to isolate the outside world from spying and assistance. Moreover, it has the effect of suppressing supernatural abilities. Unless the curse seal is destroyed, it will never be able to enter and exit. Hey! Harada Ichiro looked puzzled. Obviously, he is no stranger to the banning array of the Hand Association. The Hand also intends to take revenge on Shiro Yashida. Do it. Target Scarlet Witch. Implement the will of the beast. Chiriki takes the lead, holds katana tightly and rushes to the ISE Shrine. As a devout believer who worships the beast, he is very clear about what the beast thinks. The beast is afraid. The ashes of the ghostly demon King Terra were wiped out. Let the demonic beasts born in prehistoric times feel timid from the bottom of their hearts. The almighty force that turns reality and upends everything. If you can't get it, you can only destroy it. The blocking array arranged by the Hand Association ninja can just suppress the effect of all magics. As for Yashida Shiro, in order to obtain the status of a hero protecting the country, I once made a contract with the beast and threatened the shogunate with force. I believe it won't stop us from assassinating the Scarlet Witch. Guanyin spoke eloquently. Immediately, it turned into a shadow far away. This is an extremely delicate ninjutsu, completely different from the essence of magic. The beast endowed the hand with everything. The hand that enshrines beasts will sooner or later dominate Fuzang and rule the entire world. It's getting foggy. A lot of sneaky figures. There is also a pungent devil smell. Zhou Lan frowned slightly. Immediately, the magic pupils appeared in circles and vortexes, piercing through the overwhelming dense fog, and the sight suddenly became clear. I saw ninjas approaching the shrine rapidly. Harada Ichiro, who led the Black League. No Deadman Chiriki. Yato Domi. Guanyin. The hand. Zhou Lan thought about it. Could it be that the beast found out that Wanda is my disciple? Beast. A primitive demon born in prehistoric times. Also a demonic necromancer. Mainly practicing shadow magic, especially greedy for the power of faith, eager to transform from demon to god. There have been many attempts to challenge the authority of the 8 great demons. It failed miserably. Because of its special constitution, it cannot be eliminated or executed, so it can only be allowed to escape. Later, Terra, the ghost demon king, was born. There is no doubt that there is a beast behind it. Because the shadow field magic mastered by the beast can connect to the ubiquitous Dark Kingdom and mobilize amazing ghost energy. As for the demon king Terra, who later created the Phantom Core, it is like a model that the blue is better than the blue. However, there is no doubt that the original demon beast is by no means a good man or a believer. The hand will come from bad people. Idiot! You actually trespassed on the ISE shrine. Taeyanghuo Yashida Shiro couldn't help being furious. My god, I'm so sorry. I'll crush the scum of the Hand Society immediately. I'll apologize later. The eye of the sun symbol on the forehead is shining brightly. Shiro Yashida elementalized again, displaying a plasma body. Facing the Black Alliance and the hand, come first. A blazing flame suddenly swept out. In an instant, the shadow ninjas were overwhelmed. Nani? Yashida Shiro broke the agreement. You actually attacked me. Yehuduomi's gaze under the sunglasses was extremely sad and angry. Does he want to become a stone statue? Chapter 57. The sun is on fire. Shiro Yashida. Fuzu's only alpha mutant. Canonized by the Prime Minister of the Shogunate. Although, once colluded with Yashida Shinjin and worked in collusion with each other, intending to deploy military force in the world, restore Fuzang's status as a great power, and realize the ambition of common prosperity in East Asia. It has inextricably linked with the ninja group Hand Association, the Black Alliance and other organizations, and also tries to cooperate with the original demon beast. Enough to be called full of evil. The key is to wear the vibranium light ring now, and choose to believe in the god of the night and the dark moon. Undoubtedly, it means that Yashida Shiro has changed his past. The so-called prodigal son does not change money. Zhou Lan is naturally willing to believe in Yashida Shiro. Also the mutant ability of Sunfire. It's delicious. The sun is on fire. Can absorb yang yan, heat energy, radiation, and elemental, plasma bodies. Thanks to the divine power that reflects the heavens. Zhou Lan can copy the check-in attractions and paste Heluo universe, and copy an ability or ability of moon worshippers. Beeb. Discover the attractions, ISE Grand Shrine. Is the host checking in? The long-lost system prompt came into view. Check in. Decisively determined. In an instant, 2 item rewards appeared in the backpack space. Rumble. It was just too late to browse, and the deafening sonic boom sounded instantly. The worship hall of the ISE shrine not far away fell apart in the blink of an eye. The figure like a mummy general stepped out of the dense fog that covered the sky and the sun. Chiriki. Yashida Shiro looked serious. This is shadow magic. As a primitive demon born in prehistoric times, the beast once taught Terra, the ghost demon king, the extremely inscrutable shadow magic. Terra, the demon king, found another way to create a terrifying armed force. Ghost Core. However, the shadow magic of the beast is the source of the Ghost Shadow Core after all. The reason why the beast set up the hand association is to reproduce Terra and let the Ghost Shadow Core reappear in the world. The question is how to create ghost troopers? Even the original demon beast is puzzled. And the long years passed, and the beast also mastered a little bit of knack. For example, mass-produce mummy generals with the help of Terra tattoos. The Adventures of Jackie Chan. Xiao once incarnated as the Queen of Darkness. The core reason is the Terra tattoo. It seems that the beast has also made some progress. Zhou Lan looked up to the horizon. Seeing the night gradually covering the earth, the black moon shone like a total eclipse, and an endless stream of divine power emerged in his body, which made him let out a comfortable voice. God name, Curse Blue. God title, God of the Night and the Dark Moon. Level Godfather. Symbol, Samsara Sharingan. Director, Moon, Darkness, Gravity, Astrology. Divine Power, Reflect the Heavens, Origin Magic Power, the Power of the Sun Fire. Believers, Inhumans, HYDRA, Shogunate. Sect, Moon Worship Sect. Divine Realm, Hilo Universe. The Shogunate. Seeing this, Zhou Lan was slightly taken aback. It seems that the Fuzu of the Marvel Universe has never been returned. The authority of the Shogunate is still above the Emperor. No wonder Sun Huo was allowed to, in the name of the son of Empress Amaterasu, incarnate as a hero who protects the country. Protect the country. What a heavy word. There are only a handful of superheroes in the Marvel Universe who can be regarded as protecting the country. Wan Zhongxia, Captain of the United States, Captain of London, Major Maple Leaf, Black Panther. Without exception, they are national symbols. Possess combat power beyond imagination. I hope that Sunfire will always be loyal to the Moon Worship Sect. Help me erode the belief in Fuzang God. Zhou Lan then diverted his attention and reminded the believers, support Shiro Yashida and eliminate the hand as soon as possible. Correct. Remember to keep alive. I need to talk to the beast. Obey. The human-shaped lizard with a big arm and a round waist took the lead, rubbing the index finger lamp ring and rising from the ground, as if galloping at lightning speed, rushing towards the hand. Chiriki. Yehudami. Avalakai Tesvara. Because of enshrining and sacrificing beasts, he has extraordinary mana, and has learned exquisite ninjutsu and shadow magic. There is no fear of Xiaolong, the son of the Holy Lord. Ding ding ding. Kunao, a shuriken that surrounds the magical fluorescence of the shadow field. Get thrown wildly by the hand shadow ninja. Overwhelming, shot straight at the devil dragon. Roar. The little dragon's throat gathered hot flames and erupted violently. The extreme high temperature, enough to melt gold and break iron, enveloped all Kunao in an instant. The tried and tested moves can definitely disrupt the enemy's offensive again. Ridiculous. Chiriki's voice is magical and evil, like the mummy General Fuzu, with a disdainful expression. Crash. I saw that Kunao pierced through the hot flames and tore apart the wall of fire, but there was no sign of melting at all. It directly hit the strong and burly humanoid lizard. Clang. The noise of gold and iron clashing sounded. After being enchanted, Kunao and Shuriken even touched the little dragon entity. The sharp blade collided with the scales. Cannot help but burst out a cluster of gorgeous sparks. Good physique. The masked ninja Guanyin chuckled. Immediately, the right hand was grasped violently, and the purple spiritual energy transformed into a spiritual katana. Because katana is embodied by spiritual energy. Therefore, it can cause double damage to the target's body and soul. Slap. Quicksilver snapped his fingers. Bullet time. It's like a slow-motion camera, freezing time. The sunglasses are a bit cool. Quicksilver runs fast and teleports. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Domi Shiwanyu Yehu. Take off Domi Yeto's sunglasses with his own hands to avoid accidentally injuring allies. Chapter 58. Slap. Bullet time lifted. The petrified cow whose sunglasses were taken off felt his vision suddenly brighten. Looking at Kong Gu's powerful saber ninja beside him, he found that the opponent's skin spread lime gray, and gradually turned into a sculpture. Yeto Domi. Gamma-class mutant. By looking into the eyes of the target, it can be petrified. To avoid accidentally injuring friendly troops, always wear a pair of punk-style sunglasses. Result. The sunglasses are missing. Hello. Quicksilver Pietro said in a coquettish manner. Coincidentally wearing the same style of punk sunglasses. Idiot. Yehu Duomi snorted coldly, I'm going to turn you into a stone statue. As he said that, he suddenly lurked underground, performed the ninjutsu taught by the beast, and came to Quicksilver's feet in the blink of an eye. A sharp-edged katana broke through the ground. Almost killed Quicksilver. Mom. Quicksilver ran like a bolt of silver lightning, and didn't feel safe until he came to Wanda's side. However, the mood has never calmed down. It turns out that Fuzu ninjas can really use ninjutsu. Water splash. A master ninja formed a mudra with his hands, and the surging energy gushed out instantly, and the torrent and flames collided with each other. Stab it. Overwhelming steam spread all over the palace forest. It seems that the hand has been active for centuries, and there are indeed two brushes. But Zhou Lan raised his brows slightly, feeling that the hand gesture of the ninja master in front of him was extremely familiar. It turned out to be very similar to an anime in the previous life. Naruto. Could it be that there are traversers in Fuzang? The traversers obtained the ninjutsu from the Naruto world, and thus formed the notorious ninja group, the Hand? It doesn't make sense. Hand over the Scarlet Witch. Forgive you not to die. Kiriki, who is engraved with terror tattoos, looks like a shadow warrior, with a double voice like a devil. Katana is aimed at the Sunfire Yashida Shiro. Scarlet Witch. This is the puppet and carrier coveted by the ghostly demon King Terra and the original demon beast. After all, Wanda possesses the rarest all-powerful power in the Marvel Universe, Origin Magic Power. The source of Origin Magic Power, the god of the underworld, Sithorn, is even more ancient and mysterious. Even the chief eternity of the five creation gods is helpless in the face of the god of the underworld, Sithorn. Sithorn is the cancer that eats me. These are the eternal words. This shows how terrifying the power of Origin Magic Power is. And Wanda is the best host ever. As long as the Scarlet Witch is executed, resurrected by the ritual of the beast, the Scarlet Witch will always serve the Hand. Chirigi thought about the lightning, and said in an evil and bewitching voice, Yashida Shiro, did you forget the beast's help? In order to realize the ambition of arming the world and prospering East Asia, both you and Shinjin were recommended by the beast to get the approval of the ghost demon King Terra. Beast and Terra. Although, it used to belong to the relationship between the superior and the subordinate. However, as Terra recovered again, it seemed that the polarities of her identity were reversed. The mask hosts carefully selected by Terra are all recommended by beasts. Especially Teiishi Yashida Shiro. As the hero of Fuzang and protecting the country. The only alpha-level mutant. How did Terra trick her into wearing a ghost mask? It's all because of Yashida Shinjin Kazuman's persuasion. Chiriki. Sunfire has become a puppet of the Scarlet Witch. He burned Shinjin into coke with his own hands. Ichiro Harada's eyes were flushed. The leader of the Black Alliance who had been loyal to the Yashida family for generations, finally couldn't control his emotions and cried out in grief. Nanny! A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Domi Yeto, Chiriki, and Guanyin felt their hearts thump when they heard this. An ominous premonition then hit my heart. Yashida Shinjin and Teohime Yashida Shiro have known each other since childhood. The bond is deep. once vowed to work together to enhance the status of fusang power. It turned out that Xinjin was not killed by the Scarlet Myco. Is the Sunfire the culprit? Chaos Force. It's so scary. Turn your mind, subvert your thinking, and completely brainwash. Guanyin felt extremely unbelievable. The death of Xinjin is not a pity. The Black League and the Hand don't need to exist either. The Shogunate is about to set up a Myco Squad as a superhero organization to fight crime in East Asia. Yoshida Shiro changed the subject. Guanyin. You and Suexu. Mariko Yoshida. It's completely possible to debut in a group. Help my God absorb the faith of all beings. Sunfire talked eloquently. Which squad? Debut in a group? What nonsense is this guy talking about? The former X-Men turned into a running dog of the evil god. It's ridiculous. Avalokitesvara mocked. Then, holding katana, the psychic energy embodied by psychic energy, he jumped up and stabbed the Sunfire Yoshida Shiro. Shinik katana has a special texture. Can cause damage to the target's body and soul. If hit the Sunfire, enough to make it out of mind control. Turn enemies into friends. Shinik katana is purple in color and magnificent in style. Like a shooting star piercing the night. When he was about to hit Yoshida Shiro, he suddenly found the curse mark on the opponent's forehead, and suddenly shot out brilliant and auspicious colors. Eye of the Sun symbol. Instantly crushed the Shinik katana. Nanny. Veils fluttered down. The long black hair like a waterfall drifted away, and the tougher mixed-race face came into view later. No wonder Yoshida Shiro persuaded Guanyin to make a debut. Such good looks. It is indeed enough to surprise East Asia. Chapter 59. Shadowlands. The most mysterious place in Fusang. There is almost no light present. It was dark everywhere. The shadows hang over all the Japanese houses in the Buddhist monastery. It is said that this is connected to the entrance of another world, which is convenient for the Master of the Hand, the original demon beast, to absorb energy. I'm alive! A devilish double voice rang out. Terra felt the world light up again. Can't help but greedily breathe the fresh air. You won't die at all. What about resurrection? The burly and muscular primordial demon is wrapped in the ubiquitous shadow magic, making it difficult to see the specific image and face. Only a strange and terrifying voice came out through the shadow field. Beast! You found my mask! Terra, the ghost demon king, realized later that she suddenly found that she had both hands, and she got rid of the cat-faced monster state and successfully regained her freedom. Looking at the bronze mirror not far away, the ghost mask with gaping fangs came into view. Suddenly Terra realized. This is your own mask. The soul container of Terra, the ghost demon king. I survived a catastrophe. There must be future blessings. Terra suddenly became excited. Scarlet Witch's origin magic power is so terrifying, erasure in the true physical sense. It seems that I can't fight against the moon demon curse blue that tamed Wanda. Foreign aid must be invited. Daolong. The moment the voice fell, Terra, the ghost demon king, immediately began to chant the mantra. The flames jumping from the corner instantly formed a blurred face. Just like Jackie Chan's infamous villain. Papa's nemesis. Unfathomable Black Aura Necromancer. Daolong. Terra. Black Aura Necromancer looked puzzled. You dare to contact me, aren't you afraid of becoming a dark killer? Dark killer. This is enslavement magic created by Daolong. Endows the target with dark energy and transforms it into an elf warrior whose physique is not inferior to General Ghost Shadow. Amazing fighting power. Invincible. According to Terra's speculation, the Black Aura Necromancer Daolong is most likely of the same kind. Traveler. It's not like it used to be. Daolong. Terra, the Ghost Demon King, suggested, in order to resist the growing ancient demons, as well as the Dragon Team and the superhero of the Avengers, we should unite. Form an alliance of villains. Black Aura Necromancer, Ghost Shadow Core, Primitive Demon. The future will definitely occupy a place in the Marvel Universe. Marvel Universe? Terra actually knows Marvel Universe? Black Aura Necromancer was thoughtful upon hearing this. It seems that everyone is the same. Daolong suddenly showed a ferocious smile and said, however, I am operating forces in Xia Kingdom. Fu Zhang doesn't have good material, and he can serve as my dark killer. Xiaguo. It refers to an ancient civilization with only 5,000 years of history. There are also many people in the Marvel Universe. There are endless mutants and super abilities. Although, the elders of Shaojing decided to form two superhero teams. Fanfiction. People's Defense Forces. Still to no avail. So, Black Aura Necromancer turned his spearhead, lurked Xiaguo, and started to manage his own power. It seems that they intend to create a dark killer force comparable in size to the Ghost Shadow Core. Even Daolong managed to approach the head of the 10 Rings. Ready to join forces to overthrow Xiaguo. If you are willing to give up Fu Zhang, become my subordinate. Maybe everyone can cooperate. Daolong smiled and said, if it is not my kind, its heart must be different. If it is my kind, it will definitely die. Slap! The fuzzy face made of flames exploded instantly. The ghostly demon King Terra looked extremely ugly. Black Aura Necromancer's words continued to echo in his mind. Non my family, its heart must be different. It's my race, and it will definitely die. Brilliant! The Ghost Demon King laughed back in anger. Immediately, the shadow in the space seemed to have vitality. In the blink of an eye, it turned into shadow warriors who were fully armed and wrapped their bodies airtight. Even if Scarlet Witch wiped out the existence of the General's mask. Because of the special nature of the Ghost Core, Terra can still be summoned at will. Moreover, there is no Mummy General to decentralize power and command the 9 major core alone. Ultimate Darkness. Terra. Seeing this, the primitive demon beast couldn't help raising its arms and shouting, and said in an evil and dirty voice, flood the earth and refine reality. In the future Dormammu will serve you and me. Dormammu. Ruler of the Dark Dimension. The existence of the level single universe. Once personally killed an eternal duplication. Regardless of the beast, or the ghost demon King Terra. Without exception, they are all the people of Dormammu. Dark Kingdom. Shadow Field. In fact, it is in the gap of the Dark Dimension. Daolong. Curse Blue. The Avengers. Dragon Group. Taste the taste of ultimate darkness. As he said that, Terra, the Ghost Demon King, muttered something. Accompanied by the sound of ancient spells. One by one shadow warriors began to melt, sweeping in all directions, expanding and spreading infinitely. It seems that Fu Zhang is about to be submerged. Encroach on East Asia. Pollute the whole earth. Chapter 60. ISE Shrine. Gong Yulan. The dense fog that covered the sky and the sun suddenly turned into black. It's as if the whole world has been turned into a black and white movie. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Ultimate darkness. Chiriki said frantically, the great beast has successfully awakened Terra and released the ultimate darkness. Nani? Taeyang Huo Yashida Shiro exclaimed when he heard the words. He never dreamed that Terra, the ghostly demon king, would be able to bring the dead back to life. Could it be that the pictures I saw with my own eyes were all fake? Hey! Quicksilver asked suspiciously, didn't Wanda kill Terra? This guy? Is it a cat? 9 lives. Pietro was extremely depressed. Because I am afraid of the dark. It seems that the Terra mask has a host. Zhou Lan hit the nail on the head. Without the Ghost General decentralizing power, commanding the 9 core alone can release the ultimate darkness. Ultimate darkness. In fact, it is to use ghost energy to pollute the earth. transformed into a dark kingdom-like environment. There is no sun or moon. The ubiquitous ghost core are enough to sweep the entire world. Even assimilate all living things. Become part of the ghost troop. Absolutely obey Terra. Very scary. Wanda heard the words and said worriedly, "Teacher, can you solve the ultimate darkness? Just take off the mask of the ghost demon king." Zhou Lan laughed. Originally thought that there was no way to control the ghost shadow core. As a result, I almost forgot Terra's own mask. Once the mask is removed, the ghost army can be commanded through the Terra mask. After all, this is the ghost demon king, the supreme commander of the phantom core. Go. Remove the Terra mask. Zhou Lan fingered up sculpting. Immediately, the Back to Basics Chaos text was engraved on the palm of Quicksilver, giving it the ability to locate Terra and even remove the ghost mask. Chaos text. Wanda said pitifully, "Teacher, I want to study." Chaos text. As the name suggests. Runic script written by Origin Magic Power. However, due to Zhou Lan's optimization, the strokes are more concise and smooth, without fixed form limitations, and it has become a school of its own. Infinitely close to the essence of magic. Rest assured. The teacher will teach you. Zhou Lan caressed his head gently, feeling very loving and distressed. The ill-fated Scarlet Witch, since she chooses to believe in the moon. I should protect it from the wind and rain. Wanda showed her white teeth, her face full of admiration and worship. I am always glad that I chose to join the moon worship sect. If you have to meet my god, what more can a woman ask for? Whoosh! Quicksilver ran like a bolt of silver lightning. In the realm of bullet time, it seems that the spreading speed of the ultimate darkness has slowed down. Looking around, a mountain temple at the end of the line of sight seems to be the source of darkness. The words chaos in the palm of the hand burst into brilliant light. Pierce through the endless fog and maze. Handy for Quicksilver sneaking. Really? Terra mask has a host. The moment Quicksilver set foot in the Shadowlands, he immediately found the mask of Terra, the ghost demon king, wearing it on the face of a ninja master. With it as the center of the circle, it is continuously emitting filthy and evil energy. Like the source of ultimate darkness. The muscular figure hiding behind the curtain suddenly let out a suspicious voice. The primitive demon born in prehistoric times, the beast suddenly stood upright. I saw him wearing shogunate armor, with crow-like wings on his back, and high-footed clogs, just like a mysterious monster in Fuzhou legend. Big Tengu. Red face and high nose. Arrogant. Possesses unimaginable power and supernatural powers. Quicksilver. The primordial demon beast in the shape of a big Tengu, gripped his saber tightly, and said with a smile, "Come to my shadow field alone. Should I praise you for your courage, or do you want to kill yourself?" Shadowlands. The gap in the dark dimension. Occupied by beasts. It can absorb extremely terrifying shadow energy and release all kinds of powerful dark magic. This is the courage to challenge the 8 great demons many times before the history of the beast. In addition, the physique of the beast is even more special, and it is also immortal, which cannot be eliminated by normal means. It is not an existence that Quicksilver can compete with by himself. Fortunately, I didn't do it to subdue you at all. Quicksilver looked sly. Whoosh! The chaos tattoo branded on the body flickered frantically, and the speed soared again. The tattoo resembles the hexagram of Genzi, which can also be understood as lightning and hurricane. The existence of the chaos tattoo is enough to make Quicksilver burst into a movement speed comparable to that of light in a short period of time. Speed of light. Arrived in front of the ghost demon King Terra almost instantly. Cursed blue enchanted hands clasped the sides. Pull hard. Crash. The ultimate darkness that enveloped the sky receded like a tide pushed to its peak. The violent attraction formed huge amounts of vortex, which spread, rolled, and dropped all the shadow warriors into Terra's mask. No! 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 The ghost demon King Terra wailed mournfully, and was completely puzzled. Why can the mask be removed without the formula recorded by Hwaza playing cards? Flower tie solitaire. Made by the 7 Samurai of Justice. Ability to reveal mask position. Type. Remove the spell. Key Terra has been destroying Hwazai for a long time. How on earth did Quicksilver remove the mask? Beast. Avenge me. Terra left a last word and fell into eternal sleep again. Chapter 61. Terra. A primitive demon in the shape of a big Tengu, the beast let out a deep roar. As if the voices of demons overlapped, it was even more like a devil, full of bewitching flavor. Hum. The beast held katana tightly, flapped its wings behind its back, and immediately set off a hurricane. Charged towards Quicksilver at incredible speed. Primitive demons born in prehistoric times can survive into the present world. Moreover, he single-handedly founded the ninja group that has been active for centuries, Megatron Marvel Universe. From this, it can be seen that the beast is definitely not someone who deserves a false name. The behavior of challenging the 8 great demons many times has undoubtedly demonstrated its force and courage. With this level of existence, I want to kill Quicksilver. It's as easy as pie. Crash! I saw Katana draw a delicate arc. As if the dawn pierced the night sky, the holy light cut the shadow field. The rockery not far away suddenly shattered. This is the demon sword Muramasa in the legend of Fuzang. Even if you have the X factor, you will be torn apart by it. The beast grinned. It seems to have seen the scene of Quicksilver's decapitation. Muramasa. The prestigious demon sword. This is the lethal weapon of the Marvel Universe. Made by the knife maker of the same name. Material unknown. But able to withstand adamantium slash. Even cutting off the molecular structure level. Wolverine, Sabretooth, Akihiro Daken, Deadpool. This kind of mutant with superspeed regeneration ability must fear Muramasa no doubt. The beast collection of demon knives is going on for a long time, and the soul and will are imprinted in it. Therefore, no matter who holds the demon sword Muramasa, he will be disturbed by the spirit of the beast. Whispers of hovering beasts. Make it corrupt. Make it crazy. Fack. Quicksilver ran wildly. However, the big Tengu with wings on its back is always stalking like a deadly ghost, and the demon sword village held high is slamming down at the same time. A knife with a terrifying scale came galloping like a broken bamboo. Quicksilver has almost nowhere to hide. There is no escape. Clang! There was a deafening sonic boom. A tall figure filled with metallic luster came first. The armor is like scales, colliding with Yayadao village. Gorgeous sparks scattered all over the ground. The hardness is evenly divided. Adamantium forged armor. Even the Yayadao Muramasa in Fuzang's legend can't hurt at all. Arrogant and triumphant laughter rang out. The voice was surprisingly familiar. Dr. Zola. Quicksilver came out of desperation, nearly burst into tears, and choked up. Your adamantium armor is finally finished. That's right. Adamantium armor has taken shape. It's just that the chaos script invented by my god has not yet been engraved. Dr. Zola suddenly pushed Yayadao Muramasa away, delaying landing on the ground. I saw a lifelike face appearing on the chest of the battle armor. It is Dr. Zola. His ingenuity is comparable to that of Stark and his son, and his mind is comparable to that of Victor Dumb, but he was born a super genius of the wrong era. Returning with a brand new life form. Surround shadow field. Baron Strucker, wearing a monocle, commands in a deep voice. Immediately, countless HYDRA fighters surrounded the shadowy Fuzang temple with guns, blocking them 3 layers in and out. Shadow ninjas and weapon masters of the hand can't stand against HYDRA's laser weapons. In an instant, the shape was fragmented. It turned into fine sand flying all over the sky and fell. Idiot! It actually destroyed my shadow field. Seeing this, the primitive demon beast couldn't help being furious, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Like the impact of sound waves, the circles of vortexes condense into substance and spread out suddenly. About to crush all invaders. Roar! A sound wave with a larger scale exploded suddenly. From the direction of the end of the line of sight, carrying the overwhelming power, like a tsunami from far to near, instantly annihilated the roar of the beast. Sky Devil! Nishimu! The animal's eyes are cracked. The humiliating memories of defeating the 8 great demons came to mind again. There were fine cracks bursting out from the handle of Yayadao village. It is enough to prove the anger and rage of the beast. Kneel down! The human-shaped lizard, who came late, tightly grasped the Loki scepter inlaid with mind gem, and suddenly released a wave of gorgeous light. Immediately enveloped the berserk beast. I cannot be reconciled. The beast's face was ferocious and distorted, but its movements were extremely honest. Its knees fell to the ground instantly, and it crawled in front of everyone in embarrassment. Prehistoric birth. A primordial demon that survived the ages. In the face of the singularity essence born in the Big Bang, it still showed a weak and humble side. Infinite gems after all. An absolute artifact of the Marvel Universe. The effect surpasses the history books of the years. The collection of 6 infinite gems on a person is equivalent to giving him the ability of almighty universe level. Enough to fulfill all sorts of outrageous wishes. Even broke arms with the 5 creation gods. Wear a collar. Sworn allegiance to the god of the night and the dark moon. You can become a holy beast of the moon worship sect. The demon dragon urged the Loki scepter again to order. Collar. The pupils of the beast contracted violently. Pet collars. Is this intended to be domesticated as a pet? Moon worship. Moon demon curse blue. Damn it. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. The beast looks like a madman. However, the movement is extremely cooperative, and the adamantium collar is actively worn on the neck. The text Chaos engraved on the inside of the collar takes effect immediately. Forcibly reverse the thinking and consciousness of the beast. Put down the demon sword and join the teaching immediately. Chapter 62. Beeb. Discover attractions, Shadowlands. Is the host checking in? Check in. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth as he projected his divine power again and shifted his position. I am looking forward to what kind of reward the ninja group lair, which has been active for centuries, will give me. In addition, Zhou Lan undoubtedly appreciates and affirms his nephew's credit for using the mind gem to tame the beasts and force the primitive demons born in prehistoric times to wear collars. In order to consolidate beliefs, a long-term reward and punishment mechanism has been formed. I must reward the devil dragon. It's just right to allow Xiaolong to use the village for the time being. Zhou Lan said with a smile, the lethal weapon of the Marvel Universe, the Fuzu Demon Sword, which is effective against the super-speeding self-healing mutant, has become a plaything for beasts. It's like a bright pearl cast in the dark. Beast. Because of the mind gem, wearing the adamantium collar has completely surrendered to the moon worship sect. Incarnation of the holy beast of the town religion. Its ninja group, the Hand Association, will also be merged into the moon worship sect. Since then, Fuzang has only one will to exist. Pray to the moon to teach. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Cloth Manufacturing Guidebook. Large arc reactor design drawing. Hey? Cloth? This is the characteristic equipment from the childhood classic anime Saint Seiya. A combat uniform protected by the goddess Athena. A real artifact. A total of bronze, silver, gold, gods. Multiple levels. There are many types of concrete. Moreover, the saint cloth is not a simple armor, but a living creature with spirituality. Saints must bridge the awakening small universe and the spirit of the saint cloth in order to fully exert the full power of the saint cloth. Good. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered, and he deeply felt the system's preference and care. The cloth-making guidebook couldn't have come at a better time. At present, there are a mixed bag of believers in the moon worship sect. The Cathar's HYDRA and the Hand, even if they successfully practiced the sixth form of moon worship, they could only play the role of vanguard and cannon fodder. After all, the superhero of the Marvel Universe has strong beliefs and has countless fans' praise and protection. There is absolutely no way to hurt it with conventional means. But the saint cloth is completely different. Choosing the right believers to wear the holy clothes is enough to unleash the strongest combat power on the surface. Greatly improve the overall level of moon worship sect. Zhou Lan is extremely satisfied. Bronze holy clothes, a total of 48 pieces. There are 24 pieces of silver holy clothing. There are a total of 12 golden holy clothes. In addition, there are holy clothes of miracles. Dark cloth, saint cloth of the undead, etc. The vibranium and adamantium rewarded by the system can be used to forge holy clothes. Definitely. Compared with vibranium and adamantium, the Ulu Kobolko produced in Nidaville, the country of dwarf, is actually more suitable as a holy cloth material. Ulu Kobolko, with good magic compatibility, is the best carrier for chaos characters. The problem is that the system has no rewards. As for the design of the large arc reactor, it is enough to get rid of resource constraints and start a space-based weapons development program. Arc reactor. This is the crystallization of the perfect wisdom of 2 generations of super geniuses from Stark and his son. In particular, the new arc reactor uses tesseract isotopes, which have an astonishing amount of pure energy, enough to keep a building running all year round. And Dr. Amni-Izalya is a prime example of a different approach. Drain infinite gems to transfer energy to other containers. Powering the adamantium warframe. Meet my god. Praise be to the great god of the night and the dark moon. The primordial evil beast in the shape of a big tengu bowed its body and said reverently. Wearing a pet collar around the neck, the chaos text inside echoes each other. Shining like bright stars. Continue to reverse the thinking and consciousness of the beast. Believe in the moon. Faith mantra. Serve as a holy beast of the town religion. Stay flat. Zhou Lan asked curiously, it is said that your shadow field borders the gap of the dark dimension. Dark dimension. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One used the exile magic recorded in the Book of Cagliostro to teleport it to the dark dimension. Zhou Lan, who is now walking in the mortal world, is just a prosthesis projected by divine power. The range of activities is limited to a space of 100 meters around the temple. God cannot leave his dominion. If you want to check in the attractions of the Marvel Universe and Jackie Chan's adventures, you can only rely on believers to constantly call. If the Shadowlands bordered the dark dimension, Zhou Lan was undoubtedly able to avoid the huge magic circle built by the 3 magician holy places, and sneak back to reality without a sound. With Shazam's Gate, go to various attractions around the world to check in. Harvest rewards. To my god. The Shadow Realm and the Dark Kingdom both belong to the Dark Dimension. In the mezzanine space of 2 dimensions. It's just that the location changes all the time. The environment is extremely dangerous and harsh. The terrifying dimensional storm is enough to tear apart the next Heavenly Father. The big Tengu-like beast bowed devoutly and said, Latitude storm? Mezzanine space? It seems that smuggling is not impossible. Go to Shadowlands and the Kingdom of Darkness to build temples. I personally surveyed the site. Zhou Lan made the final decision. Ah! Building temples in Shadowlands and the Dark Kingdom? The beast had an expression of disbelief upon hearing the words. The mezzanine space of the dark dimension is full of filthy and evil energy, which is enough to distort the mind of living beings. If you stay for a long time, you will be transformed into a dark creature with no conscience. Not to mention the need to build a temple. Nishimu. Little Dragon. Beast. I believe that you can successfully complete the task. Chapter 63. Dark Dimension. A domain dominated by Dormammu. Extremely filthy and evil, full of grotesque and deformed creatures. Any creature that stays for a long time will become a demon seed that destroys conscience. Although Shadowlands and Dark Kingdom belong to the mezzanine space, the microdimension, still filled with pervasive dark energy. In the end, Zhou Lan actually ordered him to build a temple in the Shadow Realm. The beast instinctively planned to protest. And the adamantium collar worn around the neck flickers. Chaos text takes effect. Strong point reverses the thinking and consciousness of the beast. My God! Guaranteed to complete the task. The beast groveled. Be sincere. Rest assured. I will not sit by and watch your dedication. Zhou Lan smiled. Immediately, the fingertips carved in the void, drawing a chaos character, branding the chest of the beast. The word chaos symbolizes fate and light. It can prevent the beast from sinking into the dark dimension. Keep your head clear. Thank you, my God. The beast prostrated and bowed devoutly. As a primitive demon born in prehistoric times, how could he not know origin magic power and runes? What's more, the chaos text born from the superimposition of the two. Almost instantly, the beast felt an unbelievable continuous gushing of energy. Bless him and protect him. Go. Build the Temple of Shadows. When life and death are at stake, remember to call out my honorable name. I will reflect the power of the gods to help. Zhou Lan raised his arms and shouted. Then, watch the human-shaped lizard with big arms, the bat-like sky demon, and the big Tengu beast cross the dimensional crack and go to the dark shadow field. At the same time, a figure surrounded by hot flames descended from the sky. Teo Fire Yashida Shiro. Meet my God. Yashida Shiro knelt on one knee and said, Praise my God. I have successfully persuaded the shogunate to form a witch squad. In addition, the shogunate agreed to divide a piece of industrial land and build a large arc reactor to gradually replace the Fuzhou nuclear power plant. Good. Those who know current affairs are Junja. It seems that the Fuzhou shogunate of the Marvel Universe is full of heroes. Future. Zhou Lan decided to stay in Fuzhang. Build Fuzhang into an impregnable moon worship base. It echoes the grey castle of Sokovia. Teleports to and from Shazam Gate. Easy to strengthen faith. Wanda. Are you ready to debut as a group? Zhou Lan caressed his head, said with infinite love and affection, If you hate publicity, I will choose other believers. I am willing to sacrifice everything for my God. Scarlet Witch looked devout and resolute. Besides, the establishment of the Witch Squad will help spread the teachings of worshipping the moon, so that the lost lambs of Xia Kingdom will be blessed by the gods. That's right. Through the Maiko Idol Tour, eat away at the belief of Xia immortals. Marvel Universe setting. The immortals of the Eastern world live in Dalashan. Various Taoist gods. For example, Guan Yu, the god of war. Longevity, the god of health and longevity. Vulcan Zhurong. Neza, the god of mischief. The immortal goddess Zhuangmu. Death god Yama. God King Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor is of the same rank as the Viking god Odin and the Greek god Zeus. Without exception, they are all heavenly fathers. Next Heavenly Father. Median Father. Superior Heavenly Father. These are the three stages that the gods of the earth must go through. At the moment, Zhou Lan is just the next Heavenly Father. The Crimson Witch. Mariko Yashida. Guanyin. Shuesu. Debuting in a group will definitely help my God absorb the strong faith of all beings. Yashida Shiro said respectfully. Really? East Asia lacks a superhero force. Fight crime. Punish evil and promote good. I hope you can succeed immediately. Zhou Lan sincerely blessed. Xiaguo. Zijin Pavilion. Quaint office. The desktop memorial files piled up like a mountain. Bear the brunt, a memorial that caught the eye. On the cover, there are 4 large characters painted on iron hooks and silver paintings. Fuzang Incident. Mt. Fuji erupted for no reason. Beautiful lady named Bo Gang, who claims to be the lord of the High Lords, the god who is in charge of the mountains and delicious food. The ninja group that has been active for centuries suddenly disappeared. Hero Yashida Shiro, who protects the country from Fuzu, announces the formation of the Miko Squad. The memorial was submitted by the governor of Taiwan Province. Taiwan Province. Xiaoqiabao Island. An outpost responsible for defending and monitoring Xia Kingdom's territorial waters. An eventful autumn. It seems that the burden on Zheng Xian's shoulders is getting heavier. The back is as straight as a sword, the old man is dressed in a huixia tunic suit and his hair is combed meticulously, and his attitude is more relaxed. But another memorial suddenly caused the old man's pupils to constrict violently. Dark killers frequently appear in Hong Kong City. Street graffiti suspected to be done by 10 Rings. 10 Rings. The old man was hostile. This is a notorious criminal organization in Xia Kingdom. Founded by Mandarin. Frequent terrorist attacks. Even the 10 Rings once tried to bomb the Shangxia Dam. Although People's Defense Force successfully prevented Mandarin's wolfish ambitions, it further led to public grievances, and black and evil forces followed suit and imitated. Compared with the Fuzu incident, Dark Killer and 10 Rings are even more diabolical. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. It seems that Comrade Zheng Xian needs to continue working overtime. The old man put aside the memorial. Looking at the total lunar eclipse at the end of the line of sight, I was dazed. Chapter 64. Roar. The burly human-shaped lizard opened its mouth and spewed out an exaggerated flame, scorching the void and burning the atmosphere. Immediately, I saw the strangely shaped Shadow Realm monster screaming shrilly and exuding a pungent stench. Temporarily retreat. Sweeping again later. This is the mezzanine space of the dark dimension. The dimensional gap called Shadow Field. Even the primitive demons born in prehistoric times, beasts often absorb the energy of the Shadow Realm and release all kinds of dark magic, but they dare not stay for a long time. Not to mention building a temple. Temple belongs to the abode of the gods. A place where faith and incense are received. My god must rely on the temple to be able to locate the Shadow Realm. Across the Shadowlands. Return to real time and space. The Devil Dragon answered and explained. Dark Dimension. The eldest brother was exiled to such a horrible place. It seems that we must fight frequently to prevent the dark creatures from being devoured. It's just a cup. Zimu said with emotion, it's better to stay comfortably in the devil's hell. Immediately, the sky demon flapped its back wings and released an astonishing hurricane, as sharp as a steel knife, rolling up countless monsters in the blink of an eye. It was cut and bruised all over. Finally, there is a huge vacuum in the area where everyone is located. Enough to build a temple. A small temple will suffice. It is convenient for Zhou Lan in the dark dimension to locate the shadow field coordinates. At the same time, a pocket universe higher than the heavens and worlds. A sacred space full of mist. The stalwart and majestic elegant figure opened his eyes suddenly, and instantly felt a familiar praise, which was close at hand. As if within reach. A devout prayer from the interdimensional gap of the dark dimension. Let Zhou Lan successfully locate Shadowland immediately. Avoid the huge magic circle built by the 3 holy places, and sneak back to reality without a sound. It went so smoothly. Swish! Zhou Lan left the Heluo universe and appeared in the grand and magnificent dark dimension. I saw galaxies with bright and colorful colors hovering. Silent meteorites float everywhere. At the end of the line of sight, there seemed to be a slender and graceful figure hovering. Long hair in a silver shawl, picturesque eyebrows, and a leather jacket that outlines a slim body curve, continuing to exude the charm of a mature woman. This is Dormammu niece? Kelly? The girl who once helped and rescued never left? Waiting in place? Trouble. Zhou Lan's heart skipped a beat. I saw the silver-haired girl with keen senses cast a puzzled and curious look. Immediately, a surprise smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Like a lotus flower in full bloom in summer, it emerges from the mud without being stained. Earth Necromancer. The young girl Kelly rushed towards her like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he threw himself into the arms of his former savior. As if happy to fly. Ahem. Zhou Lan was caught off guard and almost fell. But he didn't resist the sudden peach luck. He just sighed secretly. It seems that girls who grew up in the dark dimension are more straightforward. Wonderful. The border of the dark dimension is full of interdimensional gaps. Frequent outbreaks of latitudinal storms. It's powerful enough to tear apart the next Heavenly Father. It is also possible to teleport to other mezzanine spaces. It's all my fault for not reminding you. The girl Carrie blamed herself. You must have gone to another dimension gap, right? Well. Does Pocket Universe count? Zhou Lan wondered. You've been wandering around all this time. It's just a half-hour inspection at most. The silver-haired girl smiled foolishly. Half an hour? Zhou Lan couldn't help choking. Let me take you on a tour of the dark dimension. Earth Necromancer. Don't think that the dark dimension is full of dangers. It's actually very peaceful. Kelly introduced enthusiastically. The moment the voice fell, a planet not far away exploded into pieces. The large-scale latitudinal storm is moving at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it goes, it's almost unstoppable. This is a spectacle that frequently plays out at the frontiers of dimensions. The power of the dimensional storm is extremely terrifying. It can completely annihilate all substances along the way. Not even Dormammu could stop it. Escape. The silver-haired girl took the initiative to pull the palm of the benefactor. Immediately, he chanted the incantation and recited the long incantation, as if planning to cast the magic of returning to the city on the spot. But she clearly miscalculated the speed of latitude storms. The violent attraction is like an unprecedentedly powerful death vortex. The torque of infinite expansion is enough to tear it apart instantly. Dark Cave Road. A low, magnetic voice sounded. Zhou Lan repeats the old trick. I saw endless dark energy pouring out. It actually digested all the latitude storms in the blink of an eye. This is the fruit move of the dark fruit. Gravity turns into a black hole, compresses, and smashes everything. Earth Necromancer. You actually saved me twice. According to the traditional customs of the dark dimension. It should be promised with your body. Kelly was serious. Then, blinking his eyes full of electricity, he suddenly said playfully, I'm kidding you. Fortunately not true. Zhou Lan exhaled a dirty breath. I was almost scared to death. Ha! Kelly puffed up her cheeks. As the niece of the ruler of the dark dimension, she is like an unattainable royal princess. How many barbarian clans plan to marry Carrie and skyrocket? And she refuses all ambiguities, and only waits for the return of the real man. I was almost scared to death. But the real man doesn't understand the way of customs. Chapter 65. The Path of Wandering. Like giant tentacles, connecting different planets. Form strange cell molecular chains. It's like being in the human universe, looking up at Helicobacter pylori. Bizarre. Thriller. Terrible. I saw countless characteristic buildings built on the surface of the planet. Monsters with different appearances dominate one side. According to Kelly's introduction, this is the native of the dark dimension. Savage clan. Before the silver-haired girl was born, the barbaric clan had already thrived here. Even Dormammu doesn't have the ability to completely conquer. However, after a long time, Dormammu successfully occupied the flame of Falden and became the master of the dark latitude. All barbarian clans, without exception, were forced to recognize their rulership. Although the face is convinced and the heart is not convinced. Always plotting to overthrow the dictatorial Dormammu. In addition, because of Kelly's special status. Moreover, he has the blood of Prince Olani. Therefore, the chiefs of the barbaric clans are extremely eager to marry Kelly, and take their wives to command the clans. The fly in the ointment is that Kelly has no interest in the ugly barbarian clan at all. On the contrary, an earth necromancer who is obsessed with a one-sided relationship. Curse Blue. The elegant young man in a white robe and long sleeves, with the solemn and holy treasure, is like an innocent god, ruling the dark dimension. Facing the chief of the Lion Dance clan, he blew himself up. The dimensional hurricane that annihilates everything. It was solved without any effort. It can be seen from this that the necromancer of the earth who claims to be Cursed Blue has so many magical powers. Totally comparable to Uncle Dormammu. Even worse than that. Definitely. This is just the imagination of the silver-haired girl. How does the lower Heavenly Father stand against the alien Mephisto at the cosmic level? How to get rid of Carrie? Side by side with the silver-haired girl, Zhou Lan sailed in the magnificent dark dimension, but in reality, he turned around and tried to get rid of Kelly time and time again. After all, I have already successfully located the specific location of Shadow Realm. Just go to the corresponding area and use your divine power to break through the mezzanine space and reach the gap between dimensions. Avoiding the huge magic circle that protects the earth from a distance, sneaking back to reality without a sound. Just around the corner. However, the followers around him are so close to each other that Zhou Lan has nothing to do. Could it be that he can only bring Kelly back? Strange necromancer. Clear, get away from Earth necromancer. Beware of the wrath of Lord Dormammu. Clan natives with ugly appearance and strong physique stood up from the ground and came to Zhou Lan. The hostile gaze, full of hostility, warned the silver-haired girl sharply. Savage clan. Aboriginal people born in the dark dimension. Possesses a terrifying ability and an innate magical ability. Even Dormammu couldn't help but be amazed. Try to decipher the dark spell mastered by the Savage clan. It turns out that they are generally level sub-god father. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and he undoubtedly felt the horror of the barbarian clan. Without deliberate practice and study, simply relying on physical fitness to reach the level of level sub-god father is enough to be called extraordinary ability. If the barbarian clan can be persuaded to join the religion, at that time, there will be a lot of responses. I'm afraid Dormammu's jaw will drop. Run away. Everyone. To be honest, I was exiled by Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and I was charged with unwarranted crimes. I urgently need a foothold. Not a sinister and cunning careerist. Zhou Lan's face was full of innocence. Ancient One? Exile? Hearing the name of Sorcerer Supreme, many barbarian clan members at the scene couldn't help talking about it. Obvious. For the name of Ancient One, the barbarian clan also feels like a thorn in the back. Like a stick in the throat. Feel like sitting on pins and needles. The Sorcerer Supreme, who swore to resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension for life, once wiped out countless barbaric clan chiefs and prophets. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. The Earth Necromancer who was exiled by Ancient One must be worthy of trust and communication. How did you and Kelly meet? A clan aborigine with a dog's head and a snake's body said in a deep voice. For Carrie, the dog-headed native misses her day and night, wishing to marry her back home. As a result, the goddess who is not to be approached by strangers actually stood side by side with the handsome Earth Necromancer, watching the path of wandering. Jealousy made him lose his mind in an instant, showing his irritable side. This is my savior. The silver-haired girl put her arms around Zhou Lan, and said generously, I have decided to marry Zhou Lan, and I will return to Ina soon, and inform Uncle Dormammu. Wow! A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The barbaric clans that had successfully bewitched all showed ferocious expressions one after another, with colorful and magnificent lights bursting out from their bodies. As if it would strike any time. Set fire, Zhou Lan! Hiss! Don't get me wrong, everyone. Carrie and I are very innocent. Zhou Lan hurriedly explained. According to the plan, we should gradually win the favor of the barbaric clan, and persuade some chiefs to wear vibranium lamp rings, believe in the moon, and believe in themselves. In the end, who would have expected Kelly to be so outrageous? Announced in public that they are getting married soon. Boom! Kelly took the initiative to say no, and rose and fell like a superficial touch. Then, showing his white teeth, he said slyly, "Can you prove it now?" Ah! The Aborigines with the head of a dog and the body of a snake were the first to go crazy. Suddenly doubled in size. It stands like a mountain. The throat blasted out an exaggerated blazing magic light. Chapter 66. Liberation. A deep and indifferent voice sounded. The latitude storm absorbed by the dark cave. Reappear in an instant. A dimensional hurricane capable of annihilating all matter raged wildly across the path of wandering. Due to Zhou Lan's manipulation, the Aborigines of the clan with the head of a dog and the body of a snake were the first to get involved, and were cut by the turbulent flow like a steel knife, wailing continuously. Even the physique of the level sub-godfather can hardly resist the baptism of the latitude storm. Moment. Clan Aborigines with strange skull tattoos on their bodies. Like a bubble that burst at the touch of a touch, it fell apart in an instant. Earth Necromancer! How dare you attack the Kern clan? It's too long to die. A burly, dark creature with curved horns, roaring, violently swung the huge sword and slashed at Zhou Lan. The other members of the Kern clan followed suit. The intruders were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Xianch clan, Slaanesh clan, Nurgle clan, Kern clan. These are the 4 barbaric clans of the Dark Dimension. In addition, there are many small and medium-sized clans that carve up the territory of the Dark Dimension and obey Dormammu's domination on the surface. In fact, they are always waiting for the opportunity to plot to overthrow their regime and restore the glory of the ancestors of the evil gods. It seems that there is no need to win over the barbaric clan. Zhou Lan frowned slightly. Especially when he heard the prestige of the Kern clan, he showed even more resistance. Who would have thought that the barbaric clans would worship the brutal and twisted 4 gods of chaos? The catalysis and birth of the negative emotions of all beings, the 4 evil gods of obsession with depravity, desire, killing, blood, and so on. This is the entity of distortion and evil thoughts. The filth that the multi-universe almighty judge can't arbitrate. Whoosh! Rumble! A group of ugly, strong, and huge natives of the Kern clan with skull tattoos on their bodies rushed towards Zhou Lan in an army. All Kern believers are extremely keen on destroying and waging war. The Kern clan basically occupies the largest territory in the Dark Dimension. Even Dormammu stays away. Definitely. If the Kern clan violates its own order, the powerful ruler of the Dark Dimension will also show his fierce and violent side, exterminating the clan natives who have lost the protection of the evil god. Let's go. Take me out of the dark world. The silver-haired girl smiled slyly. The Thulhu clan is united in the same spirit, one is prosperous and the other is prosperous, and one is hurt and all are hurt. Offend the Kern clan, you can't stay here for long. I know you have teleportation ability. How can a girl who has grown up in the dark world be innocent and innocent? In order to tear off the Earth's necromancer disguise and test its hidden true strength, Carrie deliberately showed intimacy, causing the jealousy of Kern followers. Finally, Carrie witnessed the power of the Earth necromancer firsthand. Liberation. Recreate the absorbed latitude storm. In addition, the Earth's necromancer mantra moves around, exuding a unique magical charm, just like the chaos recorded in Dormammu's book, and the power of twisting was born with the 4 gods. Underworld magic. You really are not at ease. Zhou Lan smiled wryly. Then, like a skull skeleton poured with ink, it suddenly covered it, and the texture of countless meridians, muscles, and bones spread accordingly, condensing the fuzzy-style samurai armor. The power of God can only be unlocked by opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan Susanoo, which symbolizes destruction and death. Emerge in an alien dimension. Different from the black fire ghost Dionysus who appeared for the first time, Susanoo in front of him is activated by origin magic power and exerts the power of extremely evil fruit. Kongwu's powerful shape is sturdy and brave. The posture of holding the sword and shield with both hands has also successfully deterred the Kern clan. Chaos. The day of prophecy is coming, and the four gods will reappear soon. Dedicate your blood to my god. Crazy clan natives even issued praises. Horror and evil power rising from the surface of the body. The gushing of origin magic power was definitely felt. According to the prophecy of the four gods clan, the four gods born in chaos will return to chaos. And the scene in front of me fits so well. The little-known earth necromancer actually bears chaos? It's incredible. It's over. The prayers of the Kern clan alarmed Uncle. If the silver-haired girl felt something, she looked up at the void and said, "It's too late to run. Earth necromancer. Don't take the initiative to provoke my uncle." Uncle? Dormammu. The moment the voice fell, there was a shocking energy fluctuation, from far to near. The huge flame of Falden floats in the void. Immediately, the weave builds into a foul and vague magical entity. The purple planet turned into its eyes. Hot volcanic lava forms its stalwart shape. Even the fire ghost and wine god with a height of 100 meters must look up to the mysterious existence. Lord of the Dark Dimension. The exotic Mephisto that the Sorcerer Supreme defended with his life. Beyond time, beyond space. He even killed the Latitude Lord of the Eternal Duplication with his own hands. He actually came in front of Zhou Lan. Origin magic power. Who allowed you to use origin magic power in my dimension? The ruler of the dark dimension suddenly let out a depressing roar. Even if he whispered softly, it still caused the vibration of the Panhuan path, cracked everywhere, and shattered everywhere. It's like a scar that can't be healed in time and space. You actually ignored the order I made. Court death. Evil Latitude Mephisto roars. Then, a planet-sized palm was slapped down, as if it was about to kill a disturbing mosquito and completely solve the troubles. Uncle. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. The silver-haired girl suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of her. Carry. The purple planet-like pupils tightened. The stalwart Dark Lord is undoubtedly very puzzled why his niece suddenly appeared. Protect the Chaos Overlords. Chapter 67. Origin Magic Power. The power driven by the god of the underworld, Sithon. It can both create and destroy the world. Enough to distort reality and subvert everything. This is an energy that is expressly forbidden in the dark dimension. Because it is extremely easy to awaken the four gods of chaos who were originally born. Kern. Tsianch. Slanesh. Nurgle. Even the Lord of the Dark Dimension is extremely fearful. Like the entity of evil thoughts and catastrophes. Once revived, the barbarian clans will come back and sweep the entire multi-universe. Even the all-powerful judge who sanctioned everything would be difficult to contend with. According to the prophecy of the clan prophet, the four gods of chaos will accompany the arrival of chaos and wake up again. Originally Dormammu thought it was just groundless. As a result, the host of origin magic power actually appeared in the dark dimension. The puppet of the ancient Hades. The followers of black magic. You actually bewitched my niece. Carrie. Wake up quickly. The stalwart ruler of darkness suddenly let out a heavy roar, like a thunderbolt exploding out of thin air, shaking the universe. This is the magic that undoes hypnotic ability and suggestion. Filth Mantra. In order to ensure the safety of his niece, Dormammu immediately activated the vast magic power to weave an impenetrable net. Trapped the Chaos Overlords and the Kern clan all within. Uncle! I'm going to marry Zhou Lan. Kelly took the initiative to grab the benefactor's thick palm, and said expectantly, "Will you bless me?" Curse Blue? Demonic necromancer active in prehistoric times? Moon Demon Curse Blue. I hate the demon necromancer. Dormammu went berserk suddenly, and the dusty memory of humiliation could not help appearing in his mind. The necromancer, the demon who once divided the earth, almost enslaved himself and Omar. No wonder you feel very familiar. It turned out to be Madame. Zhou Lan suddenly smiled and said, "Madame, long time no see." "Shut up! Don't call me Madame!" The Dark Lord roared angrily, and the black history hidden all his life was exposed in public. Even though Carrie and the Kern clan didn't know why, they also aroused his unprecedented anger and hatred. Dormammu who did not occupy the flame of Falden. In fact, the name is Madame, an active prehistoric black aura necromancer, who is bullied and slaughtered by demons. Finally disappeared suddenly. It turns out that by chance, they arrived in the dark dimension? The flood rushed to the Dragon King temple. "Madame! Have you forgotten the past?" Zhou Lan smiled. "Past? Demon necromancer's experience of teasing and tricking?" Dormammu felt the grief and indignation, and suddenly burst out the true power of the Dark Lord. "I saw the unprecedented violent filthy magic power boiling, causing the path of wandering to collapse in the blink of an eye. Planets fall apart one by one. The homeland where the Kern clan lived was lost in an instant. My god is coming back. Madame! Get ready to face the judgment and punishment of our god." The members of the barbaric clan with skull tattoos on their bodies all roared. "Madame! Madame!" One sound of Madame, the sound fills the ears. The distorted and cruel will constantly erodes his body, mind, and reason. The stalwart ruler of darkness finally got out of control, and a blazing and magnificent beam of light condensed in his throat, gushing out suddenly. Moment. Countless indigenous clans were shrouded and baptized by the dark beam. Even the physique of the level sub-godfather can hardly compete with the full fire latitude Mephisto. Like a glare fading away. The skeletons were weathered and shattered. Carrie. Final warning. Leave the scheming demon necromancer. You are still the princess of the dark dimension. Otherwise. Mephisto, as majestic as an ancestral witch, made a thick and deep noise, sonorous and forceful, "You will be exiled by me forever. The same fate as your mother." Omar. Even Dormammu is intimidated by Omar's terrifying magical abilities. So, Dormammu banished it to the interdimensional interlayer, where it was always imprisoned. Uncle hates the necromancer so much? Do you want to exile yourself? Madame. You are too much. Zhou Langxiao expressed emotion and reason, as Kelly's elder, he should have a broad mind, so why worry about it? Even coaxing and deceiving. Damn! The ruler of darkness was furious when he heard the words. He even called himself Madame again. This is a humiliating name, a code name full of discrimination and contempt. In order to completely end the tragic past, Madame changed the order of the names and changed the name to Dormammu. Thus, the ruler of the dark dimension of the Megatron multi-universe was born. But he never dreamed that the demon necromancer would appear in his domain and hear Madame's name again. The demonic necromancer. It is said that you are immortal and your souls remain forever. The question is whether it can withstand the flames of Falden. Dormammu laughed back with rage. Then, the endless violent flames were like huge waves on a grand scale. It swept over with a bang. Creak! Creak! Zhou Lan urged Susanoo to raise his shield to block. A deafening sonic boom sounded instantly. Yada mirror transformed by origin magic power. Collided with Falden's flame. There are dense cracks appearing. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the power of the flame of F.H.I.E.L.D is. This is the symbol of the F.H.I.E.L.D clan. Sacred flames comparable to the eternal fire. Kelly exclaimed, the most incredible thing is that your black spiritual shield actually resisted it. It's unbelievable. Black spirit shield? Actually this is origin magic power. The power driven by the ancient Hades. If there is no origin magic power, I am afraid that Zhou Lan would have died. In the true sense, the soul flies away. After all, the force value of the Marvel Universe far surpasses Jackie Chan's adventures. It is undoubtedly easy for F.H.I.E.L.D's flame to kill a demon. No wonder the first generation of Sorcerer Supreme needed to build 3 holy places. Form a huge magic circle that protects reality. Dormammu must not be allowed to bewitch the necromancer of Earth. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered and said, if the 3 holy places collapse, Dormammu will be like no one, and no one can negotiate terms. Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange. Probably a few years before joining Camartage. Succeeds Ancient One's Sorcerer Supreme. Anyway. Why didn't the Avengers and Dragons team stop themselves from freeing their fellow demons? Even Sorcerer Supreme is playing dumb. Ignore the expansion of Lunar Sect. Could it be? Ancient One is teaching the superhero. Retreat? Zhou Lan was full of imagination. At the same time. Ask for flowers. Whoosh. Fire snakes formed by flames of F.H.I.E.L.D wandered over. Obstacles along the way are all flashing. This is the result of Dormammu firing on all cylinders. Even the believers of the 4 gods of chaos have no way to guard against and resist. Infinitely close to the exotic Mephisto of the multi-universe level. I once personally killed an eternal duplication. How can the demon necromancer, who barely ranks among the next heavenly father, be able to contend against the mighty latitude Mephisto? Uncle! Don't hurt my husband! The silver-haired girl suddenly scolded. With a swing of his fingertips, he successfully interfered with the direction of F.H.I.E.L.D's flame, and shattered a nearby planet. Kelly. A hybrid bred by the love of Prince Irini and Omar. A veritable royal family in the dark world. Being able to control the flame of F.H.I.E.L.D is a matter of course. It just never showed up before. You will threaten my regime. Carrie. Go and keep your mother company. Dormammu's pupils contracted violently, and he felt the potential in his niece for the first time. Commanding the flame of F.H.I.E.L.D undoubtedly has the qualifications to rule the darkness. 0. Compared to myself who forcibly usurped the throne. Kaylee, who flows from the blood of the barbaric prince, has a more noble status. If future potential awakening. And, get the effect of origin magic power host. I'm afraid he will lose everything. Dormammu absolutely does not allow this to happen. After all, the strength of latitude Mephisto is closely related to its domain. If you lose the dark dimension, your rank will drop infinitely. Get out of my country. Stinking fiend necromancer. Little white-eyed wolf Carrie. The stalwart and majestic Dark Lord raised his arms and shouted. Immediately, the ancient and mysterious spell was revealed gradually, causing the space to vibrate and the galaxy to distort. This is an exile magic. Far more profound than the magic recorded in the Book of Cagliostro. Will banish the target to the eternally empty latitude gap. Dimension mezzanine. Omar, Dormammu's own sister, enjoyed this spell. Currently under seal. Earth Necromancer. Don't you use teleportation magic yet? The silver-haired girl reminded, Uncle's spell has no way to break it, and if you are exiled to other dimensions, I am afraid you will never return. I haven't seen my mother for countless years. Hiss. Zhou Lan's expression changed upon hearing this. I deeply realized the danger of banishing magic. No hesitation can be tolerated. Grab the slender hand of the silver-haired girl, and decisively return to the pocket universe rewarded by the system. Hello universe. Carrie felt the power of time travel reappear. Opening his eyes again, the strange spatial dimension came into view instantly. A planet that continues to radiate bright light. Like crystal diamonds embedded in the deep space. The real time and space, the dark latitude, and the mirror space constitute the basic three-dimensional world. The unprecedented space mobile city hangs the sky. The Earth Enterprise with the logo of the Life Foundation stands on it. Pocket Universe. You actually own a pocket universe. Kelly couldn't help being shocked. The word count is up. Chapter 68. Is this the secret you're hiding? The beautiful eyes of the silver-haired girl blinked, shining meaningful light. Then, I suddenly covered my mouth, and I saw you pity. You won't kill people to silence your mouth, will you? You know too much. Only a decedent can keep a secret. Zhou Lan pretended to be fierce. Said intimidatingly. In fact, he had no intention of doing it at all. Because there is no need. This is an item rewarded by the check-in system. Except for him, no one can refine and occupy. In the HYDRA universe, he is like the creator, the god of creation. The almighty judge who arbitrates everything. Even, rank surpasses Toat. Omnipotent. I saw Zhou Lan's fingertips swaying, and the Invisible's gravitational force immediately turned into substance. Like a giant hand shaking the sky, it suddenly grasped the silver-haired girl tightly. Fix its large font on the sky. Kelly couldn't help screaming in panic. Immediately felt bad. Trespassing into someone else's pocket universe is tantamount to throwing a sheep into a tiger's mouth and throwing oneself into a trap. Let it be played and slaughtered. You forced me to reveal my cards over and over again. It even caused my plan to smuggle into reality to be aborted. Death penalty is exempt. Living is inevitable. Zhou Lan said righteously, besides, I'm not your husband. Smuggling. Reality. The silver-haired girl's eyes lit up when she heard the words. Reality. Since she was born, she has stayed in the dark dimension of filth. Because of the huge magic circle formed by the three holy places, it is impossible to go to reality at all. Not to mention smuggling reality. As a result, the necromancer of the earth in front of him has a way to bypass the magic circle that protects the earth. 373 Darling. Put me down, okay. Let's smuggle back to reality together. The silver-haired girl said with a smile. There is no sense of crisis at all. Regarding Zhou Lan's intimidation, he also regarded it as a joke. Believe in your beauty can successfully save the day. Shut up. Zhou Lan turned a blind eye. Immediately, it turned into a rainbow light and went away. Landed in Adalan, a mobile space city illuminated by divine power. I saw Kong Wu's powerful symbiote venom cleaning the streets. Meet my god. The venom falls to the ground, showing humbleness and piety. The symbiont was sacrificed by the demon dragon and came to HYDRA universe. Like a loyal servant. Serve the master's diet and daily life. Get up. Zhou Lan waved his hand. Then, he walked towards the Life Foundation, finally untied and stretched out on the sofa. Gulp. Drinking fat boy happy water. He was absolutely speechless. If he hadn't encountered Kelly, I'm afraid he has successfully returned to reality and started to check in infinitely. Map all the scenic spots and expand the scale of HYDRA universe crazily. Zhou Lan fantasizes all the time, if he clocks in the Earth, clocks in the Sun, Mercury, Mars, and other planets. What an incredible reward you will get. Especially clocking in the Sun. The reward related to the Sun is undoubtedly the Superman physique. Superman. The absolute protagonist of the DC universe. God among men. Able to continuously absorb sunlight to strengthen oneself. There are various forms. Silver Superman, Gold Superman, Thinking Superman, etc. The key issue is that Zhou Lan's smuggling plan was aborted. Even, let Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, know of his existence. Needless to say, Zhou Lan is about to face the vendetta of all barbaric clans. The clan prophets who believe in the four gods of chaos can mobilize the infinite magic power of the four gods of chaos. Even if he possesses the power of the god of the underworld, Sithorn, it is enough to reverse reality and subvert everything. However, in the dark dimension, relying on the rank of level godfather, it is still useless, and it is difficult to exert its full strength. It seems that this matter can only be discussed in the long run. Zhou Lan supported his forehead. Immediately, he heard a pious and sincere praise. From a distant reality, a blurry picture immediately appeared in front of my eyes. It's like a holographic projection. He saw tall buildings that seemed familiar to him. It's not Fuzhang. It's Xiaguo. An ancient civilization with a history of 5,000 years. It has never declined through aggressive wars, but has become more and more prosperous. Definitely, this is the Marvel Universe. The Xia Kingdom of the Marvel Universe has a large population. In addition, due to the existence of super abilities, the government's control is not in place. Frequent terrorist attacks have caused immeasurable financial losses, resulting in widespread public grievances and criminals following suit and imitating. Even if the Great Elder personally decides to form two superhero troops. God. People's Defense Forces. Still not much use. A drop in the bucket. Especially recently, the Black Aura necromancer nicknamed Daolong returned to Xia Kingdom and chose to station in Hong Kong City. And, secretly cooperate with Ten Rings head Mandarin. Transform super ability users into elusive dark killers. The intention is to form a terrorist force that is not inferior to the Ghost Shadow Corps. Conspiring to seize power and usurp the throne, turning back the wheel of history. Restoration of the monarchy. Let Mandarin re-enter the imperial palace. God. Help me. An earnest child's voice came. Zhou Lan couldn't help feeling pity. In the end, he chose to answer the prayers of the believers and pour his divine power on Xiaguo. I saw fragmented ruins. The smoke is everywhere. A dark killer with the appearance of an elf, with tan skin, pointed ears, and big eyes. Holding different styles of magic weapons. Seems like a game of cat and mouse is going on. Not far away, stands the strange but familiar Black Aura necromancer. Daolong. The notorious villain of the adventures of Jackie Chan. Originally short, with wrinkled face. And the Black Aura necromancer in front of him has gotten rid of his old appearance, and his whole face is radiant, and his facial features seem to be beautified accordingly. Like a handsome uncle. Even height has increased. Basically meet the standard of normal people. This guy. Really Daolong? Unbelievable. Daolong didn't entangle Dad, but lurked in Xiaguo, expanding the scale of dark killers, and the characters were completely changed. Zhou Lan was amazed. The character deviates from the original setting. Fate has a turning point and a qualitative change. Could it be? An unbelievable thought came to mind, and Zhou Lan felt horrified for a moment. Throughout. Apart from himself, there is actually a second time traveler? Definitely. Zhou Lan didn't know that he had already met the Traverser. There are not many chapters in the ghostly Demon King Terra. God. Help me. God. Buddha. Jade Emperor. God of the night and the dark moon. Any god will do. Corner. Ruoa whispered. I saw the little lowly carved in jade and dressed as Snow White, clasping her hands together and praying sincerely. However, none of the gods responded. Because there is no need. It is extravagant and wasteful to consume divine power to save the insignificant little girl. How many disasters occur every day, is it possible to respond to all of them? I'm exhausted. Only Zhou Lan belongs to the god of the entrepreneurial stage, and must manage the sect and believers with heart. Otherwise, how can it stand out among many gods? She actually knows the name of the god of dark night and dark moon. Zhou Lan's doubts deepened. Because the adventure comedy animation The Adventures of Afu produced by Nine did not get permission to show it in Xiaoguo. According to Baron Strucker's investigation, it seems that because the animation involves spoofing the 8 immortals, even devil anthropomorphic figures, toys, no one can enter the Xia country market. Therefore, Zhou Lan has almost no faith in Xia Kingdom. The reason why I agree with Yoshida Shiroteo and form the Maiko Idol Squad is also to make a name for myself in East Asia. If all the people of the Xia Kingdom believe in the god of Heluo, it is estimated that the strong power of faith is enough to help him become the upper heavenly father. Rank comparable to Jade Emperor, Odin, Zeus. Anyway, it is indeed a coincidence that this little lowly dressed as Snow White was able to know her god name. I hope you can spread the teachings of worshipping the moon in Xiaoguo. Zhou Lan smiled. Immediately, it seemed like a holographic projection, wrapped in the bright moonlight, and the specific face could not be seen clearly. Descended from Heluo universe. Black Aura Necromancer Daolong was the first to react. The sharp gaze instantly projected to the corner of the ruined wall. The sinister expression seems calm. In fact, my heart roared, and a strange wave broke out. A god is coming. And, he is the next heavenly father. Who is it? Which Taoist god? Or the 8 immortals, the gods and warriors who subdued demons? All kinds of speculations came to mind. And the dark killer is still in the dark. Maid. Sister of the Weather Witch, looks like a mouse. It's really well hidden. The dark killer complained incessantly. Obviously, Daolong decided to kidnap the relatives of the Weather Witch to threaten the effectiveness of the leader of the group of gods. With the Weather Witch working together inside and outside. Support the restoration plan of Mandarin's access to the Imperial Palace. Absolutely a success. The key god disrupted my deployment. Daolong's eyes were deep. Like Terra, the ghost demon king, he belongs to the time traveler without cheats and gold finger. Yes, it is just the advantage of insight into the development trajectory of the plot. And the talents and memories of the villains originally. In order to avoid being killed by the plot, he directly gave up being an enemy of his father and returned to Xia country to develop. It was as if God had blessed him. Daolong met the 10 Rings Cotters by chance, reached a tacit understanding secretly, obtained many secret spells, and basically restored the appearance of the previous life. But, after all, he has no confidence and directly challenges the state apparatus. Kidnapping the sister of the Weather Witch seemed a last resort. The problem is that a god decides to protect the kidnapping target. God who meddles in his own business. Why not subdue the demons who run amok overseas? Daolong held his staff tightly and asked coldly. I saw a stream of light flickering from the curse mark on his forehead. It is like a mysterious and ancient symbol, and it also looks like the symbol of the Dimensional Lord. Surrender the devil. Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the words. Are you asking yourself to surrender yourself? It's outrageous. However, the first contact is enough to confirm his guess that Daolong is indeed not alone. Pure villain. It's the real similar. Non my family, its heart must be different. Is my race, must die. How powerful is the god of this world? Gan, Wen, Kui, Shan. Do it. Black Aura Necromancer Daolong wields his staff. Moment. The dark killer he transformed immediately jumped up, absolutely obeying every order and prohibition. Rushed towards Zhou Lan from different directions. Completely different from the original. At the moment, the dark killers recruited by Daolong are, without exception, criminals full of crimes in the Xia Kingdom, the leaders of the evil forces. There's even no shortage of mutants, inhumans. Gene-mutated super ability. The 2 phases are superimposed, and the threat coefficient is unlimited. Even Zheng Xian, the director of Shen Spear, felt an extremely headache. Daolong alone is worth an army. However, for Zhou Lan, who is at the level of the Heavenly Father, the performance of the Dark Killer is really unsightly. How dare you challenge me? God of the Night and the Dark Moon. I have to say, you are very brave, Necromancer Daolong. Zhou Lan waved his fingertips. Immediately, the Dark Killers swarmed over each other, as if the pause button had been pressed, their actions immediately stopped. In the blink of an eye, they burst open one after another. It turned into a cloud of thick fog and collapsed. The soul returns to the staff. This is the characteristic of the Dark Killer. Like the Ghost Shadow Core, there will be no real death. Repeat the call. 0.0 Tireless. End, have the mind and thinking of life. In this respect, the performance is better than that of Ghost Shadow Core. Hoo-hoo. A burst of engine roaring noise suddenly sounded. At the end of the sky, several armed helicopters appeared. The fuselage is painted with the God of Spear logo. Xiaoguo's army was long overdue. Withdraw. The Black Aura Necromancer narrowed his eyes, waved his staff, and suddenly released a puff of smoke that covered the sky. In an instant, he hid his whereabouts and disappeared. The kidnapping plan fails. It seems that there is only another way. Sister. I saw a slender figure surrounded by lightning descending from the sky. The little lowly who was hiding in the corner jumped out immediately and threw herself into Che Qin's arms. Big-eyed culling, pear blossoms with rain, are particularly pitiful. Thank goodness. You are safe and sound. The Weather Witch is dressed in punk armor, with a metal mask on her face, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, and her Danfan eyes are particularly bright. Later, she looked at the holographic projection not far away. It seems that there are new vigilantes in Xia Kingdom. It is recommended that you register with the Divine Spear Bureau. Report. The Weather Witch said coldly, otherwise, I will arrest you in the name of disturbing the law and order. Vigilante? Register? Report? A series of professional names made Zhou Lan laugh. I am the God of the Night and the Dark Moon. The great life bred by Duiziguxiang. There was no sound at the scene. Chapter 69. The great life bred by Duiziguxiang? The apocalypse which chose Zhou Lan's last words over and over again. When I came back to my senses, the ruins were empty, and the black moon was in the world. Sister. It's as if I called out the name of the God of the Night and the Dark Moon, and he appeared. The little lowly dressed as Snow White thought about it. Scare. The expressions of the nearby Spear Bureau agent and the Weather Witch changed slightly. Especially the Weather Witch asked, who told you the name of this god? I saw it on your desk. The little lowly was full of innocence. Cute. Little did he know that he had established a soul connection with Zhou Lan. Especially in the palm of the hand, a chaos text is quietly engraved. Symbol of luck. Clever. On behalf of Zhou Lan's blessing. Go to the Hollow Ring Fortress immediately. Investigate what the tattoo actually means. The apocalypse which instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Evil God. The director refused to show the adventures of Afu on domestic platforms. Sell related peripheral figures and toys. I thought nothing would go wrong. Successfully prevented the ancient demon from preaching. Unexpectedly, his sister alarmed the evil god. The news of the ancient demon's comeback again, how could the Xia Kingdom Divine Spear Bureau not have the slightest rumor? After all, this is where the Kami Samurai was born. The prestige and horror of the ancient demons are still fresh in my memory. The palace built by the Lord of Fire Demon still stands in the port city. He was strictly guarded by the elite agents of the Spear Bureau. 10 Rings. Black Aura Necromancer 15. Devil Section. Could it be that the immortals that the Xia Kingdom has worshipped throughout the ages have completely abandoned the ministers? An agent of the Spear Bureau said with emotion. Eventful autumn. Recently, there have been frequent outbreaks of bloodshed and terrorist attacks led by 10 Rings. Even, the Fangxia Dam often sounded the alarm. All the prefectures, counties, and towns in the Xia kingdom are in dire straits. Even with a large number of people, there is still no way to control and eliminate it. After all, mutants and superhumans are running around to commit crimes. Heavy armed forces, it is difficult to step down the poor mountains and rivers of the Xia kingdom. Not only the chief elder of Shaojing was irritable, but even Zheng Xian, the chief of Shen Spear, was already battered, and his hairline gradually moved back. Whirring whirring. The helicopter engine roared. In a very short time, it sailed to the sky. Break through the layered clouds. I saw a ring-shaped fortress comparable in size to a space carrier, floating in the sky. This is the base of the Spear Bureau. A high-altitude fortress built with huge sums of money. The internal circulation ecosystem is enough to supply tens of thousands of crew members with normal diet. If a nuclear war breaks out, the ring-shaped fortress in the air is undoubtedly the last piece of pure land in Xia Kingdom. It will carry the fire of civilization and leave the earth to search for a new human home. Team Leader. High Captain. The Weather Witch arrives at Hollow Keep. As a prestigious superhero, there are naturally countless agents who greet him along the way. And without saying a word, she took her sister and walked straight to the consultant's office. Xiaguo. The vast land and abundant resources. Numerous dynasties and nations rose and fell. Since ancient times, there have been various myths and legends. Open the sky, mend the sky, create man, control water, etc. And the timeless legends undoubtedly belong to the 8 immortals. The family that gave birth to the gods and warriors developed and grew stronger, and their influence was so intricate that it was almost enough to influence the will of Xiaguo's government. In addition, because the folk family sect is indeed a genius, the Spear Bureau must also rely on its strength. The position of consultant came into being, specially used to win over the disciples of the aristocratic clan. Squeak! Push open the office door. I saw a young man in a Taoist robe meditating cross-legged. I know your purpose. The young man suddenly opened his eyes. The devil's comeback is a disaster rather than a blessing. Get ready to fight. The immortals will protect Xiaguo. Fairies? The Weather Witch raised her head and looked up into the sky. The so-called hold your head 3 feet above the gods. Have the gods heard the prayers of the Xia people? At the same time, an international city on the other side of the ocean. New York. 177A Bleecker Street. Magician Holy Place. The spiraling portal slowly takes shape. There are familiar and unfamiliar figures in different costumes. Arrive at the Holy Place lobby. Just like the Dragon Team and the Avengers. During this period of time, all the superheroes who came to visit Sorcerer Supreme have been carefully taught by Ancient One. For example, True and Tony Stark, the knowledge reserve in the field of magic has been strengthened. Various spells, beams. He has surpassed his father and reached an unbelievably profound state. Infinitely close to the level of Sorcerer Supreme. In addition, it is the combat power of Avengers. Son of Odin from Viking myths and legends, the god of thunder and war, Thor was sent to the savage and primitive competitive planet by Ancient One. In order to temper the skills and strengthen the will, the sons of Odin constantly rise to the challenge. Solve powerful opponents one by one. In the end, he won the appreciation of Gao Tianzun, who loves to watch competitive games, and built a champion sculpture specially for him. At the moment, Thor exuded the air of a reckless hero. Even though his armor was tattered and his complexion was pitch black, he couldn't hide his bright eyes, and his fighting spirit was extremely surging. If I fight my old self, I'm afraid one move is enough to kill in seconds. Thor sighed sincerely. Sakar. Backward and violent, following the jungle law of the jungle. Winner takes all, loser for cow. He once failed miserably, and hasn't touched a drop of water for half a month. But he also managed to comprehend the true meaning of Thor's power. If the original Thor didn't live up to his name, he was just a hammer god. The Thor of today is the real Thor. You may not believe it when you tell it. Barton and I go back to the war years. Experiencing blood and fire, and witnessing the tragedy of mourners everywhere. Hone the will and skills to the extreme. Archaeologist Jackie Chan said with an unbelievable expression on his face. Spitting and flying, describing the picture of the experience. World War II. It has been more than half a century. Under the control of Sorcerer Supreme, time is like nothing but plasticine that is allowed to knead. Easy to reverse, go backwards. It is simply enough to be called a miracle. Sam and I became interstellar hunters, traveling in outer space with the ship, witnessing space kingdoms. Countless times I almost died tragically. It also got a lot of developed and advanced technology. Leading the Earth by one dimension. Colonel Rhodes of War Machine talked eloquently. In words, quite proud. All of a sudden, the archaeologist was compared with Hawkeye Barton. Star Hunter. Is it comparable to participating in World War II? No. A man's dream is undoubtedly the sea of stars. After sailing for a long time, the return is still the original appearance. No doubt, this is the credit of Time Gem. In order to fight against the comeback demons and destroy the principles, Ancient One used the Time Gem to transmit the superhero to various places and eras. Every dimension. Accelerate the growth of superhero. Definitely. This kind of way of encouraging growth and violating the laws of nature has already attracted the attention of the Almighty Judge who sanctioned everything in the multi-universe. In addition, Time Variation Authority TVA is also continuously putting pressure on Ancient One. Tell him to terminate the plan immediately. That's all I can do. The future depends only on your younger generation. Sorcerer Supreme is haggard and wrinkled, as if she is continuously manipulating the Time Gem, interfering with the movement of time, causing her magic power to wear out unprecedentedly. Even if the energy of the dark dimension is absorbed, it is difficult to replenish. The passing speed is far greater than the drawing speed. According to Stark's speculation, I am afraid that the Venerable Ancient One is about to die and disappear completely in the world. Just hold on for a few more months. Teacher. Teacher. The Dragon Team and the Avengers called softly. When it comes. Extremely scornful of Sorcerer Supreme. My heart slanders, a bald nun. Now, the great feelings of Venerable Ancient One burning himself and illuminating the future are undoubtedly touching. After all, the Supreme Demon Lake has an infinite lifespan. In order to accelerate my growth, I have already reached the end of the years ahead of schedule. I'm afraid the Ancient One couldn't teach the greatest occult magician one himself. History 163 of Stephen Strange. True. This task is entrusted to you. Saying that, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One took off the Eye of Agamotto, and handed it over to the big and round sumo wrestler. Even Toru himself was unexpected. It turned out to be me. Obviously Iron Man is more alert and intelligent. Don't be humble. True. Trust Stark will understand what I mean. Ancient One said with a smile. Right. Stark shrugged. A non-committal look. However, with his temperament, he didn't even speak out against it, which also means that he recognized Trudeau from the side and can be in charge of Time Gem. I wish to pass the good news to my mother. True touched the back of his head and said with a silly smile. Sumo Samurai Toru. From the hibiscus in full bloom of the cherry blossoms. At this moment, just returning to reality, I don't know the drastic changes that Fuzang has experienced. Even all superheroes are out of touch with reality. Definitely. Just out of touch for a few days. And in fact, they've been reincarnated through the Time Gem for years, decades. True. You have to be extremely careful. Don't use the Time Gem to look into the future too often, because you will get lost in the present. Venerable Ancient One said wearily, okay. I'm going to take a break. The fingertips carved the void, and the portal took shape again. To Camartage surrounded by clouds and mountains. The base camp where the magicians live in seclusion. Caecilius and Lord Mordo were eagerly awaiting. Sadness written all over his face. Does it worth? My lord. Baron Mordo worried, you broke the law of nature, violated the order of reality, and ended up like this. It's destiny. Ancient One smiled. Walk away. Destiny? Caecilius narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Clearly dismissive. Chapter 70. Push open the doors of Holy Place, New York. Familiar and unfamiliar buildings come into view. Both the Avengers and the Dragon team can't help but feel that things are right and wrong. Definitely. Except girls. Why should I go back to school? Xiao beat her chest and stamped her feet. Especially heard that the sons of Odin went to the planet of competition. Colonel Rhodes and Falcon Sam become star hunters. Uncle Long and Hawkeye fought bloody World War II. Not to mention how envious. Dr. Banner. Team leader. Where have you been? The weird girl asked anxiously. Obviously. Want to hear a passionate story? However, Steve Rogers did not tell the truth, but pretended to be mysterious, the future. Everyone couldn't help but whispered. I feel like I'm in hell. Dr. Banner said later, definitely, I'm not sure. Hell? Is it the legendary hell? Everyone was stunned again. Where did Sorcerer Supreme send everyone to? However, with the practice and study during this period, the overall strength of the Dragon Group and the Avengers has undoubtedly improved by leaps and bounds, soaring to an extreme. Completely different from my past self. True. A Sorcerer Supreme outfit around your neck. Xiao suddenly widened her eyes. Yes. Container of the Time Gem, Eye of Agamotto. I will replace the Ancient One to teach the future Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange. True said truthfully, but before that, I need to go back to my hometown and tell my mother the good news. Wow. Xiao was full of praise. True. Since you are recognized by Sorcerer Supreme, you should be proficient in Camartage's esoteric magic. The girl said expectantly, hurry up. Show me. Trudeau said nothing, and chanted a mantra. Instantly. The ring of Ragator is condensed and formed. A flat round shield that continuously emits orange-yellow light, with divine writing paths all over its surface. Not only can it be used as a means of defense, but also as a means of attack. This is the signature skill of the secret technique magician. True and Stark on their way to Camartage for further training. Almost through infinite gems, master all collections and magic tomes in a very short period of time. At the moment, Tolu is infinitely close to the level of Ancient One Venerable. After getting the Time Gem, it is undoubtedly more in line with the status of Supreme Demon. This is the form of icon. After the voice fell, entity duplications suddenly appeared beside True. Here's what Doctor Strange used to do in Infinity War. Alright. True. Remember to teach me 2 tricks. Xiao was full of envy. However, she is still a T-girl after all. 12 spells are not weaker than humans. Girl. I'll improve your equipment later. Turn it into a true armor of the gods. Stark patted Hunpyu and assured him. With his ingenuity, his comprehension and feeling of secret magic must be stronger. Even, it is enough to draw inferences by analogy and draw inferences from one instance. Make your own magic. This is a skill that the sumo wrestler Truyo cannot match in his life. After all, Stark has a super brain that surpasses the Marvel Universe, and Trudeau relies on hard work to make up for one's weakness. As for why the Ancient One chose the Eye of Agamotto from Toru. How easy to understand. With Stark's identity and temper, how to teach Stephen Strange carefully. Only True. To be able to take on this important task. Future. Unrecognizable. Is it good or bad? Steve Rogers looks out into the sky. The sense of confusion that was incompatible with the times gradually disappeared. This superhero, who had been frozen for many years, finally fully integrated into the new century where demons danced wildly. Abe. He sees best friend Bucky Barnes in the future. Where is this best friend who was brainwashed by HYDRA now? Uncle Long. Promise me. Go to Fuzhang, my hometown, with Toru. Xiao took the archaeologist's big hand and said crazily and cutely. Okay. But remember not to run around. Go and come back quickly. Jackie Chan said sadly, I also have to go and accompany my father. According to the experience of archaeologists, he was active in the war years and made immortal feats. Time flies, and I wake up forever. Like a dream. But he is very clear that the experience is very real. The experience of life and death, blood and fire made Jackie Chan more tenacious and decisive. Say goodbye to the compassionate heart of the past. I need a shower and a change of clothes. Thor, son of Odin, raises his hammer Mjolnir. Immediately, a rainbow beam of 7 colors fell from the sky, leading him to Asgard between the sun and the moon. Asgard. Wherever the line of sight goes, Viking buildings with both barbaric and sci-fi styles come into view. He erupted with blazing divine power. Moment. Startled the whole of Asgard. At the same time, Agent Sorcerer Supreme Toru, side-by-side Girl Jade, crosses the spiraling portal. Arriving in Fuzhou on the other side of the ocean in a blink of an eye. Mi Prefecture. Toba City. This is where True grew up. Nanny. My village was razed to the ground. True had an unbelievable expression on his face. Is that the arc reactor? The Fuzhou Shogunate is actually building the arc reactor power station. A series of question marks came to mind. Not only True, even Xiao was stunned. Arc reactor. This is a patented product of Stark Industries. Almost no outsiders know the blueprints. So here comes the problem. Did the Fuzhou Shogunate succeed in self-developing the arc reactor power station? Totally impossible. In addition, the streets and alleys of Fuzhang frequently appear in the form of ninjas, as well as shogunate warriors armed with sabers. It seems to have returned to the last century all of a sudden. As for the park not far away, there stands a statue of Xian Feng Daogu. The appearance of Feng Shenryu is very familiar. Az. Curse blue. True and Xiao looked at each other. Unanimously exclaimed. Immediately, sharp and hostile gazes were cast from nearby. The Fuzhang Shogunate expressly prohibits mentioning the 4 characters of the Devil of the Moon. Violators are arrested and brought to justice immediately. Hey hey! Xiao and True had naive smiles on their faces. Scratching the back of his head. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D ran away. Many mysteries haunt the 2 superheroes. Must investigate. Otherwise. Difficulty sleeping and eating. My village is gone. Zhao Wanghao. Where will mother move to? True was like an ant on a hot pan, walking back and forth anxiously. Is there no occult magic for tracking? Xiao reminded. Correct. As he spoke, True chanted the mantra, and an image suddenly appeared in the void, and the picture presented was exactly True's mother. The spider lady in the mouth of the old man. I saw True's mother cleaning in the corner of the corridor in an extremely splendid Japanese-style palace. This is Weno Castle. Also known as Beifeng City. Typical castle tower-style building. True Noise said honestly, why did mother go to work in Weno City? Obviously, no one else is allowed to enter or leave here. It seems that Fuzhang has really undergone unexpected changes. For no reason. The sumo wrestler turned cold all over. It was as if the mummy General Fuzhou appeared nearby. Weird. Thriller. Chapter 71. Weno Castle. Fuzhou typical castle tower style building. It has the functions of looking out, commanding, discussing, and so on. In addition, the file size of the castle tower also represents the strength of the local separatist forces. All the castle towers today are basically protected as key scenic spots and historic sites, and need repair and maintenance. Outsiders are not allowed to come in and out at will. However, Toru, a sumo wrestler, was shocked to find that Ueno Castle had been used again and became the fortress of the shogunate cardinal, where samurai and ninjas came in and out frequently. In just a few days, Fuzhang has undergone such huge amounts of changes. Is militarism about to revive? True flipped through the newspapers. Immediately. It feels like the worldview has been strongly impacted. The shogunate, which has always been cautious, has successively promulgated new policies. For example, the large-scale arc reactor power plant plan. Pure new energy is gradually replacing nuclear power plants. In addition, it is the reclamation operation. The shogunate decided to expand the area of the coastal city of Fuzhou. Starting from the coastline of Toba City, it expands infinitely towards the Pacific Ocean. The preliminary plan is to expand the land area of the same territory of Fuzhang. Although, the land reclamation operation announced, countries in East Asia have expressed protests and demonstrations. But there is no way to stop the crazy expansion of the shogunate. A gust of wind and rain is coming, and the black cloud is overwhelming the city, and it is gradually sweeping East Asia, Europe, and the United States. The whole world is panicking. Is militarism making a comeback? The Maiko Idol Squad. Xiaoyu suddenly widened her eyes and said, "Is this the strongest hero on the surface that Wanda Maximove?" Ancient One said. Hey? True belatedly, diverted his attention. In an instant, I saw the promotional poster for the establishment of the Maiko Squad. Wanda, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a tougher face, has attracted much attention. Secondly, Avalakai Tesvara, Mariko Yashida, and Yukio, who are classical oriental beauties, crowd around. According to the description of the promotional slogan on the side of the poster, the greatest female superhero team of all time is formed. Ninja. Magic. Mutant. Armed with technology. The Witch Squad has all the popular elements in the superhero world. In addition, the members of the Witch team each symbolize a god. The Scarlet Priestess Wanda represents the god of the night and the dark moon. Avalakai Tesvara symbolizes the god of mountains and food. The Divination Priestess Yukio corresponds to the god of sky and weather. Kagura Maiko Yashida Mariko serves the god of storm and solar terms. The god Hiluo, who appeared in The Adventures of Afu, has started to debut in a group. Xiao's face was filled with the expression of seeing a ghost. However, for the promotional slogan of the first female superhero, I still feel an unprecedented shock. It was a perfect realization of Xiao's dream. Form an all-female superhero team. 710. No wonder I feel cold all over. Truth trembled, the ancient demons are going to use this to harvest the faith of all living beings. Harvest. Believe? Xiao couldn't understand what she said. Setting up an all-female superhero team involves faith? That's right. In the tradition of Fuzhou, the witch is the spokesperson of the gods. Everything you do is the will of God. Everyone's love for the maiden will be transformed into a strong power of faith, which will be transmitted to the shrine where the maiden serves. Trudeau immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. I must inform Father, Venerable Ancient One, Mr. Stark. Immediately. The burly sumo warrior carved with his fingertips, outlined the lines of secret magic, and immediately created a portal out of thin air. The portal leads to Ueno Castle. The location of True's mother, Spider Lady. Obvious. The agent Sorcerer Supreme intends to take the mother away to prevent her from getting into a dangerous situation. True. Miss Spider, who was cleaning, said with a surprised expression, "My precious son True, you actually learned magic." Mother. It's too late to explain, hurry up and get out of here with me. The Fuzu shogunate has surrendered to the evil god. Zhou Yu took his mother's palm and was about to cross the ocean and leave Fuzhang, a place of right and wrong. Evil god. When Ms. Spider heard True's name, she immediately glared. Then, he raised his broom and beat the unfilial son, scolding him, "Even if you are my precious son, you are not allowed to insult Heluo god who protects Fuzhang." The Heluo god who protects Fuzhang. True and Xiao looked at each other, feeling each other's surprise and despair. Evil god. It's like completely brainwashing Ms. Spider. Mother. The gods of Heluo are all fake. It's all played by ancient demons. True hurriedly persuaded his mother, "Don't you believe in your son? Idiot." Miss Spider threatened in a deep voice, "If you continue to slander the god Heluo, I will sever the mother-child relationship with you." Ah! Xiao was dumbfounded. Cut off the mother-child relationship? How did the ancient demon preach to make Miss Spider superstitious to such an extent? Even the shrewd Mother True was brainwashed by ancient demons. From this we can see how superstitious the other Fuzhang people are. Big trouble. Xiao suddenly noticed a series of vigorous and agile figures appearing at the end of the corridor. It's a hand ninja. Hearing the movement, he rushed to investigate immediately. Immediately, I found the sumo warrior Toru and the girl Xiao. If you step through iron shoes, you will find nowhere to go. It takes no effort at all. Big guy. Thank you for bringing a piece of infinite gems. The tall figure with metallic luster on the skin arrives before anyone arrives. Immediately, an overwhelming crowd of hand ninjas surrounded Dr. Amni Izalya and Baron Strucker, and surrounded True. The narrow corridor of the castle tower. It's just impossible to escape. Trap. Toru tightly held the eye of Agamotto hanging from his mouth, his hair stood on end in an instant, and he felt the strong black aura approaching. This is the situation. Truly beyond expectations. True. Listen to your mother and join the moon worship sect. Miss Spider showed off emotionally. The moon worship sect ordered the shogunate to reward us with a very considerable pension and a house with the fragrance of birds and flowers. May I ask, will the evil god treat us well? The short and stocky Obazan asked back. Pension? Residential? For unfamiliar vocabulary, Xiao said it was difficult to understand. Trudeau was thoughtful when he heard the words. Turns out the demon is not using the spell hypnotic ability Mother. Mother. You can live in New York with me. Mr. Stark has decided to fund the dragon team. Toru pinched the formula and chanted the mantra, instantly releasing streaks of bright red energy to form chains, trapping countless saber ninjas. As the agent sorcerer supreme approved by Ancient One. The once foolish sumo wrestler has gone and never returned. True's knowledge reserve and magic level have completely surpassed Papa's and are infinitely close to Ancient One. When we are heir. Baron Strucker said coldly, Miss Spider, it seems that your son is determined to fight against my god. According to the canon. What should I do? What crime? Miss Spider hesitated for a moment. True. I will sever the mother-child relationship with you. Only believers of the moon worship sect are worthy of being my family. The middle-aged Obazan said with a serious face. Brainwashing? Hypnotic ability? Hint? True himself couldn't believe his ears. The mother actually decided to sever the mother-child relationship. True. I've heard about it for a long time. A burly humanoid lizard, holding a Loki scepter inlaid with mind gem, approached slowly from a distance. And, accompanied by the recently formed first survival superhero team. Swex's mutant ability has been accomplished. Dr. Drake laughed. Shwesu. A foster daughter adopted by Ichiro Yashida. Gamma-grade mutant. Possess the ability to predict the fuzzy future. She saw Toru, a sumo warrior, returning to Fuzhang from the far side of the ocean, wearing the eye of Agamotto. As a result, the network for True began to be laid out. For the infinite gems that symbolize time. Infinite gems. The super artifact of the Marvel Universe. It is formed by the condensed essence of the singularity born from the Big Bang. Originally has infinite energy and carries the original law of the universe. A total of 6 infinite gems. Mind, time, space, reality, soul, force. Due to Zhou Lan's location in Shadowland, the plan to smuggle back to reality failed, so he shifted his target and decided to collect infinite gems. Especially time gem, space gem. The combination of 2 gems is enough to mobilize the power of time and space, and it can also return to reality from the dark dimension. In addition, the strength of True originally should not be underestimated. Capable of acting as a proxy for Sorcerer Supreme. Is it a cat or a dog? Which squad? The girl's eyes lit up when she saw this. Especially when his eyes fell on Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, he couldn't help shouting, "Crimson Wanda! Why are you with the devil? You should become an Avenger. Fight side by side with the Dragon team." Really? This is the original established future. Wanda's fate. However, Wanda will lose, Fake, Brother Quicksilver and Love Vision. Even if twins are conceived, speed and witchcraft will be separated. This future. Who is willing to accept it? Feel sorry. If you continue to insult my god, even if you are a child, I will punish you severely. Wanda's face remained unchanged. Hiss. Xiao quickly covered her mouth. This is the strongest superhero on the surface. Who dares to offend? True. If you want your mother to die peacefully, hand over the time gem. And, go to Asgard and ask for the Tesseract. The demon dragon urged, this is your real mother, True. Are you going for the so-called justice? Being unfilial. Moment. Sweat dripped from True's brow. Time gem. Tesseract. The combination of 2 infinite gems is enough to display the shocking calendar of time and space. The appetite of the ancient demons is so huge. The safety of the mother, compared with the safety of the universe. How should I choose? Which is more important? For a time, True was extremely entangled. True. Miss Spider added fuel to the fire, don't force me to disown you. Good. 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 I promise you. True finally broke down and compromised, saying, I hope you don't hurt my mother and Xiao. And, keep your promise. Get Tesseract. Let us go immediately. The sumo samurai grabbed Eye of Agamotto, and threw it at the devil dragon in front of him. Eye of Agamotto, originally is a powerful magic item. Has a restraining effect on black aura. If he encounters a human-shaped lizard, he will definitely get extremely hot injuries, causing further chaos, which is enough for Troll to take advantage of the opportunity to escape with Xiao and his mother. A wave of invisible energy then spread. Realized in the blink of an eye, wrapping Eye of Agamotto directly. The chaos True imagined didn't materialize at all. Really lost the time gem. Think I know nothing. Big guy. A cold smile appeared on the face of the humanoid lizard. Time gem arrived. Just getting the Tesseract again is enough to open the door to another dimension. Let my god return to reality. How can it be repaired? True cursed secretly. The whole person is like falling into an abyss, and a heart sinks infinitely. Lost time gem. Who knew what unbelievable moves the devil would make? However, now he has no room for rejection. You can only go to Asgard and ask for Tesseract. Go. True. I will wait for you to come back. Xiao winked, clearly implying that Toru went to Asgard to call for 80. Asgard between the sun and the moon. Where the Viking gods lived. The god King Odin possesses the terrifying combat power of the High Heavenly Father. If Odin can be persuaded to take action, the Fuzu crisis can definitely be resolved once and for all. HYDRA. Hand Club. Moon Worship. Ancient demon. They even gathered in Fuzhang. Even True, a sumo wrestler with big limbs, is aware of the seriousness. Thinking about the new policy promulgated by the Fuzhou shogunate recently, it is not difficult to guess that the instigator of the new policy is HYDRA. HYDRA has shifted its position, as if planning to deploy its troops from Fuzhang. The point is, does Sun Huo, the hero who protects the country, know about this matter? Void sculpting at fingertips. A radiant portal took shape in the blink of an eye. Linked to Asgard, which is out of reach. Asgard. Trudeau already understood Xiaohu's hint. Really? I am afraid that only Odin can solve the increasingly powerful moon worship sect now. Odin. The king of God in Viking mythology. Ruler of prophecy, kingship, war, wisdom, poetry, magic, and death. The runes, which symbolize the mysteries of the universe, were picked up by Odin by sacrificing his right eye and hanging the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights. Prehistoric. Odin holds a warhammer, and unites the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme, the first-generation Iron Fist, the first-generation Star Mark, the first-generation Ghost Rider, and the first-generation Phoenix to form the prehistoric Avengers. Once fought against the Creator God group. Successfully maintained the stability and peace of the earth. Even if the ancient demons are powerful, they may not be able to match the life forms of the level single universe. God group. I suggest you go and come back quickly. The humanoid lizard said with a treacherous smile. As for the communication between True and Xiaohu, how could everyone at the scene not notice it? Even if Odin comes, my god will also repel it. Wanda is full of confidence. Then, everyone witnessed the sumo wrestler True, alone through the portal, to Asgard between the sun and the moon. True frowned slightly, and when he closed the portal, he felt a faint shadow flash past. Hallucination? Thor must be contacted ASAP. True's eyes flickered, and he blamed himself even more. However, without the correct incantation, ordinary people simply cannot open the Eye of Agamotto and get the time gem stored in it. So True was not overly nervous. Just convince Thor, God King Odin, to send troops. It is absolutely easy to subdue demons and eliminate demons, and recover Fuzhang. Slap. Someone snapped their fingers. In an instant, the world seemed to stand still. The whole of Asgard is like a movie with the pause button pressed. All images froze immediately. Wow! This is the fabled Asgard. Asgard. Quicksilver Pietro Maximoff had his hands on his hips, with a playful expression on his face, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, looking left and right. His mutant potential is exploited. At this moment, it seems to be moving infinitely close to the speed of light. Few gods in Asgard can match his speed. Although not comparable, God can still feel and see. The god of light and dawn, standing at the top of Bifrost, guarding the gods of Asgard day and night. Heimdall. He has the ability to see everything and hear everything. Hoo-hoo! A heavy trumpet sounded. Countless people and warriors of Asgard immediately moved after hearing the sound. What the hell? Quicksilver couldn't help shivering. Who would have thought that the entire Asgard would be shocked just after arriving in Asgard? At the end of the line of sight, you can see the legendary 3 warriors coming on horseback. According to my god, the Tesseract is hidden in the dungeon. As long as you get it, you can return to Fuzhang in an instant. Pietro rubbed his chin. Immediately, head towards the golden temple of the God King standing in the center of Asgard. Chapter 72. At this moment, Toru, the sumo warrior, has no idea what is causing the turmoil in Asgard. In order to ensure their own safety, he instantly chanted the spell, urging the secret magic to build a huge shield. The surface of the shield is covered with mysterious lines, and the overall color is bright red. This is the Seraphim Shield. In Infinity War, debut moves. Known as Camartage's strongest defense magic. Earth Necromancer. An Asgard warrior who came on horseback frowned, are you true? Agent Sorcerer Supreme. Hogan, who has a Fusang face, vaguely recognized the true identity of the unexpected guest. It looks exactly like the true introduced by Thor. The son of Odin, fighting on the barbaric and backward competitive planet, has a dangerous and legendary experience. Naturally, there is no need to hide it, and tell his partners every detail. After listening to the three Asgard warriors, they felt extremely envious and yearning. Eager to go to the legendary competitive planet for experience. Definitely. Before Heimdall had time to teleport, the sound of horns symbolizing the enemy's attack was heard immediately. I thought it was an intruder. Turns out it was Thor's Earth companion? True? Could it be that the enemy faked it? The bloated and obese Vestag held a giant hammer tightly, also expressing doubts. As a young man, he was a warrior and was known as the strongest warrior and the Lion of Asgard. However, due to the growing age, this title was gradually replaced by his disciple Fandral. It's a silver-haired youth. Fandral felt something. His vision far exceeds that of ordinary people. It seemed that another figure flashed by. Quicksilver. Speed ability believers in demons. Trud suddenly felt a little bit in his heart, feeling something was wrong. It turned out that the previous induction was not an illusion, but a real reality. A speed ability user followed him to Asgard. As for the purpose? Obviously. Seal the infinite gems of the dungeon. Tesseract that symbolizes the law of space. Damn it! Why didn't you say it earlier? Hogan was furious when he heard this. He has always been short-tempered. Then, he rushed to the Golden Palace where the God King lived. Countless Asgard warriors follow everywhere. For Tesseract, no one cares. The key is that Asgard's majesty cannot be desecrated by mortals. Call out! A silver lightning bolt galloped rapidly, crossing many steps, stepping on the decorations of snaking snakes, climbing rocks and walls. As one of the few extremely fast ability users in the Marvel Universe, Quicksilver has successively received the enhancement of the Lantern Ring and the Blessing of Chaos text. At the moment, the speed of movement seems to have reached an extreme. Although the gods of Asgard could observe the movement of Quicksilver, there was no way to stop it. All of Asgard, probably only Thor and Odin, have the ability to capture Quicksilver. However, two great gods are talking in the study. Didn't care about the situation of the underground palace at all. Hey! Fulho Loki! Quicksilver stopped suddenly, stopping in front of the glass cell where Loki was imprisoned. Faced with the god of lies and tricks that sparked the Battle of New York, a sly smile can't help but emerge. Intruder! Are you going to let me out? The evil god Loki stood up suddenly, as long as he opened the god lock next to him. Crash! Quicksilver complied. Immediately, the door of the glass cell opened. Loki's shackles are broken. Free again. Leave the chasing soldiers to you. Quicksilver smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, it turned into a mirror light again, and arrived at the underground palace in a blink of an eye. I saw the undefended tesseract placed on a white marble booth. It seems to contain infinite galaxies and dimensions. Extraordinarily magnificent and gorgeous. Quicksilver couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Stop! Target the intruder! Shooting! There was a deafening roar. The belated three warriors of Asgard raised their arms and shouted. Whoosh! Sharp arrows shot out one after another, intertwined with a net on the way, and shot towards Quicksilver fiercely. Quicksilver, a superhero known for his speed, poor physical and magic resistance. Moreover, without wearing a lantern ring, he could only dodge in embarrassment. Missed opportunity to snatch Tesseract. So this is your purpose. A transparent figure gradually reveals its shape and outlines the details. I saw the god of lies and tricks dressed in green body-shaping leather clothes, appearing in the underground palace, almost close to the Tesseract. Within reach. He didn't stop the three warriors of Asgard at all, but used rune magic to hide his whereabouts, and he was also going to snatch the Tesseract. This is a treasure, a supreme artifact. Captured by Odin, hidden deep in the Norwegian cathedral. It later fell into the hands of Red Skull. After traveling to many places, the Golden Palace and the Underground Palace are displayed again. I have no interest in dominating the earth. But if you want to snatch Tesseract, you really have to pass me. Loki smiles slyly. Worthy of the name of the god of lies and trickery. It is clear that kindness will be revenged. There is Loki in the front, and the three warriors of Asgard in the back. The ending seemed so certain that the invaders were doomed. This! Quicksilver didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't think my speed is all there is, do you? Pat. Bullet time. Stand still and freeze time. In an instant, the three warriors of Asgard and the evil god Loki were reduced to exquisite wax figures, unable to move. Quicksilver whistled and slapped Loki hard twice. Next, untie the belts of the three warriors of Asgard and their subordinates, and fasten them firmly together. Embrace Tesseract later. Pat. Quit bullet time. Wow. The evil god Loki suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. Almost synchronously, there was also the sound of Asgard warriors falling continuously. Bye-bye. Quicksilver smiled broadly. As if learning without a teacher, it stimulates the universe to imitate and release amazing energy. It was surrounded by azure mist. The folds of space, the boundaries of dimensions, the barriers of dimensions. Constantly one after another. The next moment, the scenery around him began to change drastically. From the Golden Palace to the Underground Palace, it gradually transformed into Fusang-style and Japanese-style buildings. The faces of familiar partners are also slowly sketched. Coming soon. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed at the end of the line of sight. Like a brilliant golden thunder, piercing the sky with a bang. Carrying overwhelming power, keep zooming in, zooming in, zooming in. Until Quicksilver's irises are enough to reflect Golden Thunder's true colors. Dash. A sharp gun. I saw the shining rune characters engraved on the tip of the gun. The barrel of the gun looks like wood. Full of veins and textures of plants. This is the weapon of the god King Odin. The spear named Eternal. Kungunir. The tip of the spear is tempered from Ulu Kobolko, engraved with runic characters that symbolize the mysteries of the universe. The rune text endows it with infallible special effects. And, no matter how far away, it will be returned to the owner. Kungunir can also be used as a medium for spell casting. Release the shockingly destructive pulse, enough to instantly kill the experienced Dark Being. The Eternal Lance, empowered by Odin, never stops. Like a shooting star, it follows the target until it penetrates and kills it. Father. Loki's pupils constrict violently. He has a love-hate relationship with Odin. In the end, still afraid to face Odin, he suddenly disappeared. As for the invaders from Earth, I'm afraid it's more ominous than good. Kungunir, the Eternal Spear, never misses. Bullet time. In the nick of time, Quicksilver starts bullet time again. Speed up the Tesseract transfer process. Wink. The azure energy light wave spread, and then retracted immediately. Send Quicksilver to far Midgard. Fuzzu. Fortunately, life is not humiliated. Quicksilver was dripping with cold sweat. Then, with the expression of the rest of his life flaunting, he said, "You will never believe that I was almost stabbed to death by a gun. A gun engraved with runes. The gun of eternity." Baron Strucker exclaimed, "This is the weapon of Odin, the god king of Asgard, a weapon with 100 shots." Nanny? Crack shot. Quicksilver fell into an ice cave when he heard the words. Immediately, a piercing whistling resounded through the sky. With the spear of God King Odin, Gungnir pierced through the barrier of the 9 realms and followed Quicksilver to the world of Midgard. No one can stop the pursuit of the eternal gun. This is the magic weapon that once slaughtered giants. The ugly devil believer dared to trespass into Asgard and steal the treasure of the God King. A threat sounded. Later, I saw gorgeous 7-color light beams suddenly illuminating the earth. In the halo, Kongwu's powerful Viking deity, holding his beloved warhammer, Mjolnir, stepped forward with one step. Thor, god of thunder and war. I saw Thor's cloak fluttering, the long golden hair was cut off, the stubble was thick, and the armor could not hide the scars on his body. The son of Odin, who was sent to the competitive planet by the Ancient One, faced countless dangers, and finally fully stimulated his divine power, saying goodbye to the scornful name of the Hammer God. Become a true Thor. I smell the stinky devil. 3 warriors of Asgard. Hogun, Vandal, Vestag walked out of the 7-color beam side by side. Said in unison. Behind them came an army of Asgard warriors, almost armed to the teeth. From the unreachable Asgard, Midgard Fuzu descends one after another. In order to destroy the devil. Loot the lost time gem, Tesseract. Even, a Loki scepter at the hands of Baron Strucker. The demon believers must be prevented from sacrificing the power of time and space. If it fails, according to the prophecy of the God King, I'm afraid the twilight of the gods will be staged earlier. The lonely and alienated beautiful voice sounded. Then the plump female deity came into view. Sif, god of land and harvest. Wife of the future god King Thor. Her physique is strong enough to lift 30 tons of heavy objects. Thanks to her Asgard blood, she has a strong ability to resist blows and is not prone to fatigue. Moreover, it is immune to the diseases of the earth, has a long lifespan, and ages very slowly. Sif's combat ability is not inferior to Valkyrie. Her weapon is a long sword forged by Uru Kobolko. The blade is imprinted with runes and is indestructible. It can even be teleported across borders. I heard that the intruder is very fast. That I want to see and see. A long and tall figure stepped out of a 7-color light beam. I saw him wearing a Viking-style uniform and a horned helmet, and he looked younger. In charge of travel, sports, and other powers. As the messenger of Odin, the god of speed to and from the 9 realms. HYDRA. When Quicksilver stole the Tesseract, he was in the dwarf kingdom of Nidavel. Ask for flowers. Hearing the horn of the god of daybreak, he came, but he had already missed the thieves. Fortunately, Thor led the gods to kill Midgard, and decided to completely wipe out the world where demons danced wildly. A place of light. All are pure lands. The misty praise sounded. Endless phantoms constitute a majestic male deity. Baldur, the majestic god of light, holds 2 swords and has an airy look. And beside him stood a young man with his eyes closed. The appearance of the two is very similar, but the temperament is completely different. Lonely. Gloomy. This is the god of darkness. The only blind god of Asgard, Hoda. Hodel is carrying a longbow. Despite being blind, the famous marksman of Asgard. It was so lively. Things seem to be getting interesting. God. Aliens. I saw the gods in the legend of Norse mythology pass through Bifrost, cross the barrier of dimensions, and come to Fusang. Believers of the moon worship sect couldn't help chattering. There was a lot of discussion. Disdain and contempt were revealed in the words. Really? Asgardians are more like alien life than omnipotent gods. Blessed by the god of the night and the dark moon, devout believers wearing vibranium lamp rings, without exception, showed a strong fighting spirit. Can you kill God yourself? Hey! No one cares about me. Quicksilver rushed like a flash of lightning, stopped suddenly, and roared loudly. Trailing in the distance is the lance of eternity hurled by God King Odin. Gungnir. Never hit the target, the sharp gun will never die. Even if the target runs day and night, to the ends of the earth, the eternal gun will follow. Until the fulfillment of the responsibilities of every shot. Therefore, it was a tragedy for Quicksilver, who was targeted by Gungnir. He handed the Tesseract to his sister Wanda, and immediately ran wildly. Thrilling chasing game, if you are not careful, you will lose your life and become the soul of Gungnir's gun. Little dragon! Go to worship my god. I'm going to help Pietro out of danger. The Crimson Witch Wanda swung her fingertips, and immediately released streams of gorgeous streamer. Origin magic power. It can be called almighty power. Enough to reverse reality and overturn everything. Once Wanda casts origin magic power, directly erasing the existence of the ghost mask in terms of physical concept. Boom! Chaos Force collided with Gungnir. Compete with each other. Scarlet Witch even had the upper hand at one point. However, in the end, the sharp gun named Eternal pierced through the fence intertwined with origin magic power, strengthened its power again, and shot at Kuei-Yin. It's me who is too weak. Wanda blamed herself. It's only been a few days since she formally learned magic. To fully master Chaos Force, there is no doubt that there is a long way to go. Whoosh! Quicksilver had no choice but to run away again. How dare you show off in front of the speed god of Asgard? Odin's messenger, Hamed, the messenger god to and from the 9 realms, looked arrogant. In the next moment, he also entered the field of speedsters. Bullet time! As if teleporting, it flashed in front of Quicksilver in the blink of an eye, intending to imprison him so that the eternal gun can kill him. Shan't! Quicksilver expressed disbelief. Asgard, there is a god whose speed is not inferior to his own? I saw the spear of eternity and the god of messengers attacking back and forth. My life is over. Pietro couldn't help crying. Boom! Suddenly a stream of fire appeared at the end of the sky. In a blink of an eye, the fire is approaching, and the speed is infinite. The plasma cannon is like a Qigong wave, from far to near. Instantly knocked Asgard's herald Hamed into the air. Taiyashi Shiro Yashida came to help. Fu Zhang protects the country hero. The only alpha-level mutant. Because of the chaos text rewarded by Zhou Lan, it has a speed not inferior to Quicksilver. Sunfire. You and Steve Rogers are both heroes to protect the country, but you choose to submit to the silver power of the devil. It's just embarrassing. The son of Odin turned the warhammer Mjolnir, divine power spewed out, surrounded by lightning and thunder, and the arcs kept colliding. Because of the experience of the competitive planet, his potential was awakened. Enter bullet time, naturally easy. Dignity does not allow Fuzu to establish itself as a great power. Realize the ambition of my god to deploy martial arts in the world. The sun is floating in the air, and I am proficient in English. He said righteously. Really? This is the thought engraved in the bones of the Tianjin nation. There are more things worth fighting for than dignity. For example, replace the lighthouse country on the other side of the ocean. Spread the faith of our God all over the world. Today, I will lead the gods of Asgard, in the name of God King Odin, to destroy the sect founded by the devil. Restore order in Fuzu. Thor delivered a speech full of emotion, and his sonorous and powerful lines resounded in all directions. Moment. Ignite the will of all the gods on the scene. This moment is enough to go down in history. Painted by the most famous painters. Splash Ink Freeze Frame. Chapter 73. At the same time. Higher than the real dimension. A pocket universe full of smog. Exclusive to the world of the god of night and dark moon. The stalwart and elegant god suddenly opened his magic pupils that spread like circles and vortexes. He heard it. Pious and sincere praise. A prayer from my nephew Devil Dragon. The grand sacrificial ceremony is a typical Fuzang style. Held at the ISE Grand Shrine with a long history. An indescribably great life. The sublime symbol of night and dark moon. The primordial God who transcends the heavens and the world. He who bears the doom of omniscience and omnipotence. I implore you to accept the sacrifice of the humble believer. A human-shaped lizard with a big waist and a round waist, clasped its hands together, calling reverently. Immediately, unprecedented turbulent waves suddenly appeared in the illusory pocket universe. Just like a rule from another dimension breaks in, the originally chaotic and disorganized Hilo God Kingdom suddenly has an unparalleled source of power. Time. Space. The two most crucial laws of the universe, the blink of an eye, came into being. Starting today, Zhou Lan can manipulate the time and space of Hilo universe as he likes. Accelerate. Fall back. Scope interference, or monomer action, let it do what it wants. In addition, the combination of the two energies is superimposed, enough to explode the shocking power of time and space, teleport across boundaries, and reach any place, dimension, or dimensional plane he imagined. It is undoubtedly easier to return to reality from the dark dimension. Third piece of infinite gems. Zhou Lan frowned slightly. Next, he saw the 12 Zeros mind gem inlaid with the Loki scepter. Mind gem also turned into a streamer, completely integrated into the Hilo universe, and transformed into the original law of the Hilo universe. Inseparable. At this moment, thanks to the gain of the mind gem, Zhou Lan's will is indestructible, and any negative emotions cannot affect it in the slightest. It even absorbs the constant source of power from the Hilo universe, and enchants objects in the form of chaos characters. The only catch is that not a single piece of infinite gems is missing. The entity is retransformed into the original imprint, which is embedded in the Hilo universe, forming a key link for the Hilo universe to become multidimensional. Looks like Thanos won't even try to snap his fingers. Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh. However, he did not take it lightly after all. Because there are many possibilities for time and space travel in the Marvel Universe. Wolverine Logan from Days of Future Past. Endgame Quantum Realm travels back and forth from the past to the future. All kinds of mysterious existences and black technologies of advanced civilizations must be guarded against. Fortunately, he bound the check-in system of the super all-round concept. As long as you leave the dark dimension, from now on the sea will be as wide as a fish can leap, and the sky will be as high as a bird can fly. Enough to punch an unlimited Superman physique is almost within reach. In the future, the Earth will be clocked in, and the Earth will be reflected in the Hilo EI universe. Even Zhou Lan can directly breed an intelligent civilization here. And he becomes the real creation god, the creator, and enjoys the sacrifice and worship of intelligent species. Farewell to Madam. Zhou Lan rose from the ground, like a rainbow light leaving the life foundation, and rising to the sky. Hey! In the sky not far away, the silver-haired girl bound by the shape of the sky suddenly flickered. With her experience and knowledge, it is not difficult to see. The aura of the Earth's necromancer has undergone a qualitative change again, and its gestures are in line with all things in nature, containing abundant infinite power, corresponding to time, space, mind, and other rules. Ah, this! What happened? I haven't seen you for a while, the Earth is actually changing clothes? Could this be the legendary Epiphany? Don't leave me behind! Kelly hurriedly shouted. But there was no answer from Zhou Lan. Then, she witnessed Quan Lan's bold behavior with her own eyes. Return to the dark dimension. No way. Earth Necromancer decides to challenge Uncle again? A dimensional lord who has touched multiple barriers? Madame. I've come to say goodbye to you. The stalwart and elegant deity called out loudly. At the end of the line of sight, a majestic figure on a grand scale stands tall. His body is made of fiery volcanic lava. The double pupils are like two purple planets that continue to emit light. Ruler of the dark dimension. Mephisto, who once killed the eternal duplication with his own hands. It came into view instantly. He has never left, and has always stayed on the path of wandering. In order to win, wait for the demon necromancer to throw himself into the net. Don't call me madam. The majestic Dark Lord changed the subject, and said with a fanatical expression on his face, if I hadn't made a mistake in perception, you would own a world. Facing my Falden's flame and exile magic. At the critical moment, you hit in the pocket space. Pocket space. A kind of pocket universe. Compared with the universe, the territory is extremely limited. And, will not take the initiative to grow, no potential. And the pocket universe is quite different. This is the prototype of a multi-universe that can be cultivated, embedded with rules and sources, reflected by divine power, and infinitely expanded. As for farewell, Dormammu didn't take it seriously at all. As long as the three magician holy places are intact, the huge magic circle that protects the earth will always be effective, and will isolate all dimensional lords and resist the invasion of exotic Mephistos. Including the demon necromancer in the dark dimension. Infinite gems born from the Big Bang. You should have heard of it. Zhou Lan said with a smile, to be honest, I have mastered the power of time and space. As he said that, he clenched his hands tightly, and two rays of light with completely different colors bloomed respectively. The left hand is blue and the right hand is green. Respectively symbolize time gem and space gem. The power of time and space. The majestic Dormammu had a piercing voice, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The huge shape formed by the flame of Falden rippled. Evidence of Dormammu's horror and horror. Time gem. This is the collection of the original Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto. Supreme artifact. Prehistoric. The first generation of Sorcerer Supreme and the first generation of Stars, the first generation of Iron Fist, the first generation of Phoenix, Odin who has never been king, defeated countless demons and evil gods. How impressed Dormammu is with Time Gem. The essential. Why did the treasure that could be called the Sorcerer Supreme's life and wealth fall into the hands of the demon necromancer? Completely refined by him? It's outrageous. Even the gods created by eternity can only borrow the power of infinite gems, but you are completely integrated. Use it for your own use. Dormammu's eyes were deep, and he was finally convinced of the specialness of the mantra. There must be secrets hidden in the other party that he does not know. Secrets that are enough to help you break the barriers of multiple ranks. So, Dormammu suddenly changed his attitude, and said very sincerely, Curse Lan, we don't need to fight to the death, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is our common enemy zone. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Bring me to reality, I promise you, you will get half of the dark dimension. Oh? Zhou Lan's face remained calm. In fact, I almost laughed out loud. Scoffed. How could he trust the treacherous Dormammu? The reason why I bid farewell to him was just to show off. Friend? Do you deserve it too? Goodbye. Madame. I'm going back to reality. Zhou Lan waved his hands in a very awkward manner and said, as for you, you will always stay in the dark dimension where there is no sun, and be your king. The moment the voice fell, the two-color light of azure and emerald green suddenly burst out. Wrap it up. The surging power of time and space erupted loudly. In an instant, dimension barriers, and plane folds followed one after another. This unprecedented feeling made Zhou Lan extremely excited and full of freshness. An unprecedented feat is about to be staged. From the dark dimension, across the huge magic circle that protects the earth, smuggled back to reality. The power of time and space. The host of chaos is about to leave. The prophecy has come true again. The return of the four gods is just around the corner. Shout out loudly. From the ruins of the clan in the Panhuan Path. The barbaric natives of the countless Kern clans have bright eyes. According to the prophecy of the four gods of chaos will return with chaos. Definitely. Before that, the host of chaos will leave the dark world so that the four gods can recover smoothly. Kern, Tsianch, Slaanesh, Nurgle. The four gods are destined to return. This is an existence that cannot be judged by the Almighty Judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe. No. 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 Dormammu roared fiercely, and the Falden flames surrounding his body boiled. Like a net of fire, full of spirituality and vitality, rushing towards Zhou Lan. As if intending to trap it. Bound to the dark dimension. The menacing demon necromancer returned to reality with him. Reality. This is the basic point of connecting multiples. Moreover, the earth guarded by the Sorcerer Supreme hides infinite secrets. If you can't occupy the earth, you can't erode diversity. Then what expression will you make if you learn that I can reflect the heavens? Zhou Lan let out a whisper as if he had a heart-to-heart connection. Hardly audible. However, for Dormammu of the single universe level, it is undoubtedly especially deafening. Reflect the heavens. It turns out that what you have isn't pocket space, but a pocket universe. Dormammu realized later and suddenly came to his senses. However, it's too late. The power of time and space completely enveloped Zhou Lan, and sent him to the realities so far away. Midgarth. The world of Midgard. A chain of island nations. Fuzzu. Welcome my god back. Meet my god. The sturdy human-shaped lizard stood up first and looked at the sky. I saw the light of time and space interlaced with blue and green suddenly spewing out. A refined figure with immortal demeanor was slowly outlined. Swish swish swish. Demon Dragon. Dr. Drake. Zola. Baron Strucker. The devout believers of the moon worship sect bowed down one after another. This is my god himself. It is not a projection, nor is it a divine evolution. Yo! The moon demon who was exiled by the Ancient One has really returned. Kong Wu's powerful son of Odin folded his arms and stopped the movement of the gods of Asgard, with an intriguing expression on his face. Love, just watch with cold eyes. Because the congregation of worshipping the moon is too weak. Facing the gods, it is simply vulnerable. Neither the HYDRA organization nor the Hand Ninjas can compete with the Asgard warriors. To be brutally slaughtered. Only a handful of beings can match the gods. Like Scarlet Witch Wanda. Dr. Zola. Baron Monocle. Sun Huo, the hero of Fuzang and protecting the country. Other than that, they are all ants. Therefore, the gods of Asgard also feel lack of interest. Moon worship sect is nothing more than that, far less powerful than giants of Jotunheim. I hope that the curse blue will resist the beating. My blade will pierce the heart of the devil. Ragnarok prophesied by the god king will never be fulfilled. 3 warriors of Asgard. Vertag, Vandal, Hogon. One after another cynicism. Sure. Thor made a fuss too. 3.1. I'm afraid the curse blue is not as good as the destroyer built by the king of gods. Harold Hamed. Balder, the god of light, and Hoda, the blind god, said in unison. Behind. The array of heavily armed Asgard warriors marched forward. Armor and weapons forged from Asgard's divine iron are indestructible. Conventional means can't break the defense at all. Almost no breakage. Overall morale is at an all-time high. At the same time, the blue and green intertwined power of time and space finally ceased. Zhou Lan completely escaped from the dark dimension of darkness. Back to reality. Earth. Condescending overlooking the world. Greedy breath of fresh air. The sound of the wind, the chirping of cicadas, and the singing of birds. They all look so precious and beautiful. Get up. Immediately, the gravitational force of Invisible spread out, pulling the kneeling moon worshippers up. And when gravity grips the gods of Asgard, suddenly berserk. It's like the whole city is being suppressed. The ground collapsed several feet in an instant. As far as the eye can see, only Thor, son of Odin, stands alone. All other gods worship. Hiss. Seeing this, Pietro gasped suddenly. So my god is so powerful. Etc. My god save me. Quicksilver was in a trance for a while, and felt a terrifying edge coming towards him. The spear of eternity thrown by the god King Odin is only an inch away from his heart. Chapter 74. Kungunir. The spear of the god King Odin. The weapon called Eternity. This is a sharp gun that hits every shot. The tip of the gun is forged by Ulu Kobolko, and the body of the gun is cut from the branches of the World Tree. The runes, which symbolize the mysteries of the universe, imprint their integrity. Endow Kungunir with unprecedented sharpness and spirituality. The gunslinger never stops. Unless you successfully kill the target. With the ability of high-speed movement, Quicksilver has repeatedly thrown off the sharp gun, but now because of the return of the god of night and dark moon, he missed the opportunity. So that the gun of eternity is coming. They are just a stone's throw away from each other. Death is imminent. Even Quicksilver could almost feel the tearing of the skin and iris. This sharp gun. About to end his own life. Is this a gift from God King Odin? A voice of surprise sounded. Invisible's universal gravitational force, like a thread hanging down, twisted the trajectory of the gun of eternity, turned the spearhead, and galloped into Zhou Lan's hands. Hold on tight. Zhou Lan carved the void with his fingertips, and the chaos text was branded on the tip of the gun, covering Odin's remaining rune servants. Runes, with extraordinary magic power, carry the mysteries of the universe. God King Odin sacrificed his right eye and hung the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights to pick it up. Logically speaking, no one knows the runic script better than Odin. However, the rune characters activated by origin magic power have a higher priority than ordinary rune officials. This outrageous effect has nothing to do with knowing it or not. Simplicity is the horror of origin magic power. The origin magic power, which can be called almighty, is enough to distort everything and subvert reality. Erasing the brand of Odin is naturally easy. What? Has the God King's weapon been tamed by a demon? Kungunil. Because of the runes. Surprised shouts sounded. The gods of Asgard, who are resisting the suppression of gravity 15, are once again turbulent. Undoubtedly felt the unprecedented horror and shock. Kungunir. The symbol of the God King. Once thrown, it is guaranteed to hit. Throughout the ages, no one has ever caught the gun of eternity with bare hands. What's more, tame it and turn it into your own. Lan's understanding of runes is so profound. The majestic Thor holds his hammer Mjolnir tightly, eyes piercing and suspicious. As the son of Odin, he naturally knows the energy source of all the gods in Asgard. Runes. The magic rune dropped by the World Tree. A witch gathering born in the Middle Ages in Europe, all members practiced runes. To put it simply, most of the magicians in the Marvel Universe have benefited from Odin, and almost all of them have been exposed to runes. The essential. Rewrite the runic script inscribed by Odin? Such an unbelievable thing has never been heard before. Thor once went back in time and saw that mantra taught Scarlet Witch recognition and writing of runes. It's just the course content, which is extremely superficial and immature. Didn't take it to heart. But now, a desperate scene happened in his life. Fully made him aware of his sloppiness. Twilight of the gods. I'm the real culprit. Thor's lips quiver. Suddenly found that I did not completely metamorphosis. Still the arrogant hammer god. After all, things are easy to change. Nature is hard to change. Experienced in the backward and savage primitive competitive planet, at most, it stimulated the potential of the son of Odin, rather than reborn in the true sense. I heard that this is a sharp gun with 100 hits. Zhou Lan smiled. Next, raise your right arm in a throwing motion. In an instant, the gun of eternity pierced the sky like a shooting star. Thanks to chaos text enhancements. At the moment, Kungunir's erupting power far surpassed that of the past. Like light being thrown by Zhou Lan. Call out! There was a piercing whistling through the air, and there was a bang. A series of sonic booms trigger vibrations in the dimension of reality. The gods of Asgard, who were brutally suppressed by gravity, frantically stimulated their divine power, and their bodies were covered with light, trying to get rid of the situation of living targets. However, Zhou Lan is a heavenly father after all. How can the god of the level sub-god father break through the crushing of levels? No. No. The son of Odin roared, and Mjolnir burst out a bolt of lightning. Immediately, it was thrown by him to meet Kungunil. Two legendary artifacts collided. Forged from a dying planet, Mjolnir is terrifyingly powerful. Accompanied Odin, Hela successively, and conquered the 9 realms. Finally, become the symbol of Thor. Originally, the power and hardness of the two artifacts were evenly divided. Even if they collide, they will not harm each other. However, Kungunir, the text of chaos on the tip of the gun is shining brightly. The moment it hit Thor's warhammer, there was an undetectable sound of bone cracking. Click! 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 The crackling noise gradually increased. In a blink of an eye, the gun of eternity went back and forth. Back in the hands of Zhou Lan. And Thor's warhammer shattered into pieces in an instant, turned into irregular pieces, and fell to the ground suddenly, sending out a heavy echo. Hiss! Everyone in Asgard gasped in unison. Even the people in the moon-worshipping sect camp were silent. May I ask what happened? I'm a little confused. Quicksilver Pietro broke the silence first, and said hesitantly, the gun of eternity smashed the weapon of the hammer god. That's right. Baron Monocle replied in the affirmative. Then here comes the problem. How can my god drive the weapon of the god King Odin? Teohiro Yashida Shiro asked. For a while, everything was silent. No one knows the truth. Chaos text. Wanda thought for a while, answered the question and said, my god uses the chaos script, covering Odin's runic script. Nanny. Yashida Shiro was dumbfounded when he heard this. Chaos text, so terrifying? Kill. My god hail. Worshipping the moon will definitely win. Shouts sounded. HYDRA and hand morale is at an all-time high. Take the initiative to attack. Rush against the gods of Asgard from all directions. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The energy weapon invented by Dr. Zola is enough to be one dimension ahead of the existing technology on the Earth. The bullets that pour down, like laser rays, come from Mind Gem. The Avengers. Dr. Zola has successfully extracted the energy of Tesseract. Now the old trick is repeated. Definitely. Since Mind Gem, Tesseract, and Time Gem are embedded in Zhou Lan's pocket universe, I am afraid that Dr. Zola will never be able to reproduce it. Mjolnir. After a short period of astonishment, the son of Odin suddenly let out an earth-shattering mournful cry. Mjolnir. This is the name of Thor's hammer. Accompanying Thor in the Battle of the 9 Realms, it is 1,000 years away. At this moment, he was actually reduced to unruly fragments, dead without a whole body. The most incredible thing is, the father's eternal lance shattered Mjolnir. In other words, Asgard lost 2 artifacts. Then start the hunting game. Zhou Lan waved his hand suddenly, lifted the force field that suppressed the gods of Asgard, and said with a smile, I will keep throwing the spear of eternity. Who can be the only survivor? It's up to each other. Hunting game. Sole survivor? The gods of Asgard couldn't help but bewildered. Immediately, I saw the tall and elegant figure, and threw Kungunir again. And the target of the attack is the god of light. Vald. The gods of Asgard, despite their weak strength, are as weak as aliens, but they have the personality of gods. This is the hereditary authority of the Aesir Protoss. The most indispensable key props for the demon transformation project are a Godhead. The gods of Asgard are like a moving treasure chest. Just keep rolling Odin's eternal lance to reap. Call out. A shooting star shot out. In an instant, the god of light, Baldur, was pierced back and forth. Firmly nailed to the ground. No. Baldur. The blind god Hoda's senses are extremely keen, and he instantly sensed the extinction of the twin brothers' divinity. Without a doubt, the lance of eternity took Baldur's life. Even shattered its divinity. Divinity. The embodiment of the heart and spirit. In the world of Viking mythology, even if the god died in battle, he can still go to the soul castle built by Odin after death, and continue to indulge in carnival. Once the divinity is gone, it means that the heart and spirit will disappear. Basically lose the qualification to stay in Soul Castle. It will fall infinitely, reaching the space dominated by the great Nordic goddess of death. Helheim. A cold and snowy place. A place of eternal night that only the dead can visit. Do not panic. The hunting game has just begun. Zhou Lan smiled. The expression is extremely kind, but when it falls into the eyes of the gods of Asgard, it looks extraordinarily terrifying and hateful. Devil. This is the real devil. Call out. The eternal spear pierced the sky again like a galloping lightning. Also crucify the blind god Hoda in the field. Divinity goes out. I have to admit that Kungunir's power is worthy of the name. As a sharpshooter with every shot, he has never missed it. The gods of Asgard are basically impossible to avoid. The messenger of Odin, the herald H.I.E.L.D. I heard you are fast. Zhou Lan laughed. Run. Run. If you can get rid of the pursuit of the eternal gun, I will end the hunting game early. Is this true? Herald H.I.E.L.D's eyes lit up. Speed. He is very good at it. It can almost be called the #1 running man in the 9 realms. Even Quicksilver and Sunfire couldn't get rid of H.I.E.L.D. Speed ability believers in demons. Successfully teased the eternal spear of the God King. And my speed is far faster than this person. Think about lightning. Herald God H.I.E.L.D. almost laughed out loud. The false gods of Midgard are stupid. He even chose himself as the target 323. However, it was too late for H.I.E.L.D. to start. The spear of eternity was imminent, and the fierce wind was coming. It hurts to tear off its skin. H.I.E.L.D. Sif tries to block with his sword. However, the speed of the eternal gun is as fast as thunder. Through H.I.E.L.D.'s shapewear uniform. Then, it pierced through his tough skin that could withstand the dimensional storm. Finally, smash all the organs and viscera. Pass through. Destroy its divinity. Why? Before dying, H.I.E.L.D. let out a roar of unwillingness and despair. As if wondering. Why is Kungunir so fast? The answer is obvious. Chaos text. This is a magical symbol that overrides the runic script. Protect Kungunir. It has greatly increased its attributes in all aspects. You can't avoid it, it's purely expected. Zhou Lan explained boredly. Immediately, throw again. The gun of eternity is like a streamer tearing through the long river of time. The legendary 3 warriors of Asgard. Vestag. Hogun. Vandal. Blink was pierced continuously by Kungunir. The divinity is extinguished in an instant. No. Damn. Thor's future wife, Sif, the plump god of the land and the harvest, howled violently. Raise the sword and rush to the Midgard false god curse blew. Gods fell one after another, but she was powerless to resist and restore. The unprecedented humiliation and grief completely swallowed it up in an instant. The goddess's eyes were red, and tears rolled down. In the end, Qi Jian sat on the ground paralyzed. This is tantamount to surrender. Curse blew. You win. The son of Odin lost his mind, got up suddenly, and said with an angry smile, "You succeeded in killing the god. It proves the greatness of the moon worship sect. Bring it on. Take away my godhead as well." Thor stretched his arms, completely losing his fighting spirit. The experience of fighting on the backward and barbaric primitive competitive planet. How naive in the face of killing and death. Ridiculous? Besides, his weapon, Mjolnir, is falling apart. It seems that you are nothing more than a hammer god. No hammer. Nowhere. Zhou Lan shook his head and said, "Thor, you have a chance to survive, swear allegiance to my moon worship cult, you are still the god of thunder and war." Chapter 75. Humiliation. Grief and indignation. He laughed back in anger. Various emotions appeared on the face of the son of Odin one after another. It's like a wonderful rap mask. Swear allegiance to the moon worship sect, or the god of thunder and war. Sif heard the words and said even more inconceivably, "It's killing people. Demon. It's better to give us a good time. God King Odin, will avenge all gods." Odin. One of the few upper heavenly fathers on earth. Even Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, without time gem, can hardly compete with Odin. Odin and other main gods of the pantheon all saw the actions of the ancient demons encroaching on the beliefs of the gods. The almighty judge who arbitrates everything in the multi-universe is temporarily unable to act in person. However, all the main gods are choosing spokespersons to act on behalf of the gods. Just like Kongs, the moon god in Egyptian mythology. For his faith and authority, Kongsi chose a dying mercenary, Max Spectre, as his spokesperson. Share the power with Max Spectre. So, Mark, who converted his faith, turned into a superhero Moonlight Knight who fights crime at night, and began to do justice for God. Similar superheroes have emerged in endlessly recently. The purpose of birth, without exception, is to do justice for God. Absorb the beliefs of fans and eliminate the false gods of moon worship. I already know something about doing things for God. So what is the key? Thor. Zhou Lan bewitched again and said, "Are you going to continue to live as a hammer god, or become the spokesperson of moon worship sect and live forever?" As he spoke, he suddenly held a silver fruit covered in spiral patterns. Presented to Thor. This fruit is called Thunder Fruit. Rewards for checking in the dark dimension path of perseverance. In addition, there is a phantom beast fruit. At the moment, it was just right to bewitch Thor. On the surface of the fruit, the invisible chaos characters are looming. Once Thor eats it, he will be affected by the chaos characters. Thinking twists, beliefs change. Completely loyal to the moon worship sect. Become the spokesperson of moon worship sect. Forget all about Asgard. Thunder fruit. Thor. When you eat this fruit, your potential will be infinitely enhanced, and you will become the true god of thunder and war. Zhou Lan smiled, as kind as a heavenly father. Even if Thor refuses the thunder fruit, he has nothing to lose. Giving the thunder fruit to any believer can create a level sub-god father. After all, in the One Piece world, the performance of Enel, the thunder fruit ability, is enough to be called a god. Thor. Wake up! Don't be demented! Sif roared angrily, trying to wake the silent sons of Odin. The point is that Thor turned a deaf ear, just stared at the broken pieces on the ground with sad eyes. He was at his wits' end. If I had known this earlier, I should never have led the gods of Asgard to fusing. In the trial on the original competitive planet, he never taught him that the weapon collapsed. What should he do? The impotent god of the hammer. The monocle baron said coldly. Immediately, with a face full of fanaticism, he begged, "My god, can you give me the thunderous fruit asterisk?" For the thunderous fruit, the beautiful blueprint for incarnating the god of thunder and war. The only surviving veteran of the HYDRA organization is undoubtedly extremely coveted and yearned for. But it would be a pity to give the thunder fruit to Baron Strucker. There are better rewards for you. Zhou Lan had a flash of inspiration. Snake fruit is a phantom beast. The form of Yamata no Orokai. As he said that, the devil fruit with the color of a dragon fruit, the shape of an apple, and a spiral pattern all over it suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yamata no Orokai fruit? Yashida Shiro, the hero of Fuzu and protecting the country, couldn't help being confused. This is a monster from Fuzu mythology. It is a terrifying giant snake that brings disaster. It has a terrifying appearance with 8 heads and 8 tails. It is said that this terrifying giant snake came from the east, and the Xiangliu whose head was severed is also suspected to be the multi-headed monster HYDRA in the Western world. If you eat this fruit, you can become HYDRA. Baron Monocle has a sharp voice, which feels extremely unbelievable and unbelievable. HYDRA. HYDRA in Greek mythology. Faith of the Baron and Dr. Zola. Totem of the HYDRA organization. Definitely. Today's HYDRA is canonized as the head of the holy beast of the moon worship sect. Belief in HYDRA is like believing in the god of night and dark moon. There is no distinction between each other. The most important thing is that it is just a fruit with a strange appearance. Can you really give yourself the ability to become HYDRA? This is the fruit cultivated by my god. I once ate a burnt fruit. The burly and strong human-shaped lizard took the initiative to answer questions and said, "The burning fruit has enhanced my anger, allowing me to become elemental and not afraid of conventional bullets. My god has cultivated many devil fruits. The reason why it is named devil fruit. It's because my god sealed the defeated demon soul into the fruit." Demon souls? The monocle baron's eyes flickered. That is, he's about to eat the soul of a demon? Hearing the eloquent description of the devil dragon, the baron resolutely swallowed the fruit of Yamata no Orokai without any hesitation. Vomit. A stench of stool permeated the mouth instantly. The baron swore. He has never tasted such an unpalatable thing since he was born. This is the smell of a demon's soul. Then, the baron felt his heart beating faster, and he began to feel dizzy. The unprecedented experience continued to climb, and it was torn apart. Unbelievable scenes followed. His body actually began to distort shape-shifting, as if being pulled at will by Invisible's big hand. Skulls burst out of the body. The tails are gradually forked one by one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying monster with 8 heads and 8 tails. Yachi Orokai. Taiyanghuo Yashida Shiro was really dumbfounded. Eat the fruit, can you become the god of misfortune in Fuzang legend? This unbelievable situation is simply against common sense. Is it true that my god is omnipotent? The origin of the devil fruit is really because my god sealed the soul of a devil? Thor. Have you seen the effect of the devil fruit? Accept my gift. You will also shed the slur of the hammer god. Zhou Lan bewitched again. The thunderous fruit imprints the chaos text that reverses thinking. Once Thor eats it, he will immediately believe in the moon and Zhou Lan. Recruiting the son of Odin, I believe it will definitely be a huge blow to the gods of the earth. Moreover, the fan belief Thor obtained as a superhero will also be constantly transferred to Zhou Lan, making his godhead evolve and his rank improved. It doesn't matter if Thor doesn't eat the thunder fruit. Sharing the fruits with Zongsu will also enhance the combat power of this god of lightning and evil spirits. Thor. Sif roared again. Because she was shocked to find that Thor was moved, as if he planned to eat the thunder fruit that the false god said. However, it must be admitted that eating a fruit can transform a demon. This sensational method still deeply shocked Sif. I saw the Baron's 8 heads and tails with terrifying faces. Every head and every tail bumps and wobbles. Really? The shape is very similar to the huge water snake HYDRA in Greek mythology. Not only Sif was shocked physically and mentally, but even the people in Fuzang nearby felt a kind of disaster and the sadness of the god of disaster reappearing. Everyone, don't worry. I still retain my rational thinking. The Baron spoke out. Every head is neighing. The forked snake letter is like a piece of silk, the length of which is comparable to well rope. It can be seen from this that the Baron in the form of Yamata no Orokai is huge. Strong visual impact, much higher than the Asgard gods descended on Fuzu. After all, monsters are undoubtedly more terrifying than gods. Hey! Eight-headed snake! Suddenly there was a sound of surprise and uncertainty. A cynical billionaire, wearing a gold and red mechanical armor, is coming from the end of the sky. On his chest are 12 charms that symbolize the divine power of the Holy Lord. The spells are arranged in a ring, guarding the Ark's reactor. Iron Man! Tony Stark! Where's the Sky Demon? A low growl sounded. Falcon Sam Wilson, who stretched his wings and gliding behind him, said with a particularly resentful and ferocious expression. Sam. Once in the Miracle Square in Rome, he was seriously injured by the Sky Demon and almost died. Fortunately, the girl cured him with a spell. For the Sky Demon Zemo, who called him Kunlun slave, he wished to kill him quickly. Whirring. A Quinjet came from far and near. The fighter plane has thick armor, and the anti-gravity engine explodes and roars. This is S.H.I.E.L.D's new space weapon. Brand new model, more efficient than previous Quinn flight controllers. Sufficient for long-duration combat in space. It is specially prepared for future interstellar voyage plans. And, Quinjet is equipped with HYDRA's advanced attack system, and satellite real-time networking. The destructive power of the vehicle is not inferior to the Jericho missile bombing. True. Is this the Curse Blue deity? The Moon Worship sect got 3 pieces of infinite gems, time, space, and soul. The Captain of the United States, Steve Rogers, said with a resolute face, calmly and objectively judging the situation. That's right. Blame me. The devil took my mother and Xiao hostage. As a last resort, I handed over the time gem. The agent sorcerer supreme Te, good Zhao, Lu blamed himself and said, in order to defeat the devil, Thor took the first step and asked me to inform you. Silence. There was no sound. 3 infinite gems. Time. Space. Soul. Half of the infinite gems are mastered by moon worshippers. Who can stop it? Time gem can turn back the years. Back in time. Dr. Banner mused, could resurrect the gods of Asgard killed by the gun of eternity. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning piercing the drowsy brain. The Avengers and the Dragon team were in admiration at the same time. Not only the gods of Asgard, Time Gem will surely restore Mjolnir as well. Thor! Cheer up! We will defeat the demons, destroy the lunatic cult, and use the Time Gem to revive your companions and weapons. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff spoke over a loudspeaker. In an instant, gorgeous and dazzling lightning burst out from Thor's body. He rekindled his fighting spirit. That's right. Time Gem can do it. Bring it on. Fight alongside. Defeat the ancient demon. Archaeologist Jackie Chan said in high spirits. Oops. Don't disturb Dad's magic. The old man in the cardigan with a male duck voice reminded. Finally. He flipped through countless classics and found a new spell, which can subdue the magic of the curse. Chapter 76. Compared with Kamartaj's secret technique magician, Daddy Kamo magician undoubtedly belongs to the theoretical school. There are countless books, and various ancient classics are displayed in the study room. I am afraid that the collection of books in the Kamartaj library is not as rich as the collection of books in the old man. After failing to use the god token to expel the spell blue, Dad was thinking about how to subdue the demon who lost the fetters of the god token. Finally, he figured it out. A spell from Lopez, the fighter of the Lin dynasty. Petrochemical magic. Loeb. The legendary dragon subduing fighter in the eastern continent. Once personally ended the reign of the fire demon Holy Lord. Turning it into a sculpture of a coiling dragon, the ability is also torn apart and turned into 12 spells. scattered all over the world. Later, with the fall of Lopez, petrification magic also disappeared. Until Dad recovers himself. Casting petrification magic will disintegrate the increasingly powerful moon worship sect. Turn the moon demon mantra into a sculpture. Father, hurry up. Xiao and Ms. Spider are still waiting for us to save. Archaeologist Jackie Chan urged. Oops. Don't bother Dad. The old man in the cardigan with a duck voice complained, Mr. Agent Sorcerer Supreme, you should go to cast down demons. The implication is self-explanatory. Undoubtedly, my father was very concerned about the fact that True changed his family and practiced secret magic. Definitely. This is a necessary measure. Because Sorcerer Supreme is about to pass away, another reliable candidate is needed to teach the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. Many. I will always be your disciple. True said sincerely. Then, he carved in the void with his fingertips, and the portal slowly took shape. He will come to Thor's aid himself. Take back the time gem, resurrect the gods of Asgard, and restore Mjolnir, Thor's crumbling hammer. Whoosh! Portal doors opened one after another. Inside Quinjet, the S.H.I.E.L.D agents who were waiting in full force crossed the portal one after another and descended on Fuzueno City. The bald director Nick Fury sits in the Trigger Wing building. 137 observes every move of the Fuzu Shogunate in real time through the recently launched artificial satellite. And, through the World United Organization, continue to exert pressure, so that the Shogunate can do it for itself. It has to be said that this is a long-planned encirclement and suppression operation. After all, even the many superheroes of the Avengers and Dragon Group retreated and received the experience and teachings of the Ancient One Venerable. Nick Fury is always on Earth. Regarding the Fuzhang incident, the frequent appearance of dark killers in Hong Kong City, and the intelligence of the Ten Rings terrorist attack, we have always been in control. In order to eliminate the moon worship sect and the ancient demons once and for all. The bald director did not hesitate to dispatch fake stars to lurk in the moon worship sect. Contact occasionally. It's just that due to the low level of the copycat stars, there is not much important information to pass back. If only Thor hadn't acted hastily. The bald director with his hands behind his back, staring at the projection screen with one eye, sighed secretly and said, this way the chances of winning are greater. It's a pity that the gods of Asgard failed miserably. Morale is affected. The bald-headed director held his palms empty, and he didn't put down the antique pager presented by Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. Last time a distress call was sent. Soon, I received a reply from Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers, a superhero of the single universe rank, is capable of the high-speed movement and emits a photon shockwave with infinite power, which is powerful enough to instantly kill ancient demons. The problem is that Captain Marvel often conducts cosmic-level action against R and evil. At the beginning, he was involved in a civilization dispute, and he couldn't escape for the time being. However, the dust finally settled down recently. Captain Marvel is galloping back to Earth from the far end of the universe. Carol Danvers is our card. Phil Coulson's face suddenly changed, and he turned into an alien with green striped skin, Talos, the head of the Skrull Empire. He said softly, I have already contacted the super anomaly. Super, FK, outliers. A rare life that is 1 in a million in the Skrull Empire. Compared with ordinary copycat stars, only the face and short-term memory are copied. Super abnormal. That is to say, super copycats can completely copy the target's ability, genes, cells, and memory. For the safety of the Earth, Talos also fought hard, and successfully persuaded the super copycats to copy the ancient demons at any time. Clearly intending to defeat demons by demons. Temporarily stand still. Hope Captain Marvel comes soon. As predicted. There should be about half an hour. The bald director said in a low voice, especially resentful, the moon worship cult founded by the devil has subdued HYDRA and the Hand, and if it continues to develop, the earth will completely become a devil's paradise. That's right. For the devil, Nick Fury can't wait to get rid of it. This is a species that shouldn't exist. The devil who bases his happiness on mortal pain. Half an hour. Talos changed his appearance again, restored Phil Coulson's voice, rubbed his chin and said, "It's better to dispatch the Yuan Devourer." Yuan Devourer. The bald chief cast a sideways glance at his bad friend Talos. Suddenly, I felt a dull pain from the old injury. That's the scratch left by the Yuan Devourer. Seems worth it as a backup plan though? Anyway, Nick Fury is willing to pay any price to drive out the demons. At the same time, the stalwart deity who overlooks the world from a condescending height. On the benevolent and kind face, a smile appeared again. Zhou Lan held Kun Gunir tightly. The scene in front of me feels familiar. Like an Infinity War superhero rushing to Thanos. Start the final battle ahead of time. Zhou Lan said with a smile, "It seems that you misjudged my strength." As he spoke, he moved his fingertips slightly, and in an instant, the ground shook violently. A mountain rises from the ground, and under the remote control of gravity, it rushes towards the oncoming superhero. Horrible boulders, familiar images. It seems that the Skybest star has reappeared. However, today is different. Fighting in outer space. The Avengers and Dragons team is somewhat restrained. At the moment, on Earth, everyone's attitudes are completely different. Simply high-spirited. Boom. Tony Stark took the lead, and the patterns of the Hungarian zodiac charms echoed each other. Instantly. An unprecedentedly terrifying flame, accompanied by his bang fist, slammed into the huge oncoming mountain. "That's the T-Girl's spell," Xiao said dissatisfied. "Borrow it for now." As if by heart, Stark whispered. 12 spells. Carrying the 12 divine powers of the Lord of Fire Demon. Giving motion to still life. Powerful. Balance magic conflict. Move at the speed of sound. The power of the explosion. Stealth. Cure. Soul astral. 72 changes. Float. Stay young forever. Lightning eyes. Assembling 12 charms is basically enough to be regarded as the existence of level Godfather. Definitely, just the next Heavenly Father. Only with the demon physique of the Holy Master can he be called the real Heavenly Father. For spells, Stark feels particularly mysterious. It doesn't seem like the power a demon should have. Moreover, the ancient books of Kamartaj also describe that there are 12 noble animals active in prehistoric times, and each animal has an extraordinary ability, which coincides with the spell. It seems that the demon named Holy Lord has killed. Stark missed the lightning, and then activated the Holy Lord's natal charm. Dragon Charm. I saw a steady stream of flames forming raging waves, annihilating the huge stones that hit me in the blink of an eye. Pat. Agent Sorcerer Supreme True snapped his fingers. In an instant, endless mirror images enveloped the entire fusang. This is the mirror space of the parallel reality dimension. No matter what disaster breaks out, it will not affect reality in the slightest. How dare you use Father's spell to deal with Uncle? The humanoid lizard with powerful limbs suddenly let out a roar. Then, the light ring worn on the index finger radiates light, endowing the holder with the ability of sonic flight, facing Stark like a Vulcan. Son of the Holy Lord, Little Dragon. A fanatical believer who returned to modern time and space from the future and preached on behalf of the moon. Uncle will never be allowed to be desecrated in the slightest. On the way, the Devil Dragon displayed its elemental ability, and suddenly billowing flames appeared on its body. Fire punch! Hong Zhong de Lu's roar sounded. The monstrous heat wave of the fist image then swept out. Click! Click! The mirror space begins to distort. A gigantic shield outlined by occult magic in the nick of time. The shield of Seraphim spread across the world, successfully withstood the sneak attack of the Fire Fist. Compared to the first time we met, the Moon Demon Zhou Lan also has a group of believers with extraordinary strength, Stark said secretly with emotion. However, his latest penance has not been in vain. The shape of Akon. Pinch the formula and chant the mantra. In the blink of an eye, Stark transformed into duplications of entities. Because duplication belongs to the entity, so thinking link, intercommunication, sharing. It must be controlled by a super brain like Stark. Boss, it's thunder. A threat. As if from above the 9 heavens, the god of transcending tribulation thunder descends. The violent thunder and thunderbolt wandered away. Immediately submerged the big and round human-shaped lizard. The nature of secret magic is special, and it can even cause damage to elemental dragons. It directly caused the scales on its body surface to be scorched black, grinning with teeth. Hiss! Exactly, hiss! Meet my new form! Hiss! The sound effect of the poisonous snake spitting out letters, sounded constantly. I saw a terrifying monster with 8 heads and 8 tails, uttering words, moving its huge and strong body, and rushing towards the sumo warrior. True. True. Have you considered Lady Spider's thoughts against the will of the moon worshipper? Hiss. The 8 heads spit out words one after another to form a complete sentence. Mother. The sumo wrestler Toru was shocked when he heard the tiger's body. Then, endless anger emerged. Being threatened again and again, he can't bear it anymore. After all, there are also time gems. Even if the enemy hurt the mother, time gem can reverse everything. This is the common idea of all superheroes. No matter how sacrificed, time gem can make up for it. Correct. Forgot to tell you. 3 infinite gems. Time. Soul. Space. It has been completely absorbed by me. Zhou Lan said in a friendly reminder. Immediately, blue and emerald light appeared on his fists respectively. Seeing this, many superheroes suddenly felt thumped. Especially true. The whole person falls infinitely. Chapter 77. Time. Space. Soul. 3 pieces of infinite gems, were all absorbed by the moon demon Curse Blue? As Trudeau, the agent of Sorcerer Supreme, he is very clear about the meaning and difficulty of this sentence. The singularity essence born from the Big Bang originally possessed infinite energy. May I ask, how can the body of a demon be stored in its entirety? I am afraid that only one universe can fully accommodate it. The key is why Zhou Lan can mobilize the power of time and space gem integrate at will. The left hand is blue and the right hand is green. When the palms overlapped, a wave of energy distorting time and space erupted. This is the power of time and space. The chief and eternal ruler of the 5 creation gods, power. Look! A baldness appeared on the back of Zhou Lan's head. Archaeologist Jackie Chan pointed to the stalwart figure in the distance and said. Light head. Also known as the mana aperture. Merit ring. This is a manifestation of subtle mana and deep-rooted beliefs. God of the Western world. Buddha. Buddha. The Eastern Taoist god, Fuzang god. The images portrayed by believers are basically revealed in the back of their heads. Definitely. The mana circle behind Zhou Lan's head is actually the manifestation of Mind Gem. Through the Heluo universe, continuously absorb the energy of infinite gems. Turn it into your own use. This is Zhou Lan's confidence to face the Avengers and the Dragon team. At this moment, the personal data panel is also refreshed. God name, Curse Blue. God title, God of the Night and the Dark Moon. Rank, the Upper Heavenly Father. Symbol Samsara Sharingan. Director, Moon, Darkness, Gravity, Astrology, Time, Space, Void. Divine Power, Reflect the Heavens, Origin Magic Power, the Power of the Sun Fire. Believers, Inhumans, HYDRA, the Hand. Sect, Moon Worship. Divine Realm, Hilo Universe. High Heavenly Father. It is at the same level as God King Odin, God King Zeus, and Eastern Jade Emperor. It's like being at the apex of the God of the Earth. The next promotion will undoubtedly be the God of the Gods, or even the God of the Universe. God. In addition, through 3 infinite gems, Zhou Lan successfully increased the authority corresponding to the gems. Time. Space. Soul. The 3 basic laws that constitute the material universe. If he gets the other 3 infinite gems, I am afraid that his rank will be equal to that of Xavier, and even comparable to the 5 creation gods. Definitely. This is the ideal situation. How vast and mysterious is the Marvel Universe? The multi-universe encompasses countless dimensions. Collect all the infinite gems, maybe you will face the sanctions of all judges in the first place. The Almighty Judge, as the spokesperson of Toat, can easily rewrite the settings of infinite gems. Weaken its power. Only works in a single universe. But I'm afraid the Almighty Judge is not capable of entering my pocket universe. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth. Condescending, overlooking the army of superhero. It feels magnificent. It's as if Infinity War and Endgame are happening at the same time. Wonderful. Words cannot express what happened. At this moment, he seems to have transformed into the ultimate big devil. Waiting for the challenge of the warriors. However, not even one superhero can come close to Zhou Lan. The monocle baron who eats the fruit of Yamata no Orokai is like the resurrection of the real HYDRA. Each head opened its mouth wide open. The forked snake letter is like a whip, rolled up the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, and swallowed it immediately. The picture is bloody. Especially not suitable for children. Fortunately, this is mirror space. Otherwise, if the influence spreads out, it will shock the earth. The prestige of both S.H.I.E.L.D and superhero will drop to freezing point. Time gem gone. Thor feels hopeless again. The whole person fell into an abyss. The morale that was barely raised was exhausted again. Vertag, Hogan, Fondrel, Baldur, Hodl, Hamed. A partner and close friend who lived side by side day and night came to Fusang because of trust. But stay here forever. Even the godhead is picked up by the moon demon curse blue. He hated his own weakness and incompetence extremely. Even if Stark brought a spell, a horse spell that symbolizes healing, it would be difficult to wake up the cold and stiff corpse. Kunlun slave. Do you still have the guts to challenge me? The sky demon Zimua showed his body, with an exaggerated shape like a huge bat. The dorsal wings fan the hurricane and control the movement of the sky and the atmosphere. He is the god of the Hilo mythology system, who is in charge of the climate, clouds, and rain, and the god of night and day. Because of the broadcast of The Adventures of Afu, the group debut of the first female superhero team, faith flourishes day by day. Even the skin color gradually began to change, from pitch black to snow white. Pure. Sacred. The so-called one white cover 100 ugliness. The sky demon, which looks like a marble sculpture, is really more like a god at this moment. Shan't. Don't call me Kunlun slave. Falcon Sam growled. Racial discrimination from the devil is simply unbearable. Especially seeing that the whole body of Zimu is snow white, and the texture of muscles, bones and muscles are very similar to the carvings of top artists. His expression became more ferocious and hateful. The mechanical wings on the back glide, and the anti-gravity device is optimized. Even the weapon system has been updated, and the level of technology is enough to lead the Earth by one dimension. Grinned by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Sam and War Machine pretended to be star hunters and sailed on a ship to fight. His body-shaping uniform can provide oxygen at all times, which is convenient for space combat. Kunlun slave. You look like a crying child. Zemo laughed strangely. Hoo hoo. The dorsal wings flashed. A hurricane is forming. In an instant, the 4 seasons rotate alternately, and midsummer turns into midwinter and 12th lunar month. It was snowing heavily. The world is silver and white. The light-packed agent and superhero chattered their teeth. The combat power has dropped sharply. Wind of Vatum. Truyu pinched the formula and chanted a spell, and then released a secret magic. I saw huge amounts of whirlwind rolling, blowing away the goose feather heavy snow and dissipating it. The mirror world is sunny again. Magic must beat magic. Miss. Not yet. The god of mountains and food. Zemo suddenly hovered in the air, Gigi said with a strange smile. Miss? The god of mountains and food? True thought. It sounds very familiar. I've heard his name mentioned by passers-by. Boom. Boom. The ground under everyone's feet began to shake violently. The power of time and space interlaced with blue and emerald green blows out. Immediately, a beautiful woman wrapped in a kimono dressed in a wedding dress, airborne into the mirror dimension. This is Bo Gang. The god who is in charge of mountains and rivers, banquets, stoves, harvests and other authority. Once she fought with Fuji Sanling. And, successfully occupy the highest mountain in Fuzhou. Always absorbing the remaining beliefs of a Sama great god. Try to condense the godhead. Finally, Bo Gang successfully became a godhead. Completely replaced the status and functions of a Sama great god. Able to control Fuzhou mountains. Brother. How empty are you? Haven't seen you for a long time. The well-dressed beautiful married woman said politely, Thank you big brother for giving me a new image and life. Mount Fuji is immortal, and I will live forever. Bo Gang looks pretty and delicate, plump. Dress up in typical Fuzhou traditional costumes. But it has a breathtaking beauty. Good. Even Zhou Lan couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement, the image recreated by the top designer is really extraordinary. The other brothers and sisters should have also undergone changes. Really. The ancient demons staying in hell are also constantly absorbing faith. From the Witch Squad and the adventure comedy animation The Adventures of Afu. Faith grows stronger and stronger. Ask for flowers. The more powerful and comprehensive the authority, the image changes faster and faster. Shan't. Another demon. Is this the short-limbed Pogon? The Dragon team and the Avengers looked at each other. I could hardly believe my own eyes. Especially Xiao. The output responsible for conquering the devil of the mountain. Bo Gang is so beautiful. Xiao stared round her eyes. The so-called 3 views follow the 5 senses. For Bo Gang, everyone can't help feeling sorry for him. Who would hurt such a beautiful lady? At the same time, extraterrestrial ozone layer. All the artificial satellites of the world powers have captured a flight object wrapped in flames. Beep beep. The national space agencies sounded the alarm in an instant. A slender figure was clearly observed from far to near. Then, like lightning, it pierced the ozone layer. Through the stratosphere. Officially entered the Earth's airspace. Danvers. Captain Marvel. Talos and the bald director exclaimed in unison. Immediately, contact Iron Man Tony Stark via the wireless intercom. The strongest superhero on the surface is here. Open the scene dimension entrance. Only Sorcerer Supreme's special props. A fiery female figure appeared in the cosmic cauldron. Her body was surrounded by streamers, and she couldn't see her specific face clearly, but she could feel the violent and astonishing energy radiation, distorting and blurring the space. Therefore, the red and blue starburst logo in front of Hungary is extremely dazzling. The strongest surface? Superhero? Stark was surprised to hear that. Subconsciously, he set his sights on Scarlet Witch, who had never made a move. This is the strongest on the surface appointed by His Holiness Ancient One. As a result, the strongest person on the surface appeared again. However, Stark didn't have a hesitation, and immediately set up a portal to open up the entrance of reality and the mirror image. Captain Marvel arrives in mirror space in an instant. Suddenly revealed his true face. A head of flowing blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Graceful body and posture, full of heroism. The relatively tough face is curved, and the expression is indifferent and arrogant. Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. The source of Avengers. A superhero of a single universe level. Endgame Thanos used the power gem to beat Captain Marvel, leaving only a trivial nosebleed. Hey! It's actually quite different from the movie image. It looks better. Zhou Lan raised doubts. Immediately felt the difference. After all, the Captain Marvel in front of me has a profound career line, and the body-shaping leather jacket outlines the perfect body curve, which is very different from the shriveled movie character. It seems that Carol Danforth should be recruited into the religion. This kind of image, preaching for the moon, is absolutely easy to grasp. Are you the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan? Carol Danfoss has a crisp voice, and has already communicated with Nick Fury through an antique pager to learn the cause and effect and detailed information. Seeing the elegant figure overlooking the world condescendingly, it is almost recognized at a glance. For the ancient evil born on the earth, Captain Marvel has little to worry about. Because the enemies she solved were all super criminals at the cosmic level. A terrifying existence with explosive combat power. Earth demon? It's really not worth mentioning. Good. It's right down. Zhou Lan held the gun of eternity tightly and admitted it frankly. And, accept the malice from the enemy. My god cannot be insulted. A scolding sound. Scarlet Witch Wanda spurs origin magic power into the air. Face off with Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. The two strongest superheroes on the surface. Needle tip to wheat on. What's more, same S*X repulsion. An unprecedented violent hatred and hostility erupted instantly. The war is imminent. Chapter 78. Captain Marvel. This is the first superhero born on Earth in the 1990s. When Talos first met Nick Fury, he was involved in the dispute between the Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire. Later, I gradually learned about the conspiracy of the Kree Empire's supreme wisdom. Finally, cooperate with two like-minded allies to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Successfully stimulated the photon energy at the cosmic level. Become the superhero Captain Marvel who maintains interstellar peace. In order to prove the friendship, Carol Danvers left an antique pager so that the bald chief can contact himself at any time. And the reason why I didn't arrive in time last time. The key issue is the growing power of the Dark Quadrant. The Titans named Thanos led the Dark Sect, conquered and slaughtered countless planets, and wiped out countless populations and civilizations. Carry out and implement the belief of balancing the ecological environment of the universe. Thanos. Thanks to the burning, killing and plundering of the Dark Sect under his command, his reputation has become stronger and stronger, and he has won nicknames such as Lord of the Quadrant, Godfather of Darkness and so on. However, he himself seems to prefer the overlord known as the extermination of the world. Abbreviated as Thanos. The name of Thanos is enough to make people frightened. After solving the ancient demons, I will return to the galaxy outside the galaxy and continue to fight with the interstellar villains loyal to the Dark Order. So I don't have much time to waste. Although let the horse come over. Captain Marvel's body is surrounded by hot 760 flames, just like a burning man of fire. The long golden hair seems to dance like streamers, and the shape is extraordinarily magnificent. The domineering posture and the image full of visual impact all show his ability and confidence. Even Tony Stark, a super genius with his eyes above his head, felt offended. Simply too arrogant. The demon of the moon conceived by the earth actually imitated the dark godfather to form forces and spread beliefs and teachings. If left unchecked, I'm afraid the future will be another Thanos. Carol Danvers speaks justly. For Thanos, and the Dark Order he led undoubtedly felt tricky. This is a huge and intricate force. Occupying the Dark Quadrant and constantly developing, it has become a place that cannot be governed and restrained by the three major cosmic empires. Interstellar villains. Wandering mercenaries. Space bandits and bandits. Planet slave master. You must submit to the overlord who destroys the world. Follow the rules and order established by Thanos. Fighting against the Dark Order had caused Captain Marvel a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect a similar crisis to happen on Earth. How similar is the rise of the Moon Demon Curse Blue to Thanos? Under the guise of balancing the cosmic ecosystem, recruit like-minded super-criminals to kill for their so-called beliefs. Simply unreasonable. Thanos. Zhou Lan couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "You are so funny, Roller Dan Foss. How can a deformed Titan star be compared to me? I am a true god. Aliens from Asgard are also fundamentally different. God? Many superheroes have set their sights on the son of Odin. I saw Suo Ran's eyes were lax and dull. He ascended from hell to heaven, cut off hope again, and was knocked down to the underworld for continuous injuries, which has already caused his mental breakdown. At this moment, Thor really does not have the appearance of a god. On the other hand, the moon-worshipping leader, who has a white robe and big sleeves and a fairy-like appearance, is more like a god, not happy with things, not sad with himself, and always maintains kindness and kindness. You know my name. Do you also know about Thanos' background? Captain Marvel was extremely surprised. It seems that I really underestimated you, Moon Demon Curse Blue. Don't insult my god. Hearing Carol Danforth mentioning the word Moon Demon again, Scarlet Witch Wanda let out a coquettish cry. Immediately, swinging his fingertips, the surging and blazing origin magic power circled out. One by one energy balls intertwined with the sky and the earth, rushing towards the confronting Captain Marvel Carol Danfoss. The two strongest female superheroes on the surface. Which one is stronger and weaker? Today we can see the difference. I hope this captain can hit the morale of the moon worship sect. Stark hovered in midair, and talked to the bald chief. Where did you invite such an arrogant and domineering boss? The end of the universe. Phonax Galaxy. The bald director said with great certainty, Danvers will definitely defeat the moon demon, Zhou Lan, and dismantle the rule of the moon worship sect. The end of the universe. Listen to the words coming from the headset. The superhero in the same frequency band couldn't help being stunned upon hearing this. Ah, this. Is it too exaggerated? Is the opposite S*X known as Captain Marvel worthy of Nick Fury's opinion? Definitely worth it. Because she's Carol Danvers. Facing the oncoming origin magic power, Captain Marvel clenched his fists tightly, and the flames on his body further expanded and spewed out. Then, two completely different huge energies collided with each other. The dazzling white light annihilated everything in an instant. Almost no one can directly see what is happening on the scene. They all closed their eyes tightly. Or raise your hand to cover your iris. It seems that watching forcibly will cause tearing of the optic nerve, and it will be cured for life. Even Zhou Lan needs to squint his eyes slightly to see the outcome of the two superheroes. Photon energy for Carry genes and Tesseract integrate awakening. With the almighty power driven by Sithon, the god of the underworld. In the first contest, it was evenly divided for a while. Regardless of the bald chief, or the worshippers of the moon, it is extremely unbelievable. It's Wanda that beats it. Zhou Lan laughed. Captain Marvel's hair was shot down by origin magic power and annihilated. Looks like the Avengers are relying on reinforcements like that. No wonder it is subject to Thanos. Thanos. The true destiny of the Marvel Universe. Infinity War. 14 million endings. The Avengers only won once. For Thanos, Zhou Lan can't talk about admiration or dislike. It would be great if we could win over the World Destroyer King to join the religion. Everyone in the universe civilization knows the horror of the Dark Quadrant. Once subdued, it will be enough to provide Zhou Lan with unprecedented power of faith. Ah! You are indeed strong enough. Why is the key loyal to the devil? Captain Marvel knew his feelings and lured them into profit. You should fight side by side with me to destroy the Emperor of the Universe occupying the Dark Quadrant. Really? For the strength of Scarlet Witch, Carol Danforth quite recognized it. It's just that the other parties joining the sect created by the devil is really incomprehensible. Exactly. Wanda. You were supposed to be an Avenger. Steve Rogers yelled, let's fight evil together. This is the future that was supposed to be. Stark added, actually, your fate has been rewritten by the curse, but it's just kept in the dark. Don't be grateful to Zhou Lan. You have to trust the righteous Avenger. Many superhero chattered. Start trying to persuade Scarlet Witch to come back. After all, this is the strongest on the surface appointed by Sorcerer Supreme. A member of the destined Avengers. Although, he was miserably bewitched by the demon of the moon, Curse Lan, and became an enemy of the whole world. If you can repent in time, you are still worthy of forgiveness and praise. Enough. Scarlet Witch suddenly interrupted all the superheroes, showing hostility, and said hostilely, I lost my parents because of the Jericho missile when I was young. Sleep in the open air with my elder brother, and lived in various orphanages temporarily. My God gave me a stable environment. It was also my God who used his divine power to clear the curse designed by the God of the underworld, and let me be completely free physically and mentally. Wanda was full of sarcasm, and you have nothing to pay, but you are trying to instigate me to betray my faith with a few words. It's ridiculous. Moment. There was no sound. Superhero couldn't help but change his face when he heard the words. Ashamed. Upset. Shame and anger. Various emotions appeared on the face one after another. The degree of excitement is not inferior to that of Sichuan opera face changing. So you didn't treat Wanda well. Even Captain Marvel felt unbelievable, a girl who has gone through hardships and grew up in adversity, and her partners along the way are not Avengers. It's the moon worshipper. No wonder. A fine woman like you would commit herself to Curran. Carol Danforth clenched her fists violently, and changed the topic. However, good and evil are inseparable after all, and it is difficult for people who are willing to degenerate to win my sympathy. With that said, Captain Marvel took the initiative to attack again. Years of tempering and battles in the galaxy have also forged her tenacious and decisive will. Since persuasion is ineffective, the only way to express your attitude is through fists. When he defeats Wanda, the demon Curse Blue will definitely be defeated. If I'm right, Curse Lan is just a paper tiger with a superficial appearance. Captain Marvel sneered. She has seen a lot of this kind of role, the prophet who controls a certain force behind the scenes. Basically rely on words and tricks to create a sense of mystery. And there are only a handful of existences as powerful as the Destroyer. Students of this rank. The next moment, she unleashed her extreme horsepower again, light-speed flight, and flashed in front of Scarlet Witch in the blink of an eye. This is the shortboard of Wanda. Speed and defense are weaker. It seems that the development of the Saint Cloth must be accelerated. Zhou Lan secretly said. Cloth. The characteristic equipment of Saint Seiya. Once checked in the scenic spot Shadow Field, the system rewarded the production guidebook of the Holy Cloth. The Holy Cloth can bestow unbelievable abilities on believers. Bronze. Silver 5.3. Gold. God. There are 4 levels in total, corresponding to 4 materials, such as titanium alloy, vibranium, adamantium, ulu cobalco, and so on. This work was led by Dr. Zola. However, progress has been extremely slow. According to Dr. Zola, it seems that the key technology for forming the holy cloth cannot be mastered. Industry specializing in surgery. It seems that I want the saint cloth to be born out of nowhere. The dwarf of Nidavel must be tamed. Zhou Lan was thoughtful. From the beginning to the end, he maintained an unattainable stalwart posture. Fire! We must weaken the morale of the moon worshippers. The bald chief who watched the battle through the cosmic cauldron was willing to give the order for a sneak attack. As long as Zhou Lan is injured, the image will be damaged. It can definitely inspire the fighting spirit of the Avengers and Dragon team. A Quinjet turns its barrel, aiming at the condescending figure overlooking the world. All missiles, without exception, are enchanted by Papa Magician. Splash special potion. Become a real magic cannonball. Magic must beat magic. Compared with conventional thermal weapons, this kind of shell has a more obvious restraint effect on demons. Chapter 79. SHHHHHH. One by one magic shells escaped. And the target is the demon of the moon who is condescending and overlooking the world. Curse Blue. The bald director will spare no effort to eliminate the devil. Summon Captain Marvel from the end of the universe, design demon-killing operations, put pressure on the Fuzu Shogunate, all actions are to maintain world peace. Earth doesn't need demons. What's more, the devil founded the moon worship sect and is harming the minds of human beings. Next year today will be the death day of Zhou Lan. The bald director continued to issue orders. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D reversed the Chitauri alien technology, experienced design, research and development, power testing, and mass-produced brand new weapons and equipment, followed by a hail of bullets. This is an epoch-making aerospace weapon. Future war mainstream. Without exception, all of them have been enchanted by the magician. With amazing lethality. Boom! The first target to be attacked was not Zhou Lan, but a huge and strong legendary monster with 8 heads and 8 tails like a mountain. Yamata no Orakai. Baron Monocle instantly felt unprecedented pain. The scales on the body surface are scorched. Leaves clear marks. The dents are extremely shocking. Hiss! How dare you offend Tianwei? Hiss! You're just going to die. The 8-headed snake immediately let out a deafening roar and neigh. The phantom beast devil fruit enhanced by the check-in system is by no means a defective product. The Baron's 8 heads can release amazingly destructive elemental attacks, shoot venom, spray water and fire, call wind and rain, and so on. Although, the power is not enough to hurt superhero. But for 15 ordinary agents, there is still an unprecedented threat and lethality. Roar! The 8-headed and 8-tailed god of Fuzang took the initiative to stand in front of Zhou Lan. Greeted all artillery and missiles. Then, it immediately opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out a horribly corrosive, stinky venom. The ground blinked with potholes. The S.H.I.E.L.D agent who had no time to dodge, once contaminated with the venom, immediately burst into smoke, and was quickly melted by the venom. Turned into a white bone in an instant. Only the heavy armor of the Quinjet can barely withstand the erosion of venom. Thanks a lot, Baron. Zhou Lan woke up like a dream. Seeing that the Baron Monocle suffered from the hail of bullets, and at this moment, his body was covered with bruises, he couldn't help but feel a warm current, which was quite touching. Immediately, he raised his hand and released a wave of divine power to envelope the Baron. In an instant, Baron's surface injuries began to heal slowly. This is another effect of divine power. For believers, there are various buffs. Speeding up the recovery from injuries is not a problem at all. Definitely. Any spell needs to consume divine power. The scale and power of the spell determine how much divine power is consumed. At the moment, Zhou Lan possesses massive superhero power, thanks to the adventure comedy animation The Adventures of Afu, and the first female superhero organization grandly launched by the Shogunate. Witch Squad. Serving the god of the night and the dark moon, the Scarlet Maiko has become a new idol of East Asian otaku. In fact, it's not just the Scarlet Witch Wanda. Avalokitesvara. Divination Witch Yukio. Kagura Maiko Yashida Mariko has been sought after and discussed by overseas people. The popularity of the topic and the fan index continued to soar, and gradually transformed into a strong power of faith, pouring into Zhou Lan's body in an endless stream. You seem to be ignoring my ability. Zhou Lan stretched his arms, and an invisible gravitational force erupted immediately. The fingertips seem to hang down transparent silk threads, and the movement of everything in the world is tied to one thought. Immediately. Accompanied by the spewing and spreading of gravitational force. The magic cannonball fired by Quinjet froze in an instant as if it had been cast with a hold spell. A shell, a grain of bullets. Despite the flickering light. Even, the trajectory of the warhead piercing the air can be clearly seen. Still can't get rid of the shackles of gravity. Gravity. The first of the four basic natural forces of the universe. Gravity, resistance, friction, centripetal force, centrifugal force are extended through gravity. Etc., etc. Different kinds. Simply put, if there were no gravity in the universe, there would be no order at all. Space was then in chaos. The collapse of the universe is enough to annihilate all celestial bodies. Moon Devil. Store. It symbolizes the hexagram image of Duizi. Can manipulate gravity, survive in a vacuum environment, control the orbit of the planet, and cast terrifying dark magic. The agent in suits and leather shoes trembled, his face was pale, and he stammered out the information about the curse. Gravity. The formation of a gravitational storm could not help appearing in everyone's minds. Spectacular sights sweeping over Sputnik. The civilization of the Earth has thus set back 10 years. The financial losses of various aerospace powers are as high as astronomical. Even if the United World Organization specially set up a space disaster control department, the satellite debris scattered in the galaxy has not been completely emptied so far. The gravitational storm raging in space always hovers in superheroes' mind like a nightmare. At this moment, I once again witnessed with my own eyes that the demon of the moon cursed blue to activate gravity. It was like a nightmare recurring. Both Stark and the archaeologist couldn't help but stand up. Blast off! Escape! Find cover! Careful! A cry came out. After a brief silence, loud exclamations and screams erupted. Then, everyone immediately discovered that the magic cannonballs fixed in the sky were going back and forth at an astonishing speed, as if exerting another kind of potential energy, as fast as lightning. Boom! The magic shell seems to have a tracking effect, and it penetrates into the barrel extremely accurately. Bang! Quinjet, which cost hundreds of millions of USD to develop, suddenly fell apart. Circling and falling to the ground. The mirror space seems to hold a grand fireworks celebration. Agent Sorcerer Supreme True. Tony Stark. Archaeologist Jackie Chan. Captain of the United States. Falcon. Hawkeye. For a while, be silent. And the bald director who observed the mirror world through the cosmic cauldron clenched his teeth, and his facial muscles were abnormally distorted. It seemed that he couldn't believe the reality in front of him at all. In this demon removal operation, none of the dispatched Quinjet teams were spared, and all of them were destroyed by magic shells. Even the thick armor shell remains intact. However, the engine, the internal circulation system, and the engine are all scrapped. Even the driver was buried in the flames and turned into a handful of ashes. The ground-armed forces are even more appalling. Second damage by a falling Quinjet. There is simply nowhere to go. The specific number of casualties, I am afraid that the front and back of a page cannot be printed and photocopied. Even the siege of the HYDRA organization headed by Alexander Pierce did not cause such terrible casualties. Shan't. How is your behavior different from Thanos's? How dare you call yourself a god? Captain Marvel couldn't help but let out an angry screech. Looking around, I saw that the earth was devastated. The wreckage of Quinjet is burning. The flames are everywhere. The agent from S.H.I.E.L.D fell to the ground in a panic, basically losing his ability to move. Only the Dragon Group stands with the Avengers superhero. Definitely. That's all. There is basically no chance of winning the demon operation. With her own strength, even if she can defeat Scarlet Witch Wanda in the field of speed, she cannot break through the defense. The shield formed by origin magic power is really indestructible. Photon shockwave is hard to crush completely. Carol Danvers. Friendly reminder. It was you who trespassed on my territory. And, sneak up on me and fire shells. I was just acting in self-defense. But you have to bear your abuse and accusations. Zhou Lan spread his hands and said, could it be that I have to be captured without a fight and let you bombard me indiscriminately before I can be considered a god? This. It doesn't seem reasonable. Moment. The menacing superhero was silent at the same time. Seems to be true. The Fuzu Shogunate did not call for help at all. In addition, this demon removal operation has not yet been approved by the Shogunate. Simply put, the demon operation was a trespass from start to finish. The gods of Asgard from Asgard. Dragon Team and the Avengers followed. Definitely invaders. That's right. Sun Huo, the hero of Fuzang protecting the country, replied, my opinion is enough to represent Fuzang's will. Fuzang has no hostility towards moon worship sect. Also, the Prime Minister of Fengfu thanked my god for bringing technology and armaments. Yoshida Shiro held up a contract signed by the shogunate, and said in a deep voice, if you dare to provoke the moon worship sect, you are declaring war on the shogunate. I will submit the relevant evidence to the United World Organization. The head of the UN General Assembly will personally decide. Sunt. The bald director couldn't help but get angry. Blow your beard and stare. Taiyang Huo actually persuaded the Prime Minister of the Shogunate to sign a cooperation contract. In other words, worshipping the moon sect to spread beliefs in the Fuzang territory is a legal action approved by the Shogunate 387. This exorcism operation is totally unreasonable. Everyone superhero. See you at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Zhou Lan waved his hand. Immediately, the left hand emerged with emerald green light, and the right hand was filled with azure energy. The combination was superimposed, and the surging power of time and space instantly enveloped the worshippers of the moon. And the corpse of Thor, son of Odin, the gods of Asgard, returned to real time and space from the mirror dimension. Reality. Green mountains and green waters, the years are quiet and beautiful. The scenery is stunning. Thanks to the planting of the worshippers of the moon. Everything is booming. Whether it is the Myco Idol project or the land reclamation operation, they are all proceeding in an orderly manner. Feel sorry. Teacher. I didn't beat Captain Marvel. Scarlet Witch blamed herself, she was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Lightning? Actually faster than the speed of light. Carol Danvers is firing on all cylinders to overtake the high-speed movement. This is her basic ability to travel to and from cosmic civilizations. It's not your fault. Wanda. No need to blame yourself. Looking into the distance, Zhou Gang said, I will speed up the research and development of the saint cloth to create your own saint cloth. The eyes of the worshippers of the Moon Church lit up when they heard the words. Secretly speculate whether he is qualified to wear the holy clothes. As for Team Dragon and the Avengers? No face at all. Return to New York on the other side of the ocean directly through the portal made by True. Start discussing countermeasures. After all, the demon of the moon curses Lan and the sun fires bluntly. Evidence presented to the World Federation. Arbitrated by the head of the General Assembly. Goodbye International Court of Justice in The Hague. It is said that Teohiro Yoshida Shiro was once under the guidance of Professor X at Xavier Academy. Fuzu's only alpha mutant. At the beginning, it was highly valued by Professor X. Yoshida Shiro also graduated smoothly. Perhaps Professor X was able to convince Sunfire to give up arbitration. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff thought about it. As a top spy, she knows all kinds of confidential information. The third one is delivered. I am studying hard. Chapter 80. The menacing superhero receded like the tide. Fuzu. Tranquility and peace have been restored. Zhou Lan is particularly curious about the Earth in the Marvel Universe. Walk the streets of Toba City. The humble believers on the way bowed their heads and saluted. There is a lot of talk about the feat of the God of Night and Dark Moon defeating superhero. Moreover, they all learned through the official channel of the shogunate that the hero Sun Huo who protects the country is about to go to the United World Organization to submit the crimes of the Dragon Team and the Avengers. Magic must beat magic. Must rule beat rule. Since the superhero abides by the law and claims to be righteous, then use the legal weapon and let the head of the UN General Assembly be the superhero. After all, at the moment's moon worship sect has been approved and recognized by the Prime Minister of the Shogunate, and it is a legal sect. The superhero who trespassed on the moon worship cult's residence is the real invader. Report to my god. The third gate of hell is unlocked. In the area of Egypt. It is the gate of hell, the god of storms and solar terms. Dr. Drake suddenly sent a message through the lamp ring projection. Saofeng's Hell Gate? Go. Zhou Lan nodded and said, it's up to you and Xiaolong to continue to act as a team. And I will go to the distant Nidaville to recruit the dwarf clan to forge holy clothes with a lot of money. Cloth. Dr. Drake is no stranger to the saint cloth. Roughly divided into bronze, silver, gold, god. 4 grades. Bronze holy clothes, a total of 48 pieces. There are a total of 24 pieces of silver holy clothing. There are a total of 12 golden holy clothes. Saint cloths of any level have a chance to be promoted to god level. It's just that Dr. Zola has no way to complete the finalization. Industry specializing in surgery. The corresponding mold must be created. Throughout the Marvel Universe, only the dwarfs who live in Nidaville possess such valuable technology. My god! The fairy beans planted by the Life Foundation are starting to mature one after another. According to the test, it does have the functions of restoring all mental and physical strength, repairing all injuries on the surface of the body, and ensuring that you will not be hungry for 10 days after eating, etc. It's just that the production volume is relatively low. About 100 pills per month. Dr. Drake reported again. Fairy beans. This is an item reward for punching a Delan. Once followed the principle of equivalent exchange, Dr. Drake was given as a reward. So far, a long time has passed. The fairy beans are finally ripe. It just so happens that the moon worship sect occupies Fuzhang, and there are 2 teaching armies under its command, HYDRA and the Hand. Without exception, fairy beans are needed as supplies. Definitely. Abilities extraordinary devout believers need fairy beans even more. Enough to save lives after all. Superhero will never let it go, and watch the moon worship sect continue to expand its sphere of influence. The so-called international arbitration is also difficult to restrain the Captain Marvel of the cosmic rank. So there is no delay in forging holy clothes and checking in at scenic spots. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered. Be extremely wary of Carol Danvers. The captain of the universe was active in the interstellar world, fighting crime back then. Get acquainted with superheroes of many civilizations in space. If Captain Marvel called the cosmic heroes to encircle and suppress the moon worship, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Fairy beans. Cloth. Check in. Reflect the heavens. Collect infinite gems. Waiting for tasks, must be put on schedule as soon as possible. Even if Ancient One repeats the old trick in the future and sacrifices to Emperor Weishan to exile himself, he will be able to escape to the pocket universe. I will remember your contribution. Drake. Zhou Lan said with a smile, go, liberate the god of storm and solar terms. Bring my brother back. Praise be to my god. Dr. Drake looked excited. I feel extremely excited about Zhou Lan's recognition. Then, blue and green intertwined rays of light emerged, enveloping the stalwart and elegant figure. In an instant, it was sent to the airtight dungeon of Weno City. Dark. Dim. In the depths of the ethereal dungeon, I saw the son of Odin, who was full of spirits and led the gods to come to Fusang, threatening to subdue demons. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground like a bereaved dog, unkempt. Very dazed. Shackles forged from adamantium, piercing Thor's lute. Prevent Thor's jailbreak from escaping. The adjacent cell holds the Asgard god of land and harvest, Sif. This is Baron Strucker's arrangement? Definitely. The Baron didn't really abuse the two gods. Crash. Crash. The noise of the adamantium chain swinging kept ringing. I saw Thor's eye sockets were sunken, and his stubble was getting thicker day by day. Drink various brands of beer. Getting closer to the shape of endgame. Son of Odin. How are you thinking? Zhou Lan laughed, like a merciful god and a kind heavenly father. Without the slightest feeling of disgust, he continued to solicit and said, eat the thunderous fruit and become the real god of thunder and war. You will live forever, and live with the world. There is no need to fear the arrival of Ragnarok anymore. As he spoke, Zhou Lan held the thunderous fruit imprinted with chaos characters in his hand, and handed it to Thor again. Thunder fruit. The chaos text imposed by him is enough to reverse consciousness and rewrite thinking. Thoroughly believe in the moon, believe in Zhou Lan. Moreover, the devil fruits rewarded by the system, without exception, do not have the weakness of being afraid of sea water. Definitely. The relationship of mutual generation and restraint between fruits still exists. Those who are also subject to the dark fruit ability. If you touch it, you will lose your ability. In fact, it's not just devil fruit abilities, but also life forms with genetic mutations. Like the Stru people. A mutant. Pole. A series of cell-mutating superheroes. The ability will be invalidated if Zhou Lan touches it. Give up the foolish demagogy. Demon. The sons of Odin will never bow to you. Sif, the god of land and harvest, was the first to speak, and said angrily, sooner or later, Odin, the god king, will lead his army to destroy your sect. Oh? Yeah? It cannot be? Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh. If Odin can really destroy himself, he probably won't hide his head and show his tail until now. After all, this god king has an absolute weakness. Odin's sleep. It is necessary to restore divine power through deep sleep, heal injuries, and prolong life. Once you wake up early, you will endanger your life. In addition, the god king in Odin's sleep state has no combat ability. Requires cronies and magical protection. Usually, the diva Frigga takes on this role. Therefore, when Thor led the gods of Asgard to Fusang, the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, did not show up. Otherwise, how could it lead to the death of the gods and the annihilation of divinity? Son of Odin. I have the power of time and space, hold Kungunir in my hand, and can go to Asgard at any time. Why? Let the dormant god King Odin and the Queen die without a place to die. Zhou Lan said with a face full of embarrassment, however, Saint Law is not my intention. Moon worship actually yearns for peace. Tang. Thor stood up abruptly. Undoubtedly heard the threat of Curse Blue. Parents seem to be attacked and killed by the gun of eternity. And there's nothing he can do to stop it. At this point, the powerful god of thunder and war who fought countless bloody battles, his will to fight finally began to collapse, and he decided to give his allegiance to the moon worship sect. In exchange for dignity for the safety of parents. As long as I eat the thunder fruit. Is that enough? The son of Odin made a low and hoarse voice, confirming repeatedly. This time Sif did not curse and block. Because she also realized the seriousness of the problem. Odin's sharpshooter, and the demons get it. And, time, space, mind, the three infinite gems have all become the playthings of cursed blue. Who can stop the curse from killing Asgard? Protect Asgard that has gone through the ages from being destroyed? Nobody. For Asgard, Thor must eat the fruit rewarded by the devil. Good. There are no other strings attached. Sif will also return to free agency. From then on, the grievances between you and me will be wiped out. Zhou Lan said with a smile, the thunderous fruit has infinite mysteries, and you will definitely not regret it. The moment the voice fell, Invisible's gravitational manipulation is all over the spiral pattern, like the fruit formed by thunder and lightning, handing it to Thor, the son of Odin. Staring at the thunderous fruit in front of him, Thor has mixed feelings. Scenes flashed. And the moon demon Zhou Lan for the first time. Work hard on the backward and barbaric primitive competitive planet. Come back and brag about your past. The arrogance that led the gods of Asgard down to Fuzu. At this moment, everything is smashed. Just like his self-esteem, it fell apart. No longer exists. Creak. Open your mouth to swallow the thunderous fruit. The sour taste of rotten and fishy stings the mouth. Vomit. The son of Odin nearly vomited. However, in the end, for the safety of Asgard, he suppressed his nausea and ate the thunderous fruit completely. In fact, the first bite of the devil fruit will take effect. Zhou Lan couldn't bear it very much, and reminded him. Vomit. Thor was dumbfounded for a moment. Why didn't you say it earlier? Made me eat the whole fruit. At the same time, an unprecedented feeling of wonder hit my heart. His cells and genes, the genetic material, began to divide like crazy. For the characteristics and fruit moves of the thunderbolt fruit, he was familiar with it instantly. Self-taught. Crack. Crack. With the emergence of the idea of elementalization, the stalwart son of Odin suddenly transformed into a humanoid lightning. Body surface arc burst. Mars collided. The adamantium that bound it tightly fell to the ground instantly because the target lost its entity. Meet my god. My god is immortal. Thor was stunned for a moment, and the chaos text, which can be called almighty power, took effect, instantly rewriting the thinking, beliefs, consciousness, and ideas of the son of Odin. Become extremely moon-worshipping. Worship the mantra. Then, the endless power of faith was transmitted into Zhou Lan's body through Thor's praise. As the chief of the three giants of the Avengers Alliance, Thor, who is in charge of combat power, naturally carries the unprecedented faith of all beings in the 9 realms. Still, with Thor believing in himself, the majestic beliefs absorbed by Thor have quietly been transferred to the moon worship sect. It became the nourishment for Zhou Lan's promotion. Let's go. Come with me to Ni, Li Wanghao, Da'al. Use your identity as the son of Odin to help me recruit Dwarf King Ai Kui to serve. Zhou Lan succeeded in his plan, and immediately showed a bright smile. The combat power of the Avengers. At this moment, it seems to be transformed into the guardian deity of the moon worship sect. God of thunder and war. Nidavel. The son of Odin knelt on one knee and said reverently, "Follow the instructions of my god." Then, the blue and green staggered light enveloped the two stalwart figures, shuttled between the boundaries of dimensions and went to the vast depths of space. Nidavel, the country of dwarf in the shape of a star ring, immediately came into view. Beeb. Discover the sights, Nidavel. Is the host checking in? Check in. Zhou Lan has almost no hesitation. However, just when Zhou Lan left dungeon. But he didn't notice that an uninvited guest arrived right after him, and the state of stealth was released. I saw the uninvited guest wearing a green body-shaping leather jacket, wearing a unique curved head, familiar appearance and shape, and his name was ready to come out. Sif, the god of land and harvest, blurted out, "Why did you come here? Did you intend to see a joke?" No. Actually, to save you in Thor's grave. It's just that Thor didn't resist the demon's temptation. Loki said with particular regret, the thunderous fruit he ate was imbued with the ancient origin magic power and the runic characters that symbolize the mysteries of the universe. And I could have purged it. Chapter 81. For the appearance of the god of lies and tricks, Zhou Lan, who has been away from Fuzhang, is not at all vigilant. Relying on the power of time and space composed of space and time gem integrate, he almost reached the far shore of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Nidavel, the legendary kingdom of dwarf. It is called dwarf, but in fact, every dwarf has a height of about 5 meters, which is extremely burly and strong. Because he has been forging iron all year round, and he has developed a body full of bumps, Kongwu's powerful appearance, full of strong visual impact. In a trance, Zhou Lan seemed to see the demon of the earth. Really? Rugged appearance, dwarf with disheveled hair, clumsy appearance, very much like a Dikui. Especially dwarf king Ai Kui, this is the king who kicked Odin's son down. I have lived for an unknown number of years, wearing a crown, and the posture of not being angry and arrogant is daunting. However, in the not-too-distant future, the kingdom of dwarf will soon face the invasion of the dark sect. Known as the Lord of the Quadrants and the Overlord of the World, the crazy titans will launch a terrifying plan called Infinity War. In order to achieve the ecological balance of the multi-universe, collect 6 gemstones with infinite energy, and then you can complete Thanos' goal with a snap of your fingers. Destroy half of life in the universe. Realize the ecological balance of the multi-universe. Thor. It's time to use your strengths, use the identity of the son of Odin, persuade the dwarf clan to work for me, and forge the holy clothes. You won't regret joining the moon worship sect. Zhou Lan smiled. Then, he patted the son of Odin on the shoulder and said encouragingly. In fact, for Thor, Zhou Lan is more appreciative. This is an equally ill-fated superhero. The mother was brutally killed by the Dark Elves. The father flickered into the world. In order to prevent his sister Hela from conquest of the 9 realms, Sun directed the advent of Ragnarok. Asgard, which has lived for generations, has been wiped out with the ashes of 583. Thought a new life was about to begin. As a result, he was attacked by the Dark Sect. The half-brother Loki was killed directly. In the end, only the lonely Thor is left alive. How sad! My god, rest assured. I promise to complete the task successfully. The burly son of Odin said forcefully, let me lead, and the dwarfs will definitely obey orders. Really? The dwarf once swore allegiance to Asgard. Thor. As the orthodox heir of Asgard and the future lord of Asgard, he is bound to win the support of the dwarf clan. Plus, Thor's hammer is falling apart, requiring a new weapon. In Infinity War, Thor got the wind axe. With full firepower, Thor, with the help of Stormbreaker, directly penetrated the Qigong wave released by Thanos, and almost cut the finale. Stormbreaker also has the function of Bifrost, can open the transmission channel, the lethality is amazing. In other words, if the dwarf family can be successfully tamed, it's like owning an unprecedented arsenal. Continuously produce all kinds of weapons, holy clothes, equipment, props, and sell them. Used to arm the worshippers of the moon. Thor. God will remember your contribution. Zhou Lan said with an intriguing expression on his face. Seems like the Dark Elves are about to revive? Thor is about to lose his mother? If this son of Odin is sensible enough, then it is not a bad idea to help Asgard deal with the Dark Elves. After all, there is Asgard between the sun and the moon. Definitely a feature attraction of the Marvel Universe. Once you check in, the rewards will undoubtedly be considerable. Staying in Fusang by myself is only a temporary expedient measure. Sooner or later Asgard will be taken. And only the fabled Asgard is worth settling for itself. My god waits for good news. Saying this, the burly son of Odin strode towards Nidavellir. Nidavellir is shaped like a star ring, and the neutron star acts as a furnace, providing unprecedented terrifying heat energy to melt one of the most mysterious metals in the Marvel Universe. Ulu Kobolko. This is a substance that can be melted and shaped at hundreds of billions of high temperatures. The holy clothes forged by Ulu Kobolko must be able to reach the god-level quality. Regardless of Scarlet Witch, or other demon compatriots, Zhou Lan believes that they should all get a god-level holy cloth. It is more in line with the identity of a god. Who? Invaders. Is it an interstellar villain who has defected to the Dark Order? Suddenly, seeing the arrival of the strange figure, more than 300 dwarfs in Nidavellir immediately issued a low-pitched threat from Hong Zhongdalu. Dark Order? Interstellar villains? Thor frowned slightly when he heard this, but had no time to explain. A ray of blazing light has come head-on. Hateful and hostile eyes projected from all directions. The dwarf family, as if they were harassed by interstellar villains, have been too much trouble. They didn't even ask Thor's identity, but started fighting directly. Hey! The individual strength of the dwarf family is so powerful. Zhou Lan paced out, carefully observed Nidavellir, and couldn't help being amazed. However, after thinking about it, it suddenly dawned on me. If you don't have a strong body, how can you beat Ulu Kobolko and rare cosmic metals? Click! Click! Thor suddenly turned into a bolt of human-shaped lightning, and suddenly rose from the ground. Then, relying on the power of the thunderous fruit to levitate in the air, he hastily proved his innocence and said, "Dwarf brothers, I am Thor, the son of God King Odin. God of thunder and war in Asgard. It's not the Dark Order. Not a star villain either. Son of Odin? God of thunder and war." Hearing the two familiar and unfamiliar nicknames, dwarf looked at each other and talked a lot. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Among the 9 realms, Odin is known to everyone, and everyone knows it. Instantly bluffed the dwarf clan in Nidavellir. Thump thump. Thea, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded. The figure was more majestic, and the sturdy figure pushed away the crowd and came to Thor. "My name is Ai Kui, King of Nidavellir. If you are really the son of Odin, prove it to me." Ai Kui said coldly, "Recently, the interstellar villains who work for the Dark Order frequently appear in Nidavellir, and want me to create weapons and gloves exclusive to the destroyer Thanos. It's ridiculous. How could the dwarf clan use Ulu Kobolko to forge weapons for no reason?" Ai Kui narrowed his eyes slightly. Even the other dwarfs are watching. Extraordinarily suspicious of Thor's true origins. After all, the recently appeared interstellar villain also inquired about the existence of Asgard and almost deceived Ai Kui. "Prove? Is my thunder power not enough to prove it?" Thor spreads his palms. I saw violent ball lightning leaping. The picture is extremely magnificent and spectacular. "Your weapon?" "Mjolnir. Mjolnir, forged by myself." Ai Kui blew his beard and stared. "If you are really the son of Odin, you must carry Mjolnir with you." Well. Thor was speechless for a moment. Moreover, a tearing pain appeared in the mind. It seems that two completely different consciousnesses are colliding and confronting each other. It seems that there is no way to completely rewrite Thor's beliefs with the chaos text alone. Zhou Lan felt something. After all, Thor, as the son of Odin, is connected with Asgard's life, is an absolute protagonist, and bears the belief of all living beings in the 9 realms. The beliefs of sentient beings and the text of chaos conflict from time to time. This caused Thor's mental disorder. Mjolnir. Turned into scrap iron. "I need you to forge new weapons," Thor said momentarily, used to defeat the enemies who kill the gods. Scrap iron? Enemy? Kill the gods? A series of question marks came to mind. Not only ordinary dwarf, even Ai Kui was dumbfounded. Can Kun Gunir serve as proof? The stalwart and elegant figure held a radiant magic gun tightly, and said with a smile, "The magic gun named Eternity was also forged by you, Dwarf King Ai Kui." "That's right. This is Kun Gunir, the Spear of Eternity. So it really is the son of Odin who has come." Ai Kui stared at Kun Gunil for a moment, then smiled, "Get ready for the wine and meat, Nidavel is about to hold a grand welcome banquet." Roar! More than 300 dwarfs shouted at the same time. The atmosphere that had dropped to freezing point became active again. At the same time, the periphery of the Nidavel star ring, a distance of about 100,000 light-years. A ring-shaped battleship, leading a strange-shaped spaceship, arrives. And the target is the legendary dwarf country. Dare to refuse the order of the World Destroyer. This group of dwarf. Is it because I hate my life and don't want to live? The alien dressed in a black robe said in a low voice, dissatisfied, that only Ulu Kobolko can perfectly exert the energy of infinite gems. The great emperor of the universe needs weapons and gloves forged by Ulu Kobolko. Start the infinite battle to balance the ecology of the universe. The aliens are ugly, with pale grey skin covered with age spots. This is the chief strategist of the Dark Order. Ebony Maw. The dwarf family repeatedly rejected the order of the Dark Sect, which directly aroused the anger of the black-tongued counselor. So, Ebony Maw personally led the troops and decided to teach the dwarfs of Nidavel a lesson. An interstellar villain who serves the Dark Order. Space bandits and bandits. Planet slave master. Wandering mercenaries. All moved upon hearing the news. Take the initiative to help Thanos' favored Black Tongue advisor. Wherever the fleet goes, almost everyone is in danger. The vicious reputation of Thanos, the overlord of the world, is undoubtedly known to the whole world. Chapter 82. Marvel Universe. Grand and magnificent. The only Destiny protagonist is not Avengers superhero, but the Lord of the Dark Quadrant, the overlord who destroyed the world, the crazy titan, Thanos. He knows almost all the secrets of the universe. Especially when he realized that the universe needs birth control and ecological control, a bold plan emerged. And, because of this, a group of subordinates who uphold the same will have been recruited. The Dark Order. The Dark Order occupies the Dark Quadrant. The members are basically interstellar criminals full of crimes. This is an extrajudicial place that none of the three great empires of the universe can restrain or govern. Even if the superhero of the Nova Corps appears in the Dark Quadrant, he must follow the rules set by the Destroyer King. If you dare to violate it, you will face the trial of the Dark Godfather. Thanos. The greatest titan of all time. There are too many stories and legends related to him. Definitely. Normally, no one dares to mention his name. As if mentioning it would bring bad luck. Dwarf family. He turned down the invitation of the World Destroyer over and over again. Today the dwarfs must pay the price. The black-tongued counselor folded his hands, standing as straight as a spear or a sword, his ugly face, and his slightly squinted eyes, all looked extremely ugly and intimidating. He is proficient in the manipulation of psychokinesis. Moreover, it possesses rare spiritual interference ability. Bewitch people's hearts through words, and instantly confuse the mind. Many space bandits and gangsters who have joined the Dark Quadrant are actually cannon fodder lured by Ebony Maw's eloquent tongue. War. Cannon fodder is indispensable. Go ahead. First the courtesy and then the soldiers. Inform the dwarf of the arrival of the Ebon Maw. If Ai Kui refuses to forge the weapon of destroyer again, I will bombard Nidavel. Ebony Maw flicked his fingertips, and the amazing psychokinesis spewed out. The small spaceship with a radius of 1 kilometer actually increased its speed. Enter the Nidavel Star Ring. Mooring Port. A strange-looking, powerful alien life immediately formed an army and rushed to the dwarf residence. Notorious interstellar villain, armed to the teeth. All kinds of advanced weapons ahead of the Earth can emit laser rays with amazing destructive power. The rays are powerful enough to destroy a traveling meteorite. AI try. Get out. Dwarf family. Meet your Captain Tima. Shouts sounded. Then, through professional translation equipment, it is transformed into a familiar language. It is easy for creatures of other civilizations to understand. Technology has evolved to the extreme, tantamount to magic and miracles. Such as lantern ring. Typical magical technology. And the armor of God worn by archaeologists. Flight of Asgard. Etc. In addition, the weapons and equipment produced by Nidavel are also extremely incredible, capable of carrying the infinity gauntlet of infinite gems. And the tyrant's glaive that shattered the United States captain's iconic shield. Actually, it's all made by AI Tri. Ulu Kobolko. An adamantium, vibranium, and called a special material of the Marvel Universe. Definitely, in the field of hardness, adamantium takes the crown. In terms of function and application, vibranium is more comprehensive. Only Ulu Kobolko has both. For the tolerance of magic and energy, Ulu Kobolko is second to none. Why Zhou Lan intends to subdue dwarf rather than extinct? It's because of the talent of the dwarf clan. Zhou Lan frowned slightly, and in an instant, he had a perception of the arrival of an uninvited guest. Countless interstellar villains landed on Nidavel, and quickly surrounded the grand hall where the banquet was held. Definitely. There are no familiar faces. All strange. We represent the will of Ebony Maw. The strong and burly Cree said with a thick and deep noise, one last warning, AI Jin. You must forge the blade and gloves for the destroyer. Otherwise, Nidavel will never exist again. The Cree, blue-skinned and jet-black tattooed, once served for Ronan the Accuser. However, now he joins the Dark Order and serves the Black Tongue King. Ebony Maw, Chief of Staff under Thanos. Has a comprehensive ability to do evil, is good at demagoguery, and is more literary and elegant than the barbaric Black Dwarf. Like a gentleman. Even Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, can hardly resist the dynamic power of Ebony Maw. It's more funny. Ebony Maw is actually afraid of a vacuum. The Order of Darkness. Seeing this, AI Kui picked up the sledgehammer and threw it out instantly. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the interstellar villain who was attacked was a Xandar with a big waist and a round waist. He had the appearance of a liger and a tiger, and his gestures were full of explosive power. Moment. Like a galloping tank, knock over the oncoming giant hammer. Attack failed. Interstellar villains are not known for nothing. Space criminals who can be recognized by Ebony Maw naturally have two brushes. Recently, because of repeated harassment by space bandits and gangsters, there is almost no peaceful day in the Dwarf Kingdom. For the Overlord and the Dark Order, AI Kui simply hates it. However, this Dwarf King has no courage to challenge the authority of Thanos at all. Today the situation is quite different. Son of the God King Odin. The god of thunder and war. Future Asgardians of the Nine Realms. Asgard dominates. Thor. To Nidavel. According to the ancient contract of the Nine Realms, Thor must protect the Nine Realms who are loyal to Asgard. Which naturally includes the dwarf family. Thor. It's up to you to defeat the interstellar villains of the Black Order. AI Kui excitedly said, everyone cheer for the son of God King Odin. Call. 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 More than 300 dwarf raised their weapons and roared at the same time. This is Nidaveli's battle song. The unique rhythmic rhythm causes the resonance of air and sound waves. Enough to boost morale. God King. Son of Odin. Have you heard of it? Unheard of. I saw the space bandits and the gangsters whispering to each other. After a brief silence, a burst of laughter broke out. God King. There is only one king in the Dark Quadrant. It is the overlord of the world. Toast and not eat. Asking for flowers. Eat fine wine. The Spartan star with gaping fangs suddenly raised the elemental gun, pulled the trigger and fired a hail of bullets. SHHHHHHH. All the interstellar villains are in motion. The colorful pulse rays intertwined with the sky and the earth, and shot fiercely at the dwarf king Ai Kui. Click! Click! The burly son of Odin transformed into a bolt of humanity. Last come first come. Wan Lei. A thick and magnetic voice sounded. Thor, who used the fruit move for the first time after eating the Thunderbolt fruit, had an extremely excited expression. Undoubtedly, I experienced an unprecedented comfortable feeling. Although, without Mjolnir, it is better than having Mjolnir. How much more than 100-fold increase in authority? Simply enough to call it a qualitative change. Wan Lei. Release endless thunder and lightning, form a cloud, cover the target within the attack range, and give an electric shock. Regardless of any planet and civilization. Thunder and lightning are powers controlled by the gods. Crackling. Crackling. The overwhelming thunder and lightning hit the ground. 0. In an instant, the interstellar villain within the attack range stiffened his limbs and foamed at the mouth. It seems to be able to see the clear bone structure. Then, he passed out directly. Completely lost consciousness. Only a few extraterrestrial beings with relatively special physiques successfully resisted Wan Lei's baptism. But also weak and dying. The black-tongued plank sitting on the ring battleship saw the thunderclouds all over Nidaville, and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, showing an ominous premonition. Chittori. Adjust the ship's camera to focus on Nidaville. Immediately, the screen presented on the screen switched to the interior of the Dwarf Kingdom. I saw interstellar villains lying everywhere, foaming at the mouth. Not far away stood a sturdy man transformed by lightning. Son of Odin. Thor. Let me go out on my own. Use a short-distance teleportation device. Ebony rose from the ground. Then, bathe in the teleportation beam alongside your cronies, and parachute Nidaville from the ring warship. Ebony Chief of Staff of the Destroyer King. Here's the supervillain to crush Doctor Strange. The unlucky guy who was killed by the Spider-Man plot. Ooh. Looks like Infinity War has begun. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhou Lan's mouth, who had always been on the sidelines. Power gem. Seems like it's hidden on Morag? Temple? The moment the thought emerged, azure space energy emerged, completely enveloping it. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived at another withered and dead planet. Morag Star. Beeb. Discover the sights, Morag Star. Is the host checking in? Check in. Zhou Lan responded from the bottom of his heart. Then, the whole person stood up from the ground, ascended to a high altitude, and looked down at the specific position of the cosmic spiritual ball. At the same time, at the end of the line of sight, a sneaky figure appeared. The person landed in a small spaceship. He went straight to the temple where the cosmic spirit ball was stored. Chapter 83. Star-Lord. Peter Quill. The illegitimate child conceived by the living planet Ego. Future. Guardians of Galaxy will be formed, and Rocket Raccoon, Treant Grote, Witch Gamera, Mantis Woman, Destroyer Drax will fight side by side to fight crime. Definitely. Today's Peter Quill has just broken away from Sentry Yondu's Marauder team and started his own business. And the mission goal of the First Order. It is the cosmic spirit ball that stores the Morag Star Temple. I saw Star-Lord Peter Quill, wearing earphones, swaying and jumping with the explosive dance music, and singing loudly from time to time. I think my singing voice is pleasant, but in fact, My 5 notes are not cured. A funny guy. Zhou Lan looked down at the world from a high position, feeling extremely ridiculous and embarrassing. However, after all, I endured it for the time being. Because he needs Xingzhu to find the cosmic spirit ball. Although time and space gem are superimposed to form a terrifying power of time and space, it is enough to travel to any imaginable place, various dimensions and dimensions. If the imagination is not specific enough, be real. It can only reach a similar position. Who can guarantee that they remember all the details of the Marvel series of movies? Anyway, Zhou Lan didn't dare. Lucky to have met Peter Quill by chance. This is the key person 570 to discover the Universe Spirit Ball. Follow Xingzhu, turning around. Soon, the temple full of foreign style came into view. Hieroglyphs are drawn on the walls outside the temple. It seems to be telling about the once glorious historical civilization. However, due to the expansion of the cosmic truth cult, the intelligent life that lived on Morag Star disappeared. Cosmic Truth. This is a terrorist organization not inferior to the Dark Order. The origin is mysterious. The membership structure is intricate. Like a cosmic version of the HYDRA organization. Fight for the truth. Civilizations that refuse to be taught are all heresies. So far, Universal Shinrikyo has almost no defeats. Even if you have encountered the Dark Order, the confrontation between the two is evenly divided. For the behind-the-scenes leader of the Universal Truth sect, even the Overlord who destroyed the world and the Crazy Titans, they are full of praise in private. Collect infinite gems. A great plan to snap the fingers to achieve the ecological balance of the multi-universe. In fact, it comes from the spoiler of Universal Shinrikyo. Even, the cosmic truth cult in parallel time and space has invented an artificial god named Protégé, which can copy the target's ability and power for its use. Skills stack infinitely. Even the Almighty Judge who sanctioned everything in the multi-universe, the Tribunal of Life. Transcendent. It's hard not to be immune to Protégé's replication ability. Protégé almost replaced the absolute supreme Toa of the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, Protégé's ability is not without its flaws. In the end, he was seized by the Almighty Judge and imprisoned in the Hourglass of Fate, never to be reborn forever. There must be a battle between Moon Worship Sect and Universal Truth Sect. Whenever it involves conflicts of belief, there is no possibility of resolution. Shredded coconut. The spirit ball is in hand. Star-Lord Peter Quill blocked the malfunction of the device that sealed the cosmic spirit ball through a professional device. Then, immediately grabbed the cosmic spirit ball that fell to the ground. It seems that the astronomical bounty is at your fingertips. As a result, an incredible scene was staged. The spirit ball actually defied the force of gravity, reversed its direction halfway, and floated into the palm of a 5-meter-tall, stalwart, and elegant young man. Click! Xingzhu drew his gun resolutely, and said sharply, "Put down the cosmic spirit ball, and I will spare you." Cosmic spirit ball. A bounty worth 4 billion. How could Peter Quill let the cosmic spirit ball fall into the hands of others? Star-Lord. Living Planet XBD Sun. Earthlings raised by Yondu the Predator. I am the Lord of Moon Worship Sect. Need the power gem stored in the spirit ball. Zhou Lan said with a smile on his face, "This is a vibranium lamp ring, recite my divine name. You can get God's blessing." Said, Wanyu gravitational manipulation is ringing Star-Lord. Xingzhu, who had no time to react, took the vibranium ring in a daze, and immediately widened his eyes. I saw the power of time and space intertwined with blue and green, enveloping the stalwart figure who had never met before, and actually sent it to the far side of the starry sky. Clang! The cosmic spirit ball fell to the ground, and there was a crisp echo. The power gems stored inside have disappeared. Possessed by Zhou Lan. Moon worship. Living planet egg. God of the night and the dark moon. Peter Quill was stunned. Didn't understand what happened at all. A series of question marks came to my mind. Sunt. 4 billion bounties missed. Xingzhu, who was belatedly aware of it, picked up the empty shell of the cosmic spirit ball, and couldn't help cursing. Put down the cosmic spirit ball. A heavily armed interstellar combat team aimed their guns at Star-Lord. Headed by the tall black colas. This is Ronan, the accuser's loyal subordinate. Nicknamed the Chaser. On the surface, he is not good, but he is actually a talented scientist. Once fought alongside the amnesiac Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. And the future will be defeated by Drax the Destroyer. Okay, okay. Star-Lord raised his hand in friendliness. Then, he threw the cosmic spirit ball violently, the solace of his feet sprayed flames, and the whole person rose from the ground, rushing towards his own spaceship. Milano. Start pondering and researching the lamp ring presented by the god of dark night and dark moon. At the same time. Dwarf country. Nidaville. The burly son of Odin is like a bolt of human lightning, frantically dodging the colorful pulse rays. And, continuously release terrifying thunderstorms to carry out range attacks. Faced with the sneak attack of interstellar villains and ebony men, he gradually became exhausted. After all, Thor ate the thunder fruit for a short time, and he didn't master the fruit moves of the thunder fruit proficiently. In addition, the chief staff officer of the destroyer, Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw. The psychokinesis ability he possesses is also extremely powerful and tricky. Almost everywhere he looks, all materials and equipment have become his playthings. Especially in Nidaville. A magic weapon forged by dwarf everywhere. At this moment, everyone obeyed the order of Ebony Maw, turned their backs one after another, and aimed at the son of Odin. Those with the devil fruit ability of nature are not without natural enemies in the Marvel Universe. Magic can also touch entities of natural abilities. Ebony Maw has no magic. However, the knives, guns, swords and halberds, axes, hooks and forks cast by Wolo Kobolko have incomparable magic attributes. The son of Odin, who was caught off guard, was blinded by Uru's dagger. It's like turning into the one-eyed dragon in Ragnarok in advance. Surrender to the overlord who destroys the world. That's your only fate. Otherwise, I will destroy Nidaville. Destroy all dwarfs. Ebony Mew has a gentle and magnetic voice, and his ugly appearance is like two extremes. It belongs to the real death by sight. Roar! 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 The interstellar villains surrounding Ebony Maw howled one after another. Undoubtedly, he is extremely skilled and passionate about destruction and destruction. It's just because Destroyer needs dwarf-forged warblade and infinity gauntlet. It can't happen for the time being. Thor. Your partner has escaped. And, he took Kungunir away. Dwarf Wang Ai Kui reminded. The tone was full of resentment and despair. Kungunir. A sharp gun with 100 shots. If you throw it, it will definitely kill Ebony Maw in seconds. The key is no fluke. Who would have thought that a little-known advisor under the command of the Destroyer King would be able to defeat the future Asgardian of the Nine Realms, the son of the god King Odin? My god will not run away. Do not blaspheme my god. Thor breathed heavily and spoke with difficulty. My god. It turns out that the refined young man who followed Thor to Nidaville is also a god. Ai Kui couldn't believe it. Hey! Thor is so embarrassed. The ethereal and majestic voice sounded at the right time. I saw the blue and green intertwined power of time and space, and then spread to Nidaville. A majestic figure paced out of the spirally rolling energy center. The power of time and space. The well-informed Ebony Mew suddenly constricted his pupils violently. He clearly perceives the energy surge of infinite gems. I had some insights before and thought I was hallucinating. It turns out that time and space really exist. There is simply nowhere to be found. It's all effortless. 2 infinite gems have appeared in Nidaville. As long as you capture the infinite 0.9 gems that symbolize time and space, you can definitely speed up the completion of the infinite gems collection plan. Achieve His Majesty Thanos' great goals. Balance the ecological environment of the multi-universe. Etc. Is this a power gem? Ebony Mew suddenly blinked, and found an infinite gems tightly held by Zhou Lan. Oval in shape, dark purple. Contains endless cosmic energy. And, capable of strengthening the power of other infinite gems. Empowers the bearer to unleash various forms of energy attacks. There is almost no difference from the gem shape announced by Universal Shinrikyo. Time. Space. Strength. Soul. Reality. Soul. 6 pieces of infinite gems, the exact star field they are in, fuzzy coordinates. Actual effect. The great destroyer Thanos has learned all about it through the cosmic truth. And, the information was shared with 5 cronies. Among them, of course, is the Ebony Maw, who has the ability to do evil in a comprehensive way. Ebony Maw. Chapter 84. Time. Space. Strength. 3 pieces of infinite gems, actually assembled on one person? For this unbelievable situation, Black Tongue Ma expressed disbelief. However, the reality is in front of us. No room for Ebony Ma to question. Infinite gems scattered throughout the universe. It was brought to me by you. It's almost impossible to find a place to walk through the iron shoes. It takes no effort at all. The black-tongued planner knew it with affection, lured him for profit, and used his ability to seduce and said, "Handsome young man, hand over the infinite gems to me, and you will definitely be favored by the Destroyer King. Become a pivotal big shot of the Dark Order. Under the whole world, there is no one who dares not to obey." Well, Thanos' favor? Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh. Even got goosebumps all over. On the other hand, the interstellar villains and space bandits who surrounded Ebony Maw all showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. As if eager to snatch infinite gems. Take Zhou Lan's place. Win the favor of the destroyer. Thanos. Lord of the Dark Quadrant, godfather of the noble General Yao. The Emperor of the Universe praised by Chitauri. Its reputation is known almost all over the world. Space villains loyal to the Dark Order know all about Thanos' plan to collect infinite gems. For the ecological balance of the multi-universe. 15. A snap of the fingers wipes out half of the life in the universe. What a great ideal this is! Even if it is mentioned, the fanatical believers of the world-extinguishing overlord feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. The key problem is that infinite gems are scattered all over the universe and are overseen by different Asgardians. The Obsidian 5 cultivated by Thanos will therefore lead the army out. Look for traces of a gem separately. It's just that I never dreamed that someone brought 3 pieces of infinite gems and came to Ebony Maw. Time. Space. Strength. It is said that space gems can ignore space laws, cross dimension dams, shuttle dimensional crystal walls, and travel to and from the boundaries of the universe. Time gem, enough to give the holder the ability to play with time, speed up and slow down the flow of time. Insight into the past and future. Become the master of time. Interstellar villains and space pirates stare covetously, and can't help talking about it. The power gem. This is the weapon used by the Universe God Group. Destroyed Tyrus with one blow. Ebony Maw is undoubtedly more knowledgeable, and psychokinesis roared accordingly. Almost all the substances within a radius of 1 kilometer rose from the ground, suspended in mid-air. It's like a demonstration. The weapon forged by Dwarf is made of Uru Kobolko as the raw material. It has amazing magical properties, even the son of Odin can't resist it. Even Doctor Strange was almost killed by this black-tongued schemer. Ebony Maw. Enough to be called a god of psychokinesis. It is a terrifying existence of the same level as the mantra that manipulates gravity. Definitely. Curse Lan is not Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan, who is bound to the ultra all-round check-in system, is undoubtedly more powerful and terrifying. And he has 4 infinite gems: time, space, soul, strength. Infinite gems, once they appear in the pocket universe rewarded by the system, will lose their entity and become the basic rule of the pocket universe. Therefore, Zhou Lan has not returned to the pocket universe for the time being. After preparing to completely subdue the dwarf tribe in need of ill, punch in the 9 planets of the solar system in turn. Map the solar system into a pocket universe. Zhou Lan glanced at the check-in rewards given by the system and basically ignored them. Unless you really get an unparalleled reward, you will focus on appreciation. Regular rewards, such as Devil Fruit, Ninjutsu, Blood Succession Limit, Murderous Stone, Weird Cells, Clow Cards, Universal Capsules, Artificial Human Design Drawing, etc. etc. Item rewards like this are not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, there is no deliberate browsing. It is imperative to check in Marvel, reshape the pocket universe, and rank among the single universe. Imminent task. After all, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, isn't going to sit back and watch the lunatic rise. The Destroyer, who occupies the Dark Quadrant, and his loyal minions and henchmen, the Dark Order, will also launch the Infinite Gems collection plan. Spread the faith, spread the teachings. Raise the rank of Godhead and liberate fellow demons. It is enough to settle the war that breaks out at any time. You actually ignored my solicitation. The black-tongued planner frowned, and changed the topic and said, "You will miss the favor of the World Destroyer. It seems. Infinite gems can only be picked up from your dead body." Buzz buzz. The moment the voice fell, violent psychokinesis boiled away. This is an invisible and terrifying spiritual energy, interfering with reality by thinking. Through brain waves, subvert the material system that maintains the operation of all things in nature. In fact, the internal logic is not inferior to origin magic power. Belittle Dr. Strange from Ebony Maw. Undoubtedly a heavy price was paid. However, for the Master of Gravity, the demon necromancer who has survived for a long time, the god of the night and the dark moon, psychokinesis is not worth mentioning at all. SHHHHHH. The fingertips seem to hang down like transparent silk threads, and all living beings are tied to their palms. The magical weapon suspended in the air suddenly became Zhou Lan's plaything. No matter how Ebony Maw urges psychokinesis, it will be difficult to seize control of the demon necromancer. What happened? You can also drive psychokinesis. Ebony Maw's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but stare round. This is my race's ability, why do you use it too? Psychokinesis. Transparent spiritual energy. An example of mind interfering with reality. The potential is developed to the extreme, and it can even distort the rules and subvert the order. Realize the power of origin magic power. Definitely. Ebony Maw is nowhere near this uncanny. This is the energy that ranks first among the 4 basic natural forces of the universe. Gravity. Zhou Lan raised his arms and shouted. Then, I saw Weiyan's elegant figure waving his fingertips. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "Remember, it's Thanos, the overlord of the world, who needs to win my favor." SHHHHHHH. A deafening whistling sounded through the air. Wherever the line of sight goes, Nidavali's magical weapon is suddenly as fast as lightning, rushing towards the interstellar villains and space pirates with devastating power. Bang bang bang! How can a battle-hardened space villain sit still? In an instant, he frantically pulled the trigger and fired. The colorful pulse beam hits the URU equipment forged by Dwarf, and an earth-shattering explosion erupts instantly. Boom! Boom! The star ring began to shake violently. Various large-scale equipment and instruments vibrated. It has to be admitted that the technological level of the alien civilization is enough to be one dimension ahead of the Earth. Even if the Earth gets the advanced technology left by Chidori, there is still no way to travel into space. Even break through the Milky Way. Definitely. The Earth is not without an absolutely developed civilization. For example, primitive tribes who pursue a closed-door policy. Wakanda. In fact, Wakanda has already developed a warp drive. It's just that I cherish my broom and don't share it. Slaves who believe in the Egyptian panther god Bast. Sooner or later, it will be incorporated into the moon worship sect. Zhou Lan thought about the lightning. Then, activate the gravitational force again. As if the entire Nidaville star ring is resonating. The menacing cosmic villains and interstellar gangsters suddenly felt unsteady. Immediately, 983 floated up one after another. Blink out of the ozone layer outside Nidaville. Direct exposure to the space environment. Frozen into a popsicle. Shan't. The battleship activates the traction device. Pick me back to the battleship. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black-tongued planner immediately shouted. Gorgeous beams of energy descended from the sky. Cover it up. Teleport to the ring battleship control hub. As for the interstellar villains on set, like an abandoned child. This guy, without the power of the cloud infinite gems, can disintegrate my troops in an instant. Manipulate gravity. Things that even the Great Destroyer can't do. The unknown people of Asgard actually believe in deceit. Ebony Maw was breathing heavily. His face was full of expressions of the rest of his life after a catastrophe. Because Zhou Lan and Thor fought side by side, he was mistaken for an Asgardian. Etc. It seems that I have overlooked a crucial piece of information. The power of time and space. The enemy has the power of time and space. There is nowhere to escape. The power of time and space intertwined with blue and green, instantaneously delays the circular battleship cabin. Immediately, three majestic figures with well-proportioned heights formed. Dwarf Wang Ai Kui. Thor, son of Odin. And the god of the night and the dark moon. Since we're here, just don't leave in a hurry. Zhou Lan laughed, continue sailing. Go to the infamous Dark Quadrant. Notorious. Ebony Maw instinctively planned to refute. However, in the end, he chose to swallow his anger, and said flatteringly, observe the order. Chapter 85. Compliance? The son of Odin and Dwarf King Ai Kui could hardly believe their ears. The chief lieutenant under the command of the destroyer, the black-tongue advisor who has the ability to do evil in all aspects, is he so humble? Even Chidori, who controls the ring battleship, feels incredible. After all, this is Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw. A true psychokinesis superman. Even the Destroyer King once praised Ebony Maw's psychokinesis and praised it lavishly. Thanos adopted 7 adopted sons. In Corvus Glaive, Supergiant, Proxima Midnight, Black Dwarf, Ebony Maw. Become the 5 leaders of the Dark Order. And Gamera and Nebula become the top assassins under Thanos. Responsible for destroying all enemies who provoke the Destroyer. Definitely. Both adopted daughters betrayed their adoptive fathers successively. In the end, only Obsidian will be loyal and die together with Thanos in the final battle. The Great Destroyer must be notified. Looks like Thanos is teaching universal truth. Contact Corvus Glaive. Chidori uses special brain waves to communicate. This is a mechanical life race. Once wandering in space, it was not until he met the crazy titans that he discovered the meaning of life. In the Battle of New York, Thanos ordered Chidori to assist Loki to occupy the Earth. As a result, the plan failed. Almost thought that the overlord of the world was about to destroy the Chidori civilization. Fortunately, Thanos was merciful and forgave Chidori's mistake. However, Chidori leader Azire always intends to make amends. Undoubtedly, exposing Ebony Maw's betrayal in advance is the best way to make up for it. At the same time, Mysterious Dark Quadrant. An island in the universe that is as large as the solar system. Not as dark and filthy as imagined. Strictly speaking, it is no different from any other planet. Even, the Dark Quadrant is more prosperous, and various alien technological equipment and space-based weapons continue to operate. Cosmic drones are traveling on specific orbits, monitoring the star field occupied by the Dark Sect. Day and night never stop. Moreover, the Dyson Sphere project imagined by Earth scientists has become a reality in the Dark Quadrant. I saw the magnificent artificial celestial body, wrapped in red fixed star, continuously absorbing the energy of the red fixed star. The light curve that originally illuminated the Dark Quadrant was transformed into endless pure energy to maintain the fleet and arsenal of the Destroyer King. Therefore, this star field is named the Dark Quadrant. This is an unprecedented cosmic spectacle. The unprecedented space miracle. The Dyson Sphere project of the Earth scientist who was actually carried out and implemented by the Lord of the Dark Quadrant. I have to admit that the Dark Sect founded by the Overlord Destroyer has produced many capable people and countless geniuses. A place beyond the law that none of the three great empires of the universe can govern and restrain. Gathered tens of thousands of interstellar criminal groups. Countless galaxy hunters. Space pirates. Misanthrope. A planet slave owner with countless minds. Etc. 44. As long as you are in the Dark Quadrant, you must abide by the rules and orders set by Thanos without exception. Otherwise, no matter who is sacred behind him, he must obediently be buried in the mouth of the Vanguard. Ebony Maw's Rebellion. The ship I was traveling on carried mighty Asgardians. It is about to reach the star field ruled by the Overlord of the world. Conspiracy. The leader of Chitauri responsible for maintaining order in the Dark Quadrant, Azel listens to the brainwaves transmitted by his subordinates. Can't help but be confused. Ebony Maw's Rebellion? Are you kidding me? This is the chief advisor trusted by Destroyer. Favored by Thanos. Even if you rebel yourself, it is more credible than Ebony Maw's Rebellion. However, the moment the voice fell, the surveillance video recorded by the Ring warship was broadcast to the Tower Fortress. I saw the black-tongued counselor, with a flattering and ingratiating smile on his face, bowing his knees to the handsome, refined young man who was nearly 5 meters tall. It seems to be explaining the power structure of the Dark Quadrant. Corvus Glaive must be notified as soon as possible. The leader Azel's pupils contracted, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Immediately, striding towards the palace where Corvus Glaive lives, Ebony Maw, as the chief staff officer of the Destroyer, knows many secrets that are unknown. The consequences could be disastrous. A secret came to Azel's mind. The ancient Asgardians of the Nine Realms, the Asgardians with the title of the King of God. Odin Bolsone. Once riding the 8-legged horse Renir, the two Raven Falcon and Wu Ni led the way, holding the sharp gun named Eternity tightly. Leading the Valkyrie army and the undead army dominated by the eldest daughter Hela, with the sound of the melodious horn, almost rushed out of the Nine Realms and started the infinite war that endangered the entire universe. Could it be that the Asgard people mentioned by his subordinates are Odin Bolsone? A series of question marks came to mind. For the prestige of God King Odin, Azel is obviously very familiar. After all, during the Battle of New York, his Chitauri troops were commanded by Odin's son Loki. Despite the fiasco. It seems that Odin Bolsone is about to take revenge on His Majesty Thanos. Azel accelerated sharply. Like a ray of light rushing towards. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the palace where Corvus Glaive lived. Fort Corvus Glaive. The shape is like a castle, extraordinarily gorgeous and gorgeous. All kinds of totems and symbols come from the parent star of Corvus Glaive. At the moment, Destroyer went out to visit the Prophet of Universal Shinrikyo. The Dark Quadrant is temporarily managed by Corvus Glaive for various matters. The moment Azel appeared, Corvus Glaive immediately moved. Holding the iconic weapon tightly, as if there was no entity, the pitch-black cloak fluttered and came to Azel in an instant. This is Ghost. Death God under the Destroyer. Wherever the Black Crow goes, he is king. Usually, the place where Corvus Glaive appears, symbolizes the place where the Dark Order is about to be purged. Cleaning. Save the chaff and the chaff. Randomly execute about half of the natives. Lunyos, originally Destroyer, planned to use this method to clean all the planets in the multi-universe. Later, Borja, the prophet of universal truth, conveyed the oracle, which made Thanos fully realize the stupidity of the purge. 6 infinite gems in 1. A snap of your fingers is enough to wipe out half the lives of the multi-universe. These are the words of Borja. In that case, I will collect infinite gems. Thanos is quite grateful for the selfless sharing of universal truth. In fact, it is not selfless. Borja, the prophet of universal truth, just used the crazy titans forever. Codename Magician. Adam Warlock from an alternate time and space. In order to get rid of the shackles of the middleman and realize the ulterior secret, Universal Shinrikyo seems to intend to use infinite gems to create an artificial god that can replace the Absolute Supreme. Chapter 86. Middleman. Also known as the Reality Separator, Anka the Windbreaker. This is the proud work of Lords of Order and Lords of Chaos. The two are unattainable. An ancient god at the level of the multi-universe responsible for maintaining the balance between order and chaos in the Marvel Universe. Originally there is no real physical image. The actual appearance is designed for easy understanding. The Lord of Order usually appears as a middle-aged man with a bald head. And the Lord of Chaos is the twisted skull mask. The two ancient gods are tired of quarreling and conflicting. Therefore, they joined hands to create life forms that also possess multi-universe energy to maintain the absolute balance of the Marvel Universe. Middleman. Anka. The image of Anka is extremely classic. It fits the concept of Lianji expounded by Eastern Taoists. Black and white blocky complexion. It symbolizes God and man, good and evil, life and death, reality and fantasy. Logic and emotion, existence and nothingness. The middleman Anka also has its own rules of conduct. For example, disasters that are bound to happen in the future will happen in a more orderly way. The Cosmic Truth sect is an important measure of the middleman Anka. The head behind truth, Adam Warlock. From parallel time and space. Because of the brainwashing and bewitching of the middleman, the righteous superhero Warlock Adam was transformed into an evil crazy monster. Magician. Magician single-handedly founded the Universal Shinrikyo. Promote the preciousness of life and conception. Use this to fight against the loyal servant of death, the brutal overlord who destroys the world. Definitely. Magician Adam successfully got rid of the middleman and started a secret artificial god plan. Committed to creating an ancient god that is easy to control by yourself. Codename Protégé. 607 6 infinite gems in 1. It's more than capable of destroying half of the lives of multiple people with a single snap of the fingers. Will also grant my artificial god protégé possibilities of infinite evolution. This is the manifesto of Adam the Magician. Prophet Borja is obsessed with Magician Adam's ambition. The reason Thanos started collecting infinite gems. Thanks to the spoiler of Borja, the prophet of universal truth. However, no one thought that Thanos really managed to collect all the infinite gems, and even snapped his fingers. Snapping your fingers directly destroyed the cosmic Shinrikyo. Magician Adam and Prophet Borja are all gone. Only the defective man-made god protégé survives. I have to admit that the overlord of the world is smart enough, and he has already understood the conspiracy of the Universal Truth sect and used each other. Azel. Why set foot on my territory? The capable figure shrouded in a pitch-black cloak tightly grasped the peerless blade, with cold eyes. Condescendingly overlooking the humble Chitauri leader. Azel. Chitauri. The Dark Order is like the bottom of the food chain. Even, it is not as popular as Pioneer Way, the synthesis monster created by Destroyer himself. Ebony has gone to the people of Asgard. Arriving in the Dark Quadrant soon. Azel breathed heavily and said, the target is suspected to be Urson. This is the image data transmitted by the Ring battleship. Corvus Glaive's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. Ebony Maw joins the enemy. How can it be? This is an adjutant that my father trusts very much. Psychokinesis Superman with full evil ability. In the entire universe, there are almost a handful of beings who can, BFFB, defeat Ebony Maw. Mutiny? The moment the voice fell, the video recorded by Chitauri reappeared. I saw the black-tongued counselor with eyes higher than lower than usual, with a flattering smile on his face, facing the elegant young man with a stalwart figure. The familiar and strange son of Odin. The elder brother of the evil god Loki. The images of thunder and the god of war also came into view in due course. People of Asgard. Really? Dwarf King Ai Kui and Thor. With Odin Bolson. Corvus Glaive's tone was puzzled. This elegant young man in a white robe and sleeves is too young. It is said that the Asgardian of the Nine Realms, the king of God who lives in Asgard, is an old man with a grey beard. I once sacrificed my right eye, hung the world tree upside down for 9 days and 9 nights, and got the runes that symbolize the mysteries of the universe and have extraordinary magic power. This battle-tested Chief Yao general is more experienced than the Chitauri leader. Instantly exposed Azel's lie. Elegant youth is definitely not Odin Bolson. However, Ebony Maw's betrayal is real. For the traitor, the Ebony Maw who betrayed the belief of the Destroyer, he will never forgive him, and he will definitely crush him. In an instant, the entire Dark Quadrant began to move. Chitauri troops. Vanguard. Obsidian 5 will have 3 other backbones. Thanos' adopted daughter, Nebula. Everyone listened to the call of Corvus Glaive and came to the Corvus Glaive stronghold. Ebony Maw. Betrayed the great Thanos. What should I do? Corvus Glaive in a cloak, in a dark corner. An ethereal, muffled noise of evil echoes in the relatively empty Corvus Glaive fortress. What should be the crime? Naturally, the death penalty is imposed. Dedicate its soul to Lady Dave. Dave. This is the nickname of the creation god Death, who walks the world. Before the Titan star was destroyed, Thanos ran into Ms. Dave, fell in love, and was cursed with immortality. In the end, Thanos turned into a crazy Titan, a world-destroying overlord, just to make Ms. Dave smile. As for the ecological balance of the multi-universe? Not necessarily without an element of flattery to Ms. Dave. Ready to fight. Atri, the dwarf king of Nidavellir. Son of the god King Odin. And a strange young man with a mysterious background. Enemies who dare to trespass into the Dark Quadrant will surely die without burial. Corvus Glaive issued an impassioned manifesto. Ugly and ferocious face, full of coldness and killing intent. At the same time, the power of time and space interlaced with blue and green suddenly emerged out of thin air. Immediately, it receded quickly like a tide. I saw the ring-shaped battleship exclusive to Ebony Maw floating in space. Feedback via monitoring device. Ebony Maw was shocked to find that the battleship was infinitely close to the kingdom of Destroyer. A dark star field. Dark Quadrant. What a terrifying power of time and space. The distance of hundreds of millions of light-years has been spanned in a blink of an eye. Hateful. Why doesn't the power of time and space belong to me? The black-tongued counselor couldn't help slandering, but on the surface he said, pretending to be respectful, the great god of the night and the dark moon will once again cross the dimensional barrier, and will set foot in the star field of the world-destroying overlord. The Dark Quadrant ruled by Thanos. This is a place that none of the 3 major empires in the universe can restrain or govern. The interstellar coalition formed by the Galactic Council will also be defeated when they come to crusade against the Dark Quadrant. May I ask how the four of us can fight against Thanos' dark sect? Ebony Maw rubbed her hands together in a humble and respectful manner. Tell the truth. There is no concealment or deception. After all, the god of the night and the dark moon in front of you, ability is unfathomable. Hold power. Time. Space. The gem of infinite energy. Advance, attack, retreat. Ebony Maw. I know your ambitions. Surrendering to Thanos is just your expedient measure. Want to have the ability to manipulate gravity. Zhou Lan showed a smile, admiration. You will get my magic energy. Lantern ring. Hearing the words, the black-tongued counselor couldn't help trembling in fear. Really? He's not really loyal to Thanos. There is also no interest in the cause of multi-universe ecological balance. Ebony Maw is obsessed with demagoguery, abets crimes, and induces the righteous superhero to join the evil camp. Future. The black-tongued warlock will guide Thanos' son Zane, how to rule his father. Zane. The offspring of Thanos and an inhuman female. Not only has it perfectly inherited the physique and ability of the destroyer. Even, by absorbing the Turigen mist, Zane's hidden true power was released. Manipulating gravity. Ebony Maw had his first emoticons. Obviously convinced by Zhou Lan. Then, I saw Ebony Maw wearing a light ring, and the rhythmic oath resounded through the ring-shaped battleship. The night is bright, and the glow is extinguished. The day is grey, and there will be no king. The dawn is shining, and the midnight is long. The tricky lamp is always bright, and the moonlight is forever. Moment. The inner rune script of the light ring is in effect. Began to forcibly reverse the mind and will of Ebony Maw. Meet my god. Ebony Maw bowed and said, Praise be to the great god of the night and the dark moon. Stay flat. Zhou Lan stretched his 5 fingers. Immediately, a surging energy turbulence was released, pouring into the body of Ebony Maw. This is the power of Duizigwak Xiang. Incomparable cursed blue devil chi. Ebony Maw will be given to release dark magic, control gravity, and survive in a vacuum environment. Etc. Incredible skills. Mirror psychokinesis. Zhou Lan displayed the divine power to reflect the heavens in an instant. Successfully replicated Ebony Maw's psychokinesis ability. Reflecting the heavens is not only able to affect scenic spots. And, it can also work on believers. Copy an ability of the believer. Zhou Lan once mirrored Scarlet Witch's origin magic power. In this way, he obtained the almighty power to distort reality and subvert everything. And now choose to reflect the psychokinesis of Ebony Maw, also for strengthening the universal gravitation. After all, strictly speaking, it is a kind of power calendar. It is the embodiment of spiritual energy.